Chapter 1 Trapped for a million years, my mind is numbed. Deep, automatic signin successful. Congratulations, host, you have received a 4th grade Guyuan Dan. Deep, automatic signin successful. Congratulations, host, you have been a century of cultivation. Deep, automatic signin successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 3 million low-grade spirit stones. In Themidsto famer expense, the cold, emotionless sound of notifications occasionally appear sethisilence each utterance delivered with unwavering monotony. Time slipped be, its passage was indiscernible, and gradually, Suchin's consciousness began to awaken. System, how much time has lapsed? System 10 how Sunday year shave past. 10th Sandy years. A torrent of disbelief surged through Suchin's mind. Heffeltust of Kontals apochat kamian gone, yether he was being told it was Merliton thou Sunday years? One see an ordinary brick mover in Blue Star, Suchin's family was neither affluent nor destitute, living the life that could be described as comfortably mediocre. He had resigned himself to the course of his life, due to sudden accident thrust him into a realm of transmigration, awakening a system within him. For someone like Suchin, who had spent countless years immersed in online literature, the notion of transmigration paired with a system was nothing short of exhilarating. He had often fantasized about the life of the protagonists in web novels. Now that his fantasia had materialized into reality, how could he not be thrilled? However, this elation was fleeting, quickly overshadowed by despair. While had indeed transmigrated, it was not complete. The system had activated, yet it remained only partially functional. He found himself caught in the limbo of transition. The system informed him that full activation was required for complete transmigration, and that activation would take a million years. In other words, he was destined to remain in this lightless foot for a million years. Initially, perhaps duetoak of comprehension regarding the normative of a million years, Suchin believed he could endure it, thinking it would pass with time. However, Meryl Yaren, he was on the brink of madness. Had it not been for the system's considerate a provision of a sleep function, he might have become a toad spare in this chaotic space. Here, silent Sirignet's premonitive sound could be heard, not of in his own voice, leaving him to communicate solely through thought with the system. If only the system could engage in conversation, it might have alleviated some of his loneliness, Butilas, itonly offered targeted responses, leaving his meaningful inquiries unanswered, leading him to ultimately succumb to slumber. Thoth hath the lintoadi upsleep, he could still sense the passage of time, albeit faintly. During the slumber, it felt as though eternity had passed, yet enlightened thou Sunday year shade lapsed. Heavens! Please, save him! As Suchin lamented in his mind, the system's frigid voice interjected. Deep, automatic signin successful. Congratulations, host, you have received 3,000 1st grade Yuan Dan. Suchin was momentarily taken aback and opened the system backpack to discover it brimming with an array of items, the quantity staggering. He had amassed nearly 300 billion low-grade spirit stones, along with various other treasures. The system's functionality was straightforward, consisting solely of a signin feature, allowing for a daily check-in every 24 hours, with rewards awarded randomly. However, Themer frequently owns Igneden, the higher the quality of their words. What guderial these trees series if I cannot utilize them? Contemplating the fact that they had done light reversed in percent of tea time, a wavy of vegetation washed over him. With a smile, he resolved to again succumb to sleep, hoping to callice turbulent emotions. In this desolitarium, only the system's notifications remained. Time sped onward. 300,000 years later. Deep, automatic signin successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the innate human sacred body. Deep, automatic signin successful. Congratulations, you have acquired 5 million top-grade spirit stones. Deep, automatic signin successful. Congratulations, you have received Saint Kingdolvel Technique, Killgod Technique. 500,000 years later. Deep, automatic signin successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the ancient sacred weapon, the colorful Linglong Tower. Deep, automatic signin successful. Congratulations, you have gained 100,000 years of cultivation. Deep, automatic signin successful. Congratulations, you have acquired 100 million top-grade spirit stones. 800,000 years later. Deep, automatic signin successful. Congratulations, you have received the ancient temporal weapon, the Huan Yuan seal. Deep, automatic signin successful. Congratulations, you have obtained Hong Ming immortal body. Deep, automatic signin successful. Congratulations, you have acquired the ancient temporal grade pill, 9 turns to reincarnation pill. System, how much time has passed? Suchen scomboisicho edin avoid, perhaps duet the length as adjournant this place, hahadron accustomed tosiltud, and dismotional state to a significant limoristable the ninth beginning. System 89,963 years. 80 onethasandi and years, isit? A faint smile grace Suchen's face with approximately 18,000 years remaining, he shall finally escapeth his wretched place. Throughout his countless years, the prospectophilip following successful transmigration had been hissily against mental collapse. Having acquired an abundancy of fruits thrusignins ons had transcended, his life would undoubted libiono femens abundance merely envision in jitwas thrilling. After indulging in thoughts of fast splendid future, Sushanansi gained succumbed to slumber asmolelen jeringen his lips. After 90,000 years in the void. Signin successful. Congratulations, you have obtained oni million immortal grade spirit stones. Signin successful. Congratulations, you have acquired the immortal grade ultimate Triasur, the heaven-slaying talisman. Signin successful. Congratulations, you have attained the immortal grade 60 formation, the slaying immortal sword formation. 95,000 years later. Signin successful. Congratulations, you have received multiverse summoning card bombastic gangster Sushatue, strength unknown valid fortin breaths, to assist the Hastin overcoming Gana adversary. Signin successful. The system's notifications continue to resonate, and thus, over the course of an additional 40,000 years, only 10 years remained until the system's activation. Suchen awoke, his face elate with exuberance. A million years near lay upon him. Finally. Unbeknownst to him, tears swelled in his eyes. Do have any idea how he endured this million-year ordeal? Even with his previously placid demeanor, the thought of his 10 more years before he could escape stirred a tempest within him. After a considerably time, Suchen regained discomposure and promptly checked the extraordinary items he had amassed during these years. What 'tis this? He gazed at the fierce triumph system backpack, where a shadow was silhouetted, exuding gunera formidable might reminiscent of an unparalleled powerhouse. Bombastic gangster, Su Xiaochue? Ari Yukadim. Suchen was taken aback, astonished that they could summon such a triasur. If you were reticle for this being, would it natrik havos effortlessly? In a state of unbridled enthusiasm, Suchen, for the final 10 years, refrained from slumber, frequently inquiring of T-system homictomy had passed. T-9 years sisneother excessive long nor particularly short. Under normal circumstances, given Suchen's mindset, enduring T-9 years would be simple fet, especially after Thessaltuda he had withstood for so long. Yet, as the moment of system activation dronar, his anxiety began to mount. Time floby and befer hacknawit 10 year shade lapsed, the cold voice resonating within the void. System successfully activated, commencing transmigration. As the killing voice echoed, Suchen's consciousness abruptly faded, and when it returned, he opened it aside. The Unmaster has awakened, quickly informed the family head. A jubilant scream rang in Suchen's ears. Chapter 2 Hongming Immortal Body, 100,000 Years of Cultivation. Sound. Joy illuminated Suchen's face after enduring countless Silene in the void, Hefanelli heard a voice. He began to observe world before him, with ancient style architecture, furniture, and decorations, all stupid Nobigan era. Coupled with the memory as flooding his mind, a radiant smile spread across Suchen's face. No doubt about it, this was the fabled world of fantasy. I, Suchen, have a finally transmigrated. Yet, soon, Thesmo fatted from his lips. For from his recollections, he discerned many troubling matters. Sushin was originally the prodige of su familia minua city, born with an extraordinary spiritrut. Such potent truths were incredibly rare, allowing for virtually unimpeded brain through the integration stage, with the potential for a fortua to encounter to ascend to the stage. It is worth noting that the current head of the family was merely a PNI transformation practitioner. Suchin's innate talent garnered immense attention within the clan, prompting the family to devote all their resources to his cultivation, viewing him as the future hope of the lineage. He did not disappoint at the tender age of 18. He reached the pinnacle of golden chorustage, his cultivation speed astounding gal. However, not long ago, he was ambushed, gravely wounded, and his spiritrut was destroyed by his assailant, rendering him a cripple. Suco tragic fate, Toby genius yet meet with such calamity. But fear not, ishall live in your stead. With excitement touched across his face, Suchin rivled the prospect of finally unleashing escapability of Shebad that the name Sushin would resonate throughout Hirom. Yet now, with Miss Spiritrut ruined, he must first restore my physica form. The tinfury or physique was a blessing in disguise. He promptly opened his system backpack, eager to select the best physique he had signed in for. Immortal body. This Calibro physique was something he had only drawn 37 times, underscoring its rarity. The system backpack resembles those found in games, automatic Lizartinge items based on their overall strength. At the forefront is the so-called Hongming immortal body, reputed to be the mightiest among Gal celestial forms. These immortal physique boasts unparalleled physical strength throughout history, far surpassing the so-called innate human sacred bodies, and in latter stages, it can cultivate the essence of Hongming, a force imbued with the utmost destructive power capable of annihilating Gal things. Very well, it shall by you. Just as Suchen was about to emerge, a figure swiftly entered, his physique impressively robust. Shaochen, how is your health, Aereo feeling inhibitor? Sushin immediately withdrew from the system space, gazing at the individual before him and some wait awkwardly calling out, third uncle. Before him stood Suyuan Ba, Thether Delderoff Sufamuli. Concerneched in Suyuan Ba's face, and Dupin hearing Suchen speak, joy flooded his expression. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Finally awake, over the past few days, your older brother has ventured to seek remedies for our ailment, exhausting countless resources in search of Akor, nearly depleting the family's fortunes. I feel han to waken no, that wold have. Suddenly realizing his misstep, Suyuan Ba hastily came jadistone, chuckling awkwardly and waving a hand, nani to dwell in such matters what matters as thought he were awake, Shaochen. As Suchen regarded the concerned face of his third uncle, warmth surged within him. Despotetsu famulis numerous members over 1,000 counting the collateral branches and would expect the relationships among the direct lineage to bestrain. Yet, the Sufamulis stood in stark contrast, with an in paralela duna Chalmangal direct descendants, devoid of an internal strife. Suchen inquired, where is my father? Suyuan Ba replied, your older brother just departed for Wanyo Mountain a couple of days ago in search of a life-saving remedy. Hesh would be returning amiss shortly. Upon hearing this, a wavy of warmth coursed through Suchen, and distance up belonging to the family intensified immensely. I am no longer alone, after spending a million years in thought void, he had long yearned for such familial affection. From this moment forth, the Sufamuli shall have me protection. Suyuan Ba refrained from unnecessary chatter, expressing a few words of concern before urging Suchen to rest well. Once he departed, Suchen turned his attention back to the system backpack. Hongming immortal body, activate. System does the host require suppression of the phenomenon? Recalling the introduction of Hongming immortal body, which is accompanied by a spectacle of Hongmeng Gaura spanning 100,000 miles upon birth, causing Gal celestial beings to bow in submission, he answered, yes. It would be foolish to let such an event unfold, the entire world would take notice. Ashahadonla just traversed into this real man lacked substantial understanding of it was prudent to proceed with caution. Activation successful. In an instant, Suchen Shiart beaters inated like Hedrum, deep and powerful. His entire being began to transform rapidly, his vein hardened like iron, and his blood surged like he had a rancho river, no longer a vivid butte imbued with aphan purpulu. Suchen's gaze morphed into a pure purple, an era mesmerizing sight. These was the unique ability of Teminur Hongming immortal body Hongming I. This ability could pierce through illusions, dispel malevolent forces, analyze enemy assaults, and observe efficiency of things, rendering it immensely powerful. At this moment, Suchen possessed na cultivation near literally in Gonthas physica form, heku drive la cultivatoreth nascent soul stage. Moments later, Theonomalia subsided, and feeling the vast power coursing within him asmally graced Suchen's face. This Hongming immortal body is indeed formidable, exceedingly commendable. Next, it was to me to enhance his cultivation. His Senin system had amassed nearly 100 billion years worth of cultivation. This cultivation was equivalent to hath would normally achieve through diligent practice even ephemeralizating meditation for 100 billion. Their sultan power would reach an extraordinarily terrifying realm. Let us utilize 100,000 years of cultivation first. System does the host require suppression of cultivation fluctuations? Such an operation is possible, Suchen promptly opted for suppression. After a brief moment, Ekelingau emanated from within him, steadily escalating, yet this formidable fluctuation dissipate into nothingness after traveling merely 3 meters. Qi condensation stage. 9th layer of Qi condensation. Foundation establishment stage. Core formation stage. Nascent soul stage. Spirit transformation stage. Void refinement stage. Fusion stage. Origin returning stage. Path entry stage. Early saint stage. Mid saint stage. It was only upon reaching mid saint stage that the surge of power within Yimsa's stories. Suchen stood there, utterly astonished. A saint! I understood it, so individual sera supreme figures within the entire Xuantian realm. Achieving saintal velmiant that wouldn't variably preside over a sacred round days in elder. Tarak the saintrial merely utilizing 100,000 years of cultivation how powerful would he become if you were to expendal of it, would he send to become a emperor chronicle denunciant texts, or perhaps directly transcend to mortality? The system is nothing short of a divine chiat. Suchen initialism let to test the fix of 100,000 years of cultivation, never anticipating such a significant apocras ultiplarium. Justatius lost in astonishment, a furious shoutcode from afar, reverberating throughout his familiar residence. Suchen doyederita fasmainbidal or willi like our like eatertal? Suchen instantly extended his consciousness, and Japan recognizing the visitor, his expression turnedisi. Seeking trouble, Aru, Harosian strode towards the door. After spending so long in thought void, I washed him for some movement. Chapter 3, The Crisis of the Su Family. Li Haishan's challenge. Outside the Su residence stood a stern-faced young man, accompanied by a middle-aged man who vigilantly observed the Su family like a guardian. Although Suchen had indeed been rendered incapacitated, the Su family still retained its strength, with 2 formidable cultivators in the transformation realm still alive. Li Haishan, you despicable wretch, when our young master was still capable. You dared not utter a word. Now that he has fallen, you have the audacity to show your face. Indeed, you are no man at all. You, of all people, dare to oppose our young master. How preposterous! The members of the Su family hurled verbal abuse at Li Haishan, who remained unmoved, treating their words with indifference. The Li family was once one of the 5 prominent clans in Minghua City. Boasting a cultivator in the transformation realm among their ranks, when Suchen was in the foundation establishment stage, he had challenged the younger generation of various clans in the city, and as the most talented individual of the Li family. Li Haishan had been specifically named in that challenge. The result was a humiliating defeat for him, leading to an insatiable hatred towards Suchen. Moreover, he was acutely aware that he could never match Suchen in strength. Thus, he waited until Suchen was rendered powerless before seeking revenge. Though this was somewhat ignoble, he deemed it worthwhile if it meant utterly tarnishing Suchen's reputation and solidifying his status as a waste. Li Haishan coldly declared, the proud prodigy you once revered is now nothing more than a talentless waste. The true disgrace lies with him. But if he possesses any courage left, let him face me in battle. Is the esteemed young master of the Su family truly so cowardly? His voice carried it echoing incessantly into the Su residence. A crowd had gathered around, and upon witnessing Li Haishan's taunts, they began to murmur among themselves. Isn't Li Haishan shameless, challenging Suchen only after he has been rendered impotent? Where was he before? that is a misguided statement. Su Chen's talent is undeniable, however, his lifespan is limited. Can a genius be called a genius if they meet an early demise? I concur. Although Li Haishan's actions are somewhat dishonorable, Su Chen is indeed a waste now. Without strength, he deserves the scorn he receives. The majority of the crowd engaged in ridicule and mockery of Su Chen. As the saying goes, when the wall falls, everyone pushes. Upon witnessing the downfall of a once envied genius, many were eager to kick him while he was down. After all, that lofty genius was now inferior even to their low-grade spiritual roots. Within the Su family, aside from the elder Su Yunqian who was outside, the remaining 4 elders gathered together. Su Yuanba bellowed, "How vile! The Li family truly goes too far. Perhaps we should simply eliminate Li Haishan." Su Chen was the face of the Su family. Li Haishan's insult was akin to directly spitting in the face of the Su clan. The second elder, Su Qingyun, sighed with a wry smile. The clan leader and the elder have gone out to seek ways to heal Chen. It would be wise to avoid conflict with the Li family at this juncture. Both the clan leader and the elder were in the transformation realm. Their absence meant that any confrontation with the Li family would result in dire consequences. The 5th elder, Su Yunpeng, spoke sternly to Su Yuanba, 4th brother. The other 3 prominent families in Mingyue City are subtly aligning themselves with the Wang family. We must act prudently during this critical time. The 5 major families in Mingyue City comprised the Wang, Su Li Yuan, and He families. Among them, the Wang family boasted 3 transformation realm cultivators, making them the strongest. However, the Wang family had traditionally been at odds with the Su family. Furthermore, both the Li and He families had only 1 transformation realm cultivator each, while the Su and Yuan families each had 2. Previously, the Yi family had allied with the Su family, but that alliance had disintegrated with Su Chen's fall from grace, leading the Yi family to shift their allegiance towards the Wang family. Su Yuanba, filled with rage, exclaimed, "Are we to simply await our doom?" The Su family was already short on resources, and with the expenses for treating young Chen, their family's spiritual stones dwindled to less than 1 million. Even if they tightened their belts, they could barely sustain themselves for 3 months. What shall we do after 3 months? Do not forget, in 10 days, the Wanbao Pavilion will hold an auction featuring a coveted treasure. The Wang family already has 3 transformation realm cultivators. Should they acquire another, our Su family will surely face annihilation. The faces of the elders grew grave upon hearing this. The situation for the Su family was indeed dire. So much so that it could be described as catastrophic. All of this was the result of the chain reaction triggered by Su Chen's incapacitation. The Su family was truly in a state of desperation. Beset by both internal and external troubles, the elders bore expressions of concern, their eyes filled with anxiety. Su Qingyun shook his head, his tone tinged with helplessness. Chen is headstrong. After being rendered powerless, he must be feeling quite miserable. We should set up a soundproof array in his courtyard to shield him from Li Haishan's taunts. As for our family's crisis, suddenly a fierce glint ignited in Su Qingyun's eyes, and he spoke with icy resolve. Brothers, do not forget our roots. The Su family rose from banditry to become one of the 5 great families in Mingyue City. Not through mere words. Should we be provoked, we will unleash chaos upon them, leaving them to suffer a cataclysmic fate. The other 3 elders' expressions hardened in response to his words. Just then, an anxious voice broke through. The 3rd elder, "It's bad. The young master is going to face off against Li Haishan." What? Su Yuanba sprang to his feet. He had just witnessed Su Chen's condition. The boy could barely walk. To challenge Li Haishan would be tantamount to courting death. Why did you not stop him? Faced with Su Yuanba's inquiry, the youth's face reflected sheer terror as he knelt, bewildered. 4th elder, I could not restrain the young master. He pushed me aside effortlessly. Are you speaking nonsense? Su Yuanba roared in fury. He was well aware of Su Chen's condition. How could the boy possibly push aside someone at the 7th layer of qi condensation? All right, 4th brother, go check on the situation. Our elder brother has been worried sick. We must ensure that Chen remains safe. Su Qingyun quickly rose and strode toward the door, followed closely by the other 3 elders. Outside the Su residence, Li Haishan continued to taunt Su Chen, "You cowardly turtle. Do you intend to hide in the Su family for the rest of your life? Why not bow before me and apologize? I might just spare you, and never trouble you again." Among the crowd, many from the Li family joined in the jeering. "Young master, it seems Su Chen is simply afraid. He is nothing but a waste. How could he dare to show himself before you?" The mocking voices rang out incessantly, each insult more grievous than the last, utterly unbearable to the ears. At that moment, a cool and familiar voice emerged from within the Su family. "How amusing, Li Haishan, you, a mere waste, dare to bark at my Su family? Chapter 4, The Useless Li Haishan, Slaying the Nascent Soul Stage, Unleashing Great Power. The scene fell into a profound silence as everyone turned to gaze at the entrance of the Su family. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Li Haishan's pupils constricted, an instinctual fear creeping into his heart. However, recalling that Su Chen had already been rendered powerless, he sneered, "Isn't this the renowned genius of Mingyue City? I thought you would wallow in your family's shadows for eternity." He emphasized the term genius, dripping with sarcasm. Su Chen's absence had been tolerable, but now that he had appeared, it was time to deliver a proper ridicule. Su Chen's expression remained indifferent as he coldly regarded Li Haishan. For some inexplicable reason, Li Haishan felt a shiver run down his spine, as though a terrifying beast had fixed its gaze upon him. After a moment, Su Chen spoke nonchalantly. "In truth, individuals like you are unworthy to stand against me. However, you are quite bothersome. Weren't you here to challenge me? I accept." Su Chen's words sent shockwaves through the crowd, their eyes widening in disbelief as they stared at him. Did I hear incorrectly? This waste actually dares to agree to fight Li Haishan? He can't possibly still think of himself as the genius he once was, can he? At this point, a single punch from Li Haishan would leave him as nothing but dust. Perhaps he has lost his mind and can no longer think rationally. Mocking exclamations filled the air. They had never anticipated that Su Chen would accept such a challenge. This was simply absurd. Two young direct descendants of the Su family, unable to contain their alarm, cried out, "Young master, you mustn't. Calm down." Fifth brother, they were Su Minghu, the eldest son of Su Qingyun, and Su Kongshan, the second son of Su Yunpeng. Concern was etched across their faces, for no one knew Su Chen's condition better than they did. To be able to think clearly and walk at all was a miracle. How could he possibly defeat Li Haishan, a cultivator at the late foundation establishment stage? "Little Chen." At that moment, a deep voice rang out as Su Yuanbai emerged from the Su residence, exuding a formidable aura of the nascent soul stage that instilled trepidation in all present. They dared to mock Su Chen, but they did not dare to insult the Su family. After all, while everyone ridiculed Su Chen, the Su family could hardly slay them all. Su Yuanba quickly approached Su Chen, a look of surprise on his face. "Little Chen, you're all right?" Su Chen did not conceal his condition. He smiled and nodded. "Fourth uncle, I'm nearly recovered." Su Yuanba trembled as he gently patted his shoulder, saying, Good. The repetition of good thrice was enough to reveal his genuine concern for Su Chen. However, he soon added with a hint of resignation, "Xiao Chun, Li Haishan's intention is to humiliate you. You must not allow him to succeed." Su Qingyun approached, his tone soft as he said, "Chener, let me speak frankly. Your cultivation has been crippled, but our Su family will not look down upon you. We will do our utmost to resolve the issue of your spiritual roots. There exist treasures in this world capable of restoring your roots, and the Su family will seek them out for you. Will you come home with us?" They understood that Su Chen was struggling to swallow this bitter pill, yet the reality remained: his cultivation was indeed shattered. And in a contest against Li Haishan, defeat was assured. There was no glimmer of hope. Moreover, given that Su Chen had just recently recovered from his injuries, he might not even be able to defeat an ordinary person, let alone Li Haishan. As he listened to their caring words, a warm current flowed through Su Chen's heart, and he confidently declared, "Third uncle or fourth uncle, rest assured, I will be fine." Su Yuanbai and Su Qingyun felt a surge of anxiety. But upon catching a glimpse of Su Chen's resolute gaze, they realized they could not dissuade him, even if they forcibly dragged Su Chen back to the Su family, as long as he could not let go of the fact that his cultivation had been destroyed. Living in the Su family would be no different from being dead. Su Qingyun sighed helplessly and stepped aside. In light of these circumstances, all they could do was save Su Chen at a critical moment. After all, he was the only son of his elder brother. They could not allow anything to happen to him. Li Haishan looked at Su Chen, sneering as he said, "If you have the guts, come to the training ground." He strode towards the arena, a place frequently used for duels, often bustling with powerful cultivators showcasing their skills. Li Haishan chose this venue simply to humiliate Su Chen. Su Chen replied coolly, "There is no need for such trouble. Let's settle it here." Li Haishan halted, turning to face Su Chen, mockingly stating, "Su Chen, are you afraid I might kill you, hence you want a duel right at the gates of the Su family? Ha, is this what genius looks like? It seems even geniuses can be so cowardly." Su Chen's eyes turned icy, and in an instant, he vanished from his original spot, reappearing right beside Li Haishan with a swift motion. Su Chen struck, leaving a grotesque wound on Li Haishan's abdomen, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. Meanwhile, his spiritual energy rapidly leaked from the gaping wound. "Did you not mock me as a waste? Then experience what it feels like to be a waste." Of course, Su Chen had no intention of killing Li Haishan so easily. He merely wanted to announce to everyone that he had returned. Trembling, Li Haishan collapsed to the ground, staring in shock at the blood pouring from his abdomen and the overwhelming weakness flooding his body. What had just happened? He hadn't even seen Su Chen attack, yet his cultivation was obliterated. Moreover, wasn't Su Chen supposed to be crippled? How could he possess such strength? Despair and regret filled Li Haishan's eyes. Had he known this would happen, he would never have sought revenge against him. Even if he could salvage his life after being crippled, his future would only be that of a pitiful ant. The elder from the Li family, a nascent soul cultivator, was filled with fury as he exclaimed, "You dare to cripple Li Haishan, you will pay for this." Li Haishan was their most talented member, destined at the very least to become a god transformation stage powerhouse. Now, having been reduced to nothing by Su Chen, how could he not be enraged? Su Qingyun quickly snapped out of his shock, shouting, "Li Chou, how dare you!" Li Chou's eyes were filled with madness as he declared, "Having crippled my family's genius, Su Chen must die." A formidable force erupted, accompanied by a terrifying pressure that caused the onlookers' faces to change dramatically. A battle between nascent soul cultivators was no trifling matter. A misstep could easily injure bystanders, and those with lesser strength could even perish in the aftermath. Su Qingyun's eyes widened in alarm. Time was running out. Li Chou was a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, and his strength was not far from Su Qingyun's own. Initially stunned for a moment, now he rushed to intervene, but it was already too late. "Damn it, Chener, get out of the way!" Su Qingyun could only shout in desperation, hoping Su Chen would evade, though the likelihood of that was slim. Even if Su Chen had regained his cultivation, he was merely at the core formation stage. How could he escape an attack from a nascent soul cultivator? Su Chen let out a cold laugh, fixing his gaze on Li Chou as he said, "Who do you think you are to speak so arrogantly before me?" The chilling tone resonated as Su Chen moved faster than Su Qingyun, launching a punch that struck like a cannonball. With a resounding thud, Li Chou was sent flying, crashing into the ground and sinking several dozen meters deep. Fissures spreading like a spider's web around him. Li Chou had ceased to breathe. The sudden turn of events left everyone in astonishment. Li Chou was dead. Su Chen had killed the nascent soul elder of the Li family. How was it possible? Wasn't he supposed to be crippled? How could he possess such combat prowess? A voice filled with terror rang out, igniting a wave of panic as countless eyes reflected horror and dread. Chapter 5, Rebirth from the Ashes. The powerful master. The scene fell into a dead silence, all eyes wide with disbelief as they beheld the unfolding events. The instant Li Haishan was rendered powerless was already shocking enough. However, the fact that Li Chou was also killed in a single blow was utterly terrifying. It was important to note that Li Chou was not a mere early-stage nascent soul cultivator. He was in the late stage. Even Su Qingyun would find it challenging to subdue Li Chou, let alone a junior like Su Chen, yet this impossible feat had transpired before their very eyes. Li Chou had been slain by Su Chen, and in an instant, even the members of the Su family were left in a daze, their eyes wide as saucers, mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. Su Qingyun, Su Yuanba, and the four elders were completely stunned, their hearts surging with shock. After a brief silence, the Su family erupted in jubilant cries, "Young master, young master!" It turned out that the young master's cultivation had not been crippled. Rather, he had progressed further, capable of slaying the nascent soul Li Chou. Truly a blessing for our Su family. Some elders were moved to tears, their faces alight with excitement. Among the onlookers, many wore grim expressions. Su Chen had not been crippled. Several streets away, a scarred man wore a sullen expression, his eyes icy as he spoke to the shadows. "Quickly relay the situation back to the master. Su Chen's cultivation has not been destroyed. He likely concealed his true strength and has probably already broken through to the nascent soul stage. He may even be at the late stage or peak nascent soul now, achieving such power at this young age. It won't be long before he breaks through to the god transformation stage. We must act against the Su family swiftly, or it will only become more difficult later." Moreover, inform the Wang family to take decisive action. There is no chance for them to sit idly by and reap the benefits. Soon a response came from the shadows. "Understood." The scarred man turned to gaze at Su Chen in the distance. His eyes filled with trepidation. To reach such levels of power before even reaching adulthood, it seems Su Chen harbors other great secrets. The Su family is indeed a target worthy of a high bounty. With this thought, a sinister smile crept across his face. This could very well be an opportunity. If we can seize everything from the Su family, all their secrets will belong to us, along with a substantial reward. Su Chen, your life truly is remarkable. Even after sending 30 core formation assassins to kill you, they could not succeed. At the gates of the Su family, Su Yuanba and Su Qingyun hurried to Su Chen's side. Brimming with endless questions, yet they still shielded him protectively. Su Qingyun spoke coldly to those around them. Li Qiu acted rashly against the younger generation of our family and was killed in return. He brought this upon himself. If the Li family is dissatisfied, they are welcome to seek an explanation from the Su family. In the absence of Su Chen, their confidence had been lacking, yet now, with Su Chen's cultivation restored and his newfound strength enabling him to kill the late-stage Li Qiu, they felt a surge of self-assurance. Other families may be deeply rooted, but the Su family was different. They had little industry in Mingyue City. If pushed to the brink, they could simply leave with Su Chen and return for revenge once they had sufficient power. This was why, despite the Wang family being stronger, they had never dared to sever ties with the Su family. After speaking, Su Qingyun hastily led Su Chen back into the Su family. Inside the grand hall, only the four elders of the Su family and Su Chen remained. Su Qingyun's expression turned grave as he said, "Chener, please explain your circumstances to your second uncle." Su Chen's sudden surge in strength was too peculiar, and Su Qingyun worried he might have been possessed. Su Chen had already devised a cover story. He raised his fist and struck Su Qingyun, a seemingly light punch that sent even the peak nascent soul cultivator staggering back several steps before regaining his footing. What? Shock filled Su Qingyun's face. Su Chen's casual strike had left him without the strength to defend himself. Su Chen smiled and said, "Second uncle, I actually had a master when I was very young. That person is exceptionally powerful, but he instructed me never to reveal his identity, which is why I kept it hidden. I am not endowed with an extraordinary spiritual root. In truth, I possess a sacred physique. This unique constitution only fully awakens when I face a life-threatening peril, thus the recent degradation of my cultivation can be perceived as an opportunity, allowing me to be reborn from the ashes." Upon hearing these words, Su Qingyun's expression shifted, and he could not help but swallow hard. A sacred body. Su Chen actually possesses such a formidable constitution. Moreover, he has a master. Why was this never mentioned before? His gaze turned vigilant. "What gift did I present to you on your 7th birthday?" Su Qingyun asked. With a wry smile, he replied, "You gifted me a dagger, which I named Qingfeng. However, I accidentally lost it later on. At that time, you presented it to me from the adjacent courtyard." Hearing this, Su Qingyun finally relaxed. It is quite common for cultivators to seize another's body, but after such an event, one can only retain the recent memories of the original owner. Memories from the age of 7 would certainly be absent. Therefore, it seems that Su Chen has not fallen victim to body snatching. Joy illuminated Su Qingyun's face. "You rascal, you kept us in suspense. We were nearly frightened to death during this time." The four elders of the Su family beamed with delight, for Su Chen is their nephew and the young clan leader, destined to inherit the family's legacy. The stronger Su Chen becomes, the more elated they are. Su Yuanba remarked irritably, "Now that your strength has been restored, why did you continue to feign such a pitiful state during my visit?" Su Chen scratched his head helplessly. At that time, I had yet to activate the Hongmeng immortal body, so I simply couldn't muster any spirit. Report, the clan head and the elder have returned. Two figures gradually entered the Su family compound. The foremost being the imposing clan head, Su Qingtian, whose stature radiated an air of nobility. Beside him stood Su Yunxian, the elder, who exuded a scholarly demeanor. However, both wore somber expressions, evidently having returned empty-handed after seeking a solution for Su Chen. Su Qingtian sighed, "Second brother, it seems that Chener has encountered this grave ordeal by fate. We should not squander the family's limited resources on his spiritual roots recovery." The past 2 months of relentless effort had left Su Qingtian in despair. He had attempted various methods, expending countless resources, but to no avail. Su Chen could not even awaken, and his vitality had recently dwindled further. Though Su Qingtian found it hard to accept, he knew that Su Chen was on the brink of collapse. Within half a month, he might truly be beyond salvation. Su Yunxian immediately interjected, "What nonsense, big brother, since sister-in-law's departure, you have only this one son. Even if we cannot preserve his cultivation, we must at least protect his life. I would exhaust the entire Su family if I must, to pull him back from the brink of death." Hearing these words, Su Qingtian felt an immense wave of guilt wash over him. He believed his shortcomings had burdened the entire family. The Su family was not a native power of Mingyue City, having only recently integrated into the region, which caused the 4 major transformation families to harbor deep-seated resentment towards them. Particularly the Wang family, who constantly sought their annihilation. The Su family's situation was already precarious, and now they faced this calamity, making matters even more dire. Yet soon, Su Qingtian found himself stunned in the distance. Several figures approached to greet them, and upon seeing one of the youths, his pupils constricted. Chen'er, Chapter 6, Family Crisis. What a coincidence. Chen'er, Su Qingtian could not restrain his exclamation, immediately rushing forward, his eyes alight with joy. You have awakened? His gaze was filled with disbelief, as if everything were merely a dream. Su Chen felt the concern in Su Qingtian's tone and smiled, replying, Father, I have awakened. Upon hearing this, Su Qingtian, a man of considerable stature, trembled uncontrollably, inhaling deeply. Good, as long as you have awakened. In the days that followed, he had been tirelessly preoccupied with matters concerning Su Chen, nearly graying under the stress, all in the hope of seeing Su Chen awake. Su Qingtian reassured him, as long as you are alive, the loss of cultivation is but a trivial matter, your father will protect you for a lifetime. Wait, Su Yuanba suddenly interrupted Su Qingtian's comforting words. A smile gracing his face, brother, since you have just returned, should we not first inquire about what has transpired in the city? Su Qingtian furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Su Yuanba revealed a mysterious smile, which left Su Yunchen beside him somewhat exasperated as he scolded, Fourth brother, if you keep this up, do you believe I won't discipline you? Su Yuanba instinctively recoiled, for among his brothers, he feared Su Yunchen the most. The situation is as follows. Little Chen has not been truly incapacitated. Su Yuanba recounted the entire sequence of events, including the matter of Su Chen's enigmatic master. Upon finishing, both Su Qingtian and Su Yunchen stood there, utterly stunned. No wonder, upon returning to the Su family, they had seen a deep pit in the street and observed the bizarre expressions of those around. It was all due to Su Chen. My goodness, he has incapacitated Li Haishan and directly killed Li Qiu. The key lies in his sacred physique, such an astonishing constitution they had only ever read about in ancient texts. The rankings of physiques include inferior spiritual root, medium spiritual root, superior spiritual root, extraordinary spiritual root, celestial spiritual root, innate spiritual body, sacred body, and beyond that, they knew little. Even an extraordinary spiritual root is fearsome, regarded as a treasure by the Su family. The sacred body, 2 tiers above, is unfathomably powerful. Su Qingtian swallowed hard, then raised his hand in excitement. Chen'er, unleash your full strength and strike me. I wish to gauge your current power. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Are you certain? At present, my cultivation is at the mid-stage of the sage realm. A mere sneeze could annihilate Su Qingtian countless times. If I were to strike with all my might, it would surely send me to meet the ancestors of the Su family. However, Su Chen did not wish to reveal too much of his strength. He had just managed to navigate this situation. Taking a deep breath, Su Chen feigned a full power strike, exerting less than a fraction of his potential. He thrust his hand towards Su Qingtian, an immense force radiated from the center of Su Qingtian's palm. Su Qingtian's lips quirked involuntarily as excruciating pain surged from his palm to his mind. Hiss, pain. Su Qingtian coughed lightly, then casually placed his hands behind his back. Your strength is commendable. You have likely reached at least the threshold of transformation. It seems our Su family will soon gain another transformation stage cultivator. Su Yunchen discreetly glanced at Su Qingtian's slightly trembling hand behind his back, his expression one of astonishment. Su Chen, are you truly this powerful? Su Qingtian was a mid-stage transformation cultivator at this moment. Su Qingtian could not help but inquire, Chen'er, how is your physical body so formidable? Su Chen paused momentarily, then replied calmly, I am a sacred body. It is quite reasonable for my physical form to be strong. Is it not, Su Qingtian? This answer seems sound. A sacred body indeed possesses a robust physique, yet there was an oddity lingering in his mind that he could not quite pinpoint, seeing that Su Chen's issues were resolved. Su Qingtian then spoke seriously. Now that Chen'er's matters are settled, and with the esteemed elders present, let us discuss how to address the family's current challenges. Upon hearing this, the elders' faces gradually grew solemn. The situation of the Su family was indeed dire and required swift resolution. After a moment of hesitation, Su Qingtian turned to Su Chen and said, Chen'er, you should accompany us as well given Su Chen's talent and strength. The position of future clan leader was nearly his by right. Learning to handle family affairs now would ensure a smoother transition when he took over the Su family in the Su family council hall. 7 individuals sat upright, comprising the 5 elders of the Su family and the 2 patriarchs. Su Qingtian and his son. Su Qingtian spoke first. Third brother, please inform us of the current status of our family's spiritual stones. Su Qingyun's expression turned grave. To ensure accuracy, he retrieved several ledgers from his spatial ring, carefully cross-referencing them before stating, "Elder brother, we possess a total of 930,000 fluctuating no more than 30,000. 930,000. Upon hearing this, Su Qingtian's countenance darkened significantly. With such a meager amount of spiritual stones, even if the Su family tightened their belts, they could only endure for 2 to 3 months. Yet in such circumstances, the clan members would struggle to find adequate resources for cultivation, their growth would be severely hindered, and the demand for resources was immense. This quantity was practically negligible. The younger generation of the clan, however, was in dire need of resources for their training. Furthermore, Su Chen, being a sacred body, would require even more resources for breakthroughs. Su Qingyun stated gravely, "Although our Su family possesses various assets, they do not suffice. We must swiftly devise alternative solutions, or our family resources will soon be depleted." The fourth elder, Su He, lamented, "But our Su family has only been in Mingyue City for a little over a decade. Unless we resort to robbery, to take from the rich to give to the poor, it is truly difficult to acquire spiritual stones in the short term." The hall fell silent, all faces laden with worry. The issue of resource scarcity had left them momentarily at a loss for solutions. Su Chen glanced around, unable to restrain himself, and remarked, "Is our Su family truly lacking resources?" Su Qingyun sighed, helplessly responding, "Chener, you are not well acquainted with the Su family. Our foundation is weak, and our reserves are thin, our spiritual stones are nearly depleted, and resources like pills have long been exhausted." Upon hearing this, Su Chen's brow arched. Was this not a fortunate coincidence? He is certainly not lacking in rare materials and resources such as spirit stones, is he? Su Chen opened the system to check the quantity of inferior spirit stones. Inferior spirit stones, 6,500 billion, 1,564 trillion. He was too lazy to examine the specifics. In any case, they were inexhaustible. After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Chen retrieved a top-tier spatial ring obtained through sign-in rewards. A space within it as vast as 3 football fields. He immediately placed 30 billion inferior spirit stones into it and handed it to Su Qingtian, saying, "Father, I still have some spirit stones here, which should help the family through the crisis." Chapter 7. 30 billion spirit stones, truly not much. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Su Qingtian sighed in resignation. "Chener, you should keep your own savings. The amount of spirit stones our family requires is exceedingly vast, and even your contribution would be but a drop in the bucket." Su Qingtian was all too aware of how many spirit stones his son possessed. Even 30,000 inferior spirit stones would be considered a substantial amount. The resources Su Chen needed for his daily cultivation were immense. Essentially, whatever he was given, he consumed, leaving no surplus spirit stones. Nevertheless, Su Chen's goodwill was evident, and Su Qingtian felt a sense of appreciation. Seeing Su Qingtian's refusal, Su Chen added earnestly, "Father, this is merely a small token of my intentions. Although it may not be much, it would bring me peace of mind if you accepted it." 30 billion inferior spirit stones, indeed not much, barely a fraction of what was needed. Witnessing Su Chen's enthusiasm, Su Qingtian shook his head with a smile and accepted the spatial ring from his son. "Very well." As Su Qingtian probed into the spatial ring, a sound of surprise escaped his lips, but his expression soon transformed drastically, leaving him in a state of stunned silence as he gazed into the ring. From shock to confusion, astonishment, and finally to exhilaration, Su Qingtian raised his head, his voice filled with disbelief. "Chener, where on earth did you acquire these spirit stones?" Su Chen replied calmly with a smile, "They were all gifted to me by my master." Observing Su Qingtian's astonished expression, Su Yunqian furrowed his brow and took the spatial ring to investigate for himself. "Let me see what's going on." Subsequently, his expression also shifted dramatically, mirroring Su Qingtian's. Su Yunqian's eyes widened in disbelief, scanning Su Chen as if he were about to exclaim in shock. His face was awash with confusion and astonishment. "Is this for real? My heavens!" Witnessing their reaction, Su Yuanba also seized the spatial ring. "I want to see this for myself." Soon his expression reflected the same disbelief. "This is 30 billion inferior spirit stones." Su Yuanba's composure evidently faltered. A gasp escaped him as he exclaimed incredulously, "This is indeed 30 billion inferior spirit stones. Even the entirety of the Wang family's reserves could not exceed 10 billion inferior spirit stones. We have directly surpassed the Wang family's accumulated wealth of a millennium by a full threefold." "What, 30 billion inferior spirit stones?" The second elder, fourth elder, and fifth elders successively took the spatial ring to examine it, their expressions transforming into sheer astonishment. It truly is 30 billion inferior spirit stones. Their gazes converged on Su Chen, their eyes filled with bewilderment. This young nephew seemed entirely different from the person they had once known. First, he effortlessly defeated Li Qiu, and now he casually produced 30 billion inferior spirit stones. Claiming it was merely a small token of his appreciation. Is this your idea of a small gesture? 30 billion inferior spirit stones. However, the astonishment soon gave way to realization, and Su Qingtian could not help but inquire, Chener, these must be cultivation resources bestowed upon you by your master, correct? Su Chen's eyes lit up. He had anticipated this question. He promptly replied, "You've seen right through me. The Su family is my home. And now that the Su family is in peril, it is my duty to assist. This 30 billion inferior spirit stones are yours to use, and I still possess ample resources. Moreover, my mysterious master is exceptionally formidable. He is certainly not lacking in spirit stones." He deftly attributed all his gains to that elusive master. The key was that Su Chen could not reveal the system. It was his greatest trump card. Finding alternative excuses would only lead to inconsistencies, so it was better to assert he had a powerful master. Su Qingtian, upon hearing this, felt utterly reassured, a smile gracing his face. "Well, you truly are a worthy son of the Su family." Su Yuanba chimed in joyfully. If little Chen's master can casually produce 30 billion inferior spirit stones for his cultivation, he must have reached an extraordinarily terrifying realm. We need not fear the Wang family. Su Yunxian frowned and remarked, "Fourth brother, relying on others is ultimately not a long-term solution. One must cultivate one's own strength." Hearing this, Su Yuanba scratched his head in response. "I was merely speaking off the cuff." "Second brother, why take it so seriously?" Suddenly Su Qingtian interjected. "Chener, these spirit stones are after all yours. Once we have weathered this crisis, we shall return any surplus to you." He was more concerned about Su Chen's growth and strength and did not wish to impede his cultivation. Su Chen's tone turned slightly firm. "Father, I have stated that these resources are for you to utilize. Whether for the cultivation of the clan's disciples or for your own use is entirely acceptable. I am not lacking in spirit stones." Fearing they might not believe him, Su Chen waved his hand, producing 3 spatial rings. "See these spatial rings, each contains 30 billion inferior spirit stones. If you find yourselves in need, simply inform me. I, Su Chen, am not lacking in spirit stones. When the time comes, I can have my master provide me with another 1,000 or 1,800 billion. With a clatter, the teacup slipped from Su Yunxian's hand, shattering on the floor with a crisp sound. After encountering 30 billion inferior spirit stones, he had thought the family could now rest easy, and he had intended to grab a drink, only for Su Chen to deliver such a bombshell. 90 billion inferior spirit stones, and if those run out, I can simply ask my master for another 1,000 or 1,800 billion. What kind of absurd master is this? Su Chen tossed the rings onto the table. If you don't believe me, take a look for yourselves. Su Yunxian immediately began to inspect the rings, and indeed, each contained 30 billion inferior spirit stones. He could not help but swallow hard, glancing at his astonished brothers, then silently nodding in acknowledgement. The hall fell silent, the gathered individuals too shocked to utter a word. The entire Wang family's accumulated wealth over a millennium was only about 10 billion spirit stones, and now Su Chen had effortlessly surpassed them. Was the disparity really so vast? Su Chen retrieved the 3 spatial rings and, with a nonchalant demeanor, stated, 30 billion inferior spirit stones, truly not much. Though his words were utterly calm, they struck like a thunderbolt, profoundly impacting those present. 30 billion spirit stones are not much. Did he even realize what he was saying? Su Chen continued, "Father, as the young patriarch of the Su family, these 30 billion spirit stones are to be used for the family's development. As I said, if they run out, just let me know. I genuinely do not lack spirit stones." Initially, he had intended to offer some rare materials to them, but upon further consideration, he realized that such matters could not be rushed and would be difficult to explain. Hence, he had limited his contribution to 30 billion spirit stones. Chapter 8, The Wang Family's Conspiracy and Economic Sanctions. The Su family treated him sincerely, and Su Chen was equally fond of the familial environment. Strengthening the Su family was also his aspiration. Moreover, he was destined to be the head of the Su family in the future. Thus, it was only natural to wish for its growth. Before long, several senior members of the Su family emerged from the hall, their expressions still dazed as they struggled to comprehend the events that had transpired. Su Qingtian gazed at the spatial ring in his hand, Feeling as if everything that had occurred today was unreal, akin to a dream, this was a staggering 30 billion inferior spirit stones, even if the Su family had no income at all. This sum could sustain them for at least a century. Su Qingtian directly handed the spatial ring to Su Qingyun and instructed, "Third brother, distribute the cultivation resources that were lacking last month to the clan members." Su Qingyun immediately nodded, "Understood." After a moment's hesitation, Su Qingtian added, "The collateral branches need not be concerned for now, the resources for the direct line's cultivation will triple starting next month." In his view, resources existed for the purpose of cultivation. Rather than allowing them to gather dust in a warehouse, it was far better to allocate them directly to the clan's disciples. Only by enhancing their strength could they gain greater influence in this world. Su Qingyun nodded solemnly, "Very well, no problem." In Mingyue City, at the Wang family estate, this was an old established force in the city, previously the foremost among the four great families, boasting formidable power, with 3 transformation stage experts within their ranks. Today, the transformation stage experts from the 4 great families had convened at the Wang family estate in the Wang family's conference hall. The family head Wang Ming sat at the head, flanked on his left by the family elder Wang Shou, and the head of the Yuan family, Yuan Hao. To his right were the heads of the Li family, Li Feiqi, and the He family. He Hongyuan and the entire hall, aside from the servants serving tea, all present were transformation stage experts. Wang Ming surveyed the assembly before speaking in a measured tone. "Esteemed guests, you are all aware of the recent events concerning Su Chen." "Correct." Li Feiqi's eyes glinted coldly. "Family head Wang, that wretched Su Chen has slain my third brother. I am sworn to enmity with the Su family, but if you lead the charge, I will gladly join you in annihilating the Su family." The Li family was not particularly strong. They had only 1 transformation stage expert, and the death of a nascent soul stage member impacted them greatly, fueling Li Feiqi's rage. Had it not been for the 2 transformation stage experts of the Su family, he would have stormed into the Su family to kill Su Chen long ago. "Patience." Wang Ming calmly waved his hand, directing his gaze towards Yuan Hao and He Hongyuan. "What are the thoughts of the 2 clan heads?" His eyes narrowed slightly, his tone somewhat indifferent. Today's meeting was pivotal, determining the alliances of the various factions. Should they choose to aid the Su family, align with his Wang family, or adopt a neutral stance? Yuan Hao immediately smiled and remarked, "We, the 4 great families, are united. The Yuan family naturally wishes to cooperate with the Wang family to eliminate the Su family." Upon hearing the Yuan family's declaration, everyone turned their attention to He Hongyuan. Initially hesitant, He Hongyuan recognized the immense potential of the Su family, with whom he had previously allied. However, with the 3 major families joining forces, aligning with the Su family could ultimately spell disaster for the He family. He Hongyuan quickly smiled and said, "What the Yuan clan head said is quite right. We 4 great families are indeed united and should collectively confront the Su family as our common adversary." The He family's strength was relatively weak, possessing only 1 powerful being in the transformation stage, often leaving them with little choice. Wang Ming wore a smile. "Since that is the case, it seems we have reached an agreement." Li Feiqi eagerly inquired, "When shall we proceed to annihilate the Su family?" His tone was filled with urgency. Although the Su family possessed only 2 individuals in the nascent soul stage, their potential was significant. Elder Su Qingyun stood at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, just a step away from the transformation stage, while Elder Su Yuanba was also in the late nascent soul stage. Likely to break through soon, the crux of the matter was the emergence of the exceptionally gifted Su Chen. Facing such a formidable family, he was eager to eliminate the Su family at once to avert future threats. Both Yuan and He families bore solemn expressions as they looked to Wang Ming, hoping he could provide direction. The rapid development of the Su family was indeed alarming, and since they had formed an alliance, they needed to act swiftly to eradicate the Su family. Wang Ming shook his head. "As the clan head, I am in the late transformation stage, and within our ranks, we have 1 in the mid-transformation stage and another in the early transformation stage. If we could eliminate the Su family, I would have already allied with Clan Headley to do so. My hesitation is not due to a lack of desire to act, but rather a matter of caution." Li Feiqi immediately grew anxious, hastily asking. The others, equally curious, looked towards Wang Ming, wondering if the Su family possessed a hidden trump card that intimidated the Wang family, or were they simply concerned about the Su family's potential retreat and resurgence in the future. Wang Ming's expression turned grave as he stated, Su Hongyuan is still alive. What? How can he still be alive? Li Feiqi exclaimed in shock, fear washing over his countenance. Su Hongyuan, the former clan head of the Su family, was a half-step into the void refinement stage. If he were still alive, then the alliance of the four great families would be nothing but a farce. Yuan Hao too grew anxious, quickly asking, Clan head Wang, this is no joking matter. Su Hongyuan had only a breath left when he entered Mingyue City over a decade ago. How could he still be alive? The Su family had initially possessed only two in the transformation stage. And with the four families uniting against them, the two transformation stage individuals could not possibly establish themselves in Mingyue City. After all, the resources of Mingyue City were limited, and the four families had already divided the territories. The emergence of a new transformation stage force was something none of them wished to see. Ultimately, it was Su Hongyuan who had pressured the four families into submission, and without him, the Su family could never have truly established themselves in Mingyue City. Wang Ming calmly responded, rest assured, although Su Hongyuan is not dead, he is in a precarious state. The purpose of summoning you to the Wang family today is not to discuss how to eliminate the Su family. After all, Su Hongyuan is a half-step into the void refinement stage. Even if he clings to life, he is not someone we can contend with. You are all aware of the Su family's situation. Their foundation in Mingyue City is still shallow, and they lack sufficient resources. If we can impose sanctions on the Su family and cut off their access to resources, we can achieve victory without a fight. They possess Su Qingyun, who is at the peak of the nascent soul stage, while our Wang family also has a peak nascent soul expert, as do the Yuan and Li families. As long as we can endure, victory is assured. Wang Ming concluded his speech, his gaze fixed intently on the others. Li Feiqi pondered for a moment before a smile illuminated his face. Clan head Wang, your strategy is brilliant. The Su family is nothing but a group of impoverished individuals. I heard that last month. They only distributed 60% of their usual resources, so they must be nearing the brink of collapse. Yuan Hao concurred, once we cut off the Su family's resources, Su Qingyun will be unable to reach the transformation stage, and Su Chen will lack cultivation resources. In this way, we will surely be able to easily subdue the Su family. The Su family's own members are on the verge of starvation. In terms of resources, any one of the four families could easily manipulate the Su family. The four families quickly reached a consensus, deciding to impose economic sanctions on the Su family's primary industry was their shops, which formed the core of their operations. If they could seize the customer flow of these shops, the Su family's income would plummet by at least 80%. Soon, they devised a detailed strategy, a price war. The Su family had a weak foundation, and the profit margins of their shops were slim. Primarily relying on high volume, by simply lowering their prices slightly, they could incapacitate the Su family's operations without a fight. Chapter 9. Are you serious about tens of thousands of pills? Zhouhua Street, Yulin Street, Fenghua Street. These three streets were the main hubs of the Su family's commerce. As the Su family's personnel arrived to commence operations, they were taken aback to find numerous unfamiliar shops lining the streets. Initially, they paid little heed, but soon, they recognized something was amiss. The goods sold in these shops were quite similar to theirs, but the only difference was that their prices were approximately 20% lower. The items sold by the Su family's shops were of mediocre quality, primarily catering to ordinary cultivators. For such individuals, saving money was paramount. The enticing 20% discount immediately attracted countless customers, including former loyal patrons of the Su family. Manager, I have investigated thoroughly inside the Su family's shop. A middle-aged man wore a dark expression, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Speak, who dares to oppose my Su family? The reporting subordinate appeared somewhat disconcerted yet apprehensive. These shops all bear the shadows of the four great families. The manager's expression changed dramatically. Are you certain all four great families are involved? I am quite certain. There are nearly 60 newly opened shops, the majority belonging to the Wang family, with the Yi family opening at least 7. Hearing this report, the manager's countenance shifted once more. The four great families were conspiring against the Su family, and their intentions were all too clear. Su stood up and instructed, do not provoke them. After saying that, he left the shop and headed straight for the Su family, as the matter was of grave importance, and he needed to report it to the clan without delay. In the Su family's conference hall, nearly 30 individuals sat in attendance, all wielding significant power within the Su family, excluding a few prominent elders. Numerous collateral relatives were also present. Su Qingtian spoke gravely, I shall dispense with pleasantries. Suyu has relayed news that the four great families have united to open shops competing with our Su family, selling identical goods at nearly 20% lower prices. What? Many attendees were taken aback, as this revelation carried immense implications. Firstly, the alliance of the four great families suggested they had all taken sides. He furrowed his brow and said, our shops are crucial for sustaining the family's operations. The actions of the four great families are tantamount to severing our limbs. Without the revenue from their shops, the Su family would struggle to support their 1,000-strong clan, even though Su Chen had provided them with 3 billion spirit stones. It was not a sustainable solution, as their family was not merely a transient existence. The hall was devoid of chaos or whispered conversations. All present wore solemn expressions, deep in contemplation. The assembly was, of course, meant to devise solutions. Without decisions, there was no need for idle chatter. Suddenly, a burly middle-aged man stood up. He was Su Zhuang from the collateral branch. I have another matter to report to the clan head. Su Qingtian looked up. Speak. Su Zhuang, his expression troubled, said, I just received news this morning, but I haven't had the chance to report it yet. Several nascent soul mercenary groups that previously collaborated with our Su family have chosen to terminate their partnerships and will no longer provide resources to us. Upon inquiring, they stated that the Wang family had coerced them with lucrative offers, forbidding them from working with our Su family. Hearing this, Su Qingtian's eyes ignited with a fierce killing intent. The Wang family is being excessively tyrannical. No, it is not just the Wang family. It should be said that it is the four great families. The resources sold by the families in the city were sourced partly from the families themselves and largely from collaborations with mercenary groups. If the mercenary groups ceased their cooperation, the Su family's shops would essentially be rendered unviable. Su, his expression troubled, said, our Su family is still in a fragile state. Our shops operate on slim profits. And if prices drop by 20%, we will not only fail to earn spirit stones but incur losses. Given our current difficulties, what are we to do? Many members of the Su family bore worried expressions. However, Su Qingtian and others remained relatively unfazed. While the lack of spirit stones was indeed a significant issue, they still possessed 30 billion spirit stones, enough to sustain their operations for a considerable time. As long as they could find a solution during this period, they would be fine. After a long period of contemplation, Su Yun proposed engaging in a price war with the four great families would be futile. Perhaps we should retreat, reducing our investments in the shops and redirecting manpower to more profitable avenues. For instance, we could establish our own mercenary group to seek out precious materials or hunt beasts in the Haoyue forest. Though this method may be a last resort, it is nonetheless one of the few avenues available to the Su family. Greetings, young clan leader, a respectful voice suddenly echoed from outside the hall. Following that, Su Chen's figure entered the chamber. Su Yunqian immediately smiled and said, Come, Chener, sit beside me. The spectators were taken aback by this scene. Su Yunqian, being the grand elder, allowing Su Chen to sit beside him was laden with significance. Of course, Su Chen, in his own right, was quite formidable and indeed worthy of a position among the Su family's upper echelons. Without hesitation, Su Chen took a seat next to Su Yunqian and glanced around before stating, In truth, there is no need for such complications. The four great families enjoy engaging in these petty maneuvers. Let them play their games without our concern. The purpose of opening shops is to sustain the family's operations. But our Su family lacks no resources. Upon hearing these words, the assembly fell silent, many discreetly shaking their heads. The young clan leader was, after all, still too inexperienced to grasp the current plight of the Su family. They were on the verge of depletion and could hardly afford to claim a lack of resources. The matter of the 30 billion spirit stones was known only to the direct senior members. Others remained oblivious to it. After all, 30 billion spirit stones was an immense sum, and if too many people learned of it, it might attract unwanted attention from powerhouses. They understood the simple adage, a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. Su Qingtian, aware that his son was not so foolish, could not help but inquire, Chener, do you have a plan? Su Chen smiled faintly and handed Su Qingtian a spatial ring while transmitting his thoughts. Father, within this ring are 500,000 first-grade gathering spirit pills and a total of 130,000 second-grade returning essence pills. I specifically requested these from my master, rest assured. It will be sufficient to sustain the family's operations. What? Su Qingtian abruptly stood, his eyes wide with astonishment. 500,000 gathering spirit pills and 130,000 returning essence pills? Are you serious? The entire stock of gathering spirit pills in Mingyu City barely amounted to 100,000 to 200,000, and returning essence pills were even rarer. Having a reserve of 10,000 was considered fortunate. Su Yunqian and the other elders also exhibited expressions of shock. This reaction was all too familiar, reminiscent of when Su Chen had provided 30 billion spirit stones. Could it be? Su Qingtian trembled as he accepted the spatial ring. Probing within with his consciousness, what met his gaze was a mountain of porcelain vials, each containing 5 round pills. It's real. Chapter 10. I am a sacred body. This is all quite reasonable. Isn't it? Su Qingtian had never anticipated that Su Chen could casually produce such an abundance of low-grade pills. He looked back at Su Chen, his eyes filled with confusion. The son, who had grown up beside him, had become so unfamiliar. Su Chen, fully aware of his father's thoughts, helplessly remarked, I am a sacred body, and my master is an immensely powerful cultivator. Producing several 100,000 first-grade pills for a disciple as a snack is quite reasonable. Wouldn't you agree? Su Qingtian's lips twitched. This young lad had become rather insufferable of late. Nevertheless, what Su Chen said made sense. He possessed a sacred body coupled with a master of unparalleled strength. In their eyes, 500,000 first-grade pills were indeed valuable, but in reality, they were worth less than a single 6th-grade pill. If Chen's predecessor was indeed powerful, then this quantity of pills was trivial. Su Qingtian took a deep breath and addressed the others in the hall with a solemn tone. From today onward, we shall close all shops. For the time being, everyone should take a good rest. With the previous 30 billion low-grade spirit stones and this abundance of pills, the Su family would be well supported for a considerable time. By then, the Su family's strength would undoubtedly increase significantly, enabling them to contend with the 4 great families. Moreover, with Su Chen's prodigious talent, it was likely he would break through to the transformation stage within a few years, at which point the clan would possess 3 transformation stage cultivators. Coupled with the treasure to be auctioned by Wanbao Pavilion in a few days, it was entirely plausible for the Su family to increase to 4 transformation stage cultivators in a short span. Upon hearing this, many faces turned anxious. Clan leader, that cannot be. Our Su family has yet to establish a firm footing. If we relinquish even this modest enterprise, our future will be even more challenging. Su Qingtian waved his hand, saying, Enough, I have already devised a plan for this matter. You need not worry. Even though the others were filled with doubt, they had no further objections. The Su family, not only united but also highly obedient to the clan, chose to comply with the decision, despite the difficulty in understanding the rationale behind it. Before long, the meeting concluded, leaving only a few elders and Su Chen in the hall. They eagerly examined the spatial ring handed over by Su Qingtian. Though their expressions mirrored disbelief and shock, the pills were far too numerous. No wonder the clan leader exuded such confidence. Su Yuanbai even enveloped Su Chen in a warm embrace, exclaiming, Little Chen, you are truly a blessing for our Su family. The other elders also wore smiles, their hearts filled with joy. Su Chen was not only the future of the Su family but had now also helped alleviate a significant crisis. Su Qingtian's eyes shone with pride, recognizing that the future of the Su family lay in Su Chen's hands, a fortunate circumstance indeed. In 4 days, at the Wanbao Pavilion auction, you should accompany your second uncle, Su Qingtian suggested. The Wanbao Pavilion auction, Su Chen immediately grasped the implication. Is it for the spirit essence jade liquid? Wanbao Pavilion was not an entity of Mingyu City, they merely conducted business there. In fact, Wanbao Pavilion was more powerful than any force within the city, with a scale that extended throughout the entire eastern region. The Xiantian realm was divided into 4 regions, east, west, south, and north, with Mingyu City located in a corner of the eastern region. The ability of Wanbao Pavilion to establish outlets across the eastern region testified to its formidable strength. Su Yunqian smiled and replied, Indeed, initially we had no hope of competing for this item. However, with these 30 billion spirit stones, the spirit essence jade liquid will undoubtedly belong to our Su family. The spirit essence jade liquid was a precious treasure of heaven and earth, containing the essence of the world, capable of aiding nascent soul cultivators in breaking through to the transformation stage without any side effects. In such critical times, whoever obtained the spirit essence jade liquid would undoubtedly influence the entire situation. With Su Chen already within their ranks, should they acquire the spirit essence jade liquid, it would not be long before the Su family boasted 4 transformation stage powerhouses. Su Chen, of course, did not refuse, expressing his willingness to accompany them. After leaving the conference hall, Su Chen returned to his courtyard. Greetings, young master. In the courtyard, a remarkably beautiful young girl was tidying up. Upon seeing Su Chen enter, she promptly bowed respectfully. Her name was Han Shi. Sold into the Su family by her parents during her childhood, she was diligent and attentive, which led Su Qingtian to assign her to care for Su Chen's daily needs. Su Chen nodded slightly, then found a place to sit down. Han Shi, ever perceptive, moved behind him and gently began to massage his shoulders. Su Chen's face radiated enjoyment. Indeed, the life of a young master in a noble family was rather splendid. Han Shi, how long have you been with me? Han Shi pondered for a moment before responding. Young master, it has been 11 years and 5 months. Her voice was melodious and gentle, imbued with a feminine softness that revealed her beauty even through her tone. Su Chen expressed surprise. He had merely asked casually, yet Han Shi could recall such specifics with clarity. What do you think of staying in the Su family? In response to Su Chen's inquiry, Han Shi displayed a look of trepidation, quickly kneeling and pleading, young master, please do not dismiss me. I can amend any shortcomings. Su Chen was taken aback, not anticipating that his single question would elicit such a reaction from Han Shi. He suddenly realized that as the young clan leader of the Su family, his status and position held weight, and his words could often determine many outcomes, leading those below to excessive speculation. His query about her experience in the Su family might have suggested dissatisfaction. Realizing this, Su Chen shook his head and chuckled, lifting Han Shi's chin to meet her tear-filled eyes. He smiled and reassured her. I have no intention of dismissing you. Gazing into the gentle countenance of Su Chen, Han Shi appeared momentarily dazed. Though Su Chen had never been harsh, he had always been somewhat aloof with her. Never exhibiting such approachable warmth, being so close, her heart began to race. Quickly regaining her composure, she realized that Su Chen's question did not imply what she had feared, and her cheeks flushed as she replied. Young master, I am quite happy here. I truly like the Su family. Su Chen nodded, handing her a spatial ring while maintaining a calm demeanor. Within this ring are some cultivation resources and techniques. You possess a medium-grade spirit root. Cultivate diligently to enhance your abilities. As my personal maid, do not bring shame upon me. Thank you for your patronage, young master. Han Shi's face lit up with joy, and she hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Upon receiving the spatial ring, she immediately began to inspect its contents, only to be left stunned at the sight. So many spirit stones, nearly 50,000 spirit stones, along with a sword and 2 low-grade mystic techniques. As a servant of the Su family, her monthly wage was merely 70 spirit stones. It would take her a great deal of time to accumulate this amount. Yet Su Chen had gifted it to her so effortlessly. Furthermore, the low-grade mystic techniques were worth tens of thousands of spirit stones, and higher quality ones could even reach hundreds of thousands. Han Shi felt overwhelming gratitude. Immediately bowing deeply to Su Chen in a display of profound appreciation, thank you, young master. At this moment, even if Su Chen were to ask her to brave a mountain of blades or plunge into a sea of fire, she would willingly comply. Su Chen inwardly marveled at how such simple desires could so easily sway a person's heart. Was it that they had never seen the world, or was I simply too extravagant? He slowly rose to his feet and strolled towards the courtyard's exit. Come, accompany me for a leisurely outing. Chapter 11. By Xiang Residence, one of the 10 beauties, Miss Jing Ro of Mingyue City. Su Chen ambled down the bustling street, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Although he had perfectly inherited the memories of his predecessor, he yearned to witness this world with his own eyes, observing the throngs of people on the street. Su Chen's face lit up with delight. Life is truly wonderful. Before long, he had wandered through Mingyue City for nearly 3 hours, indulging in delightful culinary experiences and sampling the city's unique delicacies. By Xiang Residence, Su Chen paused before a modestly sized tavern which, despite its size, was exquisitely decorated and bustling with patrons. Let us go inside and take a look. This was a place he had never visited before, and thus he was eager to explore. Welcome, esteemed guests. Is it just the two of you? The enthusiastic attendant at the entrance of By Xiang Residence inquired. Yes, Su Chen replied nonchalantly. Point to esteemed guests. The attendant immediately called out loudly, then turned to Su Chen with a humble demeanor, saying, Please, right this way. As Su Chen observed the continuous flow of patrons, he curiously inquired, What makes this place so special? Why are there so many visitors? He had explored numerous establishments that afternoon, many of which were more opulent than By Xiang Residence, yet their foot traffic was barely half of this place. The attendant chuckled and replied, What you may not know Esteemed guest, is that we have the honor of hosting one of Mingyue City's 10 beauties, Miss Jingro. Every evening, she draws lots, and those fortunate enough to sit at her chosen table have the opportunity to share a meal with her. A look of realization crossed Su Chen's face. It was indeed due to Yang Jingro's presence that he had encountered all 10 beauties of Mingyue City, of whom 9 held significant status, with only Yang Jingro hailing from humble beginnings. Devoid of power or influence, each of the 10 beauties possessed exceptional beauty, thus it was only natural for such allure to draw crowds. Fascinating. With a bemused expression, Su Chen was not genuinely interested in Yang Jingro. He merely wished to partake in the lively atmosphere. Having spent too long in a void of solitude, he craved this vibrant ambience that he casually ordered 5 small dishes and a pot of wine. Then began to eat quietly while Hanshi respectfully poured wine for him. Before long, a graceful figure ascended the stage of Baixiang residence, clad in a flowing purple gown, her face veiled with a light gauze, exuding an ethereal elegance that captivated all who beheld her. Miss Jingro, choose me, Miss Jingro. I have come for a month straight. I have been coming for half a year. Your claims are absurd. Miss Jingro has only been at Baixiang residence for 3 months. Keep your boasts to yourself. The atmosphere in Baixiang residence erupted into a cacophony, with men at each table clamoring, their eyes filled with longing. Yang Jingro's gaze remained calm as she surveyed the crowd, preparing to select her dining companion for the day. As a woman, she was reluctant to trade her beauty for resources. Yet she saw no other means. This was the most efficient way. Baixiang residence would allocate 30% of the total profits to her, requiring her only to dine with guests twice daily. Suddenly, Yang Jingro's pupils contracted sharply as she caught sight of a strikingly handsome young man seated in a corner of Baixiang residence. Su Chen, the young master of the Su family. What brings him here? Could it be that he has come for me? A surge of joy filled her heart as she unhesitatingly chose the table where Su Chen sat. The attendants nearby immediately stood and announced loudly, Miss Jingro has selected table 15, table 15. The crowd quickly began to search, and soon enough, they spotted Su Chen. Some furrowed their brows, feeling an unsettling familiarity with his visage. Su Chen was indeed a prominent figure in Mingyue City. Not someone whom everyone could encounter, most had only heard tales of him, with only a select few having laid eyes on him. Upon hearing that Yang Jingro had chosen him, Su Chen's brow furrowed slightly. He turned to glance at Yang Jingro. Their eyes met, but he merely glanced away, signaling Hanshi to pour more wine, his demeanor notably indifferent. Bang! At table 79, a young man in his 20s, dressed extravagantly, clearly of notable lineage, sat with an icy expression. Zhong Hian's face was filled with disdain. How dare this brat dine with Miss Jingro while maintaining such arrogance? Without a moment's hesitation, he rose and approached Su Chen, his entourage following suit, each bearing a menacing countenance. Brat, Zhong Hian strode up to Su Chen and smirked. This little beauty is quite lovely. I'll pay a price for her. Hanshi gasped, her heart racing with alarm. In certain powerful circles, the buying and selling of servants was not uncommon, and she feared that if the price were too high, Su Chen might consent to her sale. However, Zhong Hian had no intention of actually purchasing Hanshi. His primary aim was to provoke Su Chen and teach him a lesson for disregarding Miss Jingro. In his view, anyone dining with Miss Jingro should display an expression of delight and gratitude, yet Su Chen's calmness was an affront to her dignity, a sign of disrespect towards his goddess. Su Chen lifted his gaze, his tone icy as he said, While I am in a good mood, I suggest you leave at once. Zhong Hian was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Su Chen would dare to speak to him in such a manner. His expression darkened, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Brat, are you addressing me? At his side, 4 of his lackeys advanced, their presence formidable, all being foundational cultivators, with the strongest among them at the early stage of core formation. This was bad. How did he provoke Zhong Hian? He was the young master of the Zhao family, which boasted 3 core formation experts. To be targeted by Zhong Hian was a dire predicament. Good riddance. Did you not see that brat's expression earlier? He looked down on Miss Jingro, taking advantage of her while pretending to be humble. How audacious! Zhao Shao, teach this brat a lesson. The tavern erupted with jeers, many expressing their displeasure at Su Chen's aloof demeanor. Yang Jingro was taken aback to see Zhong Hian daring to provoke Su Chen. She felt a wave of panic wash over her. Do you know who he is? He is the young master of the Su family, a prodigy capable of slaying late-stage core formation experts. If he becomes enraged, the entire Zhao family could face annihilation. Yang Jingro was about to speak up in caution, but after a moment's contemplation, she chose to remain an observer. She had no ties to Zhonghian and did not wish to antagonize Su Chen on his behalf. In her eyes, a figure of Su Chen's stature was beyond her reach. Zhao Hian spoke in a chilling tone. "Brat, to dare to command me to leave, no one can save you today. Drag him out of Baixiang residence and cripple his limbs in public." Chapter 12. The confident Wang Ming half-step refining void Su Hongyuan. Baixiang residence also had core formation experts behind the scenes, so he naturally did not dare to act too recklessly. The four attendants grinned menacingly as they approached Su Chen, their eyes brimming with murderous intent. Su Chen's gaze turned frigid, and his expression grew impatient. His splendid mood had been thoroughly ruined. He raised his hand, and it felt as though the very air had been compressed. The four attendants were instantly crushed, blood gushing forth like a fountain. They were killed in an instant. Following that, Su Chen seized a chopstick and shot it forth, piercing Zhao Tian's neck. Bang! Zhao Tian collapsed to the ground, his pupils dilating as he clutched his neck. Disbelief etched on his face. What just happened? You dare to kill me? The Zhao family will not spare you. Zhao Tian finally regained his wits and struggled to speak. Su Chen remained silent. Such insignificant creatures did not merit his attention. Moments later, Zhao Hian could no longer hold on, collapsing onto the ground, blood flowing from his neck. His eyes were filled with despair, pain, and regret. Why did I provoke this man? Alas, there is no remedy for regret in this world. Even if the Zhao family sought vengeance, what concern was it of his? Death meant the end of all. As Zhao Hian's lifeless body lay sprawled by Xiang residence was enveloped in an eerie silence. With patron's eyes wide in terror, he actually dared to kill Zhao Hian. Did he not fear the Zhao family's retribution? Su Chen's ruthless methods left them too frightened to even breathe loudly. Astonishingly ferocious, Yang Jingro was equally astonished. She had never expected Su Chen to directly kill Zhao Hian. Simultaneously, ripples of thought surged in her beautiful eyes. How wonderful it would be to marry Su Chen. Even if it meant being a minor concubine, with such power and status, what woman could resist? A formidable aura suddenly descended upon Baixiang residence, core formation. A tremor coursed through the hearts of everyone present. Had a core formation expert arrived so soon? It was a slightly plump middle-aged man, a look of urgency on his face. Upon spotting Su Chen in the corner, he hastened forward, respectfully bowing. "I am Dongji, the manager of Baixiang residence." Greetings, young master Su. Fear and unease were etched on Dongji's face as he worried that Su Chen might extinguish him as well, while others might not recognize Su Chen. How could a core formation expert fail to recognize the young master of the Su family? A few days ago, the city was abuzz with the news that Su Chen had slain Li Qiu, a formidable foe in the late stage of the nascent soul realm from the Li family. Despite being merely in the mid-stage of nascent soul himself, he would have stood no chance against Su Chen in a one-on-one confrontation, especially with the entirety of the Su family backing him. What? The moment Dongji approached and bowed to Su Chen, the patrons within Baixiangju were taken aback. What was happening, young master Su? No, could it be? At such a tender age, he commanded the respect of even a nascent soul practitioner who would bow in deference. It must be none other than Su family's young master. Su Chen, goodness gracious, Zhao Hian has certainly bitten off more than he can chew. Of all people to provoke, he chose Su Chen, and even dared to tease another as maid. If Su Chen remained so composed in the presence of the lovely Miss Yang Jingru, then it seemed entirely justified. The top 10 beauties of Mingyue City would likely all be willing to marry him if he desired. What need had he for a mere Yang Jingru? With a dispassionate glance, Su Chen slowly rose and turned to leave, remarking, "How utterly tedious, Hanshi, let us return home." Thus, the two departed from Baixiangju. Observing their retreating figures, Dongji breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Su Chen did not take out his ire on him, that would be the most favorable outcome. Atop the high platform of Baixiangju, Yang Jingru pursed her lips, her eyes brimming with frustration. Cursed be Zhao Hian, if it were not for his meddling, I could have dined with him today. No matter what. Once Su Chen had left, the patrons finally dared to breathe freely. Yet it took a moment before the lively chatter resumed. At the Wang residence, the steward reported, "My lord, the situation is even better than you anticipated." Wang Ming raised an eyebrow in surprise and inquired, "How so?" The steward hastily continued, "All the shops of the Su family have closed. Not a single one remains open." Wang Ming's lips curled into a slight smirk. "The Su family thinks they can compete with me?" They are sorely mistaken. Once my Wang family acquires the spirit essence jade liquid, the destruction of the Su family will be merely a matter of time. At that moment, Wang Ming's expression shifted as he frowned and gestured for the steward to leave. You may go. The steward bowed respectfully and exited. However, shortly after his departure, a figure clad in a black robe leapt through the window, obscured and indistinct. The newcomer clasped their hands in greeting before speaking in a grave tone. Today, the Su family encountered an unexpected turn of events. Su Chen has given Su Qingtian a spatial ring, the contents of which remain unknown, yet they appear to have discovered a solution to their predicament. Wang Ming's eyes narrowed. Could you elaborate? The figure replied, I cannot say for certain. It seems Su Qingtian and his son communicated through sound transmission, and I am unaware of the specifics. However, when Su Qingtian ordered the closing of the shops, he seemed quite confident, so you must exercise caution. After this, the figure said no more and departed. Wang Ming pondered over a cup of tea for a long while before a disdainful smile crept across his face. Su Qingtian merely putting on a show. I know the state of the Su family better than you do, and if you truly have a solution, I shall recite your name backward. Wang Ming brimmed with confidence. Convinced that Su Qingtian could never find a way out of their troubles, at most offering only a temporary reprieve, nevertheless, a flicker of anxiety remained in his heart. Su Chen's talent was too formidable. And should he break through to the transformation of spirit stage, he would undoubtedly become a significant threat. Once the spirit essence jade liquid was secured, swift action would be imperative. Back at the Su family estate, as Su Chen returned to his courtyard, Su Yuanba hurried in, his face etched with concern. Xiao Chen, come quickly. Noticing Su Yuanba's grave demeanor, Su Chen promptly stood. Third uncle, what has happened? Su Yuanba's expression darkened. The old master has awakened and specifically requested to see you young ones. The old master? Su Chen exclaimed in shock. Could he still be alive? Expanding his consciousness, he quickly detected a powerful yet waning aura within the Su family. Half step to refinement, Su Hongyuan, as a mid-stage sage. Su Chen could sense what lay beyond his reach, although he had never before probed into the family's affairs. Soon, they entered the main courtyard and navigated several turns before arriving at a hidden tunnel. Typically, such tunnels would be cold and damp, yet this one was warm and dry, remarkably comfortable. At the deepest part of the tunnel, seated upon a clean mat, was an elderly man, his visage weary and his eyes dim, exuding an air of imminent demise. Surrounding him were direct descendants, including several elders and their offspring, though there were only 23 in total. Upon seeing Su Chen approach, Su Qingtian promptly urged, Shunner, come forth and greet your grandfather. Su Chen hurried forward and bowed respectfully. A grandson pays his respects to grandfather. Chapter 13, Grandfather, merely a celestial rank. Su Hongyuan laboriously opened his eyes, his murky gaze settling upon Su Chen. A faint smile graced his lips as he rasped. Qingtian has told me that you are our Su family's great talent, a peerless spirit root. A violent fit of coughing erupted, and though Su Chen wished to assist, Su Hongyuan waved a dismissive hand. No need to concern yourself with me, just an old ailment. Taking a couple of deep breaths, Su Hongyuan continued, you all are the pillars of our family's future. I hope you can lead the Su family to greater heights. My days are numbered, and I fear I shall not be able to accompany you any longer. Although it was their first meeting, Su Chen could feel the warmth and affection emanating from Su Hongyuan. Sui's daughter, Su Chanxian, was overcome with tears, softly weeping. The tunnel was suffused with a palpable air of sorrow. Su Qingtian's eyes too glimmered with sadness and profound guilt. The current state of Su Hongyuan stemmed from his own actions. Had it not been for the events of the past, his father would not have met such a fate. Half step to refinement typically afforded a lifespan of at least 5,000 years. Yet Su Hongyuan, at merely 1,500 years, had become this frail. All of it was due to him. Cursed be it. Su Qingtian clenched his fists, his eyes filled with unyielding determination. Su Hongyuan turned his gaze toward Su Qingtian, offering a gentle smile. Child, do not fret. Everything is fated. The past events were not your fault, and you need not bear the weight of excessive guilt. Su Qingtian remained silent, his fists trembling as he struggled to contain the sorrow swelling within him. It had been over a decade since Su Hongyuan had summoned them all to this hidden chamber after their arrival in Mingyue City. This signified that his life was nearing its conclusion. With a tone of resignation, Su Hongyuan remarked, I heard from Qing Yun that the four great families have united against you. It is a pity I remain confined to the Su family, unable to use my last strength to clear your path. This place was fortified by a formation. He was connected to it, relying on the earth's power to sustain his life. Should he step outside the formation, his demise would be swift. Even if he wished to assist the Su family, He was powerless to do so. Su Qingyun's eyes were filled with sorrow as he spoke. Father, you have already done so much for us, there is no need for this, you have accompanied us thus far. And we will manage from here, Su Hongyuan replied, a feeble smile gracing his lips. In that case, I can rest easy. Meanwhile, Su Chen observed Su Hongyuan intently, sensing that the old man's condition was not merely a matter of lifespan. He discerned that Su Hongyuan's weakened state stemmed from a frail body and spirit, likely due to the burning of his essence or the use of forbidden techniques that had backfired, causing harm to himself. Su Hongyuan surveyed the group once more, then closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. In a calm voice, he stated, to see you all one last time, I harbor no regrets, you may leave now. I wish to be alone for a while. The expressions of Su Qingtian and the others were tinged with grief, each aware that this would be their last encounter. Su Hongyuan's aura was rapidly diminishing. With only 2 or 3 days left at most, though he had not stepped foot outside this tunnel since arriving in Mingyue City, he remained the pillar of the Su family. Without him, the Wang family would have long since allied with the Yuan and Li families to assault the Su family, had it not been for their fear of Su Hongyuan's remaining influence. How could the 2 transformation of spirit stage members of the Su family withstand the combined efforts of the 3 families? To be precise, it was 4 families, as the Yi family had initially allied with the Su family largely due to Su Hongyuan's standing. Suddenly Su Qingtian's eldest son, Su Minghu, spoke up. Grandfather, is there truly no way to save you? The Mingyue city is replete with heavenly materials and earth treasures that extend life, they cannot be that difficult to acquire. The other younger members also looked toward Su Hongyuan, their eyes filled with uncertainty. Su Hongyuan opened his eyes, a fond expression crossing his face. Grandfather's ailment is not one of time, but of essence depletion. Only something extraordinary could remedy it, and such things are exceedingly rare. Your concern brings me great joy. Su Minghu's expression fell, for the Su family cherished kinship above all, even though this was their first meeting with Su Hongyuan. Blood ties ran deep, and they were loath to see him depart from this world. Though Su Hongyuan appeared calm, they could sense his profound sense of helplessness. No one wished for death, least of all Su Hongyuan. At that moment, Su Chen spoke up. Father, may I stay behind to speak with grandfather alone? Su Qingtian nodded solemnly, turning to exit the tunnel in silence. Upon hearing the words, the others refrained from further comment. Su Chen currently held a position of great esteem within the clan, and thus a modicum of respect was warranted, leading them to exit the cave in succession. Before long, only Su Chen and Su Hongyuan remained within the cavern. Su Hongyuan's countenance was amiable, yet his voice bore a hint of exhaustion. Child, what is it you wish to discuss with me? After a brief silence, Su Chen, driven by curiosity, ventured to inquire, Old man, what conditions are necessary for your salvation? Regardless of the reasons, he harbored no desire to see Su Hongyuan perish in such a manner. Upon hearing this, Su Hongyuan let out a wry smile and shook his head. Responding with resignation, you seek assistance from your esteemed master, do you not? Qingtian has informed me of your circumstances, yet my situation is quite dire. Had it been a few years prior, I might have had hope, but now my vital blood has run dry, my meridians are shattered, and my physical form is collapsing. The treasures capable of saving me must be of at least the celestial grade. And they must be extraordinary artifacts that can resurrect the dead and restore bones. Su Hongyuan's tone was somber, imploring Su Chen not to waste his efforts on him, although he was aware of Su Chen's master. Su Hongyuan believed that the severity of his own afflictions rendered any hope of recovery futile. Suddenly, a surge of immense life force emanated within the cave, so potent that it revitalized Su Hongyuan's feeble essence considerably. His pupils dilated in disbelief as he gazed at the crimson fruit in Su Chen's hand, adorned with golden patterns and emanating a flow of Dao aura. The fruit pulsed with life energy. Unmistakably a treasure of great worth. Su Chen spoke with calm assurance, Old man, it is merely a celestial grade item. This fruit is known as the Dizong fruit. It can resurrect the dead and rectify your ailments. Su Hongyuan's eyes widened in astonishment, his previously frail visage now brimming with excitement. Although he was unfamiliar with the specifics of the fruit, he understood that consuming it would likely resolve his issues. Celestial grade, it truly is celestial grade. Is this a gift from your master? When Su Qingtian had mentioned Su Chen's master, Su Hongyuan had assumed it to be someone of merely the integration stage. And thus he had never considered that Su Chen might possess such a remarkable treasure. Yet Su Chen had delivered a profound surprise, leading him to believe that his master was far more powerful than he had previously imagined. Su Chen, maintaining an air of nonchalance, replied, "Of course, a celestial item is hardly a rarity." As he spoke, Su Chen glanced into his system's inventory. A Dizong fruit, 3120. With over 3,000 remaining, he thought it was hardly a concern. He handed the Dizong fruit to Su Hongyuan, saying, "Old man, try this first to see if it has any effect. If not, I shall provide you with something even more potent." Even more potent? Su Hongyuan trembled in shock. "You possess something of an even higher grade than this Dizong fruit. Have I been in this cave for over a decade, and the outside world has changed so drastically?" He suddenly appeared lost in thought. "Chener, what exactly is the background of your master?" In response to Su Hongyuan's inquiry, Su Chen wore a perplexed expression. "I do not know. He has never disclosed his identity to me. I have fabricated my own tales. But if you ask me, I have no one to inquire of. Sometimes a simple lie yields better results, while an overly intricate fabrication exposes numerous flaws." Ultimately, Su Chen was as much in the dark as they were. Even if there were doubts, they could find no evidence to the contrary. Since evidence was lacking, it remained a truth. Su Hongyuan did not dwell on it further. His face radiated excitement. "Who would have thought that my savior would be a junior? Although we have never met, you bestow upon me such a grand gift on our first encounter." With a smile, Su Chen replied, "We are all family." Upon hearing this, Su Hongyuan ceased any further inquiries. He accepted the Dizong fruit from Su Chen and promptly consumed it. In an instant, a rich flow of life energy coursed through his body, swiftly reviving his withered meridians as if spring had come to a parched tree. His aged physique began to rejuvenate, regaining youthful resilience. In mere moments, Su Hongyuan transformed from a frail elder to a vigorous man in his 60s, yet, this was not the conclusion. The life energy from the Dizong fruit continued to circulate within him. After several more moments, the life energy was entirely consumed, and Su Hongyuan's aura became immensely powerful, his appearance now resembling that of a formidable middle-aged man. "I have successfully recovered." Su Hongyuan's face was alight with exhilaration. A single Dizong fruit had restored his entire being and reinstated him to the peak of his former prowess. Half a step into the void refinement stage. "Chener, I owe this entirely to you." Su Hongyuan gazed at Su Chen with deep affection, for without his grandson, he likely would have perished in a mere 2 days. Su Chen, smiling, responded, "It was but a small matter." Observing Su Chen's calm demeanor, Su Hongyuan felt an even greater sense of astonishment. Once he steadied his emotions, he took a deep breath and declared, "I must enter seclusion to break through to the void refinement stage. I cannot afford to leave for the time being." The Dizong fruit had not only restored his physical form but also brought him to the brink of the void refinement stage. Thus, he intended to seize this opportunity for a breakthrough. Su Chen bowed respectfully, stating, "Then I shall not disturb you further." Su Hongyuan nodded, watching Su Chen's retreating figure with a contemplative gaze, for reasons unknown. He sensed that this grandson possessed an extraordinary essence, hinting at grand secrets. Aside from the enigmatic master, there were surely other matters yet to be revealed. However, Su Hongyuan refrained from questioning. Everyone harbored secrets of their own. As long as Su Chen posed no threat to the Su family, that was sufficient. Chener had grown. It seemed the time had come to share certain matters with him. After murmuring to himself, Su Hongyuan turned his attention back. His previously tranquil heart surged with excitement as he reveled in the power coursing through him, should he succeed in breaking through to the void refinement stage. The Su family could seize control of the entire Mingyue city, monopolizing the majority of its resources and thereby strengthening the clan further. Upon exiting the cave, Su Chen found that most had already departed, leaving only Su Qingtian and Su Yunxian. With a sigh of resignation, Su Qingtian remarked, "The formation has been activated. It appears the old man does not wish for us to enter. Let us go, Chener. It is time to return." With that, Su Qingtian turned to leave, his back appearing somewhat desolate. Su Chen chose not to mention Su Hongyuan's condition. When he emerged from seclusion, the entire clan would naturally learn of it. Su Yunxian also prepared to depart, prompting Su Chen to inquire, "Second uncle, are you aware of my mother's situation?" Su Yunxian paused mid-step, his expression somewhat uneasy as he replied, "Isn't your mother already deceased?" "Why do you ask?" Su Chen shook his head. "I am merely curious. At this, Su Yunxian ceased further conversation and hastily departed. Observing his retreating figure, Su Chen's thoughts shifted. It appeared the Su family harbored secrets unknown to him. Based on his knowledge, the Su family had not originally hailed from Mingyue City but rather from a distant region in the eastern domain, situated thousands of miles away. In those days, the Su family had not borne their current name but had been known as the Qingfeng Gang. Notorious for their acts of thievery, it was only after some unforeseen event that they had journeyed to Minghua City, seemingly evading something. Although Su Yunxian had not responded directly, it was evident that this was somehow related to his mother. It seemed he would need to seek answers in due course. In a hushed tone, Su Chen mused, before turning to depart. The following day, as dawn broke, it marked the day for the family to distribute cultivation resources. With all direct descendants gathering by the Su River to receive their allocations. Su Ming, who held a Qiankuan bag in hand, his expression one of bewilderment. Previously, resources had been distributed directly. Why was this time different? Requiring a bag, the Qiankuan bag, a modest storage item, was commonplace among cultivators, while spatial rings were considerably more precious. Once all resources had been distributed to the direct descendants, they exited the courtyard by the Su River to examine their allocations. So much, Su Ming, whose eyes widened in astonishment. 30,000 lower-grade spirit stones, along with 10 Huanyuan pills. This is far too generous. Previously, the direct descendants received only 3 to 5,000 spirit stones as resources. Occasionally supplemented by a single pill, the resources distributed this month were nearly tenfold. I, too, received 30,000 lower-grade spirit stones and 10 Huanyuan pills. I received 20,000 lower-grade spirit stones and 30 gathering spirit pills. I only received 15,000 lower-grade spirit stones and 20 gathering spirit pills. As the group exchanged whispers, their expressions were filled with shock. Although the resources varied among them, each allocation was approximately 10 times greater than before. Naturally, the resources distributed among the direct descendants differed according to their cultivation levels. The Qi condensation stage cultivators received gathering spirit pills, while those at the foundation building stage received Huanyuan pills. Su Ming, who promptly entered the courtyard, addressing Sui, fourth elder, what is the meaning of this? Given the family's current difficulties, why are we being provided with so many resources? The youngest daughter of fifth elder Su Yunpeng. Su Shanshan, who was only at the mid-Qi condensation stage, chimed in, yes, fifth uncle, it is imperative that we first navigate through the family's crisis. We have endured months without resources. A chorus of direct descendants expressed their desire to return the resources. Yet Sui merely smiled, responding, enough of this nonsense. You are the future of the family. What could possibly be more important than your well-being? These resources are the directive of the family head. You may take them as you wish. Furthermore, the Su family is not lacking in resources at present. All you need to do is focus on your cultivation. Is it necessary for you to concern yourselves with family matters? Chapter 15, The Wanbao Pavilion Auction. The impoverished Su family, Sui declared with authority, leaving no room for the younger generation to retort, and promptly expelled them, the only individuals aware of the Su family's abundant resources. Aside from a few elders and the family head, were none other than them. Even the direct descendants were oblivious. Su Yunjin's eldest son, Su Yuza, stands as the strongest among the younger generation, second only to Su Chen. Having reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, with unwavering determination, Su Yuza proclaimed, since the family holds us in such high regard, we should not hesitate but instead dedicate ourselves to diligent cultivation. And in due time, give back to the family. Upon hearing Su Yuza's words, they ceased their chatter. The cultivation resources for the direct descendants of the Su family have surged, yet the collateral branches remain unaffected. They continue to receive their meager share. The direct descendants are the true heart of the Su family. They will forever belong to Iti. In contrast, collateral branches might be Su family members or not. Wanbao Pavilion, this is the largest trading guild in Minghua City, offering a wide array of treasures, from the humble to the exquisite, including items of the transformation stage should you require even more advanced goods. They can procure them from higher branches upon receiving a deposit. Su Chen followed Su Yunjin, preparing to attend the auction that day. The void refinement stage, Su Chen's gaze remained tranquil. With a mere glance, he discerned the presence of a powerful void refinement stage expert stationed within Wanbao Pavilion. Truly, it is Wanbao Pavilion, renowned for its abundance of strength, even dispatching a void refinement stage individual to oversee its branch. As today marks the Wanbao Pavilion auction, the various factions of Minghua City have gathered, rendering the pavilion exceedingly lively, a draw unparalleled by any other trading guild. The Wanbao Pavilion auction occurs annually, showcasing countless treasures that far surpass those of any other guild in Minghua City. This is the fundamental reason for its dominance in the city. Is this not the Su family? How dare they participate in the Wanbao Pavilion auction? When they can scarcely afford the items here, Li Feiqi stood at a distance, his expression cold and filled with disdain as he remarked sarcastically, although there had been some friction between the Li and Su families in the past. No open conflict ensued, however, since Li Chou was slain by Su Chen, the animosity between the two families has intensified. Su Yinjin's gaze was indifferent. What business is it of yours? With that, he led Su Chen into the Wanbao pavilion. Li Feiqi trembled with rage, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Su Yinjin, I wonder how much longer you can continue to flourish. The arrival of the Su family immediately attracted considerable attention. The Su family actually came to participate in the Wanbao pavilion auction. Despite rumors of their financial ruin, indeed, I heard that the Su family has even closed their shops, and last month, the resources distributed within the clan were halved. How could they possibly have the spirit stones for the auction? I have heard that this auction features treasures like the Spirit Essence Jade Liquid, which, based on previous prices, would fetch at least over 100 million spirit stones. The Su family could hardly afford such extravagance. Whispers erupted, proclaiming the Su family's lack of spirit stones as common knowledge. Members of the four great families, upon seeing the Su family, could not contain their derision. The Su family, mere paupers, still wishes to contend for the Spirit Essence Jade Liquid. What a delusion! Outsiders may not fully comprehend the Su family's plight, relying solely on hearsay, yet the four great families are acutely aware of the Su family's dire circumstances. Being able to produce a mere 100,000 spirit stones would be a remarkable feat. As the mocking voices continued, Su Yinjin showed little reaction, but Su Chen felt a surge of annoyance. How dare they speak so? This time, my Su family will acquire everything. He resolved that he would purchase whatever was available. Soon nearly everyone was seated. The Wanbao Pavilion auction is not open to just anyone. It employs an invitation-only system, allowing only those invited to enter. Thus, the attendees are primarily cultivators or factions from Mingyue City who have reached the core formation stage or higher. Those below the core formation stage must accompany their elders. A venerable elder, appearing in his 60s, slowly ascended the auction stage, a smile gracing his face. Esteemed guests, I am Julie, the manager of Wanbao Pavilion. And I presume we are all familiar faces. This auction shall be presided over by me, and I kindly request that everyone remain orderly, ensuring the smooth progression of the auction. With that, he exuded a formidable aura. Causing a ripple of unease among the attendees. Void refinement stage, Julie continued with a smile. Very well, I shall not waste time with idle chatter. Let us commence the auction. As his words fell, he raised his hand, and 3 plump pills materialized on the stone platform beside him. The first item for bid is a third-grade pill, the transformation pill, which significantly enhances the probability of forming a fetus. The starting bid is 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. Many first-time attendees were taken aback. The opening item is a third-grade transformation pill. Truly, it is Wanbao Pavilion. Su Yinjin remained composed, although the transformation pill is precious. It is not considered a rare treasure in Mingyue City. As long as one is willing to pay, it can generally be acquired. 501,000 spirit stones. 503,000 spirit stones. Bidding ensued, quickly reaching 800,000 spirit stones, a price deemed typical for a transformation pill. 800,000 spirit stones. Is there anyone willing to raise their bid? Julie inquired with a gentle smile. Observing this silence and response, he continued, 800,000 once, 800,000 twice, I bid 1 million. Su Chen's voice rang out calmly, prompting Su Yinjin to turn and gaze at him, confusion evident in his eyes. Did you not already form a fetus? However, recalling that Su Chen possessed a staggering sum of 100 billion low-grade spirit stones, Su Yinjin turned back, no longer concerned with Su Chen's immense wealth. Spending 1 million seemed inconsequential. The auction hall fell silent, all eyes fixed on Su Chen, especially the individual who had bid 800,000, whose expression turned incredulous. Does the Su family still lack such pills? Li Feiqi laughed heartily. The Su family truly lives up to its name, uniquely persistent, even vying for such worthless pills. The elder of the Yuan family, Yuan Qi, chimed in. Perhaps the Su family can only afford this transformation pill. Haha, laughter echoed throughout the auction, predominantly from members of the four great families. Others may have found it amusing but dared not openly mock. Despite their poverty, the Su family's strength rendered them untouchable. Julie continued, 1 million once, twice, 3 times sold. Congratulations to Su Chen, the young patriarch, for acquiring 3 transformation pills. Next, we shall auction the second item, the 4th grade Wanling pill, with a starting bid of 3 million low-grade spirit stones. Chapter 16, Spirit Essence Jade Liquid. Did you dare to call the Su family paupers? Next, we shall auction the second item, the 4th grade Wanling Pill, starting at 3 million low-grade spirit stones. The Wanling Pill. The members of the 4 great families exchanged glances, their expressions tightening. How could such a pill be available? The Wanling Pill's effects are straightforward. It allows a nascent soul stage cultivator to break through a minor realm. Effective until they reach the full completion of the nascent soul stage. Even in Mingyue City, this pill is a precious commodity, often sought after but rarely available. To see it appear as the second item in this auction is unexpected. According to Wanbao Pavilion's tradition, 15 items are auctioned annually, with each item progressively better. If the second item is a Wanling Pill, the subsequent items will surely be even more extraordinary. The 4 great families redirected their focus, opting to conserve their spirit stones for later, particularly for the coveted Spirit Essence Jade Liquid, which all sought 3,500,000 spirit stones. A nascent soul stage cultivator called out, triggering a flurry of bids within the hall. 3,600,000 spirit stones. 3,900,000 spirit stones. The price steadily climbed, and the bidding voices dwindled, ultimately settling at 6 million spirit stones. Julie announced, 6 million once. 6,500,000. Su Chen's calm voice cut through the air, drawing the attention of all present, many wearing expressions of confusion. What is happening? Did they not claim the Su family possessed little in the way of spirit stones? How could they afford to spend 6 million on the Wanling Pill? Li Feiqi's eyes narrowed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. This is the Wanbao Pavilion auction. Prices cannot be casually called out. Can the current Su family truly produce 6 million spirit stones? In his view, it was impossible for the Su family to possess such wealth, although Wanbao Pavilion does not interfere in the disputes of various factions. It is well aware of the prevailing circumstances within Mingyue City. Zhu Li's expression turned serious as he remarked, "Young friend, one cannot jest with bids. Frivolous calling can lead to grave consequences." Without hesitation, Su Chen produced a spatial ring. Julie accepted it, briefly inspecting its contents before his stern demeanor melted into a broad smile. 6 million once, twice, sold. Congratulations to young Patriarch Su for acquiring the Wanling Pill. Following the auction, the pills will be promptly delivered to you. Business people are the most unencumbered by pride. Their expressions can change as swiftly as a chameleon. Su Chen nodded faintly, then cast a subtly mocking glance at Li Feiqi, remaining silent while his eyes brimmed with disdain. Yet, it was precisely this demeanor that drove Li Feiqi to the brink of fury. Su Chen, I will eventually avenge Li Qiu by eliminating you. Confusion swirled in Li Feiqi's gaze. How could the Su family possibly possess such an abundance of spirit stones? Afterward, several items were auctioned off, nearly all at the Yuaning stage, yet without exception. They were acquired by Su Chen, who paid on the spot, leaving everyone utterly bewildered. Wasn't it said that the Su family was impoverished? In just this brief moment, nearly 40 million spirit stones had been spent. Even the Wang family would hesitate to squander such wealth, wouldn't they? Wang Ming's eyes glinted with coldness, an ominous premonition gnawing at him. What on earth was happening? Beside him, the Wang family's steward immediately remarked, "Master, this makes no sense. Our spies within the Su family have confirmed they possess at most 1 million lower-grade spirit stones. There is simply no way they have this much. Moreover, those individuals have been cooperating with us for some time. They would not betray us." Wang Ming's expression darkened as he recalled the information he had received recently. It seemed the Su family had undergone some changes. Let us continue observing. I refuse to believe Su Chen can afford to buy everything. Within the auction hall, Julie raised his hand, causing 4 flags of varying colors to materialize on the stone platform, each imbued with tremendous energy. He announced in a resonant voice, the 13th item, an intermediate-level Shen stage formation. The 4 symbols array, capable of both offense and defense. Most crucially, this formation is inscribed within the flags for ease of transport, though each activation requires a substantial amount of spirit power. The starting bid is 10 million lower-grade spirit stones. A profound silence enveloped the hall. While the 4 symbols array was impressive, its price was exorbitant. All eyes turned towards the 5 great families. With intermediate-level treasures now on the table, it seemed the subsequent items would be beyond their reach, relegating them to mere spectators. Li Feiqi spoke up indifferently. 11 million spirit stones. The Li family's strength paled in comparison to the Wang and Yuan families. This time, the Spirit Essence Jade Liquid was likely out of reach. So he figured it wiser to procure something useful. After his bid, silence reigned in the hall, with no one daring to raise their offer further. Clearly the other families deemed this item not worthy of competition. 12 million. Su Chen's languid voice broke the stillness. Li Feiqi immediately turned, his eyes gleaming with menace. Su Chen, he felt perplexed. How could the Su family still possess so many spirit stones? I bid 13 million spirit stones, Su Chen responded. 20 million spirit stones. A collective gasp echoed through the hall. The audacity of Su Chen's bid, an increase of 7 million, was unprecedented, while everyone else had been cautious. Bidding incrementally to save costs, how many spirit stones could the Su family possibly have to sustain such brazen offers? Li Feiqi ground his teeth in frustration, yearning to slay Su Chen immediately. However, given they were on the territory of Wanbao Pavilion, he dared not act recklessly. The 20 million spirit stones exceeded his expectations for the four symbols array. With a cold snort, he ceased his bidding. Let us see how many spirit stones you have left, Su family. He could not believe Su Chen could maintain such arrogance and buy everything in sight. Su Chen casually tossed a spatial ring forward. Zhu Li inspected it briefly before proclaiming with a hearty laugh, "Congratulations, young Master Su, on acquiring the four symbols array." Seeing this scene, Su Yunqian could not help but chuckle bitterly. "Chunner, even with spirit stones, you cannot spend them so recklessly." Su Chen replied calmly, "Second uncle, it's just a bit of spirit stones. I initially planned to spend 1 billion, yet I have barely touched 1/10 of that. The people of Mingyue City are simply too impoverished. There's no pressure at all." Su Yunqian's mouth twitched. Truly a well-fed man knows not the hunger of the starving. Do you comprehend what 1 billion spirit stones signifies? Under the previous management, the Su family, without eating or drinking, would require 200 years to save 1 billion spirit stones, assuming an annual harvest of 5 million spirit stones given the family's expenses. They could only save 1 or 2 million a year. It would take nearly 1,000 years to accumulate 1 billion spirit stones. Zhu Li produced another item, a delicate porcelain vase exuding a faint aura of vitality. Esteemed guests, I am sure you are familiar with the next item, the Spirit Essence Jade Liquid, which can assist a fully realized Yuan practitioner in breaking through to the transformation stage without any side effects. Excitement ignited within the hall. Even Su Yunqian was no exception, for this was precisely why the Su family had come to the auction. Naturally, it was also a coveted item among the other great families. However, with the Spirit Essence Jade Liquid only being the 14th item, what could possibly be more valuable than this? Zhu Li's voice remained steady as he announced, "The starting bid is 70 million lower-grade spirit stones." 80 million spirit stones, Yuan Hao was the first to bid, his calm voice resonating throughout the auction hall. Upon hearing this bid, many gasped, astonished at the sudden increase of 10 million. Su Chen inquired, "Second uncle, I recall the last sale of the Spirit Essence Jade Liquid fetched 270 million lower-grade spirit stones, correct?" Su Yunqian, about to place a bid, paused to respond, "Indeed, why do you ask?" With the confirmed price in mind, Su Chen raised his hand decisively. 300 million spirit stones. A thunderous shockwave rippled through the crowd. They gazed at Su Chen in disbelief. 300 million spirit stones. This amount surpassed the last sale by 30 million spirit stones. How could the Su family possess such wealth, who had spread the rumor that they were destitute? Such poverty could hardly produce 300 million spirit stones. Wang Ming and Yuan Hao stood up abruptly, their faces etched with astonishment as they stared at Su Chen, the head of the Yi family, who had been poised to bid 90 million. Now appeared utterly stunned. What on earth is happening? 300 million spirit stones was simply absurd. Even Wang Ming had not anticipated this. Su Yunqian stood frozen, realizing, alright, so this is how it is done with spirit stones. Having lived through hardship, he was frugal in spending spirit stones, but he did not hinder Su Chen's extravagant bidding. After all, Su Chen was spending his own wealth. He could do as he pleased. Zhu Li, taken aback, quickly regained his composure. He had never expected Su Chen to make such a fierce bid, but being a seasoned auctioneer, he swiftly adapted. "Young Master Su bids 300 million spirit stones. Is there anyone willing to counter this offer?" Wang Ming's eyes turned icy. He had never imagined the Su family could possess such an abundance of spirit stones. Damn it, no wonder they closed their shops. They are brimming with confidence, able to sustain themselves for quite some time without the need for commerce. How foolish of me. Wang Ming soon adjusted his approach, declaring loudly, 310 million. With a scoff, he added, "The Wang family has always been affluent in spirit stones. You may have wealth, but you cannot outlast the Wang family today." He would demonstrate to the Su family what true wealth entailed. Su Chen cast a dispassionate glance at Wang Ming before raising his hand again. 400 million spirit stones. Wang Ming was momentarily dumbfounded, his expression rigid as he turned to Su Chen in disbelief. A direct increase of 90 million. 400 million spirit stones had surpassed the value of the spirit essence jade liquid, while it was common for valuable items to fetch high prices. This was clearly excessive, and the auction hall fell into a profound silence. 400 million. This was indeed terrifying. Su Chen, unfazed, remarked, "Does the Wang family master wish to raise your bid further?" Wang Ming's expression darkened. 400 million was clearly exorbitant, yet the Wang family still had considerable reserves of spirit power. After contemplating, he replied, "Su Chen, do not get too cocky. The Wang family's spirit stones are beyond what the Su family can compare to." 410 million spirit stones. Li Feiqi sneered, "What a show of extravagance. I wonder how long you can maintain this charade. With such high bids, you must be nearing your limit." Clearly, he believed Su Chen's strategy of raising bids drastically stemmed from insecurity. An attempt to intimidate the Wang family. Wang Ming, emboldened by this remark, regained confidence. The Wang family has been entrenched in Mingyue City for so long, even if the Su family has some foundation, it cannot surpass the depth of the Wang family's resources. With a cold chuckle, Su Chen slowly replied, 500 million spirit stones. The smiles on Wang Ming and Li Feiqi's faces froze instantly. The Su family could still raise their bid. Just how many spirit stones did they possess? Suddenly, Wang Ming felt that his economic sanctions against the Su family were nothing but a farce. The Su family's financial strength was so formidable that they need not fear any restrictions. Wang Ming, unwilling to concede defeat, declared 501, 600 million spirit stones, before Wang Ming could finish. Su Chen's voice interrupted, drowning out his words. Wang Ming's hand, which had just been raised, froze mid-air. He was caught in a dilemma, unable to lower his hand or continue bidding. 600 million spirit stones, it was simply too exorbitant. After Su Chen's declaration, he added in a contemptuous tone, "Master Wang, you have plenty of spirit stones. Why not continue to raise your bid?" He had an abundance of spirit stones, having recently acquired 30 million celestial crystals. According to the classification of spirit stones, they encompass lower, middle, upper, and supreme grades, as well as sacred and celestial crystals. Beyond that, he was uncertain. Each type of spirit stone had a conversion rate of 100. Equating to one celestial crystal being worth 100 billion lower-grade spirit stones and 30 million celestial crystals, was almost unimaginable. Moreover, Su Chen's lower-grade spirit roots were categorized according to the Jing standard, making it impossible for him to exhaust his wealth. As Su Chen's voice echoed, the auction hall was plunged into silence once more. Wang Ming could no longer suppress the frantic twitching of his eyelids, while the steward of the Wang family beside him wore an expression of disbelief. He scolded, "How could the Su family possibly possess such a vast amount of spirit stones? I refuse to believe it." Steward Zhu, "I suspect the Su family is merely quoting arbitrary prices." It was not only he. Everyone present doubted that the Su family could offer such an astronomical sum. It was utterly terrifying, was it not? An increment of 100 million, 600 million spirit stones could purchase 2 portions of the spirit essence jade liquid. Su Chen spoke calmly, "As long as it is confirmed to be mine, I will pay the spirit stones on the spot." Upon hearing this, Zhu Li immediately turned to the Wang family's steward with a cold voice. "Please do not disrupt the normal order of the auction. As the Wanbao Pavilion is a commercial establishment, it is only natural to cater to the more valuable clients." Moreover, Su Chen had always been proactive, directly providing the spirit stones on site. The Wang family steward fell silent, yet he could not accept that the Su family could produce such an abundance of spirit stones. Wang Ming's eyes were filled with iciness. He did not cease to raise the bid but instead communicated telepathically to the Wang family steward beside him, "Send word to those individuals, act against the Su family immediately. This time, our Wang family will make every effort to completely eradicate the Su family." Su Chen, it seemed, still had spirit stones left. Further bidding was meaningless as 600 million spirit stones far exceeded the intrinsic value of the spirit essence jade liquid. He could not accept that the Su family's power would grow any further. The plan to eliminate the Su family must commence at once, otherwise, if the Su family were to add another member in the transformation stage, compounded with Su Chen's own breakthrough, dealing with the Su family would become exceedingly difficult. The Wang family steward's expression shifted upon hearing this, and he respectfully nodded before departing the Wanbao Pavilion. Wang Ming then silently glanced at the other 3 great families. The 4 exchanged a knowing look. their eyes brimming with coldness and murderous intent. After several inquiries from Julie confirming that no one else would raise their bid, the Spirit Essence Jade Liquid was awarded to the Su family. Suchen promptly paid 600 million spirit stones on the spot. Julie gazed at the mountain of low-grade spirit stones within the spatial ring and could not help but gasp in astonishment. His expression was one of uncontainable excitement, for this year's performance promised to skyrocket. As the steward Julie naturally received a commission, the more items sold, the higher his earnings. Julie waved his hand once more, and a pill appeared on the stone platform. Next, we have the grand finale of this auction, the 6th grade pill, the Transformation Dragon Pill. What? Wang Ming suddenly stood up, staring incredulously at the pill adorned with dragon patterns on the stone platform. The grand finale was indeed the Transformation Dragon Pill. This pill was akin to the Universal Pill but significantly more powerful, capable of directly enhancing the cultivation of those in the transformation stage, and could only be refined by a high-level 6th grade alchemist. Greed immediately flickered in his eyes. The Su family had already expended so many spirit stones on the Spirit Essence Jade Liquid, surely they could not possess surplus spirit stones to acquire this Transformation Dragon Pill. With the Wang family's substantial assets, they could easily outbid the other 3 families. If they could obtain this Transformation Dragon Pill, it would not be a loss at all. Wang Ming's face regained a confident smile. Chapter 18. The moment strikes, the battle is about to erupt. Julie announced loudly, the starting bid is 100 million low-grade spirit stones. Just as Wang Ming was about to speak, that familiar voice rang out again. Suchen spoke coolly, 600 million spirit stones. Wang Ming's smile instantly froze. He gazed at Su Chun with a look of bewilderment and disbelief. Does your Su family still have spirit stones? The key point is that you directly raised the bid by 500 million in one go. How could you possibly have that much? Not only Wang Ming, but many in the auction hall inhaled sharply, their eyes wide with astonishment as they stared at Su Chen. Su Chen glanced at Wang Ming and then curiously asked, does the head of the Wang family fancy it as well? Then I shall raise the bid by another 100 million spirit stones, 700 million spirit stones. What the hell? Wang Ming's face was a mask of fury. Since becoming the family head, he had not been this angry in a long time. Yet now he felt an overwhelming urge to strangle Su Chen. Such blatant provocation. Su Chen's brazen bidding silenced the other 3 great families, who had been eager to raise their bids. This was no mere bidding. It began with 700 million low-grade spirit stones. Among the 4 great families, only the Yuan family and the Wang family could produce 700 million spirit stones, yet Su Chen's demeanor suggested he had plenty more to spare. They were utterly perplexed. How could the Su family possess such an immense fortune? It was simply outrageous. The other attendees in the hall were astounded. This was undoubtedly the most absurd auction they had ever witnessed. In the past, bids were raised incrementally, yet Su Chen raised it by hundreds of millions. Some in the nascent soul stage felt profoundly uncomfortable, as their family's total spirit stones barely added up to several tens of millions, while others casually produced hundreds of millions. It was an incomparable disparity. However, some wore expressions of cold amusement. The Su family's audacity was tantamount to courting death. The 4 great families would never let the Su family off so easily. Within the Li family, Li Feiqi had come to the auction with his eldest son, Li He. Witnessing this scene, Li He was filled with concern. Father, what should we do? The Su family's economic power was so formidable that their previous economic strategies had become utterly ineffective. Now that the Su family had acquired several treasured items, it would be increasingly difficult for the 4 great families to target them. Should the Su family be allowed to grow, it would spell disaster for all 4 families, especially since the Li family had already severed ties with the Su family. Li Feiqi's expression darkened. He replied coolly, do not worry, the Su family will not survive today. Hearing this, Li He's eyes lit up with joy. Father, does that mean we are about to take action against the Su family? Li Feiqi nodded, sneering as he said, what does it matter how many treasures they possess if they do not have the lives to use them? If given time, they may indeed experience a rapid increase in strength, but the current Su family has only 2 members in the transformation stage. On the high platform, Julie wore a congenial smile. 700 million spirit stones. Once, twice hit, thrice sold. Congratulations to young Master Su for acquiring the Transformation Dragon Pill. The auction concluded successfully, and all were asked to leave the venue in an orderly fashion. Upon hearing this, the crowd left in a daze. This auction had been unprecedentedly absurd. Everything had been bought by a single individual, a situation never before encountered. Many of the younger generation brought along were exhilarated, for what they had witnessed today would provide them with tales to boast about for an entire year. In a luxurious private room at the auction hall, Julie beamed as he handed over a spatial ring. Inside are the items purchased by the young clan leader. You may count them. Although he was at the refinement void stage, he exhibited remarkable service etiquette, maintaining a very humble demeanor. The stewards of Wanbao Pavilion had all risen through the ranks from the bottom, and since the pavilion adhered to a customer-first policy, he was careful to cater to the wealthy Su family, who might bring substantial profits in the future. Su Chen took a step back and said to Su Yunqian, "Second uncle, your experience surpasses mine. Perhaps you should verify it." He made this statement to afford Su Yunqian face, as he was the one who had come to broaden his horizons, yet it now appeared as though Su Yunqian was merely an attendant. Su Yunqian did not mind. He stepped forward, took the spatial ring, and examined it carefully. After confirming everything was in order, he addressed Julie. "Thank you, Steward Zhu." Julie waved his hand. "It is my duty." But, he spoke with a half-smile, "it seems the Su family is encountering some difficulties. If you have sufficient spirit stones, I can introduce you to reliable, powerful protectors, as long as the price is right. I can arrange for someone from the refinement void stage. Under normal circumstances, Julie would not make such introductions. However, the Su family's astonishing financial strength prompted him to mention it. Su Yunqian's expression shifted. As expected of Wanbao Pavilion, they could even find someone from the refinement void stage. "May I ask, Steward Zhu, how many spirit stones would be required to secure such assistance?" Julie replied with a smile. Based on past experiences, 100 million low-grade spirit stones would suffice to have a refinement void stage expert provide protection for a year. 100 million spirit stones. Su Yunqian was taken aback. This price was indeed astonishing, but the current Su family could afford it. Seeing the thoughtful expression on Su Yunqian's face, Julie handed him a message talisman. "Elder Su may come to find me anytime should you require assistance." This was an arrangement he conducted discreetly. The business of Wanbao Pavilion allowed him to meet many powerful figures, including several refinement void stage cultivators in need of spirit stones. By introducing them to potential jobs, he could earn a substantial commission without any significant risk. Su Yunqian nodded respectfully and then departed Wanbao Pavilion with Su Chen. Such matters required further discussion, given that the Su family currently had a member in the refinement void stage. Their need was not particularly pressing. After the two left, Julie watched their retreating figures, then glanced into the distance, his eyes devoid of warmth as he remarked, "It appears Mingyue City is about to become lively once again." After leaving Wanbao Pavilion, the two made their way swiftly towards the Su family. Su Yunqian felt a twinge of anxiety. The Su family had acquired too many items, and their display of such formidable financial power made him genuinely worried about the Wang family tearing their fade. No sooner had he spoken than a formidable aura erupted from afar, enveloping the two instantly. "Not good." Su Yunqian's expression changed dramatically. It was indeed true that misfortune was imminent. Su Yunqian, you will stay here. Wang Ming's figure appeared suddenly, showing no intention of concealing his presence. He raised his hand and unleashed a massive fireball, hurtling towards Su Yunqian with lethal intent. The fireball seemed capable of incinerating all in its path, radiating an extraordinarily high temperature. Su Yunqian, being merely at the initial stage of the transformation stage, struggled to withstand the attack, and then roared angrily, "Wang Ming, does your Wang family intend to wage a death battle against my Su family?" His eyes were filled with concern as Wang Ming revealed himself, clearly prepared for an all-out confrontation with the Su family. How despicable! If the Su family were granted even a little more time, would they still have to fear the Wang family? "Su Yunqian, today your family shall surely be obliterated." In an instant, Li Feiqi's figure appeared, his expression cold and brimming with murderous intent. "And you, Su Chen? I shall flay you alive." The moment Li Feiqi materialized, the head of the He family and Hong Yuan also arrived, accompanied by two remaining powerful entities from the Wang family. Su Chen, however, remained utterly composed, even displaying a hint of sarcasm. "Rest assured, today you shall not kill anyone." Just as the words left his lips, he realized he might have been a tad overconfident, considering he was, on the surface, merely a nascent soul cultivator. Nonetheless, should the Su family truly encounter peril, he would intervene decisively. Of course, even if the Su family were to remain unscathed after today, he would ensure the annihilation of the four major families of Mingri City. The formidable auras of the nascent soul cultivators began to manifest within Mingyue City, instilling fear in countless onlookers, particularly those from nearby factions and crowds sensing the gravity of the situation, had long since fled to safety. A battle of nascent soul cultivators was about to erupt. Who among you truly wishes to bring about mutual destruction with my Su family? Su Yunqian's eyes glinted with icy resolve. In that instant, Su Qingtian appeared beside her, having sensed the unfolding situation, and hurriedly made his way over. Su Qingtian's expression was grave beyond measure. The four major families of Mingyue City collectively possessed 7 nascent soul cultivators, while the Su family had only 2. Previously, these adversaries likely refrained from acting out of fear of the old patriarch's lingering influence, but now they could no longer contain themselves. What did the elder of the Su family say? Yuan Hao's voice rang out as his figure slowly descended from the heavens, accompanied by another nascent soul cultivator from the Yuan family. At this point, all the nascent soul cultivators from the 4 major families had gathered. Yuan Hao cast a disdainful glance at Su Yunqian and said, "Does your Su family truly think they can contend against our 4 major families? Were it not for Su Hongyuan, you wouldn't even qualify to enter Mingyue City." Chapter 19. The mysterious Su Chen faces a crisis. Upon hearing these words, both Su Qingtian and Su Yunqian's expressions turned exceedingly grim. Indeed, had it not been for Su Hongyuan's presence, the Su family would have lacked the qualifications to challenge the 4 major families. Su Qingtian spoke calmly, "Shen'er, when the fight breaks out, you must seize the opportunity to escape immediately. Your third uncle is already making arrangements. You need not concern yourself with anything but your own safety. Even if the Su family perishes, as long as you survive, the family shall endure." Despite Su Qingtian's calm demeanor, the gravity of his expression revealed the severity of the situation. It was almost certain that the Su family would face annihilation. Su Chen pondered whether he should directly eliminate the members of the 4 major families, yet, how would he explain such actions? "My master has bestowed upon me profound enlightenment." Ridiculous. Su Chen found the situation absurd. He was not worried for Su Qingtian and Su Yunqian's safety. With himself present, they would find it difficult to perish. And it was merely an issue of how to provide an explanation. Quickly a solution occurred to him, and he smiled as he said, "Father, you underestimate me. I am at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. With my strength, I am invincible against anyone below the mid-nascent soul stage. Have you not heard of those extraordinary prodigies who can slay foes of a higher realm?" Su Qingtian was momentarily taken aback, his expression turning serious as he asked, "Is that true?" The combat prowess of 3 mid-nascent soul cultivators would undoubtedly provide greater resistance than 2. At least they would have a higher chance of survival should they need to flee. Su Chen chuckled, transforming into a shooting star as he charged toward Li Feiqi. Li Feiqi, disdainful, thought it absurd that a mere nascent soul cultivator would dare to initiate an attack, showing no awareness of his own limitations. He raised his hand to seize Su Chen. "Since you have delivered yourself to me, do not blame me for being ungracious." However, as he attempted to grasp Su Chen's fist, he suddenly felt an immense force strike him, causing his expression to change dramatically. Bang! Li Feiqi was sent hurtling away, crashing into the city. What? Everyone present gaped in disbelief at the scene. Su Chen possessed such strength that he could send Li Feiqi flying with a single punch. After all, Li Feiqi was a mid-nascent soul cultivator, placing them a significant realm apart. Though some prodigies could indeed defeat opponents of a higher realm, such feats typically involved only minor differences in realm. To overcome a major realm disparity was utterly unreasonable. Su Qingtian and Su Yunqian's eyes widened in shock, as if they had seen a ghost. Su Chen's strength was so formidable, to deliver a single punch that sent Li Feiqi flying was something even Su Yunqian could not achieve. Yet Su Chen accomplished it with ease, a display of terrifying physical prowess. Li Feiqi suddenly spewed a mouthful of blood. The punch had contained hidden power, and had he not reacted quickly, he would have sustained serious injuries. How do you possess such strength?" Li Feiqi lifted his head, disbelief etched on his features, unable to accept the reality of having been injured by a single punch. Su Chen replied nonchalantly, "You have yet to witness many extraordinary feats." Wang Ming then bellowed, "Enough with the chatter, kill them swiftly and show no mercy." Su Chen's display of strength sent him into a panic. At not even 19 years of age, he had strength rivaling that of a mid-nascent soul cultivator. If granted another 2 years, would he not directly break through to the void refinement stage? Furthermore, the Su family was now exhibiting astonishing financial power, which only heightened their anxiety. In an instant, Wang Ming's mid-nascent soul aura surged forth. casting a pressure that enveloped all of Mingyue City as the 5 nascent soul cultivators from the Wang and Yuan families charged toward Su Qingtian and Su Yunqian. Li Feiqi and He Hongyuan advanced on Su Chen. The battle was on the verge of eruption. Su Qingtian's eyes were filled with dread as he radiated a primal aura, his muscles turning crimson. Kill. In a 2 versus 5 scenario, there was little suspense, mere moments into the clash. Su Qingtian and his ally were already retreating in defeat. Do not linger in battle. Find an opportunity to flee immediately, Su Qingtian urged in a low voice. Wang Ming's voice turned cold. No one can save you today. He raised his hand and flung several stones forward, their surfaces inscribed with mysterious symbols that glimmered ominously. Array stones. Such stones typically bore formations like the 4 symbols array, which could be activated at will. Wang Ming quickly established the formation, and by the time Su Qingtian realized what was happening, the array had completely ensnared them. How infuriating! Su Qingtian cursed under his breath, his expression darkening. Wang Ming laughed heartily. Ha! This formation is a mid-level Shen-grade slaughtering array. I have expended considerable resources to create it just for you. As his voice faded, he manipulated the formation to activate, and a massive long knife surged toward Su Qingtian. This long knife was an illusion conjured by the array, yet it possessed the power to slay mid-nascent soul cultivators. Su Qingtian narrowly evaded, but the long knife swiftly turned toward Su Yunqian. With her strength at only the early stage of manifestation, the knife's speed was too great for her to evade. She could only brace herself for the impact. The long knife pierced through her defenses. Aimed directly at her forehead. I will assist you. Su Qingtian's aura surged fiercely as he struck the long knife apart, thus sparing Su Yunqian from peril. Wang Ming's eyes gleamed with cold malice at the sight. It is far from over. Within the large formation, 3 weapons materialized, a long knife, a long sword, and a long spear. Concurrently, the mid-nascent soul cultivators from the Yuan and Wang families entered the formation, joining forces to attack the 2. This is disastrous. Su Qingtian's expression turned bitter. The 4 major families had evidently prepared for this, filling him with a sense of helplessness. The combined might of 5 mid-nascent soul cultivators, coupled with this formidable array, meant that today they would likely meet their doom. With this thought, Su Qingtian shouted urgently, Chener, hurry and escape. Do not worry about us. Yet almost immediately he paused in astonishment. What am I seeing? In his line of sight, Su Chen was holding his own against He Hongyuan and Li Feiqi. Su Chen possessed such outrageous strength. Both of these individuals were mid-nascent soul cultivators. For a mere nascent soul cultivator to withstand one was already astonishing. Yet he was simultaneously contending with 2. He Hongyuan shouted loudly, Wang family head, swiftly eliminate those 2. This boy's strength is rather peculiar, seeing that even with their combined efforts they could not subdue Su Chen. Wang Ming instinctively yelled, useless fools. He Hongyuan, exasperated, retorted, why not step in and test him yourself? Su Chen's speed was blinding and his physical form incredibly robust, as He Hongyuan prepared to cast a spell. Su Chen was already in his face. In a contest of physical prowess, he could only endure the blows, feeling utterly stifled. Moreover, He Hongyuan had the nagging sensation that Su Chen was toying with them. Wang Ming withdrew his gaze once more, fixing it on Su Qingtian and Su Yunqian, his tone icy. Quickly take action and kill them. The fact that He Hongyuan and Li Feiqi could not even defeat Su Chen left him feeling agitated. Even casting doubt on whether the 2 were colluding with the Su family, the 4 major families were merely temporary allies. Once the Su family was eradicated, they would return to their covert conflicts. Initially, he had intended to eliminate the 2 without causing them harm, but now that seemed increasingly unlikely. A cornered rabbit will bite. What then for 2 mid-nascent soul cultivators, if they truly fought to the death? It was inevitable that someone would be injured, potentially providing an opportunity for other families to exploit. Even if the people of Mingyue City did not intervene, others would undoubtedly seek to take advantage of the situation. Mingyue City was a substantial prize, and many coveted it. A long sword sliced toward Su Qingtian, who, unable to evade in time, felt a deep gash open on his arm, blood pouring forth. Chapter 20. The unexpected turn of events as the 3 formidable cultivators at the void refinement stage engaged in battle. The outcome was almost predetermined, especially after the Wang family's God transformation stage expert had no reservations. Su Qingtian and Su Yunqian found themselves utterly defenseless. Bang! Su Yunqian was sent flying, crashing to the ground as a mouthful of fresh blood erupted from him. His aura diminishing to an exceedingly frail state. Kill him. Wang Shou's eyes blazed with murderous intent as he charged towards Su Yunqian. Damn it, Su Yunqian attempted to resist, but the excruciating pain temporarily numbed his body, rendering him incapable of even raising a hand. Second brother, Su Qingtian bellowed, his eyes filled with desperation. Wang Ming sneered, do not worry, I shall send you to accompanying him shortly. At that moment, a terrifying wave surged from the distance, instilling dread in the hearts of all present. What is happening? Everyone turned to gaze in that direction, their expressions grave. This is the aura of the void refinement stage. A sense of foreboding washed over the four great families. Wang Shou trembled, feeling his spiritual power waver under the oppressive force, causing the attack he had just coalesced to explode in his hands. Within the Wanbao pavilion, Zhu Li, sensing the aura, suddenly glimmered with excitement. As if anticipating a spectacle, the four great families are in for calamity. In an instant, the formidable aura vanished, just as everyone began to breathe a sigh of relief. A figure tore through the void. Tall and imposing, exuding a fierce presence. Is this the void refinement stage? Upon seeing this unfamiliar figure, members of the prominent families were taken aback and hurriedly bowed. We pay our respects, Senior. Su Hongyuan chuckled coldly, raising his hand to grasp, causing the void to shatter. Wang Shou was effortlessly squeezed in his grip, akin to a helpless chick, devoid of any resistance. Senior. Wang Shou's face turned pale with panic as he could not comprehend why this void refinement stage expert would target him. The moment Su Qingtian and Su Yunqian laid eyes on the newcomer, their expressions transformed dramatically. Old master, you have broken through. The figure before them resembled Su Hongyuan from long ago, though his appearance had aged significantly due to the aftermath of that battle. The two were filled with elation and excitement upon witnessing Su Hongyuan's breakthrough. They had not anticipated that he could emerge from dire straits now that the Su family possessed a void refinement stage expert. They had no reason to fear the four great families. Su Hongyuan smiled. Of course, you have worked hard, leave the rest to me. With that, he exerted a slight force, causing Wang Shou to explode, falling instantly. Wang Ming, sensing Su Hongyuan's aura, suddenly realized, his voice rising in terror, you are Su Hongyuan, how is it possible that you are alive? Upon entering Mingyue City, Su Hongyuan had appeared gravely injured, as if on the brink of death. After all these years, he not only remained unscathed but had also improved, breaking through from half-step void refinement to the void refinement stage. Wang Ming could hardly accept the scene before him. Su Hongyuan wore a cold smile, launching a punch imbued with immense power that shattered the formation set by Wang Ming. The residual force surged towards the God transformation stage experts of the Wang and Yuan families, forcing them to retreat incessantly. This was merely the aftermath. Had it struck them directly, they would have been reduced to dust. As one neared the later stages of cultivation, the disparity in power became more pronounced. The difference in combat prowess between the God transformation and void refinement stages was akin to that of heaven and earth. Such overwhelming strength instilled fear in the hearts of the nascent soul stage cultivators. While Wang Ming's expression darkened to an extreme, with Wang Shou dead, even if they annihilated the Su family, the losses to the Wang family would be grievous. Gazing at the powerful aura of Su Hongyuan, he could not help but roar, how much longer will you all just watch? Su Hongyuan chuckled mockingly, do you have any allies left? But soon his expression shifted, a hint of seriousness washing over him as he gazed into the distance. Suddenly, the void split open, revealing four figures emerging. The foremost individual appeared somewhat disheveled, even missing an arm, his aura faint. Wang Ming's pupils dilated in shock. He recognized the one-armed man as his former ally who had planned to eliminate the Su family. A God transformation stage expert. But who were the three powerful figures behind him? Their auras were overwhelmingly strong, clearly exceeding the God transformation stage. They were all void refinement stage cultivators. What is happening? Wang Ming's heart raced with fear. How had this situation entangled three void refinement stage experts? Everything unfolding was far beyond his expectations. One of the slender, long-nosed men coldly chuckled, ha, what a windfall. I never expected that the Dark Sentinel's mission would lead us to the Su family. Dark Sentinel, the crowd gasped, their expressions shifting. This was a notorious assassination force in the eastern region known to induce terror. They had their own assassins and also issued bounties that anyone could take. Wang Ming's eyes brimmed with horror. Who had placed a bounty on the Su family that could entice three void refinement stage experts? Su Hongyuan's expression changed dramatically, after hiding for so many years. Had he finally been found? The crucial point was that the three before him were all more powerful than he. The speaker exuded an intense pressure, indicating he was at the late void refinement stage. While the other two were at the mid-void refinement stage. Esteemed sirs, I have brought you here. May I be allowed to leave? The one-armed man pleaded desperately. El Ming scoffed, raising his hand to obliterate him. At your age, still so naive. Afterward, he turned his attention to the members of the Su family, finally fixing his gaze on Su Hongyuan. You are Su Hongyuan, correct? Su Hongyuan's expression grew grave, his body tense and prepared to retaliate. He had only just broken through to the void refinement stage, and now faced three formidable void refinement stage foes. The pressure was immense. El Ming coldly remarked, a void refinement stage that differs from the intelligence we received. It seems you have broken through during this time. I was told you were gravely injured and on the brink of death, yet here you are having made a breakthrough. Quite the surprise. He then pointed at Su Qingtian. You are Su Qingtian, and Su Yunxian, where are the other four? Luo Xingye sneered. Brother, why not capture them and soul search them for answers? El Ming laughed, a valid point. His gaze turned insatiably greedy. Each head is worth 2 million high-grade spirit stones. And they are merely a bunch of worthless individuals. I wonder which powerful force you have offended to warrant such a hefty bounty for your lives. Upon hearing this, the families present were shaken. 2 million high-grade spirit stones, that was equivalent to 200 billion low-grade spirit stones. Why was the Su family's bounty so exorbitant? With the Dark Sentinel, Su Hongyuan roared, Qingtian, take Shen'er and flee immediately. At that moment, his aura erupted violently, growing increasingly frenzied as he burned his vital essence to forcibly elevate his power in a short span. He had to stall the three void refinement stage cultivators to buy time for the Su family to escape. Su Hongyuan had not anticipated that he would have to fight desperately so soon after his breakthrough. Su Qingtian trembled at the familiar scene unfolding before him, clenching his fists resolutely. Su Yunxian urged. We must leave now, Su Qingtian replied slowly. Second brother, the events of that year are profoundly tied to me. I caused the old master's grievous injuries. I cannot allow such a tragedy to repeat itself. You must take Shen'er and flee. I will stay here. Chapter 21, The Su Family Triumphs. Is Su Chen's mysterious master so powerful? Su Yunxian roared. No, you must come with me. No one is escaping. El Ming sneered contemptuously. Glancing at Su Hongyuan, a newly broken through void refinement stage is hardly impressive. As soon as he finished speaking, his aura exploded, enveloping the city like a divine might, causing countless individuals to feel their scalps tingle with fear. In this world, lacking strength meant encountering a strong individual was merely a matter of praying for mercy. There was no other recourse. Here, the strong ruled supreme. A powerful individual may kill a weak one without justification. And all would deem it entirely normal. I will deal with Su Hongyuan. You two go and eliminate the remaining 6 targets. Ensure they do not escape. Luo Xingye laughed cruelly. Do not worry, big brother. They will not escape. In the distance, Su Chen observed the sudden appearance of the 3 figures, shaking his head in exasperation. He had thought that once the old master emerged, everything would be settled. Now an unexpected turn had arisen. I must take action. He raised his hand slightly, and a beam of spiritual light erupted, tearing through the void and striking directly at Luo Xingye. Puff! Luo Xingye's head exploded instantaneously. Blood splattering everywhere, a shocking spectacle. What? El Ming and Pan Huan, both ruthless individuals accustomed to walking on the edge of a blade, reacted swiftly, preparing to flee without a second thought. The ability to kill Luo Xingye without warning proved that the assailant's strength was formidable. Far beyond their capability to contend with. Puff, puff, 2 more beams of spiritual light flashed, and the heads of the 2 men burst in succession, their auras extinguished, though the 3 were powerful void refinement stage cultivators. They were utterly defenseless before Su Chen, who dispatched them as easily as crushing an ant. In less than a breath's time, the 3 void refinement stage experts had perished, leaving the scene in utter silence. All present filled with bewilderment. What just happened? However, the individuals present here are far from ordinary, although the reasons behind the events remain shrouded in mystery, following the deaths of the 3 formidable cultivators during the refining void stage. The prominent families began to retreat in a frenzy. Su Hongyuan took the initiative, unleashing a powerful punch that instantly felled Wang Ming. The disparity between the late-stage transformation and the refining void stage was insurmountable. Su Hongyuan coldly commanded, eliminate them. The members of the prominent families were filled with terror, their eyes reflecting sheer panic. Regardless of how the day's events unfolded, they were destined to suffer. If the Su family triumphed, the other families would face annihilation. If the Su family faltered, the 3 refining void cultivators would undoubtedly resort to silencing them, particularly for He Hongyuan. Regret consumed him. Had he known, he would never have allied with the Wang family. He had once felt assured of victory, but now that sense of security was utterly shattered. Aligning with the Wang family now felt like a death sentence. Soon enough, the transformation stage cultivators from the prominent families were slain on the spot, leaving only the Su family members in attendance. Su Hongyuan respectfully addressed the heavens. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your assistance." An eerie silence enveloped the world, devoid of any response. Confusion clouded Su Hongyuan's gaze as he pondered the identity of the benefactor. Su Chen stepped forward, inquiring, "Master, was it you?" Suddenly, a swirling vortex of spiritual energy erupted in the heavens, only to vanish moments later. The members of the Su family gasped in shock. Was it truly Su Chen's master who had intervened? Though they had heard tales of Su Chen's master, they had never encountered him, leaving them with a lingering sense of unreality. Yet, the events that transpired today felt undeniably authentic. The ability to effortlessly eliminate 3 refining void cultivators, one of whom was at the late stage, showcased an unfathomable level of power. Noticing the response, Su Chen expressed his gratitude once more. "Disciple, thanks you, esteemed master." However, this time, the heavens remained utterly silent. Su Hongyuan glanced at Su Chen, his eyes filled with complexity. He had not anticipated that the one saving the Su family repeatedly was merely a junior. "Qingtian, perhaps it is time for you to step aside and allow Chener to assume the role of family head. He is undoubtedly more suited for it, and you can assist him thereafter." Su Qingtian retorted, "Elder, is that polite?" Yet, he bore no offense, turning to Su Chen with an earnest expression. "Chener, what say you? Would you like to take on the mantle of the Su family leader? Rest assured, your father and several uncles will handle the matters meticulously. You need only make the overarching decisions." Su Chen's displayed strength was exceedingly formidable. Aside from his terrifying master, his own prowess in contending against 2 mid-stage transformation cultivators without faltering was commendable. Typically, the family head serves as the bastion of the clan, symbolizing the apex of combat prowess rather than necessarily being hands-on. Presently, Su Chen was more than qualified to lead the Su family. After some contemplation, he opted to decline. "Father, you may continue as the family head for now. We can discuss it again in a few years." Su Qingtian pondered briefly before nodding with a smile. "Very well, I shall occupy this position for the time being. Whenever you wish to take it, simply inform me." Following this exchange, Su Qingtian cast a grave look towards Su Hongyuan, who understood his unspoken inquiry and preemptively responded, "It is all due to Chener that I could recover and break through." Indeed, Su Qingtian's eyes widened in astonishment as he regarded Su Chen. The secrets surrounding his son seemed to multiply. However, he refrained from questioning further, as Su Chen harbored his own mysteries. Su Hongyuan then instructed, "Second brother, please deal with the individuals who were watching from the shadows earlier. Qingtian, return with the Su family members and manage the assets of the 4 families." He added ominously, "Leave no roots to grow." A murderous intent pervaded Su Hongyuan's gaze, for they were bandits by origin and not to be trifled with. The 4 families must be eradicated to ensure no future threats linger. Filled with a similar resolve, Su Qingtian bowed and affirmed, "Understood." With that, he turned and departed. Soon, a storm of bloodshed engulfed Mingyue City, as the 4 families were exterminated in a single day, leaving no survivors, not even the smallest creature. Word spread quickly that the conflict between the 4 families and the Su family had culminated in a decisive victory for the Su family. A new ruler had ascended, and the various factions within the city fell silent. Fearful of attracting danger, retreating into their homes and avoiding the streets, until the dust settled, they dared not venture out. The former vassal forces of the 4 families were particularly terrified, anxious that the Su family might target them next. In the current Mingyue city, apart from the Su family, not a single transformation stage cultivator remained. On the same day, Su Qingyun utilized the essence jade liquid to break through to the transformation stage. Upon returning to the Su family, Su Qingtian received reports that darkened his expression, prompting him to command, "Summon the branch elder." Sui, Chapter 22, The Annihilation of the 4 Families and the Secrets of the Su Family. Soon, Sui arrived, bowing respectfully. "Greetings, family head." Su Qingtian, with a grim countenance, inquired, "Elder Sui, do you know why I summoned you?" Sui's heart sank, yet he forced a smile, feigning ignorance. "I do not." Observing his demeanor, Su Qingtian's gaze grew colder. "Sui, the Su family harbors a deep disdain for traitors according to the rules of the Qingfeng gang. Do you understand the consequences of betrayal?" Upon hearing this, Sui realized his transgressions had been uncovered, and he fell to his knees, pleading, "Family head, please hear my explanation. It was the Wang family that coerced me. I beg for your mercy." "Coerced?" Su Qingtian scoffed. "The Wang family made it abundantly clear that you approached them willingly." The plea in Su Yi's expression froze, terror flooding his eyes. He had been certain of the Su family's defeat from the moment he allied with the Wang family, which is why he had invested early. Yet the turn of events was utterly unforeseen. The four families had fallen, and so utterly, with the Su family suffering no losses aside from minor injuries to Su Qingtian and Su Yunqian. Su Qingtian spoke coldly, "You are the head of your line. According to the rules, your betrayal warrants the forfeit of your entire lineage's cultivation and expulsion from the Su family." Su Yi's face paled in horror. And he urgently pleaded, "I beseech you, family head, spare my lineage. I am willing to bear all consequences." Su Qingtian's eyes were icy as he raised his hand, directly stripping Su Yi of his cultivation. "Bring forth Su Yi's lineage, strip them of their powers, and expel them from the Su family. For traitors, I will show no mercy. Hang Su Yi at the entrance of the Su family for 3 days. After that, execute him as a warning." Su Qingtian's words pierced Su Yi's heart like daggers. He realized that pleading for mercy was futile, and he screamed in rage, "Su Qingtian, you butcher, you can turn against your own kin. You are a monster." Su Qingtian replied coldly, "When you betrayed your kin, did you consider this? If not for Chen'er and the Elder breaking through to the refining void stage, the Su family would have faced annihilation. Did you ever contemplate these consequences? To safeguard his own lineage, he dared to conspire with the enemy. Su Yi, you are beyond redemption." Ignoring Su Yi's outcry, Su Qingtian turned and departed. The guards swiftly dragged Su Yi away, hanging him by the entrance of the Su family. News of Su Yi's betrayal spread rapidly throughout the Su family. Upon hearing the news, countless members were outraged, seizing whips to punish Su Yi. The Su family loathed traitors above all, and Su Yi's actions were deemed heinous and selfish. Initially, they planned to hang Su Yi for 3 days before executing him, but within mere hours, he was beaten to a bloody pulp, ultimately dying from the brutal lashes. Yet the fury of the Su family members did not subside. They continued to lash at his lifeless body. Collaborating with the Su family's enemies was an egregious act, one that could lead to the family's obliteration. Inciting their unbridled wrath, after a few days, peace returned to Mingyue City. Following the Su family's annihilation of the four families, they refrained from further actions, providing a sense of relief to many. In fact, for an extended period, the Su family was remarkably quiet, leading many to speculate whether they had encountered some unforeseen turmoil in the inner courtyard of the Su family. Su Hongyuan, Su Qingtian, and Su Chen sat together. Su Hongyuan appeared hesitant, but after much contemplation, he finally spoke. "Chen'er, when you were younger, I allowed Qingtian to withhold certain truths from you. However, now that your strength has reached a sufficient level, it is time for you to learn the truth." Su Chen's eyes narrowed. It seemed there were indeed aspects of the past he remained unaware of. Su Hongyuan sighed, nostalgia flickering across his face. "You should know that our Su family was originally known as the Qingfeng Gang. The origins of our troubles trace back to that girl, Yi Qingling, your mother." Upon hearing Yi Qingling's name, Su Qingtian's expression darkened with sorrow, his mood becoming incredibly heavy. Su Hongyuan continued, "Your mother and father met by chance and were wed within 3 years, giving birth to you. Yet, scarcely a month after your birth, the forces behind Qingling came knocking. And those individuals were unimaginably powerful. At that time, I was merely at the brink of the refining void stage, but even the weakest among them instilled a sense of suffocating pressure. As if recalling something dreadful, fear etched itself across Su Hongyuan's visage. They abducted Qingling, intending to eradicate our Su family, believing we had sullied their bloodline. Were it not for the timely intervention of a mysterious powerhouse, the Su family would have likely faced annihilation. However, I still bear indelible scars from that encounter. To this day, we remain oblivious to whether Qingling is alive or dead, and we do not even know the identity of her captor." After listening to this, Su Chen fell into a contemplative silence. In his previous life, as an avid internet user, this scenario felt eerily familiar. Su Qingtian, with a gaze full of hope, remarked, "I have heard that those with a saintly physique may one day shatter the shackles of heaven and earth, ascending to become legendary saints. Chen'er, if you ever reach that height, you must bring your mother back." In his final words, Su Qingtian's tone was laden with sorrow and helplessness. As a man, being unable to protect his beloved is perhaps the most agonizing plight. Without Su Chen's assistance, Su Qingtian might have lived a lifetime steeped in regret. The origins of all these troubles lay with him. Were it not for his actions, the Qingfeng Gang would not have disbanded. The elder would not have suffered grievous injuries, and Qingling would not have been captured, her fate uncertain. Everything was interconnected with him, yet, he understood all too well that he could never bring Qingling back. His innate talents had reached their limits at the void refinement stage. Only Su Chun, with his formidable talents and a powerful mentor to guide him, held the potential to achieve that, with unwavering resolve. Su Chen stated, "Rest assured, I will bring back Mother." Though he had never laid eyes on her, both for his own sake and for Su Qingtian's, he felt an imperative to retrieve her upon hearing Su Chen's affirmation. Su Qingtian nodded appreciatively. Su Hongyuan sighed, saying, "This may be the only thing you are unaware of, yet I hope you refrain from foolish actions. Until you possess sufficient strength, do not seek them out." Su Chen smiled and nodded, choosing not to respond directly. Once he returned to his courtyard, his eyes sparkled with celestial brilliance, revealing a profound understanding of the Dao Dai. In the next moment, his form ascended to the heavens. Looking down upon the minuscule expanse of Mingyue City, the quest to find his mother was not merely an idle promise. He was determined to act. He bore burdens, yet he did not need to endure the trials and tribulations typically faced by protagonists in novels to rescue her. Chapter 23, The Might of the Saint. Anomalies in the world. The Saint realm, where the Tao is perfected, and all things are eternal, possesses boundless power. Su Chen sought to peer into the heavenly Tao to investigate his maternal lineage. However, he soon furrowed his brow, discovering that he could glean nothing. How could this be? This situation could only yield two possibilities: either his mother had perished, or someone more powerful than he was concealing her whereabouts. Su Chen's eyes narrowed. Regardless of her fate, he needed clarity, yet, as he continued his probing, he found himself utterly bereft of information. He could ascertain that a formidable force was obscuring his investigation, for he was completely in the dark regarding his mother. Under normal circumstances, even if she had died, he should still have been able to sense something. Utilizing a cultivation span of 100,000 years, since his current cultivation was insufficient, he would continue to increase it. Does the host require suppression of cultivation fluctuations? The system's cold voice echoed in his mind, to which Su Chun unhesitatingly opted for suppression. Instantly, his aura began to surge, breaking through to the late Saint stage. Saint Perfection, initial stage of the Saint King realm, mid-stage of the Saint King realm, late stage of the Saint King realm. This enhancement of 100,000 years allowed him to ascend one major realm. Su Chen's brow slightly furrowed as he declared, "Utilize 2 million years of cultivation." His aura surged once more, at an astonishing speed, as though he were simply practicing, devoid of any aftereffects. Peak of the Saint King realm. Initial stage of the Saint Emperor realm, mid-stage of the Saint Emperor realm, peak of the Saint Emperor realm, initial stage of the postnatal Ancient Saint realm, peak of the postnatal Ancient Saint realm. Initial stage of the innate Ancient Saint realm. This 2 million years of cultivation enabled Su Chen to leap two significant stages. At this moment, Su Chen felt an unparalleled sense of omnipotence. As if the very heavens and earth lay within his grasp, his consciousness extended outward, enveloping the entire eastern domain. As every detail entered his mind, there were no secrets left hidden from him. Indeed, if he so wished, he could obliterate the entire eastern domain with a mere gesture. Was this the power of the innate ancient saint? Su Chen probed once more, and this time he finally detected a faint response to his bloodline. He had found it. Upon reaching this level, he naturally became aware of many truths within the world. Beyond the innate ancient saint realm lay another tier, the supreme sage. Ascending further would lead to the emperor realm, which itself was divided into 3 stages: pre-emperor, emperor, and ancient emperor. However, the most recent individual to attain the emperor level had vanished from history over several 100,000 years ago, just as Su Chen prepared to exert his all in the search. The surrounding void suddenly began to collapse, and the phenomenon spread rapidly. It seemed the fabric of reality could barely withstand Su Chen's burgeoning power. Should he force his investigation, a radius of 1,000,000 li would likely be reduced to nothingness. What was happening? Su Chen furrowed his brow. Was the heavenly Tao of this world so fragile? Yet he quickly regained his composure, contemplating how to locate his mother. A full-scale effort would lead to the collapse of the void, resulting in countless lives lost, with much of the eastern domain falling into ruin. However, without a concerted search, he would remain unable to ascertain his mother's whereabouts. After much deliberation, Su Chen ultimately decided against it. Since his mother was still alive and there were such potent cultivators concealing her, it indicated that no immediate danger was present. Even though Su Chen could not pinpoint her exact location, he was certain she remained within the Xiantian realm. As long as she was there, they would eventually cross paths. Moreover, the entity capable of obstructing his search possessed remarkable strength, at the very least at the initial stage of the innate ancient saint or higher. With such formidable abilities, locating them within the Xiantian realm would not prove difficult, it merely required time. However, what was the state of the heavenly Dao? Su Chen focused intently on sensing the heavenly Dao's force within the Xiantian realm. Feeling an unsettling frailty, as if it were on the verge of collapse, suddenly a strange voice echoed through Su Chen's mind amidst the tumult of the heavenly Dao's power surrounding him. What was this? Su Chen's entire being quaked, his eyes filled with gravity. The heavenly Dao had seemingly attempted to communicate with him, akin to a beast seeking aid from humanity, imbued with a rich tapestry of emotions, pleading, despair, and suffering. Yet, as he sought to delve deeper, the heavenly Dao's force vanished without a trace, rendering him unable to perceive anything further. What in the world was happening? Su Chen's brow furrowed sharply. It appeared that a significant upheaval had transpired within the Xiantian realm. Even in his previous life, Su Chen had remained oblivious to such occurrences. Were it not for his intention to utilize the heavenly Dao's power to investigate his bloodline, he would have remained entirely unaware of any issues. It was bizarre, indescribably bizarre. He sensed that this world concealed some profound secret. Even the former saintly Su Chen had been blind to it, only gaining faint awareness upon breaking through to the innate ancient saint and probing the heavenly Dao. Su Chen continued his diligent investigation, yet still unearthed nothing peculiar. With no results forthcoming, he had no choice but to cease his efforts. As for his mother, he need not search for her. Those individuals had likely issued a task through the Dark Sentinels. Upon discovering the whereabouts of the Su family, they would undoubtedly rush to extinguish them. Intriguing. A smile graced Su Chen's lips. Were everything to proceed without incident, it would be rather dull. After all, he possessed numerous trump cards. If all else failed, he could expend all his cultivation, utilizing billions of years of experience to elevate himself to an exceedingly terrifying level. If that too fell short, he still had Su Xiaochua's summoning card. After the demise of the four great families, the Su family entered a phase of rapid development, inheriting the legacies of the four clans. The current Su family was exceedingly prosperous, having amassed 30 billion spirit stones alone from the accumulated wealth of the four families. Additionally, they possessed an abundance of various heavenly materials and earthly treasures, countless in number. Most crucially, their industries continued to provide a steady stream of resources to the Su family among the four great families. The Yi family was the smallest, yet their population approached 10,000. The Wang family was even more formidable, boasting nearly 70,000 members. Not only did they maintain the operations of their clan, but they also managed to accumulate such significant spirit stones, demonstrating the immense profitability of their endeavors. The Su family, with its smaller population, meant that each individual received a greater share of resources. Originally, the cultivation resources for the direct lineage had multiplied tenfold. Following the extermination of the four great families, this number surged by an additional threefold. Even the cultivation resources for the collateral branches increased by approximately threefold. Just half a month after the four great families were eradicated, the surrounding four major cities came to congratulate the Su family. In this corner of the eastern domain, there existed 5 major cities: Mingyue City, Gusu City, Wanli City, Pingyang City, and Fengshua City. The power dynamics among these 5 cities were relatively balanced, and they had long maintained an alliance, akin to a coalition of nations. Each city managed its own affairs, and in the event of external threats, they would rally to support one another. Chapter 24. A return to the Wanbao Pavilion. The other 4 major cities willingly offered to pay an annual protection fee to the Su family. The amount was modest. Each god transformation level force contributed 50,000 lower grade spirit stones, resulting in the Su family effectively receiving nearly 10 million spirit stones each year. Among the other 4 major cities, there were close to 20 god transformation level forces. In the long run, this amounted to 100 million lower grade spirit stones over a decade, a truly substantial figure. However, their actions can be deemed as perceptive. The Su family now possesses strength that far surpasses the other 4 major cities. On the surface, there are 4 powerful beings in the transformation realm and 1 in the refinement void realm. Secretly, there is also the formidable Su Chen. The recent maneuvers of the 4 major cities are essentially akin to voluntarily becoming vassals of the Su family, if they do not take the initiative. It is inevitable that Su Qingtian will eventually unify the 4 major cities. In the Xiantian realm, powers are categorized hierarchically into king, emperor, saint, and sovereign levels. The king level includes forces such as the Jinghong dynasty, Located near Mingyue City, or any power that boasts a being in the integration realm, the Emperor level encompasses forces with beings in the Dao realm. The Saint level refers to those holy lands and ancient clans in the Xiantian realm that are guarded by individuals of saintly caliber. As for the sovereign level, it simply denotes powers or families that possess an emperor-level powerhouse, although such forces no longer exist in the current Xiantian realm. Nevertheless, some families that once birthed emperors still refer to themselves as imperial clans. The Su family is not composed of inept individuals. Su Qingtian harbors his own lofty ambitions, aspiring to elevate the Su family to the king level. Achieving this goal undoubtedly requires an immense amount of resources. And bringing the other 4 major cities under the Su family's banner would greatly benefit them. Even though various forces currently seek to curry favor with the Su family, it is only a matter of time before Su Qingtian compels their complete and utter submission. Shener, keep this transformation dragon pill for your own use, Su Qingtian said, handing over the pill he had obtained at the auction. In his view, this elixir would yield the best results when consumed by Su Chen. Su Chen's expression turned slightly displeased to father. I've told you repeatedly that I lack for nothing in terms of resources. You may keep it for yourself. What I provide to the Su family should remain with the family. So please do not be overly courteous in the future. Su Qingtian's constant consideration for him was indeed commendable, yet the crux of the matter was that Su Chen had no need for resources. With a wave of his hand, a rich aroma of elixirs filled the hall, each emanating energy far exceeding that of the transformation dragon pill in Su Qingtian's grasp. I have no shortage of 6th-grade elixirs. Su Qingtian had intended to say more, but upon witnessing the 7 or 8 6th-grade elixirs appear in Su Chen's hands, his pupils constricted in shock. What on earth? He was left utterly stunned. 6th-grade elixirs were rare treasures in Mingyue City. The last appearance of a transformation dragon pill was a decade ago, yet here was Su Chen, casually producing several 6th-grade elixirs, each of which surpassed the quality of the transformation dragon pill. Su Qingtian was left speechless and awed. I have been woefully uninformed. This is simply absurd. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he put the elixir away. Seeing this, Su Chen remarked, "You should keep this elixir for yourself and strive to break through to the pinnacle of the transformation realm. At that point, I can procure a transformation void pill for you." Su Qingtian's expression shifted in surprise. You can acquire a transformation void pill. Compared to the transformation dragon pill, the transformation void pill was the true treasure. Capable of enabling transformation realm cultivators to directly break through to the refinement void realm. However, such an elixir could only be crafted by 7th-grade alchemists, making it a rare treasure throughout the eastern region. Su Chen replied nonchalantly, "It's merely a 7th-grade elixir. I can obtain 8th and 9th-grade elixirs as well. You might not have a clear understanding of my master. In any case, a master of his caliber could boast as he pleased." Su Qingtian was left speechless, astonished at the prospect of 8th and 9th-grade elixirs. Did 8th-grade alchemists even exist in the eastern region? While he was lost in thought, Su Chen stood up and turned to leave the hall. "I shall step out for a moment." Watching Su Chen's retreating figure, Su Qingtian remained silent for a long while, finally lifting his head with a smile, his eyes filled with pride. "Qingling, our child, has great potential." After departing from the Su family, Su Chen proceeded directly to the Wanbao Pavilion. Although the Su family lacked for cultivation resources, they still faced a significant issue: the resources were too singular. And the options for cultivation methods were limited. There were no alchemists or artifact smiths among them. It was evidently unreasonable for a vast family to consist solely of combat cultivators. Furthermore, Su Chen faced another dilemma: an excess of low-grade spirit stones. These spirit stones were cumbersome to absorb and far less useful than rare materials. Thus, Su Chen planned to spend some spirit stones to purchase more precious materials to enhance the strength of the Su family. Upon arriving at Wanbao Pavilion, the receptionist immediately brightened at the sight of him. "Greetings, young Master Su." The Su family was now the overlord of Mingyue City, and given Su Chen's extravagant bidding at the previous auction, the staff regarded him as a wealthy patron. "What does young Master Su wish to purchase? I will gladly escort you to view our offerings." The receptionist's face radiated with flattery and eagerness. Su Chen stood with his hands clasped behind him and replied coolly, "Please summon Manager Zhu. I have quite a few items to acquire." The receptionist maintained his smile and respectfully stated, "Please wait a moment. Young master, I shall fetch the manager immediately." With that, he departed. If it were anyone else, even Wang Ming from before would not have had the audacity to summon Zhu Li directly. However, following the events of the last auction, Julie had explicitly instructed that he be notified immediately whenever Su Chen arrived. In less than 10 breaths' time, Julie approached with a smile. My young friend Su, I was occupied earlier and could not personally greet you. I sincerely apologize for my oversight. It must be noted that the staff at Wanbao Pavilion were exceptionally diplomatic. Even as a refinement void realm individual, Julie adopted a low posture in Su Chen's presence. This was only natural, as the visitors were there to offer spirit stones, and maintaining a humble demeanor was advantageous. Julie, still smiling, gestured, "Please, my young friend, this way." Soon, they entered an opulent private room, where they sat across from each other. A selection of pastries and freshly brewed tea adorning the table. Su Chen picked up a piece of pale red cake and remarked with a smile, "Manager Zhu, you truly spared no expense. Such high-grade spirit pastries are being served to guests." The pastries on the table contained a significant amount of spiritual energy, and if sold separately, each would be worth around 30,000 spirit stones. Julie laughed. "Young master, you flatter me. You are a distinguished guest of Wanbao Pavilion, and if you enjoy this, I shall have someone package some to send to the Su family, true to the merchant's nature." Julie's few words made Su Chen feel exceedingly pleased. Julie then shifted the conversation, inquiring, "What does young Master Su wish to purchase this time? I will have it brought out immediately." Chapter 25, Emptying Wanbao Pavilion. 20 million. Are you jesting? Su Chen curiously asked. What is the usual stock of spirit stone items at Wanbao Pavilion? Julie, somewhat puzzled by Su Chen's question, pondered for a moment before providing an approximate figure. The branches of Wanbao Pavilion determine their inventory based on the local region's needs. Our Minghua City branch typically stocks around 4 billion spirit stones worth of items. As he concluded, Julie's face bore an air of pride. As a manager of Wanbao Pavilion, he felt a natural superiority over the local forces in Minghua City. After all, their financial prowess completely overshadowed the local factions. He expected Su Chen to display astonishment. Yet the response was anything but 0.4 billion. Su Chen's brow furrowed. It was surprisingly meager. Please calculate the exact amount of spirit stones, and prepare to package everything. I will take all the items from Wanbao Pavilion. Alright, what? Julie suddenly fixed his gaze on Su Chen, confirming, "Young Master Su, did you just say what I think you said?" Su Chen replied calmly, "I said, I want everything from Wanbao Pavilion, regardless of what it is." Julie inhaled sharply, his expression turning serious and bewildered. 0.4 billion spirit stones? Was Su Chen truly serious? To empty Wanbao Pavilion was an unfathomable notion. Such an occurrence had never happened before. Additionally, Julie harbored doubts about the Su family's financial strength. After all, they had already expended a considerable amount of spirit stones. Even if the Su family had annihilated the 4 major clans, it was unlikely they could muster 4 billion spirit stones. He found it hard to believe that the Su family would purchase such a vast quantity of seemingly useless items, as at least a third of those items would not significantly aid in cultivation, essentially becoming mere clutter in a warehouse. Su Chen, uninterested in further discussion, casually tossed out a spatial ring containing 1 billion low-grade spirit stones. Consider this a deposit. Julie accepted the ring and gasped in shock. 1 billion spirit stones as a deposit. At that moment, even his skepticism waned. After all, as someone who could offer 1 billion as a deposit could not be trifled with. Julie's eyes gleamed with excitement. The prospect of a 4 billion spirit stone transaction would yield him an astonishing commission. Please wait, I shall prepare everything at once. Fearing Su Chen might grow impatient, Julie hurriedly left to organize the items and calculate their total value. In less than half an hour, he returned with everything in front of Su Chen. "Young Master Su, here are all the items from Wanbao Pavilion, totaling 43,570,000,000 low-grade spirit stones. However, since this is our first time encountering such a generous client, we have graciously reduced the total by 7 million spirit stones." Julie held in his hands 11 exquisite spatial rings, each possessing vast internal space, filled to the brim with rare treasures of heaven and earth. He had thoughtfully categorized the various items, rendering them easily discernible. After Su Chen conducted his inspection and found everything satisfactory, he directly handed over the remaining spirit stones. However, he couldn't help but ask somewhat incredulously, "Is this all there is at Wanbao Pavilion? Surely you must have something better." Julie swallowed hard, feeling a pang of discomfort. Wasn't this already quite impressive? Among the items Su Chen purchased, several were specifically suited for practitioners at the void refinement stage. Did the Su family not have only one individual at that level? Yet, Su Chen's tone was laced with disdain, as if he were suggesting that Wanbao Pavilion was lacking. Zhu, who had always taken pride in Wanbao Pavilion, felt a twinge of insecurity as Su Chen had effectively emptied their stock. What did he mean by better? Su Chen did not respond directly. Instead, he inquired, is it possible to place special orders at Wanbao Pavilion? Zhu's heart raced at the thought. If Su Chen wanted to make a special order, it implied that the Su family still possessed spirit stones. Goodness, Zhu quickly replied, of course, whatever you desire. I can arrange to have it sourced from our other branches or headquarters, though a portion of the deposit will be required up front. Su Chen nodded and then proceeded to specify, I would like to order 100,000 cultivation pills ranging from the 3rd to the 5th tier, and 100,000 healing pills as well. After making this request, Su Chen fell into deep contemplation, while Zhu's smile faded abruptly, replaced with bewilderment. What are you saying? 100,000 3rd to 5th tier cultivation pills? Are you certain about that quantity? Wait, Su young master, are you sure you haven't misspoken? A single 3rd tier cultivation pill starts at a minimum of 50,000 spirit stones, which means 100,000 would amount to a staggering 5 billion spirit stones. The 4th tier pills begin at 500,000 spirit stones, while the 5th tier pills are generally priced at 2 million or more. Are you truly intending to purchase such an enormous quantity? Had Su Chen not depleted Wanbao Pavilion's inventory, Zhu would have dismissed him as a fool for requesting 100,000 pills, yet, instinctively, he felt that Su Chen was indeed capable of affording such a sum. Su Chen pondered for a moment. All the previous purchases combined probably amounted to just over 200 billion, seemingly shy of a trillion. Moreover, he still had a balance of lower-grade spirit stones totaling 6,500 trillion 156 billion. Adding 100,000 more, that makes 200,000. Observing Su Chen's serious demeanor, Zhu could no longer contain himself. He initially thought Su Chen was merely reorganizing his thoughts, but it turned out he found the quantity insufficient. After finishing his request, Su Chen glanced at Zhu with a look of skepticism. As you manager, are you confident that Wanbao Pavilion can accommodate this? Can? What a joke! Zhu's lips twitched as he responded. This is somewhat challenging. We can certainly provide the 3rd and 4th tier pills without issue, but 20,000 5th tier pills is rather excessive. Even our headquarters would struggle to gather that many in a short time. Perhaps you would like to consider alternatives? With that, Zhu hastily presented a catalog detailing all the items available at Wanbao Pavilion. In truth, he had been somewhat boastful. They could hardly muster 20,000 4th tier pills, let alone 5th tier ones. Only the 3rd tier cultivation pills could be approximated. Su Chen regarded him with suspicion, suspecting that Wanbao Pavilion likely did not possess such quantities. He pointed to the dragon transformation pill he had previously acquired at the auction and asked, does Wanbao Pavilion stock many of these pills? Zhu's face grew awkward as he replied, this particular pill is exceedingly difficult to concoct, and Wanbao Pavilion does not have a substantial reserve. Su Chen waved his hand, uninterested in hearing more. He expressed his dissatisfaction. Wanbao Pavilion is rather lacking. You seem to have nothing of value. Zhu's smile was painfully rigid, yet he found himself unable to refute the claim. How could he challenge someone requesting 20,000 5th tier pills? However, Zhu was genuinely concerned. Even if Wanbao Pavilion could procure 20,000 5th tier pills, it would cost at least 2,000 billion lower grade spirit stones. Could they truly deliver such a sum? Chapter 26, Special Orders. After perusing the catalog for some time, Su Chen stated with a calm demeanor, how about this? Go back and consult your superiors to ascertain precisely how much stock Wanbao Pavilion has. As I intend to acquire it all. He contemplated that having an abundance of lower-grade spirit stones could be transformed into treasures, offering him greater assistance. Moreover, he still possessed countless medium-grade and high-grade spirit stones left unused. This is quite difficult. Zhu frowned, exasperated. Su young master, our Wanbao Pavilion possesses a plethora of treasures, and a rough estimate would place their worth at several trillion. This is no jest. While Su Chen's request for 100,000 pills might have seemed plausible, the notion of emptying Wanbao Pavilion was utterly preposterous. Who in the eastern region could possibly clear out their entire stock? Only those of saint-level forces could hope to achieve such a feat. Several trillion, Su Chen silently calculated. Several trillion is a trillion, and several trillion would be a quadrillion. His balance of lower-grade spirit stones stood at 6,500 trillion 156 billion. Wow, Su Chen involuntarily exclaimed, astonished. I've only spent 1/6000th of my efforts. After careful consideration, he decided against the plan to liquidate everything. It was simply too challenging and rather outrageous, shaking his head. He suggested, let us change our approach. Wanbao Pavilion should deliver 30 billion lower-grade spirit stones to the Su family each month, select popular techniques, formations, and pills, avoiding the obscure ones, ensure a balanced selection, covering everything from the qi condensation stage to the void refinement stage. If the quality of the items you provide is satisfactory, I will continue to place orders. If not, I shall cease my purchases. With that, Su Chen produced a spatial ring containing 2 billion lower-grade spirit stones as a deposit. As an innate ancient sage-level powerhouse, he had no concerns about Zhu Li absconding with the spirit stones. After all, locating a void refinement practitioner was not a formidable task. Zhu Li observed Su Chen's composed demeanor. Feeling an overwhelming sense of shock, after years of conducting trade, he could not shake the feeling that the young Su master before him was far more complex than he appeared, undoubtedly harboring profound secrets. Yet Zhu Li dared not entertain any thoughts of avarice. Su Chen's confidence in handing over spirit stones and purchasing such items indicated he had no fear of greed taking root. Furthermore, the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce had no history of preying on its clients. With a respectful expression, Zhu Li replied, Yes, Su young master, rest assured. I will report this matter to headquarters immediately and ensure it is delivered to the Su family as swiftly as possible. Su Chen did not linger for idle conversation. He nodded and departed from Wanbao Pavilion without hesitation. Watching his retreating figure, Zhu Li found himself in a daze, as if the events of the day were a surreal dream. Smack! He suddenly slapped himself, the sting jolting him back to reality. Zhu Li realized, this was all indeed real. Gazing at the now empty Wanbao Pavilion, he couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Their establishment had transformed from a treasury of wonders into a mere repository of spirit stones. After lingering in thought for a considerable time, he left Mingyue City to report back to the headquarters. Their Wanbao Pavilion was solely focused on commerce, regardless of how many spirit stones Su Chen possessed. They would harbor no ill intentions. It was precisely this principle that allowed Wanbao Pavilion to thrive and expand within the Shen-Tian realm to its current scale. Yet, Su Chen's affluence was truly astonishing. How could one individual possess such wealth? Such a person should not exist in Mingyue City. As Su Chen made his way back, he glanced at the treasures acquired through the system's sign-in rewards and curiously asked, System, can I allow others to utilize those spiritual roots and bodies? He had accumulated an overwhelming number of physiques through sign-ins, including ordinary top-tier spiritual roots, of which he possessed hundreds. The superior ones, such as the holy body and immortal body, were also plentiful, yet he could only embody one physique. Having multiple would lead to conflict, thus, the surplus felt wasteful. A system, they can be used by others. But outsiders lack system protection and will endure unbearable pain when integrating with the spiritual roots or special physiques. Su Chen's heart leaped with joy. This meant he could allow the surplus physiques to be utilized by the direct descendants of the Su family. He no longer needed to worry about the Su family's rise. Su Chen had come to regard the Su family as his own, naturally wishing for their strength to grow upon returning to the Su family. Su Chen did not present all the items purchased from the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Instead, he selected treasures worth 10 billion spirit stones that would aid in cultivation, keeping the rest for himself. With the substantial resources Su Chen had previously provided, Su Qingtian remained considerably composed this time. As he held the spatial ring given by Su Chen, Su Qingtian felt a whirlwind of emotions alongside profound confusion. The peculiarities surrounding Su Chen were overwhelming, giving him a sense of unreality. Shaking his head, Su Qingtian's expression regained its tranquility. Regardless of the secrets you harbor, you are still my child. Su Qingtian, and the young master of the Su family, that is sufficient. He refrained from probing into the mysteries surrounding Su Chen. Once back in his courtyard, Su Chen reclined in his chair, a look of pure contentment adorning his face. This life after transmigration had certainly justified the million years he spent in the void. Upon seeing Su Chen return home, Han Shi promptly approached to offer him a massage. The servants of the Su family had undergone training, their techniques rivaling those of professionals outside. Su Chen smiled and remarked, not bad, already at the 8th layer of qi condensation. Upon hearing Su Chen's praises, Han Shi's face was alight with excitement. Gratefully she replied, It is all due to the cultivation by the young clan leader that I have managed to fortuitously break through. Su Chen smiled faintly, choosing not to continue the conversation but instead closed his eyes to bask in the moment's tranquility. In truth, nurturing the Su family was driven not only by his fondness for this place but also by another significant factor. Su Chen harbored a distaste for solitude, he preferred the company of many. In his previous life, while reading web novels, he noted that many protagonists led solitary lives devoted solely to their cultivation. However, Su Chen found such an existence exceedingly dull. Whether human or animal, it is inherently challenging to detach from social groups. Moreover, Su Chen had no need for arduous cultivation, his signing-in system had arranged everything for him. Resources, cultivation level, treasures, almost all could be obtained through signing in. He could easily choose to recline in complete leisure. A single bowl of rice consumed alone feels mundane, yet if 3 people scramble to eat it, it becomes a delightful feast. If the path of cultivation ahead held only solitude, how would it differ from existence in a void? Unfortunately, the members of the Su family possessed inadequate cultivation and aptitude. Among the younger generation, aside from him, the best spiritual root was merely of medium quality, with most only having late-stage foundational cultivation. While this was commendable in Mingyue City, it still fell considerably short. After pondering, Su Chen resolved to elevate the entire Su family to celestial spiritual roots before gradually advancing them to spiritual bodies and sacred bodies. After all, an immediate elevation to those levels would be rather difficult to justify. Su Chen did not wish to hasten the process and forcibly enhance the Su family's strength. A gradual approach was the wisest choice. Chapter 27. Transforming Spiritual Roots. Su Chen opened his system backpack to check how many celestial spiritual roots he possessed. Celestial spiritual roots, 1798. Quite a substantial amount. This was nearly enough to elevate the entire Su family's aptitude. Yet he certainly would not do so indiscriminately among the collateral and subordinates. He would only select those who were loyal and reliable. Turning to Ruoshi beside him, Su Chen instructed, "Please inform the direct line of the Su family to gather here." Including the clan head and the esteemed elders, the direct line of the Su family was not numerous, totaling no more than 30 individuals. Ruoshi accepted the command and immediately dashed away. Well aware of Su Chen's elevated status within the family and the importance of performing her duties diligently to earn more of his favor, soon, the direct line of the Su family congregated. The esteemed elders showed great respect. Upon Su Chen's call, they hurried over. It was rare for Su Chen to summon them, and this gathering surely indicated a matter of great significance. Su Yuanba chuckled. "Little Chen, do you have something to discuss?" Su Chen surveyed the room, noting the expressions of curiosity on their faces, and began, "Indeed, there is a small matter at hand. Fourth uncle, since you spoke first, you may be the first to experience this." Me, Su Yuanba was taken aback but proceeded to sit on the stone bench under Su Chen's guidance. The onlookers from the Su family gazed on with great curiosity, their faces a mix of confusion. Utterly unaware of Su Chen's intentions, Su Chen smiled and said, "Fourth uncle, it may hurt a bit, so you must endure." "Hurt, little Chen, you underestimate your fourth uncle. Pain is the least of my concerns." However, he inquired, "What exactly do you intend to do?" Su Chen replied with a mysterious smile, "You will find out shortly." Utilizing a celestial spiritual root, a beam of spiritual light coalesced in Su Chen's hand and then surged into Su Yuanba's body through the crown of his head. In the next moment, Su Yuanba's previously calm demeanor shifted dramatically. He felt a surge of fiery energy within him, intensifying with each passing moment, akin to a needle stabbing wildly. Su Yuanba gritted his teeth and endured. While it was painful, it remained within his tolerable limits, and out of trust in Su Chen, he refrained from resisting the discomfort. Nearly 10 breaths later, the pain escalated, feeling as though someone were stirring his internal organs with a stick. Su Yuanba's face contorted in agony, his entire body trembling as veins bulged on his forehead. Observing his condition, Su Qingtian could not help but ask, "Chener, will fourth uncle be alright?" Su Chen shook his head. Reassuring, "Do not worry. It will only be a bit painful." Upon hearing this, Su Qingtian felt a measure of relief, though he remained perplexed about Su Chen's true intentions. Not only he, but the entire Su family was equally bewildered. Ah! A piercing scream erupted as Su Yuanba collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat, his body visibly writhing as if a monstrous worm were moving beneath his skin, a sight most terrifying. "Father!" Sui's bright eyes were filled with concern. Soon, the screams intensified, and it appeared as if Su Yuanba was enduring endless torment. The expressions of the Su family shifted as they pondered, "Was this merely a bit of pain? Father, are you alright?" Seeing Su Yuanba in such a state, Sui prepared to rush forward, but Su Chen intervened. "Do not worry, sister. Your Chengu would never harm his own kin." Su Chen maintained a calm smile. Hearing this, Sui's anxious heart eased somewhat. Just then, Su Yuanba's cries ceased, and he lay on the ground, gasping for air. Little Chen, was that what you turned a bit painful? Su Yuanba's voice was weak, clearly having endured significant suffering, but soon his expression changed drastically. What is this? As Su Yuanba sensed the influx of spiritual energy around him and the vastness of his meridians, disbelief washed over his face. Why has my absorption of spiritual energy accelerated by such a magnitude? It is at least 5 times faster than before. 5 times, Su Qingtian gasped, sensing the spiritual energy surrounding Su Yuanba, his tone laced with astonishment as he remarked. Fourth brother, try to cease absorbing the spiritual energy and stop cultivating. Though Su Yuanba was puzzled, he complied. Remarkably, an astonishing scene unfolded. Even without actively cultivating, the spiritual energy from the heavens continued to flow into his body. This affinity with the heavens and automatic cultivation was a sign of celestial spiritual roots. What? The faces of the Su family were filled with shock. Su Chen stepped forward, declaring, indeed, this is the celestial spiritual root. I possess a method to elevate your aptitudes to celestial spiritual roots without any side effects, perfectly attuned to your physical bodies, requiring only endurance through the pain. However, the younger and less cultivated individuals will experience much less discomfort. The pain Su Yuanba experienced stemmed from his deeply rooted state. Transforming his spiritual root was a forceful modification, and it was no surprise it hurt. Fortunately, this process would not be excessively prolonged, typically concluding within 30 breaths, otherwise Su Yuanba might genuinely reach his breaking point. Can we truly elevate to celestial spiritual roots? Su Qingtian swallowed hard, realizing that the best aptitude within the Su family had merely been upper-grade spiritual roots. Should the direct line be elevated to celestial spiritual roots, it would greatly benefit the entire Su family. The notion of enhancing spiritual roots after they had already formed was traditionally deemed impossible. Yet Su Chen had accomplished it. Were it not for the evidence laid before them, Su Qingtian would find it difficult to believe. Su Chen proclaimed, who shall be next, contemplating the prospect of becoming a celestial spiritual root. Su Qingyun stepped forward eagerly. I shall go. With an air of defiance, Su Qingyun regarded Su Yuanba with a hint of disdain, stating, Fourth, your capacity for enduring pain is lacking. It won't kill you, so why all the fuss? Su Yuanba felt a tinge of embarrassment, having boasted about his pain tolerance only to succumb to cries. Indeed, it was somewhat humiliating. Su Chen proceeded to perform the same procedure on Su Qingyun. In no time, the courtyard was filled with piercing screams, even louder than those of Su Yuanba, echoing throughout the Su family estate. Many collateral members and subordinates were left puzzled, wondering what transpired within the inner courtyard. As a cultivator at the transformation stage, Su Qingyun experienced even greater agony during the modification of his aptitude. The screams soon subsided, and Su Qingyun, drenched in sweat, appeared utterly exhausted. The pain, it is unbearable. Yet, almost immediately he burst into laughter. Such a rapid absorption rate. I, Su Qingyun, have finally transcended from a medium-grade spiritual root. I am now a celestial spiritual root. Su Yuanba scoffed. Who was it just now claiming they wouldn't scream? Su Qingyun's smile faltered, his face betraying a hint of embarrassment. Su Chen, undeterred, continued. Next, Chapter 28, a family of celestial spiritual roots within the inner courtyard of the Su family. Screams occasionally pierced the air. Continuing for nearly an hour, the members of the Su family, visibly weakened, sat on the ground, all of the direct line having been elevated to celestial spiritual roots. Of course, this was merely the first step. Su Chen intended to further enhance their aptitudes later on. The faces of the Su family's direct line were alight with jubilation. Celestial spiritual roots. I, too, possess celestial spiritual roots. Such a level of aptitude was non-existent among the 5 major cities. I have heard that within the Jinghong Empire, there are only 2 or 3 individuals with such capabilities. Heavens, pinch me. I feel as though I am in a dream. Slap. Su Kongshan, you actually struck me. Do you truly think I am unaware? I merely wished to express my astonishment, yet you struck me so hard. Was that intentional? Su Kongshan wore a look of grievance. Did you not ask me to? Su Qingyun's face radiated joy. With such a batch of celestial spiritual roots in the Su family, how could they not thrive in the future? He suddenly exclaimed, the young clan leader has aided you all in enhancing your aptitudes. Should you not express your gratitude promptly? Though the reasons behind Su Chen's extraordinary feats remain elusive, such matters are of little consequence now. The future of the Su family undoubtedly belongs to Su Chen. And at this juncture, it is vital for the younger generation to cultivate a favorable relationship with him, as it will yield greater benefits in their future endeavors. The younger members of the family quickly grasped the situation. Rising to offer their respects, "Thank you, young clan leader." In that moment, their gazes towards Su Chen transformed, infused with a mixture of reverence and gratitude. Su Chen did not decline their gestures, he merely smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly Su Qingtian spoke with a gravity that commanded attention. "No one is permitted to leave, all must proceed to the Grand Elder." The other elders immediately understood Su Qingtian's intention. Today's events must remain confidential. For any leakage could spell disaster for the Su family. The notion of enhancing one's innate talents was unprecedented. Even after perusing countless ancient texts, they had never encountered such a phenomenon. Typically, only celestial artifacts could bolster one's physical form and elevate their limits. Yet, the assistance Su Chen provided was fundamentally different. He truly transformed their innate talents, representing two entirely distinct concepts. Consequently, Su Qingtian resolved to employ the soul binding spell on all direct descendants to forcibly restrain their spirits. Ensuring that today's occurrences would remain undisclosed. Su Yunqian then interjected, "Follow me." Some of the direct descendants were bewildered, uncertain of the course of action, while others, possessing keen insight, grasped the underlying reasons but exhibited no resistance. In their view, the events of today must not be divulged. Once they had all departed, Su Chen glanced at Ruoshi beside him and calmly said, "Ruoshi, you too shall come." Ruoshi was momentarily taken aback. But she quickly recovered, her face alight with joy. "Thank you, young clan leader." Soon Ruoshi was rolling on the ground, crying out in agony. Enhancing Ruoshi's cultivation was, in fact, a straightforward task. The young girl was fiercely loyal to him and possessed adequate capabilities. Elevating her cultivation would enable her to assist him further. In the courtyard, only Su Chen and Ruoshi remained. Before long, the pain vanished from Ruoshi's face, replaced by exhilaration as she felt the surge of spiritual energy flooding her being. "From this day forth, I too possess a heavenly spiritual root." Ruoshi hastily knelt before Su Chen, her tone filled with reverence. "Ruoshi thanks the young clan leader for this bestowal." Su Chen replied nonchalantly, "I grant you the heavenly spiritual root with the hope that you shall diligently fulfill your duties. Do not let me down." Ruoshi's heart tightened. Her expression turned serious as she pledged. "Rest assured, young clan leader, Ruoshi shall be yours in this life and the next, never to betray you." She understood well that what Su Chen valued was not mere ability, but loyalty. Given Su Chen's stature, he could easily find someone more efficient, yet he chose to elevate her talents, indicating that he esteemed her loyalty above all. Ruoshi was filled with excitement, realizing that her unwavering loyalty to Su Chen would ensure her significance. Since the moment she began serving him, she had become his, and loyalty was her foremost obligation. Moreover, now she would willingly lay down her life for Su Chen. Loyalty posed no challenge. Su Chen remarked coolly, "I hope your words are not mere platitudes." He then turned and returned to his chamber. Ruoshi watched his retreating figure, biting her lips lightly, her complexion rosy as she inquired, "Young clan leader, do you require me to attend to your night's repose?" In the Su family, it was customary for handmaidens not only to attend to their master's daily needs but also to provide companionship when necessary. Su Chen raised an eyebrow and turned back to his room. Ruoshi, however, was elated. The fact that Su Chen did not shut the door implied an invitation for her to enter. Her face was alight with excitement and eagerness as she hurried after him. Finding Su Chen reclining on the bed approaching the bedside, she gently discarded her garments and climbed onto the bed. Remembering the teachings from the family steward, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she delicately unfastened Su Chen's clothing. And then, a night of springtime bliss ensued. As dawn broke, the world was shrouded in mist, imbued with a refreshing aura. Su Chen emerged from his room invigorated, while Ruoshi followed behind with somewhat awkward steps. Clearly having faced a defeat the previous night, Su Chen felt an immense sense of satisfaction. He was no saint, having traversed into this realm. It was only natural to indulge in life's pleasures. Who would want to live a solitary existence devoid of family? For a man, the most alluring pursuits are power, wealth, and women. Only children make choices. I desire them all. Thus, when Ruoshi proactively proposed to share his bed, he did not refuse. However, there remained one person in the Su family who had yet to have their spiritual root enhanced, Su Hongyuan. The old man had just attained a breakthrough into the void refinement stage, and his foundation was somewhat unstable, so upon returning to the Su residence, he immediately entered seclusion, necessitating a designated time for his enhancement. Days passed, and Su Hongyuan finally emerged, having stabilized his realm. To celebrate, the Su family held a grand feast, albeit one confined to family members and not open to outsiders. Seizing the opportunity, Su Chen raised the old man's spiritual root to that of a heavenly spiritual root. In Mingyue City, Su Chen lay on his bed clad in a thin white robe, while Ruoshi gently massaged him. Young master, there is someone outside seeking Ruoshi. She goes by Li Qingqing. Ruoshi's hands paused momentarily but soon resumed their rhythm. Go see who it is, it's of no concern, Su Chen replied. Ruoshi hesitated, and after a moment of internal conflict, she stood up. Thank you, young master. As Su Chen waved her off, and Ruoshi exited the courtyard. At the entrance of the Su family estate, a woman in her 20s paced anxiously, her face etched with worry. Not long after, Ruoshi emerged. Upon seeing Ruoshi, Li Qingqing rushed to her as if she were a beacon of hope. Little sister, please help us. There's trouble at home. Chapter 29, a request for aid. Falsifying Su family identity? Ruoshi's expression turned cold as she disregarded Li Qingqing's pleas, stating indifferently, since you abandoned me at the Su family doorstep, I have severed all ties with you. Do not seek me out again. She had been cast aside by her family at the tender age of 2. Had it not been for the kindness of a steward within the Su family, she might not have survived. With that, Ruoshi turned to leave. Li Qingqing, witnessing this, fell to her knees, desperation etched across her face. Little sister, our parents were not without choice. We were on the brink of starvation that year, and it was bitterly cold. You were too young to endure such hardship, and thus they had no option but to send you to the Su family. Please, I implore you, help us. As she spoke, Li Qingqing nearly bowed her head to the ground. Ruoshi paused, taking a deep breath, her expression softening with empathy. She understood the dire circumstances her family had faced, which had indeed been quite harrowing. In her childhood, they occasionally visited her, even asking if she wished to return home for the festivities. However, Ruoshi harbored deep resentment towards that family. Why had they forsaken her? There were 3 older sisters, yet they chose to abandon her. Despite her harsh words, Ruoshi did not wish for her family to suffer misfortune. Otherwise she would carry that guilt for a lifetime. Turning back, she spoke in a tone that was still somewhat detached. What is it you wish to say? Seeing Ruoshi halt, Li Qingqing's expression transformed with gratitude as she quickly explained. A few days ago, the Longfang gang captured Sister Ying and Sister Xiu, injuring our parents in the process. Thankfully, they were not gravely harmed, but the Longfang gang intends to send Ying and Xiu to the Changhong courtyard as courtesans. Only you can save them now. Li Qingqing's voice trembled with tears, her face a picture of despair and helplessness. The Longfang gang was a notorious force in Mingyue City, boasting 2 formidable cultivators in the nascent soul stage. Making them one of the preeminent powers aside from the Su family. They were merely an ordinary household. How could they contend with such a powerful sect? Ruoshi's eyes narrowed, and anger flooded her features. Where are Ying and Xiu now? These 2 were her biological sisters. Though they had only met a handful of times throughout their lives, of blood was thicker than water, and hearing of their predicament ignited a fire within her. They are at the Changhong courtyard. It has been 2 days. We do not know how they are faring, Li Qingqing replied, hastily rising, tears streaming down her face as she led the way. Soon, they arrived at a bustling establishment adorned with red banners, where a throng of lively courtesans eagerly beckoned patrons. The Changhong courtyard. Ruoshi approached, and a young woman at the entrance greeted her with a smile. Oh, look who we have here, a little beauty. But this is a place for men, not women. Several courtesans could not help but giggle at the remark. Ruoshi's face darkened. I am a member of the Su family. Summon your manager, Su family? The young woman was taken aback, scrutinizing Ruoshi closely before expressing doubt. Please wait a moment. Though skeptical of Ruoshi's claim, she opted to report it to her superiors to avoid any missteps. Especially given the Su family's formidable reputation, it was prudent to treat the matter with caution, particularly as Ruoshi appeared to be seeking trouble. Before long, 5 individuals emerged from the Changhong courtyard, led by a middle-aged man whose brow furrowed upon seeing Ruoshi. I am Hu Huan, the deputy leader of the Longfang gang. May I ask who you are? Su family, Ruoshi replied, producing a token that symbolized her identity within the family. Previously, as a servant, her token was merely a plain wooden one, but due to Su Chen's influence, her status had risen significantly, and she now possessed the silver token reserved for managers. A silver token. Hu Huan's expression shifted dramatically, for those who could obtain such an identity token were invariably perfected cultivators at the core formation stage, although he harbored doubts about Ruoshi's age and cultivation level. Upon seeing the token in her hand, he stepped forward with a smile and clasped his hands, saying, "Ah, you are the steward from the Su family. I did not recognize you at first. I beg your pardon. May I inquire if your visit to my Changhong courtyard is for a specific matter?" While Hu Huan spoke respectfully, his gaze was unwaveringly fixed upon Ruoshi. When had the Su family appointed such a young female steward? Why had he never heard of her before? Though Hu Huan's mind was awash with questions, in Mingyue City none dared to forge the Su family's identity, leaving him to entertain a mix of belief and skepticism. Ruoshi coldly replied, "I am here to find Hu Bangju and take two individuals." Take people? Hu Huan was utterly bewildered. What was happening? Suddenly Gao Qiao, standing beside Hu Huan, glanced at Li Qingqing, his expression momentarily frozen. Before his eyes narrowed in realization, and he leaned closer to whisper in Hu Huan's ear, "Deputy guild leader, that girl beside her is." Upon hearing this, Hu Huan narrowed his eyes, turning to look at Li Qingqing. Then back at Ruoshi, and he bellowed, "To dare forge the Su family's identity, guards, seize these two at once." Several individuals at his side rushed forward, preparing to encircle the pair. Ruoshi's lovely eyes flashed with fury as she exclaimed, "What do you intend to do? Are you not afraid of offending the Su family?" "Offend the Su family?" Gao Qiao scoffed, speaking with utter disdain. "You overestimate yourselves. Have you become addicted to impersonating the Su family? And as for Li Qingqing, to save your sister, you dare to usurp the Su family's name? If the Su family learns of this, your entire family is doomed. Want to save your sister? It's simple. Just bring me 1,000 spirit stones, and I shall ensure her safe return." Upon hearing this, Li Qingqing's eyes brimmed with hatred as she shouted, "Gao Qiao, my sister only borrowed 50 taels to pay for our parents' medical expenses. Yet you demand 1,000 spirit stones? We do not possess such wealth." Around the vicinity of Mingyue City, many commoners still existed, their currency being silver and gold. Such individuals comprised the majority, nearly 70% being ordinary folk. A single spirit stone could be exchanged for roughly 500 taels of silver, illustrating the outrageous nature of Gao Qiao's demands. The young women within Changhong courtyard, upon hearing Li Qingqing's words, exhibited sorrowful expressions. Most had been coerced into servitude by the Longye gang, forced to please men. The bustling location of Changhong courtyard drew a crowd, with many onlookers gathering at the scene of the dispute. How shameless the Longye gang was, transforming 50 taels into 1,000 spirit stones. Was this not their usual tactic? It was widely known that the young women of Changhong courtyard were compelled to serve against their will. What a pity, as these two looked quite young. Isn't that a token from the Su family's steward in her hand? How brazen is the Longye gang to offend the Su family? The Su family? Have you ever seen such a young steward? She is merely at the qi condensation stage. The situation unfolded as follows. That girl's sister had been captured and forced into Changhong courtyard. And in her desperation to rescue her, she forged the Su family's identity. So foolish, someone remarked. If one is to forge an identity, at least find someone whose strength matches that of the Su family. To let a qi condensation cultivator impersonate a steward is utterly ludicrous. Whispers of disbelief filled the air, as no one was willing to accept Ruoshi as the true steward of the Su family. Gao Qiao, after hearing Li Qingqing's words, sneered, "If you cannot repay your debts, why borrow in the first place? Or do you claim that I forced you to take the silver? It is only natural to repay what is owed. Since you cannot provide spirit stones, is it not reasonable for me to take you both to Changhong courtyard to work off your debt?" Chapter 30. Bewildered, do these people not fear the Su family? Gao Qiao spoke with such righteous indignation, as if the wrongdoers were the victims. Ruoshi trembled with anger, her eyes icy as she declared, "You only seek spirit stones, do you not? I will provide them. So release them at once." With that, she tossed 1,000 spirit stones forward. It was evident that confronting the Longye gang was not in her favor, although she was a member of the Su family. She held no real power. Even if she wished to retaliate against the Longye gang, she lacked the capability. Furthermore, with two individuals at the nascent soul stage within the Longye gang, it was unlikely the Su family would engage in conflict over a mere servant. Unless she sought help from Su Chen, but as a servant, she was not in a position to demand assistance from her master. Upon seeing Ruoshi truly produce 1,000 spirit stones, Gao Qiao's eyes gleamed with intrigue. He turned to Hu Huan, exchanging a knowing glance, and upon receiving Hu Huan's nod, Gao Qiao sneered, then contemptuously stated, 1,000 spirit stones is merely the debt owed by Li Ying and Li Xiao. We will take them to Changhong courtyard for training and guidance on how to be proper ladies, so you must also compensate us with 100,000 spirit stones as a guidance fee to take them away. Ruoshi's face turned crimson with rage. You cannot be serious. Her expression darkened. The sudden hike to 100,000 spirit stones indicated their intention to keep the girls permanently. Onlookers shook their heads in dismay at the scene unfolding before them. The Longya gang's methods were utterly repulsive, yet what could be done? Their strength was overwhelming, and even if their actions were despicable, what could anyone do? The two young women were likely doomed, losing their freedom entirely. With the Longya gang's tactics, they would likely become permanent residents of Changhong Courtyard. To think, that young lady is quite charming. If she were to become one of their ladies, I would certainly choose her. Some expressed disdain, while others felt sympathy. However, the Longya gang's power was too formidable. Even those who wished to intervene dared not approach. Gao Chao coldly declared, "Stop wasting time. If you can produce 100,000 spirit stones, you may take them. If not, both of you will remain in Changhong Courtyard." As he spoke, he licked his lips, his eyes reflecting a lecherous intent. Ruoshi was not lacking in beauty, and even in all of Mingyue City, she was a rare find. With a little cultivation, she would undoubtedly become a top courtesan, and with his status, he could indulge in the ladies of Changhong Courtyard at will. He was determined to savor the experience. Gao Chao's demeanor suggested he had the two women firmly within his grasp. Even if Ruoshi managed to produce 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, he could always concoct another excuse, such as their forgery of the Su family's identity. Li Qingqing's face was filled with panic as she hid behind Ruoshi, her voice trembling. "Little sister, what shall we do now?" Ruoshi's complexion darkened. "I am a member of the Su family. Do you dare to lay a hand on me? Do you not fear the Su family's retribution?" "The Su family?" Gao Chao feigned laughter, his disdain evident. If Li Qingqing and her family truly had a steward from the Su family backing them, how could they be suffering so? They would not even have to borrow a single tael for medical expenses. He had no faith in Ruoshi's claims of belonging to the Su family. "Let me tell you, if you cannot produce spirit stones today, not even the King of Heaven can save you." Gao Chao was intimately familiar with Li Qingqing's family. They boasted no significant background, being ordinary folk from a small mountain village, with no cultivators in 3 generations. Such people were easily manipulated, presenting no risk at all. As the crowd around them continued to swell, Hu Huan suddenly spoke up, "Fear not, my Longya gang is not unreasonable. That if you can earn 100,000 spirit stones for Changhong Courtyard, I will certainly allow you to leave." Hu Huan sought to salvage his reputation, opting for a facade of benevolence. Ruoshi trembled with indignation. She had not anticipated Hu Huan's brazen shamelessness and his hypocritical faade. Gao Huan then shifted his tone, adopting a more severe demeanor. "Of course, you have another option. We could take you to the Su family, but the consequences would be dire. You and your family would meet their demise. Forging the Su family's identity was a grave offense. Yet this guild leader was graciously offering you a chance at survival, which was already an immense favor." Hu Huan surveyed the crowd, subtly signaling Gao Chao, who immediately understood the cue. "Seize them." Ruoshi's heart raced as she drew her longsword, unleashing a powerful aura that enveloped her. "I dare anyone to try." What formidable sword energy! Gao Chao's eyes widened in surprise, despite Ruoshi merely being at the chi condensation stage. He sensed a dangerous aura emanating from her. "Just a chi condensation cultivator attempting to put on airs before me." Gao Chao sneered, though Ruoshi's displayed energy was formidable, nearly rivaling that of a foundation establishment cultivator. She remained merely at the chi condensation stage. He lunged at her with a swift motion, his core formation energy flaring, immediately tightening Ruoshi's expression. Ruoshi was filled with anxiety. She had never encountered such fearsome individuals since entering the Su family. Nor had she contemplated survival in such a manner. Her daily thoughts revolved around serving her master well. Yet today, stepping beyond the Su family, she realized how perilous the outside world could be. "Stop!" A booming voice resonated, and from the crowd emerged a robust figure clad in simple attire. Upon witnessing Gao Chao's assault on Ruoshi, he erupted with fury. "What are you doing? Do you not recognize that she is a member of the Su family?" Gao Chao was momentarily stunned, then burst into raucous laughter. "You will go to any lengths to rescue her, even recruiting others to partake in this charade." Upon hearing these words, the robust man immediately erupted in fury, exclaiming, "How dare you insult me?" He promptly produced a wooden token emblazoned with a prominent character for Su. However, this wooden token was adorned with silver edging, and the reverse was inscribed with the character Pang, distinguishing it significantly from ordinary servant tokens. "I am Su Li, the 7th son of Su Si, steward of the 3rd branch. How dare you claim I am masquerading as a member of the Su family?" Do you wish for death? While ordinary branches might hesitate to confront forces at the nascent soul stage, the third branch is indeed part of the Su family's inner circle. Asa Steward. He is the leader of the third branch and wields considerable power within the Su family, not to mention he is a figure at the initial stage of nascent soul, thus he naturally harbors no fear of the Chang'e gang. Suli continued his tirade, "You filthy dogs, this young lady is Miss Rawashi, a person of the young masteress inner circle. How dare you attempt to make her a servant in Changhong courtyard? If the young master were to find out, your Chang'e gang would meet with annihilation." Clearly, upon hearing someone question his identity as a member of the Su family, he was consumed by rage. Gao Qiao was momentarily intimidated, but after a moment of contemplation, he regained his composure. "How audacious, you dare to insult me." He firmly believed that Li Qingqing lacked any affiliation with the Su family. Their family had endured hardships over the years. Had they truly possessed ties to the Su family, even as mere servants, they could not have suffered so grievously. Gao Qiao's eyes burned with fury. "To insult my Chang'e sect! I shall sever your limbs today as a warning to others." With that, a formidable aura erupted from his being, his hands hardening like iron as he lunged towards Suli, intent on murder. Suli was taken aback. As a mere cultivator at the initial stage of foundation establishment, he was utterly ill-equipped to withstand an assault from the core formation stage. He was left in a stupor. "Do you fear not even the Su family? Has the world of Mingyue City truly changed? My father is a steward of the third branch. Dare you kill me, and your Chang'e gang will surely be obliterated." With a thunderous roar, Suli's eyes blazed with indignation. He could hardly fathom that Gao Qiao would dare to act. Gao Qiao scoffed derisively, his gaze filled with scorn, still pretending, "I shall witness how your Chang'e sect meets its end. If you are indeed of the Su family, then I am the king of heaven. Stop this at once." A commanding voice rang out, followed by a brilliant sword light surging from the distance, imbued with a rich sword intent, which swiftly severed Gao Qiao's arm. Chapter 31. Dare to kill a member of the Su family. Su Qian takes action on. Gao Qiao's agonized scream echoed, piercingly wretched. Su Qian appeared from afar, his eyes filled with a chilling murderous intent. He was the eldest son of Su Yuanba, thus the brother of Su Yi. Coldly Su Qian remarked, "Well, I see now that the Chang'e sect dares to lay hands on members of the Su family." He had initially been drinking with Suli, but had not anticipated finding himself embroiled in such turmoil. He had believed Suli could handle the situation, yet this Chang'e sect had audaciously attempted to harm a member of the Su family. Upon seeing Su Qian, Huanqi felt an immediate sense of relief. With a direct descendant of the Su family present, it seemed today's events would likely conclude without further incident. Su Qian cast a frigid glare at Hu Huan, "Leader Hu, you would do well to provide me with an explanation. Otherwise, today's affair may not end well." Before Hu Huan could respond, Gao Qiao bellowed, "You brat, you seek death." Infuriated at having lost an arm, he was beside himself with rage. Especially since Su Qian's cultivation was merely at the pinnacle of foundation establishment, while he himself was at the initial stage of core formation. To have his arm severed by someone at the foundation establishment stage was a profound humiliation. Hu Huan hastily restrained Gao Qiao, his expression growing increasingly grave. Su Qian exuded an uncommon aura, and if Li Qingqing truly had backing from a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, there was no need for her to seek Gao Qiao's assistance for a mere sum of silver. Could it be that they were genuinely of the Su family? At that moment, Hu Huan felt a pang of anxiety. With a respectful gesture, he inquired, "May I ask for your name, young master?" Su Qian replied coolly, "Su Qian of the Su family." Su Qian, Hu Huan's brow furrowed. He had not heard this name before. The Su family had only recently arrived in Mingyue City, and the younger generation of both the direct and collateral lines seldom made public appearances. Thus Hu Huan found the name somewhat unfamiliar. However, observing Su Qian's confident demeanor instilled a sense of trepidation within him. After a moment of contemplation, Hu Huan stated, "Young master Su Qian, if you can prove your identity as a member of the Su family, I shall release Li Ying and Li Xiu immediately." Upon hearing this, Su Qian erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha. His unrestrained mirth caused Hu Huan's expression to darken. Gao Qiao added coldly, "Deputy leader, they are certainly acting. I have investigated Li Qingqing. She is in no way connected to the Su family." At this proclamation, Hu Huan's initial wariness began to dissipate. After indulging in laughter for a moment, Su Qian, with a hint of derision, turned to Hu Huan, "Leader Hu, are you all fools in the Chang'e gang?" Suli could not restrain himself from chiming in. "Indeed, I have never encountered such foolishness in Mingyue City before." Impudence. Hu Huan could no longer contain his fury and, in a fit of rage, lost his rationality. coupled with Gao Chao's insistence that these individuals could not possibly be members of the Su family. He decided to strike, launching an attack toward Su Qian with a thunderous ferocity. The overwhelming might of Hu Huan's assault manifested as two powerful strikes imbued with the force of lightning, causing Su Qian's countenance to shift dramatically. The disparity in their realms was simply too vast. Before a nascent soul stage practitioner, Su Qian, at the pinnacle of foundation establishment, was akin to an ant. Yet Su Qian was utterly perplexed. How could Hu Huan dare to attack a direct descendant of the Su family in Mingyue City? Was he truly unafraid of death? Was he some sort of madman? Hu Huan, you seek death, Su Qian roared, and as a direct descendant of the Su family, he possessed life-preserving trump cards. However, just as he prepared to utilize them, a figure suddenly stepped in front of him. Boom! A resounding crash reverberated as Hu Huan was sent hurtling backward like a released arrow, crashing into the ground before Changhong Courtyard and creating a several-meter-deep crater, blood gushing from his wounds. Before Su Qian stood a striking figure, clean and handsome, tall, and extraordinarily charming. Young master, came the exclamations, as Ruoshi's face lit up with joy. Su Qian also reacted, his face brimming with delight. Fifth brother. Being just a few months younger than Su Qian, referring to him as fifth brother was entirely appropriate. Su Qian nodded at him, then turned his gaze toward Hu Huan, speaking in a dispassionate tone. A mere initial stage nascent soul dares to lay hands on a direct descendant of the Su family. Truly, you know not the depths of your own folly. Upon the sight of Su Qian, many in the vicinity were taken aback. This person looked familiar. Do not tell me he is Su Qian, the young master of the Su family. My heavens, could it be that these individuals are indeed of the Su family? It seems the Changyang gang is doomed, if Su Qian is truly a direct descendant. They are certainly finished. To dare to act against a member of the Su family. Hu Huan had indeed reached the end of his rope. Nay, it was the Changyang gang that had met its demise. Su Qian may not have known many individuals, but he was acquainted with Su Qian. Witnessing Hu Huan's misfortune, the onlookers displayed expressions of schadenfreude. Hu Huan's chest caved in. Had he been an ordinary person, he would likely have perished. However, due to the astonishing vitality of a nascent soul practitioner, he managed to survive, albeit gravely injured. Enduring excruciating pain, Hu Huan hastily rose to his knees, terror etched across his face as he implored, "Young Master Su, spare my life. I was misled by slanderous words and nearly harmed the Su family." He could scarcely believe that the individuals before him were truly members of the Su family. The critical point was that Li Qingqing, capable of associating with so many from the Su family, why then did her household live in such dire straits, even if he were to doubt Su Qian's identity? It was now irrelevant. The previous confrontation had assured him that he was no match for Su Qian. Enough, Su Qian stated coolly. I have no desire to hear such idle chatter. As the words left his mouth, he moved with the swiftness of a specter, appearing beside Hu Huan, then raised his foot to stamp down. The seemingly mundane kick instantly shattered Hu Huan's dantian and nascent soul. With the shattering of his nascent soul, Hu Huan's cultivation plummeted to the depths, rendering him a mere mortal. Observers around them could not help but gasp in astonishment at the sight. A practitioner of the nascent soul stage had been so effortlessly reduced to a state of powerlessness. Su Qian's tone was sharp as he declared, "Whoever dares to lay a hand on a direct descendant of the Su family, what authority shall my Su family hold in Mingyue City thereafter? Su Qian, take this man back to the Su family. In 3 days, let him be executed at the martial arts arena." He refrained from immediately killing Hu Huan, not out of compassion, but rather to establish authority, ensuring that all would tremble in fear at the mention of the Su family. Otherwise, such incidents would continue to occur. The events of today had been absurdly comical. Members of the Su family had revealed their identities. Yet there were still those who dared to lay hands upon them, and that too in Mingyue City. Su Qian immediately nodded. Yes, young master, although they were all direct descendants of the Su family. Su Qian's status surpassed his own. He stepped forward, seizing Hu Huan and unceremoniously tossing him to Su Li. Take him back. At this moment, despair filled Hu Huan's eyes. He realized he was doomed, having unwittingly collided with the wrath of the Su family. Simultaneously, he harbored intense hatred toward Gao Chao. Had it not been for his misleading counsel, he would have been far more cautious in verifying the identities of these individuals before formulating a plan. As the deputy leader of the Changyang gang, his rise to the nascent soul stage had been no small feat, yet today he had stumbled at the hands of his own people. Li Qingqing was merely an ordinary person. How could she possibly have the audacity to impersonate a member of the Su family? this fact alone warranted utmost caution, however, due to Li Qingqing's lowly status. He found it difficult to associate her with a powerful entity like the Su family. Coupled with Cao Chao's misleading influence, he presumed that the individuals before him were not affiliated with the Su family at all. In a sudden outburst, Hu Huan yelled at Gao Xiao, "You wretched scoundrel!" Vile words cascaded from his lips, yet at that moment Gao Xiao was so terrified that he appeared completely dazed and lost. With a gentle grip, Su Chen unleashed a terrifying force that swept through the Longye gang, resulting in the immediate demise of all its members, including Gao Xiao. The annihilation of the Longye gang instilled profound fear in the hearts of those present. Is this truly the Su family? An entity at the nascent soul stage appears so feeble before him. The key point is that Su Chen seems to be far more formidable than the rumors suggested. Chapter 32, The Annihilation of the Longye Gang. Am I not invincible? Should I not seek a touch of grandeur? Simultaneously, two powerful auras erupted within Mingyue City, exuding an oppressive force that was suffocating. One clearly surpassing the other. A transformation stage presence, alongside a nascent soul presence. Elder Su Qingyun, why have you targeted my Longye sect? I have never offended the Su family. Accompanied by a furious roar. Within moments, the nascent soul aura was completely extinguished. A tremor ran through the crowd, especially those outside the Changhong courtyard, who were acutely aware of the unfolding events. For many, a nascent soul figure was a formidable powerhouse. Yet such a character appeared utterly weak before the Su family, lacking even the slightest capacity for resistance. So effortlessly extinguished, many felt that the death of the Longye gang's leader was profoundly unjust. He was slain without understanding the circumstances, yet occurrences of this nature were all too common in Mingyue City. In a world governed by the law of the jungle, where could one find reason? On another front, after slaying Hu Huan, Su Chen vanished from the scene. Ruoshi gazed at the spot where Su Chen had disappeared, respectfully bowing once more. "Thank you, young master." Following the destruction of the Longye gang, some bold maidens within the Changhong courtyard immediately began to flee. One led the charge, and soon the entire group scattered in a chaotic rush. Two figures emerged from the Changhong courtyard, adorned in vibrant attire. Their faces marked by panic. These two were Li Ying and Li Xiu, who had been coerced by the Longye sect, using their parents as leverage to serve clients in the Changhong courtyard. Initially, both had resigned themselves to their grim fate. Willing to accept the harsh reality, today marked their first day receiving clients. Yet before any customers arrived, such a calamity struck. Initially frightened and hesitant to flee, upon seeing many other maidens escaping without anyone pursuing them, they too joined the exodus. Xiu Jia, Ying Jia. Upon spotting the two, Li Qingqing called out eagerly. Li Ying and Li Xiu were startled, turning towards the sound to see a familiar figure alongside an unfamiliar one. Nevertheless, they immediately recognized who it was. Years ago, their family had visited the Su family to see Ruoshi. Although their encounter was brief, they distinctly remembered this younger sister. They rushed over and took her hand. Urging her to escape, hurry, Ruoshi offered no resistance, and after running a considerable distance, they finally stopped by the roadside. Gasping for breath, the joy of reuniting with Ruoshi filled Li Ying and Li Xiu with elation. And upon learning that their sister had come to their rescue, they were utterly astonished. They had thought Ruoshi was merely a servant in the Su family, only to discover she served as the young master's attendant. With eyes brimming with envy, the two sisters expressed their desire for Ruoshi to return home, but she declined, still uncertain about facing their parents. "I will secure a good house for you. Please move to Mingyue City as soon as possible, and just come directly to the Su family to find me," Ruoshi declared before turning to leave. Li Qingqing couldn't help but smile wryly. "It seems our sister still harbors grievances." Li Ying and Li Xiu sighed, acknowledging that their past mistakes were indeed regrettable. Ruoshi had been left all alone in the Su family, isolated and without familial care. Enduring much hardship, it was only natural for her to bear resentment, yet compared to starving alongside them, her situation seemed preferable. At that time, a natural disaster had struck, with a sudden drop in temperature affecting mortals severely. Though cultivators remained largely unaffected, had they not sent Ruoshi away, the only outcome would have been starvation. The three elder sisters, being somewhat older, were capable of work, but Ruoshi was too young, leaving them no choice but to send her to the Su family. In truth, their parents had been deeply worried about leaving Ruoshi waiting from a distance for half a day until she was taken in by the Su family. Nonetheless, from Ruoshi's current demeanor, there seemed to be a significant turning point. At the Su family, Su Chen reclined comfortably in his chair, a look of contentment on his face. Home was indeed a soothing refuge. After a brief nap of half an hour, he slowly opened his eyes. The Su family now boasted 3 individuals at the transformation stage: Su Qingtian, Su Yunqian, and Su Qingyun, while the remaining 3 elders had reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. It wouldn't be long before they too would break through to the transformation stage. While such progress was commendable, much remained to be achieved. A powerful faction requires more than just cultivation, it also necessitates formidable techniques and auxiliary paths, including alchemy, artifact forging, and formations. Su Chen retrieved a formation known as the Spirit Summoning Array, classified as a mid-tier heavenly formation, capable of accelerating the surrounding spiritual energies generation within a radius of 500 meters centered on the Su family. The speed of spiritual energy generation would double, extending 3,000 meters outward. It would increase by 50%. Given that the cultivation environment in Mingyue City was merely average, it was exceedingly challenging for even illusory void stage cultivators to emerge, and impossible for those at the combined body stage. This situation necessitated either enhancing the environment, a laborious endeavor, or relocating the Su family from Mingyue City. Relocation. Clearly, Su Chen deemed the latter option more favorable. There was no necessity to remain in Mingyue City. The Xiantian realm harbored numerous paradises where the Su family could thrive. Even if improving the environment was the goal, they could select a more suitable location. The primary issue was that the 5 great cities were too remote, hindering the Su family's growth. However, such considerations were for the future, and there was no need to rush. Su Chen began to contemplate his own affairs. Having previously utilized his cultivation, he now found his Hongmeng immortal body had reached great perfection, imbued with the terrifying Hongmeng purple qi, an unparalleled weapon. Yet, he still felt a sense of incompleteness. His offensive capabilities felt somewhat monotonous, lacking the dazzling flair. Su Chen turned his gaze to his techniques tab, overflowing with countless methods ranging from yellow tier to immortal tier. The fierce fireball technique, a high-level Xin tier skill, could unleash scorching waves of heat with immense power. Without hesitation, Su Chen selected it for USEI. In the next moment, the operational route of the fierce fireball technique was deeply engraved in his mind, as though he had been practicing it all along. Subsequently, Su Chen began to select additional techniques: the illusory divine art, a high-level heavenly technique; cultivate, the sky-splitting sword art, a mid-tier imperial technique; cultivate, the devouring god 9 slashes, a third-tier immortal technique; cultivate. In total, Su Chen chose to cultivate nearly 100 techniques, a small fraction being below heavenly tier, while the majority were sacred and immortal tier techniques. Only then did he contentedly close the system interface. From now on, when he engaged in combat, he would not merely rely on his physical prowess. He could utilize these techniques. While the effects may be similar, the prestige had soared to countless heights. The Hongmeng immortal body was incredibly formidable, capable of delivering punches comparable to immortal tier techniques, yet it felt too direct and simplistic, lacking in elegance. Since he was already invincible, should he not pursue a touch of splendor? Chapter 33: The rapid development of the Su family, the emergence of the 9 dragons competing for the throne in the Jinghong Empire. In the following period, Su Chen dedicated himself to guiding the younger generation of the direct line within the clan in their cultivation. The Su family gradually became aware of Su Chen's terrifying and mysterious nature. 2 months slipped by in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, 3 incredibly powerful auras erupted within the Su family, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Many within Mingyue City looked up, their eyes filled with shock. This was emanating from the Su family's direction. They had broken through with 3 more transformation stage powerhouses. Does this mean the Su family now possesses 5 transformation stage cultivators? Wait, have you forgotten about Su Chen? Rumor had it he was at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Surely he has broken through to the transformation stage as well. By this calculation, the Su family now boasts 6 transformation stage cultivators and 1 illusory void stage cultivator. The patriarch of the Su family also seems to be at the pinnacle of the transformation stage. It won't be long before he too breaks through to the illusory void stage. Breaking through to the illusory void stage is exceedingly difficult. It is not something that can be easily achieved. Whispers of discussion echoed throughout the city, with all speaking of the Su family in tones laced with reverence. The Su family had become undeniably terrifying, bolstered by 3 new transformation stage powerhouses, solidifying their position within the 5 great cities. Su Chen had also provided the Su family with numerous formidable cultivation techniques, enhancing their combat capabilities. Additionally, the clan had made strides in auxiliary cultivation paths such as alchemy and artifact forging, Initially, they had only one third-tier alchemist, but this number had now increased to 7. Along with one fourth-tier alchemist, with the support of heavenly roots, the younger generation of the Su family was growing rapidly. For instance, Su Yuza had already reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. Merely a step away from the nascent soul stage, another year passed swiftly. Within Mingyue City, all felt a tightening in their chests, as if the very air of the heavens had been drawn away. Creating an oppressive discomfort. What is happening? The crowd turned their gazes toward the source of the aura, their expressions filled with terror. Immediately, a formidable and unparalleled aura erupted from the Su family, leaving everyone feeling like mere ants. Forced to crawl upon the ground, the aura of the void refinement stage, the eyes of the people in Mingyue City were filled with dread, overwhelmed by the power of such a formidable being. Soon, this aura blossomed completely, and a figure soared into the sky, causing ripples in the surrounding void. I, Su Qingtian, have finally broken through to the void refinement stage. Su Qingtian laughed heartily, at that moment resembling a titan of unmatched strength. Exuding an oppressive presence, this was the head of the Su family, Su Qingtian. My heavens, another member of the Su family has actually broken through to the void refinement stage. The crowd was awestruck. Filled with trepidation, with two powerful void refinement experts in the Su family, their strength was now unshakable. Particularly upon learning this, the other 4 major cities hastily brought gifts to express their gratitude and loyalty. And Su Qingtian directly demanded the other 4 cities to submit to the Su family. Naturally, all factions within the 4 major cities agreed and were willing to offer tribute to the Su family annually. Thus, the 5 major cities became the territory of the Su family. In that year, among the younger generation of the Su family's direct line, 5 broke through to the nascent soul stage, while 2 elders from the collateral line also reached the transformation stage. Currently, the Su family boasted a total of 8 transformation stage practitioners, and the combined number of both direct and collateral lines at the nascent soul stage approached 30, an exceedingly terrifying figure. After another 6 months, Su Hongyuan also broke through to the mid-void refinement stage, which quelled any lingering dissatisfaction among the other 4 cities. The direct line of the Su family were all born with spiritual roots. And with the monthly cultivation resources delivered by the Wanbao Pavilion, they could rapidly advance in their cultivation. The Su family thus reached an unprecedented peak of prosperity, and news of the 5 major cities even reached the Jinghong Empire. Drawing the attention of many, the Jinghong Empire was currently unstable. Emperor Jinghong was preparing to enter seclusion to break through to the return to origin stage and was thus preparing to abdicate. Yet, the empire's stability needed to be maintained, leading to the 9 princes vying for the position of heir. The Jinghong Empire had seen 3 emperors, but in every succession struggle, nearly all participating princes perished. Leaving only one final victor, this meant that ultimately only one among the 9 could survive, making the royal family's struggles exceedingly bloody and brutal. Hence, during this tumultuous time, the 9 princes each had formidable allies. With the strongest, the eldest prince, already achieving the mid-void refinement stage. He had the largest following among all the princes and was deemed the most likely to seize the throne. Now, the battle for the throne had reached a boiling point. With nearly all powers in the Jinghong Empire aligning themselves, however, the sudden emergence of 2 void refinement practitioners from the 5 major cities, one of whom was at the mid-stage, immediately sparked similar thoughts among the 9 princes. They must win over the Su family. Although the Jinghong Empire was immensely powerful, the number of void refinement stage practitioners remained limited, representing high-end combat strength. The presence of 2 void refinement experts could often play a pivotal role. Just days after the news of the Su family's accomplishments spread, each of the princes sent envoys to express their desire to ally with the Su family. However, as the Su family had only just stabilized, Su Qingtian declined nearly all of these overtures. In the reception hall, a man dressed in luxurious attire sat with an unsightly expression, as he had just witnessed Su Qingtian reject the eldest prince's proposal. Huang Qi, his face marred with displeasure, spoke. Family head Su, the eldest prince has expressed sincere intentions. Refusal serves no benefit to you. Furthermore, with the eldest prince's overwhelming power, if he gains the support of the 2 void refinement experts from your family, his chances of success will increase significantly once he ascends to the throne. Will the Su family still need to reside in the isolated 5 major cities? The eldest prince can provide you with a place rich in spiritual energy within the Jinghong Empire. Su Qingtian replied with a forced smile. Lord Huang, the Su family harbors no ambitions for conflict. We merely wish to preserve our own existence. The struggle for the throne is far too perilous. A single misstep could lead to the annihilation of the Su family. There is no need for us to involve ourselves. Upon hearing this, Huang Qi's expression darkened further. After saying all this, you still wish to refuse? Huang Qi stood up, slowly releasing his mid-void refinement aura, his demeanor akin to an enraged lion. A family head. Su, I hope you understand, the 5 major cities are ungoverned territories. This was merely an agreement between the former emperor of the Jinghong Empire and the lords of the 5 major cities during his rise. But now, with the lords of the 5 cities vanished and your refusal to align with any prince, whoever ascends will find no refuge for the Su family. Do you truly believe you can maintain your safety? Family head. Su Qingtian's complexion changed instantly. Although the Su family now had 2 void refinement experts, they remained powerless against the colossal force that was the Jinghong Empire. If the princes turned their sights upon them, the Su family would indeed face retribution under any new ruler. Huang Qi, tired of further discussion, scoffed and turned to leave, saying, Family head Su, take care of yourself. I am the room. Su Qingtian was left alone. His expression laden with worry. Was it truly so difficult for the Su family to pursue a stable existence? Shaking his head, he sighed in resignation. The fundamental issue in this world was the lack of power. Days passed. Family head, there is someone outside seeking an audience, claiming to be an old acquaintance of yours. Chapter 34, the 7th Prince of the Jinghong Empire, Lin Jin. I in the reception hall. Upon seeing the person standing inside, Su Qingtian's face lit up with surprise. Lin Jin, is that you? Standing in the reception hall was a man with a congenial demeanor, exuding an air of maturity and composure, coupled with a faint hint of authority. Lin Jin smiled warmly. Brother Su, it has been a long time. Su Qingtian laughed heartily. Brother Lin, it has indeed been far too long. Please do not leave too soon. Let us drink and enjoy each other's company. Lin Jin was someone he had known since his time with the Qingfeng gang, and it was Lin Jin's assistance that had facilitated the Su family's migration to Mingyue City. However, upon hearing these words, Lin Jin's smile faded, replaced by a bitter expression. Brother Su, do you truly believe I am in the mood for drinking now? Su Qingtian was suddenly taken aback, realizing he had momentarily forgotten Lin Jin's status. The 7th Prince of the Jinghong Empire, Su Qingtian understood Lin Jin's purpose for visiting, and his expression grew solemn. The struggle for the throne, surely one can withdraw from it, Lin Jin replied in a calm tone. Withdraw? How can one withdraw? Regardless of who wins, all will ultimately face repercussions. If I become the heir, I will not spare the other princes. The Jinghong Empire has powerful ancestors from the integration stage to suppress dissent. The throne's possession matters little. What matters is being of royal blood. Even if one becomes the Jinghong Emperor, others can still drag you down. In this world, power reigns supreme. There is no such thing as public sentiment. If you possess the capability to slay the Jinghong Emperor, then you are the emperor of the empire. Hence, anyone ascending the throne must first eliminate potential threats, ensuring the execution of all rival siblings. Su Qingtian was left speechless. He had long heard of the brutal nature of the struggle for the heirship, but this had one advantage, as those who became emperors were undeniably exceptional in both talent and skill. Such individuals overseeing the empire would ensure its better survival. However, the downside was the absence of familial bonds. Even good brothers would turn against each other. The atmosphere in the hall grew heavy. With both men falling into silence, eventually Lin Jin sighed in resignation. Among the 9 princes, my power is the weakest. The others each have at least 3 void refinement stage experts supporting them, while I have only 2. From the movements of the other princes, it seems they intend to eliminate me first. Upon hearing this, Su Qingtian's gaze was filled with conflict. Lin Jin was a dear friend, having invested considerable resources and connections to assist the Su family in their migration. Without Lin Jin's help, reaching Mingyue City would have been significantly more challenging. Thus, the Su family owed Lin Jin a great favor. However, with the survival of the Su family at stake, he could not help but feel anxious. Lin Jin's relative weakness among the princes meant a high probability of defeat. Should the Su family align with him, they would inevitably face disaster, although he was the head of the Su family. The Su family belonged to all its members, not just him alone. Lin Jin's words had made his intentions abundantly clear. He hoped for Su Qingtian to side with him. Suddenly, Su Qingtian asked, Brother Lin, before arriving in Mingyue City, you mentioned your child was about to be born. Is it a boy or a girl? Lin Jin smiled. That was quite some time ago. I had a daughter, now 18 years old. If the opportunity arises, I will bring her to meet you. As he spoke, a tinge of bitterness crept into his smile. Should he fail in the struggle for the throne, his family would undoubtedly face annihilation. It seemed unlikely that he would have such an opportunity. Lin Jin noticed Su Qingtian's predicament and stood up, saying, "In that case, Brother Su, I shall not impose further. There are many matters within the Jinghong Empire awaiting my attention." He understood that urging Su Qingtian to side with him was a perilous endeavor, thus Lin Jin's visit to the Su family was merely an attempt, not an effort to leverage the debt the Su family owed him. After all, even with the assistance of the Su family, his chances of success in this struggle for the throne were not particularly high. There was no need to drag the Su family into peril alongside him. As Lin Jin was about to depart, Su Qingtian hastily interjected, "Brother Lin, please wait. My Su family is not comprised of those who forget their loyalties in the face of profit. Previously, among the 9 imperial princes, the other 8 have sent envoys to our door. It would not be easy for my Su family to evade their grasp. However, this matter is of great significance, and I must consult with my kin before making a final decision." Lin Jin was immediately overjoyed. "Thank you, Brother Su." Qingtian nodded and began to summon all the senior members of the Su family, including the 5 principal elders and the 13 leading stewards from the collateral branches. Naturally, Su Chen was among them. In the council hall, Su Qingtian recounted the entire situation in detail. After listening, Su Qingyun spoke without hesitation. "The 7th prince aided us in the past. Now to lend support to the other princes would essentially make him our adversary." Upon these words, silence fell over the hall. Aligning with one of the princes seemed a matter of choice, yet in reality, there was only one viable option: the 7th prince. To choose another would equate to sending the 7th prince to his death. A notion that contradicted the Su family's principles of loyalty and righteousness. He furrowed his brow. "I have investigated the situation in the Jinghong Empire. The 7th prince's strength is lacking, with only 2 cultivators in the void refinement stage by his side. While the 1st prince boasts 9, 3 of whom have reached the pinnacle of the void refinement stage, the disparity in strength is rather vast." At these words, those who had initially considered aiding the 7th prince fell silent. What could they do against such a significant difference in power? The hall buzzed with discussion, yet no one offered a definitive stance on whether to support the 7th prince or abstain from choosing sides. Some even suggested that fleeing might be the best option, avoiding allegiance altogether. After a heated debate lasting an hour, no satisfactory conclusion was reached. Ultimately, Su Qingtian turned to Su Chen. "Do you have any proposals?" The members of the clan immediately turned their hopeful gazes towards Su Chen, their eyes brimming with anticipation, for he had always been the one to resolve their family's dilemmas in the past. Would he do so again this time? Su Chen replied with calm assurance, "There is no need for hesitation. Since our Su family owes Lin Jin a significant debt of gratitude, we should choose to assist him. If my father opts not to help anyone, then no one would dare to hold us accountable afterward." His words imbued the gathered crowd with a sense of stability. In Su Chen's view, should the Jinghong Empire dare to seek retribution, he would not hesitate to suggest replacing their ruler or even annihilating the Jinghong Empire entirely. To him, a royal power with only a composite stage was no different than an ant. Hearing Su Chen's words, Su Qingtian made up his mind. "We shall aid Lin Jin. The debt we owe him must be repaid. Moreover, I cannot bear to watch Lin Jin perish." While the principal elders of the family were not particularly familiar with Su Chen, they understood that his transformations were attributable to his efforts, thus they placed great trust in him. As Su Chen continued, "If that is the case, I shall venture alone into the Jinghong Empire. It is fortuitous, as I had intended to explore there anyway." Chapter 35, Proceeding to the Jinghong Empire. Laying ambush. "You intend to go alone?" Su Qingtian's expression turned grave, and the assembled members exchanged looks of confusion. Su Chen's strength was merely at the initial stage of the divine transformation. At least that was what he claimed, although few truly believed it, even if his combat prowess rivaled that of a peak divine transformation cultivator. It seemed futile against the void refinement stage. The 7th prince did not require the assistance of a mere divine transformation warrior. Su Chen replied with composure, "Rest assured, with me present, the 7th prince will surely claim the throne. No one shall usurp him." At his declaration, the crowd gasped in astonishment. The battleground for the throne was defined by those at the void refinement stage. Could Su Chen truly sweep through the ranks? Su Qingtian pondered for a moment before eventually nodding. Very well. He held immense trust in his son, recognizing that Su Chen was far more mysterious and powerful than he let on, although Su Qingtian had never probed into the depths of Su Chen's capabilities. He knew of his formidable and enigmatic master. Regardless of whether the seventh prince succeeded in his claim, Su Chen himself would certainly be safe. The Su family quickly deliberated, ultimately deciding that only Su Chen would accompany Lin Jin. While the family would maintain its usual affairs, outside Mingyue City, 3 dragon horse carriages came to a halt, eliciting fear in the eyes of passers-by. The unique insignia on the carriages revealed them to be the royal carriages of the Jinghong Empire. As Su Chen and Lin Jin exited the city, Lin Jin regarded the calm-faced youth beside him with confusion. Could he truly assist him in claiming the throne, recalling Su Qingtian's unwavering tone upon departure? Lin Jin felt a twinge of uncertainty. Was Su Qingtian merely jesting with him? Su Chen emanated an aura of only the divine transformation stage. What impact could such a person have on the struggle for the throne? The contest for the position of heir was not merely a battle among the princes. It consisted of 2 phases. The first phase involved the princes attempting to diminish their rivals' forces before the actual contest began. Once the real battle commenced, it would be presided over by His Majesty the Jinghong Emperor, where the champions under each prince would clash. Ultimately, the victor would be declared the heir. This was not only a test of personal strength but also a measure of cunning and strategy. Among the 9 princes, although the first prince was the strongest, the second and third princes were only slightly weaker, each possessing 2 cultivators in the void refinement stage. Should they form a temporary alliance, they could pose a significant threat to the first prince. Currently, with merely 7 days remaining until the contest for the throne, Lin Jin had only 2 usable cultivators at his disposal. The odds of victory were exceedingly slim. Lin Jin did not even factor Su Chen into his calculations. In his view, the Su family's decision to send Su Chen along was likely an attempt to avoid awkwardness, yet he bore no resentment. For his chances of success were already too low. Even with the Su family's support, he could not alter the inevitable outcome. He did not wish to see his failure lead to the annihilation of the Su family. Lin Jin sighed inwardly, reflecting on how in just over a decade, Su Qingtian had transformed into a figure so unfamiliar, so worldly wise. If he was unwilling to assist, he should have directly refused. Why send Su Chen to face death alongside him? Greetings, Your Highness the Seventh Prince. A middle-aged man approached the dragon horse carriage, bowing respectfully. His gaze lingered on Su Chen, his brow furrowing slightly. Divine transformation. Lin Jin casually stated, "This is Su Chen, the young master of the Su family. He will accompany us to the Jinghong Empire." He offered no further explanation, evidently not regarding Su Chen as significant. Zhang Yan's brow furrowed deeply. He sighed, realizing that the prince had failed to summon sufficient reinforcements from the Su family. He was one of Lin Jin's cultivators in the void refinement initial stage, specifically tasked with protecting him during this journey. Your Highness, Zhang Yan's expression turned anxious. The absence of additional void refinement cultivators meant that Lin Jin's side now relied solely on 2. Lin Jin waved his hand dismissively. "Let us proceed. We will discuss further upon our return." Neither man gave Su Chen due regard, considering him merely a divine transformation cultivator, regardless of his potential talents. How formidable could he truly be? Moments later, the dragon horses took flight, vanishing into the horizon. These hybrid dragon horses, tamed by the founding emperor of the Jinghong Empire, had always been the royal family's exclusive mounts. Capable of soaring through the winds at remarkable speed, rivaling even the peak of the divine transformation stage. As Su Chen sat within the carriage, watching the scenery retreat at an astonishing pace. He contemplated whether he should also acquire a magnificent mount. However, he had no interest in ordinary beasts. Only divine creatures would suffice. That was a quest for the future. Just then, Su Chen gazed into the distance, a cold smile playing upon his lips. He had not anticipated that trouble would find him so swiftly. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than a massive rift in the void appeared directly before the dragon horse carriage. For formidable attacks surged forth from the rift, hurtling toward Lin Jin's carriage with alarming speed. The clouds above churned violently, shaken by the overwhelming force of these strikes. Your Highness, be cautious. Zhang Yan's pupils dilated as he summoned all his strength to defend. Yet, the ferocity of the 4 attacks, combined with the element of surprise, rendered his efforts futile. With a sickening cough, he spat a mouthful of crimson blood, his energy waning. In ambush, Lin Jin's eyes blazed with fury. Filled with a maniacal desire to kill, had they already resorted to assassination so soon? His gaze darted toward another dragon horse carriage, the one Su Chen occupied, now utterly destroyed. With Su Chen's demise, all hope within him was extinguished. When he had departed the Su family, Su Qingtian had sworn that Su Chen was formidable, yet now the situation was far from what he had been led to believe. Lin Jin could scarcely fathom that his trusted ally was indeed deceiving him. "Ah, seventh prince, today you shall not escape." A cloaked figure emerged, radiating an overwhelming aura of sword energy, as if capable of cleaving through all. Following him were three more figures stepping forth from the void, each exuding immense power. 4 in total, all at the mid-stage of void refinement. In stark contrast, Lin Jin's side boasted only Zhang Yan, a solitary cultivator in the initial stage of void refinement. The outcome was glaringly apparent. Lin Jin raised his head and spoke with an icy indifference. "Who sent you here, elder brother? Or is it the second brother?" The man wielding the blade chuckled coldly, as expected of the seventh prince. Maintaining such composure in these dire circumstances, a true talent. "It's a pity." As his words fell, he swiftly lunged towards Zhang Yan, for Lin Jin was merely at the perfected stage of the transformation realm. Once Zhang Yan, this insignificant fly, was eliminated, dispatching Lin Jin would be as easy as reaching into a pocket. Zhang Yan bellowed, "Your Highness, flee. Do you think you can escape today?" A chilling voice resonated, and in an instant, the surrounding area was encased in ice for dozens of miles, the temperature plummeting. Even Zhang Yan, at the void refinement stage, could not suppress a shiver. In that moment, Lin Jin recognized the identity of his assailant, the Icebound Valley Master, Duan Wuhans, under the command of the first prince. Meanwhile, Zhang Yan let out a wretched cry as one of his arms was severed, his expression twisted in agony. Yet, such an injury was not fatal for one at the void refinement stage. At this level, regrowing a severed limb was far from impossible. "Seventh prince, prepare to die." Duan Wuhan's intoned coldly, resembling a vengeful spirit from the depths of the nine hells, as a massive ice spear coalesced and shot towards Lin Jin. In this contest for succession, the princes vied for the throne, while their supporters sought to secure their futures. Once the prince they backed ascended, the benefits for themselves and their factions would be immeasurable. Conversely, failure would plunge them into an abyss of despair. Thus their desire to win surpassed even that of the princes contending for the throne. To kill me, you shall find it far from easy." Lin Jin's eyes glinted with frost as his aura shattered its confines, abruptly breaking through from the perfected transformation realm to the initial stage of void refinement. He then seized Zhang Yan, preparing to tear through the fabric of reality and escape. "I never anticipated you were at the void refinement stage," Duan Wuhans exclaimed, astonishment evident in his gaze. Chapter 36, The Old Fox. Lin Jin. With endless hidden cards nowhere to escape, the void refinement assassin wielding the blade slashed through the air, severing the rift Lin Jin had opened. At that moment, the eyes of the four void refinement experts were filled with murderous intent. Lin Jin was indeed at the initial stage of void refinement, and the depth of his aura indicated he had long since broken through. Among the 9 princes, only 4 had reached the void refinement stage. And now one more had joined their ranks. The critical point was that the first 4 were openly known, while Lin Jin had concealed his prowess. Such restraint hinted at even more hidden tactics yet to be deployed. Thus, he had to be eliminated today. Simultaneously, the 4 made a resolute decision to kill him. The battle for succession had yet to commence, yet a figure like Lin Jin, who clearly feigned weakness while secretly gathering strength to strike a fatal blow, could not be tolerated as a potential threat. "Kill him." The 4 charged at Lin Jin, and the very heavens began to tremble. The earth seemed unable to withstand the pressure, cracking in fissures that appeared terrifying. In the mountains and forests, countless low-level beasts displayed expressions of fear and fled in all directions. Zhang Yan's eyes were also filled with shock. Evidently, he had just realized Lin Jin's true stage. Nonetheless, he shouted, "Your Highness, don't worry about me. You must flee." Lin Jin paid him no heed as he removed a jade pendant from his waist and hurled it at the 4 in an instant. A tempest of energy surged forth, engulfing the 4 within its violent grasp. This energy seemed capable of annihilating the heavens and earth, causing the surrounding void to tremble violently, and massive rifts began to form. With a thunderous explosion, a deep pit emerged in the ground, spanning dozens of miles, and seizing this opportunity, Lin Jin tore through the void, taking Zhang Yan with him. He was acutely aware that this strike could not possibly kill the 4. As for Zhang Yan's suggestion to flee alone, that was never a consideration. Even if he could escape today, how would he evade the battle for succession? Lin Jin's face darkened. Among the 8 princes, he was the one most overlooked, having received little support since birth. In contrast, the other princes had familial backing, making their paths considerably smoother. Thus, Lin Jin had learned to conceal his strengths from a young age. Preparing to contest for the position of heir once he amassed sufficient power. Alas, fate had other plans. the sudden abdication of the Jinghong king caught him off guard. Despite possessing numerous strategies, he had only 2 formidable allies at the void refinement stage. If he abandoned Zhang'an, it would mean having but 1 ally remaining. On the day of the battle for succession, he would inevitably face defeat, and the new king would seek to settle scores with him. How infuriating! Lin Jin's eyes brimmed with resentment. Given just a little more time, 100 years, even, he could achieve so much. In a century, he could advance to the mid or even late stages of void refinement and recruit more experts at that level. When the time came to contest for the heir's position, his chances would be significantly enhanced. Just as he had teleported several dozen miles away, 4 powerful auras rapidly closed in on him. Though they lacked the previous intensity, 7th Prince impressive tactics. As the voice rang out, rifts in the void were torn open. Following that, a blade of light surged toward Lin Jin, its power exceeding that of before. Collapsing the space in its wake, a sight most terrifying. Simultaneously, 3 other fierce assaults converged upon Lin Jin. His anxious expression suddenly transformed into calm. He abruptly halted, regarding the 4 pursuers with icy disdain. Before him, the 4 attacks were abruptly halted 10 meters away, as if an invisible barrier stood in their path. Witnessing this, the 4 were taken aback. This is not good. At that precise moment, the heavens ignited in flames, and colossal pillars adorned with mysterious red runes rose up in the surrounding space. Within the area encircled by these pillars, the temperature surged, rendering even the void refinement experts uncomfortable. The 4 attempted to break free, but the formidable pressure emanating from the pillars rendered them immobile. Lin Jin's gaze was frigid. The Burning Heaven Inferno formation was originally intended for the battle for succession, designed to annihilate those at the perfected void refinement stage. I never expected to waste it on you. You shall perish. The Burning Heaven Inferno formation, a high-level Earth-grade formation renowned for its ruthless lethality. As they felt themselves being gradually refined, terror etched itself on the faces of the 4. The 7th Prince possesses hidden cards. Moreover, his intellect is frighteningly astute. From the very beginning, he had meticulously plotted everything. By revealing his true strength, he induced their wariness, then used the explosion to buy time, subsequently setting this trap for them to fall into. Lin Jin had anticipated all this from the outset. He roared, his gaze sharp as blades. This formation was one of his trump cards, and its use now implied that his original chances of victory in the battle for succession had significantly dwindled. The 4 cried out in agony as the searing heat became unbearable. Within a mere 30 breaths, they would be reduced to ash. Why aren't you making a move? Duan Wuhan's could no longer contain his fury. As one who practiced ice attribute techniques, he found the oppressive heat utterly unbearable. With his words, a fierce swordlight sliced through the void, cleaving a gap in the Burning Heaven Inferno formation, causing the temperature within to plummet as the formation teetered on the brink of collapse. Breaking through from within the Burning Heaven Inferno formation was exceedingly difficult. Even perfected void refinement experts struggled, but doing so from the outside was far simpler, which was its critical flaw. Simultaneously, a shadowy figure charged towards Lin Jin. Wielding a short dagger, his gaze cold and devoid of emotion, like a soulless automaton, Lin Jin's pupils constricted in disbelief. To eliminate him, they had dispatched 2 late-stage void refinement experts and 4 at the mid-stage. How infuriating! Lin Jin's expression darkened to its nadir. To be honest, he still had one last trump card, but to use it here would jeopardize his chances in the battle for succession. His heart swelled with rage. Why must I, the weakest, be targeted first? Among these individuals, at least 3 factions, 3 princes, sought his demise simultaneously. From their perspective, he was the weakest, possessing virtually no chance of competing for the position of heir. Akin to a spectator, thus, it seemed they aimed to eliminate the onlooker before the fight began, to prevent him from reaping any benefits, did it not? Lin Jin's eyes glinted with cold resolve, since they all wished to kill him. None would escape unscathed. Just as he prepared to take action, he discovered he was completely immobilized. What is happening? Lin Jin's eyes widened in horror, yet soon, he realized that everyone around him had come to a standstill. As if the very fabric of reality had solidified. A splendid performance, a voice, laced with a hint of languor, reverberated through the air as Su Chen stepped forth from the void. Upon seeing Su Chen, Lin Jin's eyes filled with shock beyond measure. It's him. Chapter 37, Arrival at Ginghong City. In that moment, Lin Jin's expression was one of utter astonishment. It was indeed Su Chen. How could this be possible? He had not perished. From Su Chen emanated a profound sense of oppression, as if his very spiritual essence recoiled in submission, paralyzed within his body, akin to being frozen in place. How terrifying! This young master Su Chen possesses such formidable strength? Lin Jin had initially thought Su Qingtian was merely jesting, but it appeared he was utterly serious. Such overwhelming pressure could only belong to a powerful cultivator at the integration stage. If he were to gain the support of an integration stage expert, who could possibly contest the position of heir against him? Within the Jinghong Empire, there were a total of 3 integration stage cultivators, the Jinghong King, the National General, and the Grand Master. However, the 2 individuals mentioned have not appeared in the world for a century. Having secluded themselves for cultivation, within the stipulations set forth by King Jinghong regarding the struggle for succession, there was no mention of prohibiting those in the fusion stage from participating. In his view, if a prince could enlist the aid of a powerful entity at the fusion stage, it would merely reflect his own capabilities. Su Chen stood upon the void, emanating an aura that instilled profound dread within all those present, sending them into a state of utmost terror. This aura, though faint, was incomparably more terrifying than that of the refinement stage. Under its oppressive influence, it felt as though needles were piercing their skin, causing an intense, agonizing sensation throughout their bodies, even affecting their very souls, leading to a sense of impending collapse. The refinement stage cultivators lying in ambush for Lin Jin were now filled with trepidation. Having surmised that Su Chen was likely the ally Lin Jin had summoned, the notion that Lin Jin could procure the assistance of a being at the fusion stage signified that he was destined for triumph in this contest for succession. At that moment, regret consumed them. They had never anticipated that the seemingly weakest 7th prince would turn out to be the most formidable contender. Their initial targeting of the strongest contender was nothing short of suicidal. As Su Chen stepped forth from the void, he drew forth a long sword that appeared unremarkable and devoid of any apparent power. He then raised his hand and unleashed an invisible sword chi that surged forth with astonishing speed, striking down a refinement stage practitioner standing before Lin Jin without any fierce fluctuations or extraordinary phenomena. Everything seemed utterly ordinary, yet this seemingly mundane strike resulted in the instantaneous demise of the refinement stage cultivator. Subsequently, with each swing of his sword, another life was extinguished. Before Su Chen, they were akin to mere ants. The most harrowing aspect was that none could move. They were forced to watch their own deaths unfold helplessly, the sheer despair of it all being their greatest torment. Ultimately, 6 individuals were effortlessly slain by Su Chen as if they were mere vegetables. With this, the oppressive aura that had blanketed the heavens and earth dissipated entirely, and Lin Jin's actions returned to normal. He hurriedly approached Su Chen, his demeanor tinged with respect as he expressed, "Thank you, young Master Su, for your timely intervention." Although Su Chen was of a younger generation, Lin Jin dared not presume superiority in his presence. After all, he was a being at the fusion stage. Reflecting on how Su Chen had just dispatched 6 refinement stage cultivators, Lin Jin felt a shudder of apprehension. Had Su Chen wished to eliminate him, it would likely have been equally effortless. Lin Jin was overwhelmed with astonishment. Su Qingtian's son possessed an extraordinary talent, having reached the fusion stage at such a tender age. Such a feat was exceedingly rare even in the entirety of the Xiantian realm. Perhaps only the unparalleled prodigies of the sacred clans could boast such gifts. Lin Jin's heart brimmed with envy. Su Qingtian had indeed sired an exceptional son. Su Chen nodded lightly, his voice calm as he replied, "It was but a trivial matter. Let us proceed." With the dragon horse carriage having been destroyed, the 3 were left to traverse the journey on foot, prompting Lin Jin to once again suppress his cultivation to the God transformation stage. As for Su Chen, he maintained an aura that was consistently at the God transformation stage. Zhang and glanced sideways at the 2. Unable to suppress a gulp. How utterly uncanny, one cultivator at the refinement stage masquerading as a God transformation stage practitioner was already astonishing, yet this being at the fusion stage was also feigning the same. The events of the day left him with a tumult of emotions. Initially, he owed Lin Jin a significant favor, which had compelled him to intervene on his behalf. He had even braced himself for certain death, as Lin Jin's chances of victory had seemed exceedingly slim. Yet now, his perspective had undergone a profound transformation. Lin Jin was far from the simpleton he had perceived. Moreover, with the assistance of a fusion stage powerhouse, his odds of seizing the throne had risen to at least 90%. This realization filled Zhang with exuberance, instilling within him a sense of having survived a calamity. He would not meet his end after all. Should Lin Jin ascend as the new monarch, he could anticipate a promising future, akin to the current Grand Tutor and the General of the State. These two had been instrumental in assisting King Jinghong's ascension. Neither Lin Jin nor Su Chen quickened their pace, as Zhang En took the initiative to lead them through the rift in space toward the Jinghong Empire. The 5 major cities in the Jinghong Empire were merely 1,000 miles apart. They had already entered the Jinghong Empire, yet their destination was the imperial city Jinghong City. As a royal-level power, the Jinghong Empire's territory was vast, comprising 27 prefectures, each spanning thousands of miles, immensely expansive. Su Chen observed his surroundings with keen interest. Noting that the spiritual energy in the Jinghong Empire was indeed denser than that of the 5 major cities, heightening the probability of encountering rare treasures and spiritual stone veins. Furthermore, the population density was significantly greater. With even a single city being double the size of Mingyue City, in less than 2 hours, a colossal city came into view. Jinghong City arrived. In terms of scale, this city was approximately 30 times larger than Mingyue City. An awe-inspiring sight. Su Chen was assigned to a guest chamber within the royal residence, where he was attended to by 3 exquisitely beautiful maidservants. Lin Jin, with a respectful demeanor, stated, "Young Master Su, should you have any needs, please do not hesitate to inform me. I shall do my utmost to accommodate you." Su Chen smiled. "I appreciate your kindness." Observing Su Chen's apparent disinterest in further conversation, Lin Jin took his leave from the courtyard. Simultaneously, news of Lin Jin's return to Jinghong City swiftly reached the other princes. Some remained composed, while 3 others bore expressions of grave concern. In the Mu Wangfu, the residence of the first prince, Lin Mu's countenance was dark as he coldly inquired, still unable to contact them. Beside him stood an elderly man, whose grim expression indicated agreement. The first prince took a deep breath, his eyes regaining their composure. It seems the 3rd and 5th princes were also involved in this endeavor. Despite our combined efforts, we could not subdue the 7th prince. Evidently, he is far more concealed than we anticipated. Managing to eliminate 6 refinement stage cultivators, though his tone was calm, anyone could discern the seething anger beneath. The loss of 2 cultivators, one at the late refinement stage and another at the mid-refinement stage, was an irretrievable blow to him. Initially, he had 9 refinement stage experts at his disposal. Now only 7 remained, effectively narrowing the gap between him and the 2nd and 3rd princes, which left him in a state of extreme dissatisfaction. The elder pondered briefly before speaking. "Your Highness, I believe it is not solely the 7th prince's doing." Lin Mu furrowed his brow. "Are you suggesting that other princes are involved?" The elder nodded, prompting Lin Mu to fall into deep contemplation. It was common knowledge that Lin Jin's strength was lacking. Even if he were to conceal his true abilities, the fact remained that he commanded only 2 refinement stage cultivators. Moreover, with his own cultivation at the God transformation stage, it was unfathomable that he could have slain 6 refinement stage practitioners. The only plausible explanation was that other princes had intervened to protect Lin Jin. Contemplating this, Lin Mu's expression turned icy as he scoffed. "Those who seek to benefit from the chaos should consider whether they possess the qualifications to do so." Chapter 38. The detestable Su Chen. Lin Mu inquired once more, "Has the Su family from Mingyue City provided any assistance to the 7th prince?" The elder immediately responded with respect, "According to reports from our spies, it appears that Mingyue City is indeed aiding the 7th prince, but their 2 refinement stage cultivators have not taken action. Only the Su family's young patriarch, Su Chen, has arrived." Lin Mu's brow furrowed. What is the background of this Su Chen? The elder took a moment to organize his thoughts before continuing. There are numerous accounts regarding this individual, the most peculiar being that he was merely at the core formation stage a few years ago. But after an ambush, he was rendered powerless. When he re-emerged in the public eye, he easily dispatched a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, and rumors within the Su family suggest he has since broken through to the God transformation stage. Many within the Su family hold Su Chen in high esteem. At times, his status even eclipses that of Su Qingtian. He recounted Su Chen's deeds in Mingyue City in meticulous detail. Upon concluding, Lin Mu fell into contemplation. While he believed the throne was undoubtedly his, he would not underestimate anyone for the sake of caution. The God transformation stage, you say? Ultimately, Lin Mu scoffed. Despite the unusual circumstances surrounding Su Chen's rapid ascent from core formation to God transformation, it was of little consequence. A mere God transformation practitioner, even if somewhat extraordinary, could not possibly rival a refinement stage expert. Lin Mu's expression turned increasingly cold. The Su family is clearly ungrateful. Once I seize the position of crown prince, I shall ensure their entire household faces annihilation. Meanwhile, after entering the Jin Wangfu, Su Chen was treated to an abundance of fine delicacies, drawing the attention of many within the royal residence. At such a critical juncture, Lin Jin's return with an ally sparked hope among the residents, only to be dashed upon realizing that Su Chen possessed merely God transformation stage strength. The servants of the Jin Wangfu were filled with despair. Should their master fall, they too would be unable to escape their fates. Su Chen, however, remained remarkably at ease, indulging in a life of comfort and luxury, receiving sumptuous meals daily, predominantly composed of spiritually enriched fare. Jinghong City was indeed bustling with prosperity, and once he resolved Lin Jin's matters, he intended to explore it thoroughly. Su Chen wore a contented expression, enjoying the soothing ministrations of a maidservant. "Miss, this is the place." A servant's voice suddenly rang out from outside the courtyard. Following this, a gentle voice floated into the courtyard. "Young Master Su, I am Lin Yiming, having heard that you hail from the Su family of Minghua City. I have come to pay my respects." Su Chen's brow furrowed. The name sounded familiar, as he had occasionally overheard the servants of the Jin Wangfu mention it. Yes, she was the princess, Lin Jin's daughter. What could she want with him? "Come in." Su Chen spoke, then continued to recline in the grandmaster chair, savoring the soft comfort provided by the three maidservants. Soon, two figures entered the courtyard. Leading the way was a tall and graceful woman, her bright eyes and pearly teeth radiating an unblemished beauty. With a hint of delicate makeup adorning her already captivating features, she exuded an alluring maturity. She wore a light green gown, and on her feet were a pair of black and white embroidered shoes. In terms of appearance and demeanor, she was leagues above Ruoshi, the disparity between them starkly evident. If we were to give a score out of 100, Ruoshi might barely reach 80. While Lin Yiming would undoubtedly score at least 95, though the difference was merely 15 points, it was glaringly apparent to the eye behind her stood a man in his 60s, who, despite concealing his cultivation, was sensed by Su Chen to be a practitioner at the mid-stage of the void refinement realm. This should be the second practitioner of the Jin Wangfu. Upon entering, Lin Yiming gazed at Su Chen, who was reclining with his eyes closed, and her delicate brows knitted slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing her eyes. "I have come to pay my respects," and yet he remained sprawled, not even bothering to rise. How utterly dismissive! Initially, Lin Yiming believed her father had a valid reason for bringing a transformation stage practitioner, but now it seemed that Su Chen was merely a quintessential scion of privilege. Surely she had been deceived. The three maidservants also sensed the discontent of the princess, their faces betraying a hint of panic. However, given the prince's orders, they could only muster the courage to continue serving Su Chen. As he munched on grapes bursting with spiritual energy, Su Chen casually remarked, "Is it Yiming, my dear sister? I have heard of you. What brings you to seek me?" Upon hearing the term "dear sister," Lin Yiming felt a shiver run down her spine. With a hint of anger on her face, she prepared to reprimand him but ultimately restrained her ire. "Young Master Su, my father has decreed that you represent the Jin Wangfu as the third participant in the struggle for the throne. Hence I wish to discern what manner of person you are that has garnered my father's favor." Lin Yiming forced a smile, her tone gentle and composed. Her purpose for visiting was straightforward, to probe Su Chen. Although it seemed unnecessary, she adhered to the customary procedure out of caution. The prowess of Su Chen had not been publicly disclosed by Lin Jin, known only to Zhang Yan and Lin Jin himself. And even Lin Yiming, his own daughter, had been kept in the dark. However, upon seeing Su Chen, disappointment flooded her heart. Prior to this, after the Su family produced two practitioners at the void refinement stage, she had conducted an investigation into the Su family and had become well acquainted with Su Chen. Having filtered out irrelevant information, she arrived at a conclusion: the rapid ascent of the Su family from two transformation stage powers to their current status within just 2 years was likely attributable to Su Chen. According to this conclusion, coupled with her father's insistence on bringing Su Chen back, she was increasingly convinced that he was not as simple as he appeared. Yet, at this moment, despite knowing that one should not judge by appearances, Su Chen's demeanor lacked any semblance of a formidable expert. Su Chen opened his eyes, glanced at Lin Yiming, then closed them again, saying, "Well, now you have seen me." Lin Yiming waited in silence, expecting Su Chen to elaborate further, but after a prolonged pause, he remained silent, and her temper began to fray. How infuriating! Su Chen, Chapter 39, The Transformation Stage of Su Chen, the struggle for the throne begins. Lin Yiming felt inclined to turn and leave. So exasperating was Su Chen's attitude, Under ordinary circumstances, no man would fail to fawn over her, yet Su Chen seemed utterly indifferent. Taking a deep breath to quell her rising anger, she redirected the conversation. Asking young Master Su, "Do you possess any confidence regarding the struggle for the throne?" This was the crux of her visit, to test Su Chen. Although he appeared rather unimpressive, Lin Yimeng could not bring herself to believe her father would associate with a worthless individual. While others perceived Lin Jin as weak and inconsequential, Lin Yimeng understood that her father was a man of great ambition and cunning. He would never engage in a meaningless endeavor. Su Chen replied in a nonchalant tone, "As a practitioner at the transformation stage, what confidence could I possibly have?" Lin Yimeng's brow furrowed, a flicker of displeasure crossing her features, though she could suppress her frustration. The elder beside her could not contain himself. Outrageous, Su Chen's demeanor was infuriating. A mere transformation stage practitioner displaying such audacity. With a reprimanding shout, Gong Sun Yang unleashed his mid-stage void refinement pressure, enveloping Su Chen in an instant. Generally, a transformation stage practitioner would collapse under such pressure, yet Su Chen remained unfazed. "What is happening?" Gong Sun Yang's brow furrowed, confusion dancing in his eyes. Just then, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes, and an invisible aura of oppression immediately descended upon Gong Sun Yang. In that moment, Gong Sun Yang felt as though he were ensnared in the depths of despair, surrounded by vengeful spirits, fear flooding his gaze while his body turned ice-cold. Despair and helplessness surged within him. When Gong Sun Yang looked back at Su Chen, he perceived him as a deity, exalted and unapproachable. Gong Sun Yang swallowed hard, instinctively retreating due to the terror that gripped him. Lin Yimeng noticed Gong Sun Yang's unusual behavior. Her eyes filled with confusion. "Master." Gong Sun Yang was the teacher Lin Yimeng had taken as a child. Due to the current crisis facing the Jin Wangfu, he had chosen to risk his life to assist his disciple. Su Chen withdrew his gaze, and the oppressive aura surrounding Gong Sun Yang evaporated in an instant. Gong Sun Yang seemed to be revitalized, his face a mask of trepidation as he hurriedly bowed in respect. "I beg your pardon for my rudeness, please do not take offense, my lord." Though he was unaware of Su Chen's specific level of cultivation, the mere oppressive sensation he had felt suggested that Su Chen was at least a half-step into the integration stage. It was astonishing that the Jin Wang had managed to summon such a figure. Observing Gong Sun Yang's reverence, Lin Yimeng could not help but express her surprise. Her master was a mid-stage void refinement practitioner. And if he needed to treat Su Chen with such deference, it indicated that Su Chen was indeed extraordinary. Truly, her instincts had proven correct. However, what had just transpired? As Lin Yimeng looked at Su Chen, who seemed rather disinterested, she quickly donned a charming smile, saying, "Young Master Su, we shall not disturb you further. Please continue to rest." At that moment, she found Su Chen's demeanor quite captivating. Su Chen nodded and resumed his repose. Savoring his leisurely moments, once they had distanced themselves from Su Chen's courtyard, Lin Yimeng halted, her expression grave as she inquired, "Master, what is the situation with Su Chen?" Gong Sun Yang swallowed hard, still tinged with fear and lingering trepidation. His voice low, "I cannot say." Lin Yimeng's eyes brimmed with confusion, struggling to comprehend why the uncertainty. Gong Sun Yang's expression turned deadly serious. "This individual must not be offended. His strength is extraordinarily formidable. Beyond that, I know little." Upon hearing this, Lin Yimeng formed a rough assessment of Su Chen, yet she was immensely curious. According to her investigations, he was merely a practitioner with exceptional spiritual roots, having been at the core formation stage just 2 years prior. How had he transformed so drastically within this period, achieving such terrifying prowess? Su Chen was now under 21 years of age. Given his exceptional spiritual roots, even with rapid advancement, reaching the transformation stage would have been the limit. Lin Yimeng's gaze reflected her puzzlement. From when she had first learned of Su Chen, long before meeting him, she had been captivated by the enigmatic aura that surrounded him. Turning her gaze back toward the courtyard, concern flickered in her eyes. She hoped he could assist her father in the struggle for the throne. Otherwise, the battle for the 9 dragons would yield only one victor, and they must emerge triumphant. For retreat would lead to utter ruin. Only by forging ahead could they hope to prevail. Time flew by, and soon the day of the struggle for the throne arrived. The Royal Martial Arts Arena, the largest in Jinghong City, could accommodate hundreds of thousands of spectators. Many from the Jinghong Empire had gathered to witness this grand event, the atmosphere in the arena bustling with excitement, filled to the brim with people. The 9 dragons contend for the throne. Such a spectacle had never been heard of before. Moreover, this was the first instance since the founding of the Jinghong Empire that the 9 princes openly vied for the throne. In previous contests for the throne, princes had covertly amassed power, employing various schemes to undermine one another, ultimately seizing the throne through cunning. This time, however, was entirely different. Of course, it could also be attributed to the unparalleled strength of the Jinghong king. At half-step into the returning origin realm, which was truly terrifying. As long as the Jinghong king remained alive, the Jinghong Empire would endure. Even if the princes caused a ruckus, it would not be of great consequence. However, once one of them ascended to the throne, they would gain access to the empire's resources, making breakthroughs into the integration stage a mere formality, along with supreme authority. Who could resist such temptation? Nevertheless, the fundamental reason for the struggle for the throne was likely the Jinghong king's urgent need to enter seclusion and breakthrough. Unable to wait for the princes to compete, thus, he opted for a direct contest. The 9 dragons contend for the throne. This is exhilarating, and it was worth the journey from Qingyang County. Who do you think will emerge victorious this time? I believe the eldest prince is destined to win. I find it hard to believe. Just a couple of days ago, I heard that an incident occurred involving the great prince's subordinates. Originally, there were 9 formidable cultivators at the void refinement stage. But now only 7 remain. It seems that one at the early void refinement stage and another at the mid-level have perished. So what? The great prince still has 3 fully realized void refinement cultivators by his side, capable of effortlessly defeating anyone else. The second and third princes each possess merely 1 fully realized void refinement cultivator. The Huang family's martial arts arena. The atmosphere is electric, bustling with chatter as countless individuals speculate on who will ultimately seize the throne. Most seem to favor the great prince given his unparalleled strength. While you all debate who will prevail, I firmly believe that the 7th prince stands no chance. I concur. It's utterly laughable. I noticed that the list for the throne contention includes a Yuaning stage fighter under the 7th prince's command. Is this a desperate attempt in a time of crisis? Every combatant in this battle for the throne is at the void refinement stage, yet the 7th prince has brought along a transformation stage fighter. It's simply absurd. How can such a fool be deemed worthy of ruling my Jinghong Empire? It's preposterous. The derision directed at the 7th prince is palpable. No one believes he can emerge victorious when discussing him. Their tone resembles that of mocking a jester. It can only be said that keyboard warriors are ubiquitous in every sphere. Chapter 40, The Jinghong King in the Royal Martial Arts Arena. The preparation chamber is filled with imposing figures, each exuding an immense aura of power. At the forefront stand the 9 princes of the Jinghong Empire. Some wear expressions of indifference, others bear faint smiles. While some appear visibly tense, among them, the great prince is flanked by the most formidable presence, causing the expressions of the other princes to grow grave. 7th brother, have you truly brought along a transformation stage cultivator? Do you wish to win so desperately? The 3rd prince, Lin Yu, comments coolly, his calm demeanor unable to conceal the disdain in his gaze. Upon hearing this, the others turn to regard the 7th prince. In the preparation chamber, aside from a few princes who have attained the transformation stage, the remaining cultivators are all at the void refinement stage, making Su Chen's presence particularly conspicuous. The disdain in the eyes of the onlookers directed at Lin Jin is unmistakable. Lin Mu had previously suspected that Lin Jin's inclusion of a transformation stage fighter was a strategic ploy or a means to conceal his true prowess for a surprise attack. However, upon meeting him, he is nearly certain that Su Chen has not masked his cultivation level at all. To ensure victory this time, Lin Mu even borrowed a mid-level treasure capable of detection, one that renders any cultivator invisible to his eyes. Lin Mu gazes coldly at Lin Jin, a faint golden glimmer flashing in his eyes as he smirks with contempt. What use is hiding an early void refinement stage? He has only 2 usable void refinement cultivators at his disposal. The rules for the fight over the throne are straightforward, akin to a standard contest. Each prince selects one of their subordinates to challenge another prince. The challenged party cannot refuse, even if there is a disparity in realms. For instance, if the great prince sends forth a fully realized void refinement cultivator to challenge an early void refinement cultivator, the latter cannot decline, rendering it quite unfair. This implies that 2 princes could simultaneously target one individual, specifically challenging that person's subordinate. If a prince has no one left to send, he may enter the fray himself or opt to concede. Ultimately, the victor shall be crowned the king of the Jinghong Empire. Such rules may appear casual, yet the more relaxed the regulations, the fewer loopholes there are, placing greater emphasis on one's raw strength and strategy. Lin Jin remarks nonchalantly, who wins or loses remains uncertain. TSK. Lin Yu clicks his tongue, his tone dripping with derision. So it seems that seventh brother is quite confident in his chances of besting us. It appears you have some hidden trump card yet to be revealed. The others immediately turn their attention to Lin Jin, scrutinizing the three individuals behind him before sharing a cold laugh. 1 Transformation stage, 1 early void refinement, and 1 mid-level void refinement. What can such a combination achieve? Even with a hidden card, despite this reasoning, a few gazes directed at Lin Jin shift, contemplating that, once the contest commences, it would be wise to eliminate him first to avoid letting him profit from the chaos of their ensuing battles. Lin Yu observes this scene, a slight smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. By inciting animosity towards Lin Jin, he effectively reduces competition by eliminating one contender, thereby enhancing his own chances of victory. A disparity of just one person, though seemingly trivial, significantly bolsters one's opportunity to seize the throne. Suddenly the fifth prince, Lin Hong, speaks up with a faint smile. Elder brother, since your strength is the greatest, and seventh brother appears to be out of contention, why not take the opportunity to deal with him? It will allow seventh brother to rest early while simultaneously showcasing your might. With Lin Jin's strength, he could easily overpower him in a public display, perhaps even dispatching just a late-stage void refinement cultivator to do so. Should Lin Jin possess any hidden cards, they could serve to deplete Lin Mu's strength. Lin Mu does not decline, responding with an inscrutable smile. No problem. Upon hearing this, Lin Hong's eyes narrow, his smile brightening further. Su Chen observes the undercurrents of conflict among these individuals, each of the 9 princes scheming in their own right. Lin Jin, facing their overt and covert hostility, displays no overt emotional response, remaining remarkably composed. In his view, as long as Su Chen is present, his chances of victory are significantly heightened. A being of at least semi-formed essence. Even Lin Mu's 3 fully realized void refinement cultivators would be no match. However, a grave look crosses Lin Jin's face. The freedom of this battle for the throne is exceedingly high. Formations, talismans, and various formidable treasures may all be employed. High degrees of freedom imply a contest of resources, and the great prince's resources are the most profound. His maternal family is another royal power within the Jinghong Empire, the Du family. While the Du family is merely a vassal of the Jinghong Empire, should they lend their full support to Lin Mu, even the Du family's ancestor, a cultivator at the fusion stage, could directly intervene. Fortunately, the combatants were confirmed 3 days prior, and none among them includes the Du family's ancestor. Perhaps they too fear the Jinghong king's scrutiny, and thus the Du family refrains from overtly aiding Lin Mu. Currently, Lin Mu commands 7 fighters, 3 fully realized void refinement cultivators, 3 late-stage void refinement cultivators, and 1 at the mid-level void refinement stage, rendering him unmatched among his peers. This is merely the surface strength. Given Lin Mu's cunning, he is sure to have acquired numerous treasures, thereby further augmenting his power. Lin Jin internally scoffs, wondering if Lin Yu and Lin Hong are truly so foolish. Among the 9 present, who does not possess some hidden card, targeting him, the weakest link, instead of focusing on Lin Mu, the strongest, would be a grave miscalculation. Once they eliminate the strongest contender, they could engage in a free-for-all among themselves. Of course, his thoughts neglect to consider Su Chen's involvement. Nevertheless, Lin Hong's strategy appears sound. By forcing Lin Mu to confront him, it allows for a probing of Lin Mu's capabilities while simultaneously depleting his strength. After a series of verbal exchanges and psychological maneuvering, the preparation chamber falls into a hushed silence. Approximately half an hour later, a piercing voice resonates, echoing throughout the martial arts arena as silence. Our king has arrived. The first to step forth is a eunuch clad in splendid white silk embroidered with clouds, exuding an overwhelming aura of power. Half a step into the fusion stage, the entire royal martial arts arena falls silent. The sound of a pin dropping audible as countless gazes rise towards the source of the voice, filled with trepidation. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man dressed in pale purple emerges, his features stern and commanding, radiating an aura of authority akin to a sovereign reigning from the heavens, instilling an intense pressure upon all in attendance. From him emanates a suffocatingly terrifying presence, the Jinghong king of the Jinghong Empire. A half-step fusion realm cultivator, countless eyes regard the Jinghong king with fear, their breath held and reverenced. He is the unwavering pillar of the Jinghong Empire. As long as he exists, the empire shall not falter. Chapter 41. The seventh brother is no simple character. for chapters presented. Within the preparation chamber, the 9 princes gaze upon the Jinghong king, their eyes alight with fervor, each imagining themselves in his position one day, an unparalleled ruler. Standing above all, the Jinghong king ascends to the highest point of the arena, surveying the gathered crowd before proclaiming in a calm voice, "Today marks the battle for the throne of the Jinghong Empire. I thank you all for your attendance. The identity of the next Jinghong king will be revealed today." As the Jinghong king's voice echoes, a thunderous cheer erupts from the arena, the crowd's eyes brimming with excitement. After a brief moment, the Jinghong king raises his hand, and the arena falls into a profound silence once more. Such is the influence of a king, his every word and action commands the attention of the masses. Seated upon his throne, the Jinghong king states, "The rules of the battle for the throne are clear. Each participant shall rely on their own abilities, deploying whatever means they possess, then let the contest begin." As soon as his words conclude, a figure darts forth from the preparation chamber, wielding a long blade and radiating an overwhelming battle-intent boom. In the heart of the vast arena, the figure lands heavily, the sound reverberating in the ears of the onlookers as if struck by a mighty force. It has begun. Countless eyes gleam with exhilaration and fervor. This is a battle between those at the void refinement stage. Despite the Jinghong Empire's strength, cultivators below the Yuan-Ing stage still account for the majority, occupying 80% of the participants. The Yuan-Ing stage cultivators are indeed quite common, but as one ascends further, they become increasingly rare. Today's struggle for supremacy is predominantly between formidable practitioners at the void refinement stage, and witnessing such a grand clash among such powerful beings is nothing short of exhilarating. When their gaze turned to the platform, they immediately recognized the individual before them, Ji Wuchang, the esteemed sect leader of the Ming Tai sect and a late-stage void refinement cultivator. He is also a disciple under the Grand Prince. Truly, the Grand Prince is impressive, sending someone into the fray right from the outset, displaying immense confidence. The Grand Prince will surely triumph. The Grand Prince will surely triumph. The cheers erupted instantly upon the elevated platform of the martial arts arena. Ji Wuchang's eyes glimmered with icy disdain as he turned to glance at the preparation stage behind him. In representation of His Highness the Grand Prince, I challenge Gongsun Yang, a disciple of the 7th Prince. Please enlighten me. In the preparation area, Gongsun Yang's expression was grave. Ji Wuchang's strength vastly exceeded his own, and as a blade master, this battle seemed almost destined for his defeat. Lin Jin transmitted a message, saying, "Gongsun, if you find yourself unable to contend, simply concede. This contest for supremacy is ostensibly for the purpose of sparring, and with the Emperor observing, he would not dare to take your life. Just do your best." Gongsun Yang nodded solemnly, then tore through the void to reach the preparation stage. In an instant, the atmosphere ignited once more. This would be my first time witnessing a battle at the void refinement stage up close. I never imagined I would have such an opportunity. Regrettably, it seems Gongsun Yang is on the verge of defeat. I cannot say much more, but it's evident that the 7th Prince is unlikely to succeed in this contest for supremacy. There are no capable individuals among the 7th Prince's followers. Having Gongsun Yang, a mid-stage void refinement cultivator, is already commendable. One cannot say this too lightly. The lack of followers for the 7th Prince is likely due to his own mediocre prowess. Were he truly powerful, even with but one void refinement cultivator, he would not have only 2 followers, would he? Somewhere among the spectators, a stunningly beautiful woman bore an expression of profound concern. Lin Yiming clutched her clothing tightly, her heart racing with anxiety. "Master, please do not come to harm." Ji Wuchang, a late-stage void refinement cultivator, is exceptionally gifted, having reached his current cultivation before the age of 2000, while her master, Gongsun Yang, is nearing the end of his lifespan. The disparity is glaringly evident. The eunuch beside the King of the Phoenix remarked, "Let the duel commence." The next moment, 2 formidable auras surged forth, a sharp blade-like cleave through the air, akin to a startled swan, aimed directly at Gongsun Yang. Gongsun Yang formed seals with his hands, the power within him surging wildly. Mountain opening seal, a vast, dark green seal surged forth to clash against the blade energy. Boom! An explosive sound erupted, fierce winds tore through the arena, and a mournful wailing ensued. Had there been no formations in place, who knows how many would have perished in the aftermath of such a collision. This is the might of a void refinement expert. Gongsun Yang was sent flying, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his aura in disarray. The confrontation lacked any preamble. They commenced with their most potent moves. However, it was clear that Gongsun Yang was losing. Ji Wuchang let out a cold laugh, his eyes filled with indifference. He raised his hand once more, the intent of his blade soaring into the heavens, piercing the clouds. In that moment, he resembled a blade incarnate. The next instant, Ji Wuchang vanished from his original position, transforming into a streak of light as he charged towards Gongsun Yang. Master, Lin Yiming sprang to her feet. Her eyes filled with dread. It appeared that Gongsun Yan was about to succumb. The gap in their strengths was simply too vast. Ji Wuchang was indeed a prodigy, having once battled against a perfected void refinement expert. His prowess was undoubtedly beyond that of a mid-stage void refinement cultivator like Gongsun Yang. The crowd accepted Gongsun Yang's impending defeat as an expected outcome. It was only reasonable. As Ji Wuchang rushed towards him, Gongsun Yang's expression remained cold and unyielding. He boldly charged forward. Witnessing this, countless spectators shook their heads in disbelief. Clearly outmatched, why not retreat from the oncoming danger? Was this not tantamount to courting death? Such foolishness. Ji Wuchang smirked coldly, his blade becoming increasingly sharp, causing those watching to squint in discomfort. Just as the two were about to collide, a glimmer of golden light suddenly emanated from Gongsun Yang's hand. Buzz, the void began to ripple, a surge of overwhelming sword intent radiated outward. What is this? Ji Wuchang's eyes widened in alarm. The sword intent sent chills down his spine, as if he were encountering a dire adversary. The next moment, the golden light pierced through his vision, instantaneously severing Ji Wuchang's neck, decapitating him entirely. He scarcely had time to react before being slain. Yet, the spectacle was not over. The golden radiance did not cease, penetrating the martial arena's formation and leaving a colossal breach before finally halting. How is this possible? Ji Wuchang's pupils dilated, his life force swiftly fading, disbelief lacing his voice. How could I possibly lose? Thud, thud, his head fell to the ground with a crisp sound, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. Ji Wuchang had been defeated. This was beyond anyone's expectations. They had anticipated that Gongsun Yang would be bloodied on the stage. Yet the reality had inverted. Ji Wuchang's head lay severed. The sudden reversal left the spectators bewildered, their expressions tinged with confusion. What had just transpired? Upon the throne, the King of the Phoenix narrowed his eyes, observing the shattered formation with keen interest. The sword intent of Tianjian Mountain, the Sword King's essence. This young 7th prince is no ordinary character. Chapter 42. The 7th prince's defeat is certain. In the preparation area, the other princes wore expressions of astonishment. Ji Wuchang had been killed outright, a development they had not anticipated. Several princes glanced at Lin Jin with narrowed eyes, relieved they had initially planned to eliminate him. Otherwise, he might have reaped the benefits from the overwhelming sword intent just now. They could infer the origins of Lin Jin's treasure, Tianjian Mountain, a powerful royal-level force, and the Sword King of Tianjian Mountain is a formidable sword master at the mid-stage of integration. Before the King of the Phoenix had broken through to the semi-returning Essence realm, the Sword King was even capable of contending with him. Of course, that is no longer the case, within the realm of the Phoenix Empire. Only the Sword King could wield such potent sword intent. The golden light from earlier must have contained the Sword King's strike, enabling Ji Wuchang's decapitation. The Grand Prince's countenance darkened considerably. His eyes turned icy, having lost yet another late-stage void refinement cultivator. These individuals were not merely representatives in the contest for supremacy but were also crucial ministers for his future reign. The loss of any one of them was a significant blow. Lin Mu cast a cold glance at Lin Jin and remarked, "Seventh brother possesses quite the skill." Lin Jin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, paying him no mind. Lin Mu, seeing this, chuckled coldly, "I am eager to see just how many trump cards you have left. Wei Zhou, you go." A seemingly unremarkable individual stepped forward behind him, exuding a comparable aura. Also a late-stage void refinement cultivator, however, his aura was slightly weaker than Ji Wuchang's. This individual was Wei Zhou, the sect leader of the Wanfu sect. He was a 7th-grade high-level talisman master, carrying countless treasures and possessing formidable survival capabilities. Even if Gongsun Yang had some hidden cards, it would be quite challenging for him to defeat Wei Zhou as long as he remained cautious. Wei Zhou bowed slightly to Lin Mu before vanishing from the preparation stage. When he reappeared, he was already on the arena. In the contest for supremacy, the rules dictate that one may challenge anyone. And likewise, anyone can challenge you, with refusal being an unacceptable option. Of course, one may choose to concede, but doing so effectively means elimination, barring any further challenges or being challenged. The victor, however, enjoys greater freedom, able to either continue challenging or recuperate. At this moment, the crowd observed the two combatants on the arena, their expressions laden with gravity. Following Ji Wuchang's death, they no longer underestimated Gong Sun Yang. Indeed, none of the 9 princes were simple figures. Isn't that self-evident? Yet, I doubt such trump cards can be wielded indefinitely. It would be absurd. The sword intent just now was evidently that of a powerful integration stage expert. If the 7th prince had many such treasures, he would surely seize the throne without contest. Despite Gong Sun Yang having slain Ji Wuchang, the majority still believed the 7th prince was at his end of victory. It was simply impossible. The voice of the chief eunuch echoed once more, "Begin." As the command rang out, Wei Zhou raised his hand, sending a talisman racing towards Gong Sun Yang. It exploded in midair, transforming into a torrent of overwhelming water aimed at him. This talisman still retained the potency to slay late-stage void refinement cultivators. Causing Gong Sun Yang's expression to shift dramatically, his gaze hardened. He knew he was certain to lose this time, and his objective was merely to injure Wei Zhou, diminishing his strength. With that thought in mind, Gong Sun Yang summoned his full power, his eyes burning red as he charged towards Wei Zhou. "Kill." Wei Zhou scoffed. "You think you can withstand my Tianhai talisman? You overestimate yourself." In an instant, the torrential waters engulfed Gong Sun Yang, the immense pulling force nearly tearing him apart. He exerted every ounce of strength to escape its grasp. Bang! Gong Sun Yang collapsed to the ground, drenched in blood, his aura in tatters. Just a single talisman had rendered him utterly incapacitated. Such was the strength of a late-stage void refinement expert. For most ordinary cultivators, they lacked the ability to transcend their ranks in battle, even facing someone merely one minor realm above them. They could only be subjected to relentless assault. Moreover, Wei Zhou, in an attempt to probe the hidden cards of Gong Sun Yang, initiated the confrontation with his most formidable talisman, the Tianhai talisman, even against those in the late stage of the void refinement realm. It posed a grave threat, let alone to Gong Sun Yang, who was merely in the mid-stage of void refinement. It was already exceedingly rare for him to escape with his life. Wei Zhou let out a cold chuckle. "What's the matter? Do you have no other cards to play?" As he spoke, a fiery red talisman appeared in his hand, emanating an astonishing power that caused the temperature on the entire arena to surge dramatically. Just as Wei Zhou prepared to unleash it, Gong Sun Yang gritted his teeth and declared, "I concede it." Upon hearing this, a chorus of derision erupted within the martial arena. Wei Zhou narrowed his eyes, retracting the talisman from his grasp, his face adorned with an indifferent smile. To refuse surrender meant death, and to concede was equally fatal. Once the 7th prince was defeated, the 1st prince would undoubtedly spare them. Gong Sun Yang struggled to rise to his feet. He vanished from the arena, only to reappear in the preparation area. Approaching Lin Jin, he expressed his apologies. "Your Highness, I am truly sorry." Lin Jin shook his head dismissively, indicating it was of no consequence. "Mr. Gongsun, please take your time to rest." At this moment, Wei Zhou's voice rang out once more from the arena. "I challenge Zhang Yang." Under the command of the 7th prince, Lin Jin's side was left with only one in the early stage of void refinement and one in the spirit transformation stage. If they could deal with the early stage void refinement fighter, the remaining spirit transformation opponent would pose little threat. Just as Zhang Yang was about to step onto the arena, Lin Jin halted him. Surrender. Zhang Yan had yet to fully recover from his injuries. Engaging Wei Zhou in combat would be tantamount to courting death, and he might not even be able to voice his surrender. Zhang Yan glanced at Lin Jin and immediately proclaimed, "I concede." As the declaration echoed within the preparation area, expressions of incredulity swept across the martial arena. What was happening? Was the 7th prince about to concede so soon? With only one spirit transformation fighter left, wasn't that a foregone conclusion? Even if there were hidden trump cards, the disparity between the void refinement and spirit transformation stages was vast. Possessing formidable magical artifacts might not suffice. It seemed the 7th prince was on the verge of exiting the stage. One could only wonder what had prompted him to bring a spirit transformation fighter into the fray. Was it a jest? I wager the spirit transformation fighter would be eliminated in an instant. On the arena, a glint of derision flashed in Wei Zhou's eyes. I challenge Su Chen, under the command of the 7th prince. In the preparation area, Lin Jin turned his gaze toward Su Chen behind him and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. I apologize for the trouble. Witnessing this scene, the other princes displayed expressions of mockery. Surely, the seventh prince wasn't he foolish enough to believe that a spirit transformation fighter could prevail against such odds. It appeared that the seventh prince was too eager for victory, leading him to act irrationally. Su Chen nodded, then stepped forward, gracefully taking flight before gently landing on the arena. His aura remained that of a spirit transformation fighter. For him, this level of battle required him to suppress his own cultivation to savor the thrill of combat. Otherwise, it would be a mere exhibition of overwhelming strength. Observing Su Chen's youthful visage, many in the martial arena exhibited scornful expressions. Indeed, a spirit transformation fighter was the seventh prince destined for defeat. Chapter 43. What is happening? Is a spirit transformation fighter truly this formidable? Ha ha ha, this is indeed a spirit transformation fighter. Could the seventh prince be jesting? Don't laugh, he might be hiding his true cultivation. How is that possible? Concealing one's cultivation to the level of spirit transformation, could the others not discern it? If Su Chen's actual cultivation surpassed the late stage of void refinement, do you think the first prince would allow Wei Zhou to challenge him? This Su Chen, the spirit transformation fighter, truly lowered the stakes of the imperial succession battle. Did he even deserve to participate in such a contest? The sounds of derision echoed relentlessly as the presence of the sole spirit transformation fighter in the imperial succession battle struck them as utterly absurd. This was ludicrous. One could only wonder what the seventh prince was thinking inserting a spirit transformation fighter into the fray. Was it not a farce, or did the seventh prince truly find himself out of options? On the arena, Wei Zhou's lips curled into a slight smirk, his expression one of disdain, clearly underestimating Su Chen. Yet, Su Chen paid no heed to the scornful laughter of the crowd, calmly drawing a long sword. This weapon was unremarkable, merely a low-grade earthly sword. Eunuch Gao glanced at the nearby King Jinghong, anticipating that the seventh prince was on the brink of elimination, and felt it prudent to consult his master. King Jinghong nodded indifferently. As long as nothing outrageous occurred during the proceedings, he would refrain from intervening. Eunuch Gao promptly announced, "Begin." As the sharp sound resonated, a surge of bloodlight erupted from the center of the arena. Su Chen had vanished without a trace, and Wei Zhou was cleaved in two, the scene grotesquely blood-soaked. Su Chen murmured to himself, "I still failed to control my strength. Suppressing myself to the spirit transformation stage alone is insufficient. I must also restrain the Hongmeng immortal body." The fully realized Hongmeng immortal body was simply too powerful, amplifying his speed excessively. Even though he had just now held back, he still effortlessly dispatched Wei Zhou. In the martial arena, a profound silence ensued following Wei Zhou's demise. Even King Jinghong wore an expression of astonishment, clearly caught off guard by how events had unfolded. After a considerable pause, the spectators emerged from their shock. Their gazes filled with disbelief. What had transpired? Wei Zhou had been instantaneously killed. Was he not merely a spirit transformation fighter? How could he possibly eliminate Wei Zhou of the late void refinement stage in an instant? My goodness, is this truly the seventh prince? I have come to realize that one should never underestimate any prince. Su Chen was clearly suppressing his cultivation. To eliminate a late-stage void refinement fighter instantaneously. He must be at the pinnacle of the void refinement stage, if not beyond. Expressions of horror filled the eyes of the onlookers as they struggled to come to terms with the revelation of Su Chen's true prowess. In the preparation area, the first prince's expression darkened, his gaze igniting with a murderous intent. Su Chen had concealed his cultivation, and he had failed to perceive it, an acceptance that was difficult for him to bear. It seemed that Su Chen's existence represented one of two possibilities: either he possessed a treasure that could obscure his true strength, or he was an extraordinary powerhouse, most likely a formidable entity at the threshold of the fusion stage. Lin Mu's eyes glimmered with coldness. He could not believe Su Chen was a cultivator of the fusion stage. The most powerful individual in the Su clan of Mingyue City was merely at the mid-stage of void refinement. As a member of the younger generation, Su Chen's prowess could only reach the spirit transformation stage at most. He cast a dark glance at Lin Jin, his expression exceedingly grim. He had not anticipated that Lin Jin harbored such capabilities. Exploiting his relaxed mindset and then utilizing special treasures akin to Gongsun Ming's to eliminate foes, a calculated scheme indeed. Clearly, in Lin Mu's view, Su Chen lacked the capacity to slay Wei Zhou. He must have received some form of treasure from Lin Jin. enabling him to dispatch Wei Zhou in an instant. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mu addressed the middle-aged man behind him with a respectful gesture. "Mr. Ban Xing, it is time for you to take the field." This individual was his most formidable subordinate. Having lost 2 men previously while dealing with Lin Jin, he could not afford to suffer further casualties lest his credibility plummet. Ban Xing's expression hardened as he nodded and then vanished from sight. On the arena, upon seeing Ban Xing, the crowd exhibited expressions of confusion, evidently unfamiliar with him. Could he not be from the Jinghong Empire? Although they did not recognize him, the aura emanating from Ban Xing sent shivers through the hearts of many. The pinnacle of void refinement. Should he advance even a step further, he would become a powerhouse of the fusion stage. With a void refinement fighter at the pinnacle stepping forth, it seemed unlikely that Su Chen, even if he had hidden cards up his sleeve, could triumph over such a formidable opponent, given that he was merely a spirit transformation fighter. A voice filled with gravity echoed. However, the 7th Prince's subordinates have achieved the impossible twice. This has instilled a sense of uncertainty in many, thus, they opted to withhold their judgments until the outcome was truly settled. Many wore expressions of excitement, if each prince possessed such a plethora of tactics. The day's imperial succession battle would surely be thrilling to behold. At the edge of the arena, Lin Yiming's eyes sparkled with anticipation, her palms slick with perspiration. Su Chen, you must win. Ban Xing regarded Su Chen, his voice icy as he declared, "Killing Wei Zhou by sheer luck was fortunate for you, but this ends here. Today, you shall not prevail against me. I will demonstrate to you the vast chasm that exists between the spirit transformation and void refinement stages." The previous 2 combatants had relied on their own skills, but he was different. He possessed additional treasures bestowed by Lin Mu. For Su Chen to kill him would be akin to a fantastical notion. Su Chen's expression remained composed, silently regarding Ban Xing, a hint of derision playing at the corners of his mouth. Moments later, Eunuch Gao's voice resonated throughout the martial arena. "Begin." In an instant, the 2 figures collided, their fierce energies intertwining, saturating the air of the martial arena. What? Lin Mu's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed the scene unfold. Su Chen was keeping pace with Ban Xing's speed. Could he be a pinnacle void refinement cultivator? The crux of the matter was that if he truly was at the pinnacle of void refinement, why had he been unable to discern Su Chen's cultivation? On the arena, Su Chen's demeanor remained serene as he wielded his long sword, moving with a ghostly grace. Externally, it appeared as if both fighters were evenly matched, yet the reality was starkly different. With each of Su Chen's assaults, he left wounds upon Ban Xing. In stark contrast, Ban Xing was utterly incapable of inflicting harm upon Su Chen. This exemplifies the vast disparity between them. How infuriating! A grave expression clouded Ban Xing's gaze, for he recognized that Su Chen was far from being as simple as he appeared. He must be concealing his true prowess. Could it be that he has reached the threshold of the half-step integration stage? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a blinding beam of sword light suddenly cleaved towards him. In a moment of inescapable peril, Ban Xing was left with a ghastly wound carved into his chest. This scene sent a wave of trepidation rippling through the onlookers at the martial stage. What on earth is happening? Is a mere transformation stage practitioner truly this formidable? Chapter 44, The Might of the Integration Stage. The turn of events with Ban Xing's injury, the spectator's mindset regarding this battle underwent a profound transformation. Upon the arena, Su Chen and Ban Xing engaged in a rapid exchange, their powerful energies resonating outward, causing the platform to tremble under the weight of their ferocity, gradually manifesting cracks. As the confrontation unfolded, Su Chen's interest waned. It was far too effortless. Even when suppressing himself to the transformation stage, he could still effortlessly match Ban Xing's assaults. If he so desired, he could easily vanquish Ban Xing with a single stroke. The gulf between them was insurmountable. The disparity in strength between the transformation stage and the refinement stage is indeed substantial, yet this holds true primarily for the average individual. In the eyes of the elite prodigies of the Xiantian realm, the chasm between the transformation stage and the refinement stage is not one that cannot be traversed. Ultimately, with a graceful sweep of his sword, Su Chen unleashed a luminous arc that seemed to possess a life of its own. Accompanied by a resonant roar, engulfing Ban Xing entirely. Crack, a crisp and melodious sound resonated as something on Ban Xing shattered, sending him hurtling backward at an astonishing speed. Ban Xing's expression turned gravely serious. Such a seemingly simple sword strike had obliterated his protective treasure. He could scarcely fathom what calamity would befall him should that blade connect with his flesh. The onlookers could hardly believe their eyes. As they marveled at the spectacle before them, initially many had found it difficult to accept Su Chen's formidable abilities, but gradually they began to acknowledge the truth. Su Chen was indeed powerful, and astonishingly so. The seventh prince had emerged as the greatest dark horse. My heavens, who is this individual, and how does he possess such overwhelming strength? I have heard whispers that he is the young clan leader of the Su family from Mingyue City. But his prowess is simply unfathomable. Is he not the one who has recently achieved breakthroughs over 2 refinement stage practitioners? Excited murmurs filled the air. Clearly astonished by Su Chen's might, Ban Xing regarded Su Chen with a gaze heavy with gravity. But gradually this intensity transformed into indifference as he coldly remarked, "Your strength is indeed formidable, at least at the half-step integration stage, yet it still falls short." With that, his aura surged to unprecedented heights. Radiating an overwhelming presence akin to a ferocious beast breaking free from its chains. In that moment, Ban Xing's aura intensified manifold, creating a stark contrast that was akin to the difference between the heavens and the earth. He had ascended to the integration stage. A chorus of astonished gasps erupted from the spectators, their eyes wide with disbelief as they beheld Ban Xing. The crown prince had summoned a powerhouse of the integration stage. Did this not signify his unassailable position in this struggle for supremacy? Indeed, even if Su Chen were to possess extraordinary strength, could he truly surpass an integration stage practitioner? This integration stage individual appeared to be no ordinary foe. I estimate his prowess to be at least mid-integration stage, a transformation stage practitioner remarked with a grave expression. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in exclamations of shock. Mid-integration stage, Lin Yiming's eyes brimmed with despair. It was not that she doubted Su Chen, but rather that the mid-integration stage was simply too formidable. She understood that, while Su Chen's combat prowess was exceptional, his aura had remained firmly within the transformation stage. His formidable fighting capabilities could only be attributed to one of 2 possibilities: either he possessed an unparalleled treasure, or he was an extraordinary talent, capable of transcending boundaries in battle. Such individuals are exceedingly rare. Yet the world is vast, and there do exist such prodigies. Within the Jinghong Empire, rumors occasionally circulate of such occurrences, certain disciples of sacred grounds overcoming their limits, refinement stage practitioners vanquishing integration stage foes, and even integration stage warriors defeating those of the return to origin realm. Lin Yiming found it hard to believe that Su Chen was one of these prodigies, for the reality of their circumstances felt too distant. Although his displayed strength was indeed formidable, rivaling that of some top-tier prodigies, the Su family was but a small clan. No matter how gifted Su Chen might be, he would inevitably face considerable limitations. Despite her instinctive belief that defeat was imminent, she still hoped for Su Chen's victory. As Ban Xing revealed his aura, Jinghong Wang's eyes narrowed with concern. He did not express elation at the presence of a mid-integration practitioner under Lin Mu's command, but instead appeared quite solemn. At that moment upon the arena, Ban Xing elevated his strength to its zenith, drawing forth a crescent moon blade with a decisive flourish. This was the manifestation of his true prowess, mid-integration stage. Initially, Ban Xing believed that by suppressing himself to the pinnacle of the refinement stage, with his experience and techniques, achieving victory in this contest for supremacy would be relatively straightforward, yet, he had not anticipated such a turn of events. One that forced him to unleash his full potential. With an icy demeanor, Ban Xing declared, "To compel me to unveil my complete strength is a testament to your pride. However, this is where it ends." As he spoke, his aura erupted forth, causing the very fabric of the surrounding void to shatter, and an overwhelming pressure emanated from the arena, leaving even those protected by formations gasping for breath. How terrifying! Is this the might of an integration stage powerhouse? Merely witnessing this spectacle instilled a sense of dread. It seemed impossible for Su Chen to emerge victorious. Indeed, previously he had merely held a slight advantage. Yet now the prospect of defeating Ban Xing, an integration stage practitioner, appeared exceedingly unlikely. The display of strength from Ban Xing had swayed public opinion entirely in his favor, leading many to abandon their belief in Su Chen's victory. Initially, there was a consensus that Su Chen would triumph, yet the tides had shifted dramatically. The contest for supremacy had only just begun, yet it was already rife with excitement, igniting fervor among all present. A reversal within a reversal. At first, everyone believed the seventh prince would inevitably lose, yet he consistently defied the odds. In contrast, the crown prince, with his formidable resources, had a mid-integration powerhouse at his disposal. Sweeping through the ranks, witnessing this display, the various princes in the preparation area lost their previously calm demeanor, replaced instead by palpable fear and anxiety. Although they were somewhat prepared, they had no means to confront an integration stage practitioner. This indicated that in this contest for supremacy, Lin Mu would undoubtedly emerge as the strongest contender, leaving them with no viable opportunity to contend upon the arena. Su Chen regarded Ban Xing, whose expression was laced with disdain. He coolly remarked, "Are you so certain that you can slay me?" With that, Su Chen raised his sword, a hint of scorn upon his visage. "Since you are so eager to court death, allow me to demonstrate a couple of techniques. So you may understand that there are always those who surpass you." Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Ban Xing inexplicably felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation, as if he were on the precipice of encountering an unfathomable terror. A grave seriousness enveloped Ban Xing as he vanished from his position, his aura surging to its zenith. He would employ all his might to swiftly eliminate Su Chen, lest further complications arise. Su Chen offered a cold smile. In the next instant, he too made his move. Chapter 45. Su Chen's terrifying might. The spectators in awe. Su Chen lifted his sword high, striking forward with a fierce swing. He unleashed the technique, sky-severing. In an instant, a scene of terror unfolded before countless eyes. A colossal rift materialized in the heavens, suffused with starlight, radiant and mesmerizing. This immense chasm spanned thousands of feet, casting its brilliance above Dinghong City, witnessed by nearly all. The countless faces turned pale with dread. While the starlight shimmered resplendently, it was imbued with a ferocious force of annihilation. They could scarcely fathom the devastation that would ensue should that starlight cascade forth. Could anyone in this world withstand such might? Among the onlookers, none were more terrified than Ban Xing, who was directly struck by the sword's force. He found himself enveloped by the starlight, his corporeal form swiftly disintegrating. Within mere moments, he would be utterly obliterated. Such was the sheer horror of it all. For ordinary individuals, a moment may seem fleeting, yet for an integration stage practitioner, that fleeting moment stretches into an eternity. Ban Xing, ensnared by the starlight, was rendered immobile. His gaze flickered with confusion, unable to process the sudden turn of events, yet soon despair and regret filled his eyes. Why must such a formidable force participate in the contest for supremacy? The most confounding aspect was that he was aiding the seventh prince. That perceived waste of potential, Ban Xing simply could not comprehend it. Su Chen's displayed strength was overwhelmingly fearsome, leaving even him, a mid-integration practitioner, utterly defenseless. This was enough to indicate that Su Chen's prowess must at least rival that of the Return to Origin realm. He could not fathom the existence of a talent capable of slaying a mid-integration practitioner from within the transformation stage. Even if someone could barely contest with an integration stage practitioner through the use of artifacts or extraordinary physiques, it would be inconceivable for them to eliminate him with such ease. Surely there should have been some exchange, some semblance of resistance, yet, in Su Chen's presence, he felt only despair, devoid of any hope of retaliation. The chasm between them was simply insurmountable. The entire martial arena fell into a hushed silence. All eyes widened in disbelief, their expressions frozen as they struggled to comprehend the unfolding scene. The spectacle before them shattered their preconceived notions and understanding of the world. An integration stage practitioner was about to fall, and they are here to witness the fall of the integration stage. For countless years, the empire of Jinghong has not seen a fall from the integration stage, yet today they are witnessing it. As they observe Ban Xing's relentless struggles, it feels as if their hearts have been struck by a heavy hammer, leaving them in a state of stupor, unable to articulate their emotions in any language. The key is that the one who killed him is merely at the divine transformation stage, albeit possibly a false one. However, Su Chen's aura only emanates from the divine transformation stage, instinctively leading them to believe that an integration stage powerhouse has been vanquished by a divine transformation cultivator. He has slain an integration stage expert. From this moment forth, the name Su Chen shall resonate throughout the entire empire of Jinghong, not only within Jinghong, but even across the entire eastern region. No, the whole Xintian realm will come to know this name. Do you comprehend what it means for a divine transformation expert to slay an integration stage powerhouse? Even in ancient texts, only the legendary sons of emperors have been said to accomplish such feats. Sons of emperors, could they indeed be descendants of those great emperors? Naturally, this reveals just how terrifying Su Chen truly is. He is already comparable to the legendary sons of emperors. Throughout, Su Chen has only displayed the strength of the divine transformation stage. And even the final strike was executed with the cultivation of the divine transformation stage. Were he to employ that technique with integration stage prowess, it is likely that the entire Ginghong city would be enveloped by that starry domain. A fleeting moment passes, soon Ban Xing has completely lost all vitality. Atop the throne, the king of Dinghong suddenly rises, his eyes filled with disbelief and panic. It is unimaginable that this monarch of the Jinghong Empire would display such a look of alarm. Given Ban Xing's strength, it should have been impossible to be slain so easily, yet Su Chen has accomplished it, seemingly with considerable effort to spare, appearing as if he were merely enjoying a tranquil moment. This indicates that the individual before him is absolutely superior in strength. The return to origin stage. The king of Dinghong never anticipated that the seventh prince, Lin Jin, could summon such a formidable ally. However, he struggles to comprehend why a powerhouse of the return to origin stage would be interested in the meager possessions of the Jinghong Empire. If he so desired, he could simply annex the empire under his command. Why offer assistance to Lin Jin in ascending to the throne? Regardless of the reasoning, he knows he must treat Lin Jin with greater respect henceforth. This lad not only managed to gain the assistance of the Sword King, but now has also summoned a return to origin expert. Truly terrifying. He does not care who the king of Jinghong is, as long as the strength demonstrated can control this empire and lead it to greater heights. That is sufficient. Although somewhat cold-blooded, one must be ruthless to survive in this world. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Lin Mu lets out a roar, his eyes filled with disbelief. Impossible, how could Ban Xing not be a match? He is a min-integration cultivator. Not only is he having difficulty believing it, but Lin Jin is equally astonished. Recalling the words spoken by Su Qingtian before leaving the Su family, he feels a sense of absurdity. This is simply outrageous. The son of Su Qingtian can defy the heavens to such an extent? Could it be that the Su family's strength has increased so drastically, surely due to Su Chen's influence? Although Lin Jin has not interacted much with the Su family, he believes he understands them relatively well. Their ability to sweep aside other factions upon entering Mingyue City and then rapidly grow surpasses their own capabilities. Initially, Lin Jin thought the Su family must have received some fortuitous opportunity to advance so swiftly, but now he realizes that this opportunity is none other than Su Chen himself, or with such a powerhouse. How could the Su family not progress? On the battlefield, all the princes are filled with immense terror. If Su Chen were merely an integration stage cultivator, they would have been determined to fight to the death. Yet he is a return to origin stage powerhouse. How can they possibly contend? It is akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot, or an egg striking a stone. If they possessed the strength to slay Su Chen, they would have long since deposed the king of Dinghong. Instead of engaging in this struggle for the throne, the ninth prince Lin Feng speaks first, addressing Lin Jin respectfully. Seventh brother, it seems the throne is rightfully yours. Allow me to congratulate you in advance. The eighth prince Lin Bu follows suit. Congratulations, seventh brother. Although historically those who ascend to the throne often eliminate their brothers, they still harbor hopes. No one wishes to meet their demise. The other princes also extend their congratulations to Lin Jin, yet his expression remains largely unchanged. After taking a deep breath to calm his surging emotions, he finally smiles and replies, "The matter is not yet concluded. Let us not rush to congratulate. To be honest, he has long made his decisions regarding his brothers. Those who must die will undoubtedly be dealt with, while those who should not need not be harmed. Among the 9 princes, not everyone desires the throne. Take Lin Feng for example. He has never contemplated such matters, merely wishing to live freely, yet has been forcefully thrust into this struggle for succession. Moreover, he poses no threat to Lin Jin, thus need not be eliminated. However, individuals like Lin Mu are marked for death, yet he cannot coldly declare, "Once I ascend, I will eliminate you all." At the very least, he must feign kindness, offering them a glimmer of hope for survival. Once his position is secured, he can swiftly turn against them. After all, a cornered rabbit will bite, and if they are pushed too far, anything could happen, leading to a myriad of troubles. Then, he gazes once more at Su Chen. The return to origin stage, Su Chen is truly terrifying. In an instant, numerous thoughts flood his mind. Su Chen is still unmarried, is he not? My sister Yi Meng is a rare beauty in Jinghong City. However, with Su Chen's formidable strength, what woman could he not have? If all else fails, perhaps Yi Meng could serve as a concubine or maid. Lin Jin's mind races, and Yi Meng might never have imagined that she was nearly offered to another by her dear father. Chapter 46, Wangyun Mountain, a paradise of hidden caves. Killing an integration stage cultivator is remarkably simple for Su Chen, thus his expression remains largely unchanged. To save time, why not have all the individuals under the prince's join forces? His calm voice reverberates throughout the martial arena, leaving everyone stunned into silence. One man, challenging dozens of void refinement stage experts, such strength is utterly terrifying. Everyone turns their gaze to the battlefield, eager to witness the reactions of the princes and to see if they possess any stronger means. However, it is evident that the other princes have no greater abilities to unveil. Ultimately, this struggle for succession concludes with Su Chen's effortless victory, the first prince leaving the battlefield in a daze. Su Chen represents the seventh prince, signifying that Lin Jin will be the future king of Jinghong. With the backing of a return-to-origin expert, the king of Jinghong exhibits no signs of rejection or distaste. Such a powerhouse can only benefit him and the empire of Jinghong. Having reached his level, he no longer places particular importance on factions, only gains and losses matter to him. Lin Jin's reliance on a return-to-origin expert is nothing but advantageous for the empire of Jinghong. 3 days later, the news of Lin Jin's ascension is proclaimed throughout the entire empire of Jinghong, showcasing remarkable efficiency. The empire of Jinghong boasts immense power, and aside from the void refinement experts representing various princes in the succession struggle, there are dozens of others who remain neutral, having connections to integration stage backgrounds, thus not becoming embroiled in the conflict. However, now that Lin Jin has ascended, they all come to offer their congratulations. Extending goodwill. In the palace in Haoran Hall, this is now where Lin Jin resides, a stark contrast to the Jin Wangfu. Clad in a blue robe, Lin Jin smiles and says, "I must express my gratitude to young Master Su for this." Su Chen nods and replies, "It was a small matter. You aided the Su family before, and now repaying that kindness is no trouble at all." Lin Jin chuckles awkwardly. He has long sought to draw closer to Su Chen. Yet Su Chen maintains an indifferent demeanor, seemingly devoid of interest. However, this is quite normal. He shares no bond with Su Chen, and managing to summon such a formidable figure is solely due to Su Qingtian's influence. Had the Su family not owed him a favor, Su Chen would likely have ignored him entirely. Having met with the king, he now encounters young Master Su. The figure of Lin Yimeng gracefully enters, greeting the two with a bow, embodying the demeanor of a refined lady, exuding a sense of comfort. Her bright eyes are filled with curiosity and admiration as they regard Su Chen in any realm. Women revere those of great power, and in the mundane world such power manifests as status, wealth, and authority. However, in this world where strength reigns supreme, women naturally admire prowess. Suddenly, Lin Jin speaks, "Young Master Su, I have already instructed people to seek out locations abundant in spiritual energy, and we have made some progress. Soon, the Su family can directly relocate to the empire of Jinghong." This matter was previously mentioned by Su Chen, prompting Lin Jin to immediately mobilize the royal resources to search upon his ascension. The royal family wields immense power, making the search for locations with spiritual veins a trivial task. A smile finally graces Su Chen's lips. That would be troublesome. Observing Su Chen's expression, Lin Jin's joy is evident. From Su Chen's attitude, it seems quite challenging to open him up. However, he can attempt to win Su Chen's favor by showing goodwill towards the Su family. The two engage in idle conversation for a while. Yet Su Chen remains rather placid, displaying little desire for deeper dialogue. Ultimately, Lin Jin can only bury the thought of having Lin Yimeng accompany him deep within his heart. Moreover, from Su Chen's demeanor, it appears he harbors no strong enthusiasm for Lin Yimeng either. Left with no choice, Lin Jin finally suggests, "Young Master Su, you have yet to explore Jinghong City. Why not allow Yimeng to accompany you on a tour?" She had spent quite some time in the city of Jinghong, and thus had become familiar with its myriad venues for indulgence and entertainment, making her a suitable guide for young Master Su. This was a pragmatic compromise. Su Chen had not indicated any intention of leaving the Jinghong Empire in the near future, so it was prudent to foster a relationship with Lin Yimeng. Who knows? There might yet be a spark between them. Upon hearing this, Lin Yimeng's gaze flickered with a mix of nervousness and anticipation as she looked at Su Chen. It was unclear when precisely she began to harbor such peculiar feelings toward him, feelings that she could not quite articulate. Yet she felt an undeniable urge to draw closer to him. Su Chen nodded in agreement, acknowledging that having a guide would indeed enhance his exploration of Jinghong City. As someone who had traversed worlds, coupled with his formidable strength, he could easily adopt a laid-back attitude. His approach to this world was largely one of playful engagement. Upon hearing Su Chen's acquiescence, Lin Yimeng felt a surge of excitement. her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Did this mean they would have the opportunity for solitude together? A sense of joy bubbled within her as memories of Su Chen's dashing presence at the Royal Martial Arena resurfaced, eclipsing the unpleasant image he had initially projected at the Jinwang mansion. After conversing a while longer, Lin Yimeng, with a bashful demeanor, led Su Chen away, meandering through the vibrant streets of Dinghong City. She introduced him to an array of delights, culinary treats, beverages, and various amusements. Indeed, Jinghong City exhibited a far more lavish scene, boasting gourmet ingredients that far surpassed those of Mingyue City, including meats from powerful demon beasts at the transformation stage, and even the rarer meats from those at the void refinement stage. Though such finds were uncommon, this would have been nearly inconceivable in Mingyue City. 3 months swiftly passed, and much time had elapsed since Lin Jin ascended the throne, allowing the Jinghong Empire to fully acclimate to the notion that Lin Jin was their new monarch. The Crown Prince Lin Mu had met his demise 2 weeks prior, having been ensnared in a scheme devised by Lin Jin. The Du family, which had backed Lin Mu, remained conspicuously silent, and with the national general publicly offering his congratulations, the implications were clear. Support for Lin Jin was unequivocal. Thus, Lin Jin had firmly established his position within the Jinghong Empire. Mount Wangyun rose majestically, its peaks piercing the clouds, surrounded by a continuous range of mountains that presented a breathtaking spectacle. At its base flowed a river several dozen zhang wide. This locale was saturated with spiritual energy, harboring a premium spiritual vein. As spiritual veins are generally categorized into inferior, middle, superior, and premium grades. Inferior veins contain millions of inferior spiritual stones, middle ones house tens of billions, superior veins boast hundreds of billions. While premium veins are terrifyingly rich, containing at least thousands of billions of inferior spiritual stones. However, the majority of the spiritual stones within premium veins are of middle or superior quality, with inferior stones being rather rare. Most importantly, premium veins encompass dragon veins. As long as the dragon vein remains intact, it will continuously generate more spiritual energy, ensuring that the spiritual power of this area remains abundant over time. This Mount Wangyun is now the residence of the Su family, nestled in the heart of Qinghu County within the Jinghong Empire, a veritable paradise. At the pinnacle of Mount Wangyun, Su Chen looked down and nodded. This place was vastly superior to Mingyue City. However, the Su family had not entirely abandoned the 5 major cities. Su Chen had made some modifications to those areas, setting up several spiritual summoning arrays to enhance the spiritual energy, leaving the 3rd elder, Su Yuanba, and the 4th elder, Su Holuan, to rotate as guardians. Additionally, a few branches from collateral lines had been stationed there. The Su family's plan was to allow these collateral lines to take charge once they gained sufficient strength, an approach commonly seen among prominent families, where many require their kin to oversee distant territories, ultimately leaving a small branch to manage affairs. The 5 major cities, after all, offered significant profit, and the Su family was reluctant to relinquish their claims. The main city of Qinghe County was named Qingfeng City. While not as vast as Jinghong City, it was still approximately 3/5 its size, making it a bustling locale with the support of the royal family. The Su family successfully established a presence in the city, launching numerous business ventures. Although other factions were displeased with the Su family's encroachment, no one wished to provoke confrontation with Lin Jin, freshly ascended to the throne, leading to a tacit acceptance. Of course, even without Lin Jin, they would hesitate to provoke the Su family, especially given their possession of a return to origin realm cultivator, with a stable industry established in Qingfeng City. The Su family had firmly entrenched themselves within the Jinghong Empire. Mount Wangyun is divided into 3 distinct sections: the uppermost area, where the direct descendants of the Su family reside, the middle section for collateral branches, and the lower area for servants. Due to the immense size of Mount Wangyun, the uppermost section could comfortably accommodate over 10,000 inhabitants, while the direct descendants currently numbered only a few dozen, rendering Su Chen's residence exceedingly luxurious, nearly 5 times the size of his abode in Mingyue City, adorned with opulent decorations and guarded by dedicated sentinels, a provision arranged by Su Qingtian within the entire Su family. Aside from Su Chen and his attendant Ruoshi, no one was permitted entry without prior consent from Su Chen, not even he himself. This was not a rule imposed by Su Chen but rather one established by Su Qingtian. Given Su Chen's formidable strength, he served as the family's protector, ensuring that no one could disrupt his peace, while instilling a sense of reverence among the Su family members. Su Qingtian's measures were intended to make it abundantly clear to all that Su Chen held a prestigious status. This also paved the way for Su Chen's eventual ascension to the position of family head, though it seems somewhat superfluous, as his power alone would deter any dissent regarding his leadership. Wanyun Courtyard, that was the name of Su Chen's residence. He sat in the courtyard, while Ruoshi dutifully stood beside him, providing a massage. Although Wanyun Mountain was rich in spiritual energy, it still lacked certain elements. After pondering for a moment, Su Chen began to set up arrangements within Wanyun Mountain. He meticulously established advanced spiritual summoning arrays and 2 defensive formations that would automatically trigger upon detecting any hostile incursions: the Sky Plundering Array and the Demon Suppression Array. The latter possessed a certain sentience, capable of recording the auras of all individuals within Wanyun Mountain. If an unfamiliar presence exuded hostility, it would swiftly eliminate the threat. The Sky Plundering Array served as a supplementary mechanism, siphoning energy from specific individuals and providing a power source for the Demon Suppression Array. Coupled with the Dragon Vein beneath Wanyun Mountain, this would create a continuous flow of energy. With the establishment of the summoning arrays, the Dragon Vein below became increasingly active, accelerating the generation of spiritual power in Wanyun Mountain by at least threefold. Should this trend continue, the Su family would soon possess their own integration realm cultivators, establishing a solid foundation of strength within the Jinghong Empire. For now, they were merely riding on Su Chen's formidable reputation. The Zixia mountain range lay adjacent to Mount Wanyun, stretching nearly 10,000 miles and featuring a striking natural phenomenon. In most regions, the evening glow casts a golden hue, but in the Zixia mountain range, the twilight is a delicate lavender. Many once speculated that this was indicative of some treasure, prompting numerous strong cultivators to investigate, only to later dismiss it as an ordinary scenic vista. Within the Zixia mountain range, while there were no void refinement stage beasts, there were plenty at the transformation stage. Su Yuza, along with 3 direct descendants, raced through the Zixia mountain range recently. Su Yuza had developed a formidable aura, having just broken through to the nascent soul stage, making him the first cultivator within the Su family to achieve this milestone. Aside from Su Chen, today, he sought to hunt demon beasts within the Zixia mountain range to solidify his newfound strength. Before long, they encountered a suitable target, a fully matured, 3rd-tier redhorn lizard, exuding a robust aura. Not far from the 4th tier, boasting strength comparable to that of a nascent soul cultivator, an ideal candidate for honing their skills. Kill it! Su Yuza charged forward, engaging in combat with the redhorn lizard. Accompanied by Su Minghu, Su Qian, and Su Kongshan, after considerable effort, the 4 managed to slay the redhorn lizard without sustaining serious injuries. Although Su Mingzi bore several wounds, none of which were critical. He stepped forward slowly, severing the fiery red horn from the lizard's head, a triumphant smile gracing his features. From this day forth, I, Su Mingzi, am also a nascent soul cultivator. Witnessing this, Su Minghu's face was etched with envy. Brother, your rate of advancement is astonishing. Su Yuza chuckled. What are you saying? I merely began my training 6 months earlier than you all, since you 3 are already at the peak of the core formation stage. Breaking through to the nascent soul stage should merely be a matter of a month or 2. Hearing this, smiles spread across the faces of the 3. The growth of the Su family had been remarkably swift. Nearly all the younger generation had reached the core formation stage, with only Su Yunping's 4th daughter, Su Qingran, remaining at the foundation establishment stage, which could largely be attributed to her youth. The collateral branches of the Su family were on the verge of breaking through to the transformation stage. While the elder Su Yunxian had reached the peak of the transformation stage, drawing close to the void refinement stage, suddenly Su Qian exclaimed, "Look over there." Following his gaze, the group noticed a small nest where the redhorn lizard had once resided, containing nearly 10 crimson eggs. Redhorn lizard eggs, Su Minghu exclaimed in surprise, taken aback by this stroke of fortune. The redhorn lizard was considered somewhat special among demon beasts, as it secreted a substance known as blood crystal, which could aid cultivators in refining their essence and marrow. Extremely gentle and non-irritating, often proving more effective than certain elixirs. If the redhorn lizard were to be meticulously nurtured and elevated to the nascent soul stage, or even the transformation stage, it would provide immense assistance to the younger generation of the Su family. If from a young age, they could benefit from the blood crystal that purges the marrow. Furthermore, due to the extreme rarity of the red-horn lizard eggs, a single lizard might never produce offspring throughout its lifetime. This scarcity, coupled with the advantages bestowed by the blood crystal, means that a single red-horn lizard egg could fetch as much as 500 million low-grade spirit stones on the market. With 10 of them in hand, it would be akin to discovering 5 billion low-grade spirit stones. Excitement illuminated the faces of the four individuals. Indeed, this was the empire of Ginghong, a land abundant with treasures. Chapter 48, Xingfeng City. The Zixia mountain range has now become a private hunting ground for the Su family. Ever since they seized control of Wanyun Mountain, few have dared to venture into this area. It is akin to wild beasts, each possessing a sense of territoriality. No one wishes to provoke the Su family, hence they maintain a respectful distance, moreover influenced by the dragon vein of Wanyun Mountain. The entire Zixia mountain range is rich in spiritual energy, serving as a resource supply for the Su family. Recently, the treasures acquired by the Su family within the Zixia mountain range have approached nearly 1 billion low-grade spirit stones. A feat previously unimaginable. Time swiftly passed, and before long, the Su family had resided in Wanyun Mountain for half a year. The elder, Su Qingtian, had just recently achieved a perfect breakthrough in the void refinement stage. While Su Qingyun had broken through to the same stage merely a month prior, the Su family now genuinely boasts 3 formidable void refinement experts. Over this half-year period, the changes within the Su family have been remarkable. As 13 alchemical transformation experts have emerged from the collateral line, although the Su family currently lacks any integration stage experts, they are nonetheless considered a powerful force within the empire of Ginghong. Excluding a handful of integration stage royal powers, the perfect void refinement forces are nearly the strongest present. As for the younger generation of the Su family, they have largely ventured out to hone their skills. Su Yuza has even established a faction named Luoyun Sect. Though it is merely a small operation, he is earnestly building it, and it may very well grow into a formidable power in the future. Wanyun Courtyard, report to the young master. Princess Lin Yiming has sent a letter. Su Chen opened his eyes and replied nonchalantly, bring it in. During this period, Lin Yiming frequently sent him letters and gifts, often bringing him delicacies and amusements. A guard entered the courtyard, respectfully presenting the letter. Su Chen tore it open, revealing 3 yellowed sheets of paper, filled with intricate, flowing script that resembled a work of art. Young Master Su, are you still residing in Wanyun Mountain? When will you visit Ginghong City? I recently discovered a tavern with exceptionally delicious food. The letter flowed with nearly 100 words, with the first 2 sheets recounting amusing anecdotes from Ginghong City and events happening around her. Then, Su Chen picked up the final sheet. I have heard that Qianshan County boasts stunning scenery and is considered the most beautiful place in the empire of Ginghong. I plan to visit there soon to attend to some matters. Young Master Su, do you not enjoy traveling? Would you care to accompany me? Upon reading the last line, Su Chen furrowed his brow, an unusual expression crossing his face. Was she inviting him? A beautiful figure flashed through his mind. Always appearing slightly shy in his presence, Qianshan County, he had heard subordinates mention it before, and according to rumors, it indeed had remarkable scenery. However, he had no immediate plans to visit, though he might consider it in the future. Ruoshi smiled and remarked, young master, it seems the princess holds a fondness for you. Su Chen offered a faint smile, saying nothing in response, though he had lived a rather mundane life in his previous existence. He had experienced a few romances and was well aware of Lin Yiming's thoughts. Observing this, Ruoshi stepped forward again to massage Su Chen's shoulders. She felt little sense of crisis regarding Lin Yiming's presence. Fully aware of her own position and unwilling to covet what did not belong to her, Su Chen instructed the guard outside the courtyard, send someone to reply, stating that I will not be visiting Qianshan County in the near future. Understood. The guard's voice resonated with respect once more. Su Chen gazed into the distance, lost in thought. Fifth brother, are you there? Suddenly a delicate voice echoed from outside the courtyard. Su Chen immediately recognized the speaker and said, come in. Shortly after, a girl clad in a light pink gown entered, her eyes sparkling and exuding an adorable charm akin to a porcelain doll. The newcomer was none other than Su Yunping's daughter, Su Shanshan, who was now around 15 or 16 years old. Although still youthful, her cultivation had reached the core formation stage, surpassing that of the original body. This clearly demonstrated the significant benefits that resources confer upon a cultivator. Su Chen straightened his posture, smiling as he inquired, ninth sister, do you need something from me? Su Shanshan, her cheeks tinged with a hint of shyness, replied, fifth brother, there are no suitable cultivation techniques for me within the family. My father sent me to ask you about it, cultivation techniques. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback, then asked, "What aspect are you cultivating?" Upon hearing this, Su Shanshan promptly produced a finely crafted red fan. Su Chen instantly understood. Indeed, the Su family lacked formidable techniques related to fans, as they were quite rare, with few individuals pursuing such paths. In the Xiantian realm, the most common cultivators were those who practiced sword and saber techniques. Comprising nearly half of all practitioners. Su Chen began searching within the system space and soon found a high-level heavenly technique, also categorized under fan techniques, Lianhua Qingyin Fan. This technique embodies the dual attributes of fire and wind, making it quite suitable for you. Su Shanshan, take a look. Su Chen handed over the memory jade talisman containing the technique. Upon seeing that Su Chen indeed possessed it, Su Shanshan's face lit up with joy. Thank you, fifth brother. As Su Shanshan utilized the memory jade talisman, the cultivation route for Lianhua Qingyin Fan immediately appeared in her mind. However, the next moment she stood frozen in place, heavenly, high level, her eyes brimmed with disbelief. The technique was indeed of heavenly high-level quality. The Su family's most advanced technique was the earth-level high technique previously given by Su Chen, sufficient to cultivate to the integration stage, initially assuming that this was the peak. She was astonished that Su Chen had directly gifted her a heavenly high-level technique. Su Chen smiled and said, "Fifth brother has never given you any gifts throughout your life. Consider this technique as a belated present." Upon hearing this, the usually sentimental Su Shanshan's eyes immediately glistened with tears. "Thank you, fifth brother." The two chatted for a while longer, and soon after Su Shanshan left the courtyard to practice the technique. The memory jade talisman contained exceedingly detailed records of the technique, and as long as she followed the instructions diligently, she would encounter no issues and thus required no guidance. Qingfeng City. Su He and Su Shanshan strolled hand in hand, leisurely wandering through the city. Qingfeng City was not far from Wangyun Mountain, merely around 300 miles away. With their current nascent soul stage cultivation, they could reach it in approximately 10 minutes. Moreover, there was no need for them to walk, as the Su family had established teleportation arrays between Wangyun Mountain and Qingfeng City for convenience. This distance could be traversed in mere 10 breaths using the teleportation array. Both girls possessed striking appearances, drawing the attention of many young men around them. Their eyes shimmering with admiration. As they wandered into a less frequented street, two hands suddenly grasped them, and they vanished from the street in an instant. Fear filled their eyes, and muffled sounds escaped their lips. Ultimately, they were dragged into a nearby courtyard, and given the sparse foot traffic on this street, their disappearance went unnoticed. Chapter 49, Huajing Sect. Su family members attacked. Who are you? Sui gazed at the three figures before her, her eyes wide with terror. They were dressed rather flamboyantly, exuding an air of lewdness and malevolence. From the moment they entered, her cultivation had been sealed, and an array had been set up around them, preventing any sound from escaping. "Huh, what beautiful little girls." One of the men, a single-lidded rogue, grinned wickedly. "Why not take a guess at who we are?" Upon noticing the emblem on their sleeves, Su Shanshan's face turned pale with dread. "You are from Huajing Sect." Hearing the name of this sect, Sui's expression shifted to one of profound fear. Huajing Sect was a demonic force within the empire of Dinghong, notorious for refining women for cultivation. Their methods of refinement were no different from those of the Hahuan Sect, involving carnal matters to drain the spiritual essence from women. However, compared to Hahuan Sect, Huajing Sect was infinitely more sinister. How could they encounter this demonic sect? Anxious tears filled Sui's eyes, shimmering with fear. The single-lidded man leered, licking his lips as he said, "Indeed, it's impressive that you can recognize our sect. You should also understand what we do." "Yes." With that, he fixed his gaze on Su Shanshan, his eyes brimming with malevolent intent. His favorite pastime was to witness the expressions of fear on the faces of young women just before their demise, which brought him immense satisfaction. As expected, upon hearing his words, the expressions of Su He and Su Shanshan morphed dramatically. The reality that these individuals were indeed from Huajing Sect meant that their fates were all but sealed, with outcomes that could only be described as tragically dire. Su He and her companion felt a tingling sensation creep over their scalps, sending shivers down their spines. They yearned to flee, yet a robust figure seized them, rendering them utterly immobile. Their cultivation was sealed, leaving them incapable of summoning even a trace of spiritual power. In that moment, despair flooded their hearts. How could fate be so cruel as to have them encounter a demonic cultivator from the transformation sect within the confines of Qingfeng City? The man with single eyelids flashed a wicked smile and slowly approached. He lifted his hand and pinched Su Chanxian's chin, scrutinizing her for a moment before exclaiming, "Indeed, such delicate and tender flesh." But as he spoke, his expression abruptly shifted. "Why is there so much spiritual energy within you? This is peculiar. You possess a heavenly spiritual root." Joy illuminated the man's face as he directed his own spiritual power into Su Chanxian's body to investigate further. Moments later, the delight on his face intensified. "You truly possess a heavenly spiritual root. The transformation sect can devour a woman's essence and bloodline. Should her cultivation be of sufficient caliber, it can enhance our physical spiritual roots to a certain extent. Although this enhancement is limited, as a perfected nascent soul, even a slight boost to my spiritual root could enable me to break through to the God transformation stage, perhaps even beyond." Next, he turned his attention to Su Yi, only to discover that both of them were astonishingly heavenly spiritual roots. To have randomly captured two individuals for my cravings, and they both turn out to be heavenly spiritual roots, what a stroke of luck. His face was alight with ecstasy. Such talent was exceedingly rare even within the Jinghong dynasty. Even amongst the forces at the void refinement stage, they would be regarded as precious treasures, despite his ambitions. He previously lacked the strength to capture such high-caliber prey. To think that the two he casually seized today were both heavenly spiritual roots was akin to stumbling upon a million high-grade spirit stones on the street, a windfall indeed. "Little girl, Haven T, you heard from your family that the outside world is perilous. You shouldn't wander about aimlessly." The single-eyelid man wore an evil grin as he eagerly stated, "Take these two to my room. I wish to indulge myself thoroughly." Upon hearing that Su He and her companion were heavenly spiritual roots, the other two members of the transformation sect were filled with fervor. However, as they were merely early-stage nascent soul cultivators, they dared not defy him, responding instead, "At your command." With that, they hoisted Su He and her companion away toward the room. The expressions of Su He and her companion were steeped in utter despair. They lacked the strength to resist, even the will to end their own lives. They understood all too well the fate that awaited them once they entered that room. Suddenly Su Chanxian shouted, "We are of the Su family. If you dare to kill us, the Su family will not let you go, and the transformation sect will surely be annihilated." "The Su family?" The single-eyelid man paused, turning to gaze at them with a serious expression, only to reveal a sneer. "No wonder you, as heavenly spiritual roots, lack even a single guard. Do you believe you can disregard everything simply because the Su family offers protection? This formation was bestowed by the sect leader. A high-tier Earth-level concealment formation. As long as the Su family's Yuan return cultivator is not nearby, no one will know what transpires within. Once I kill the two of you, who would suspect me? How could anyone trace the matter back to the transformation sect?" Upon hearing this, despair enveloped the two girls completely. They realized he spoke the truth. Not only was the formation a high-tier Earth-level concealment array, but even a mere mystical tier array could shield against the probing of a Yuan return cultivator, provided they were far enough away. Su Chun usually resided in Wanyun Mountain, rarely venturing out, and only a handful of Su family cultivators at the God transformation stage guarded Qingshui City, making it virtually impossible for anyone to discover their plight. At that moment, a blinding cold light erupted. "Who?" The single-eyelid man turned sharply, bellowing. He saw a sword light piercing through the outermost concealment formation, rushing toward him with deadly intent. Although the courtyard was shielded by the concealment array, its protective capabilities were woefully inadequate. While it blocked outsiders, it also ensnared those within. Luyin, come and face your death. Accompanying that fierce cry, a woman clad in white suddenly emerged from beyond the formation, her countenance frigid and rife with murderous intent. Luyin's expression changed drastically. Half-step God transformation, a powerful aura erupted from her, and he struck out with his palm to counter the sword light, but his efforts were futile. Meanwhile, Su He and her companion gazed at the sudden arrival with glimmers of hope in their eyes. Yuan Meng wasted no time, launching an immediate and fierce assault on Luyin, swiftly severing one of his arms. A chilling scream echoed through the courtyard. "Who are you?" Luyin's eyes darkened to the extreme. This woman knew they were here, clearly having followed them all along. Otherwise, how could a perfected nascent soul cultivator possibly discern the events within the formation? She had come specifically to kill him. Yuan Meng sneered coldly. "You've killed my two sisters, and now you fail to recognize me." Luyin scrutinized her closely, his pupils contracting sharply. "You are that little girl from the Yuan family." Chapter 50. Don't be afraid, your fifth brother has come to rescue you. Yuan Meng's cold smile was laced with resentment as she declared, Luing, the transformation sect annihilated my Yuan family. You drained my two sisters' essence. Today, I shall slay you to appease the spirits of my kin. As she spoke, her technique shifted, launching an even more ferocious assault toward Luing if fear crept onto his face. He had never anticipated that Yuan Meng could break through to half-step god transformation. When the transformation sect destroyed the Yuan family, she had merely been at the core formation stage in less than a decade. She had achieved half-step god transformation in that same span of time. Luing had only advanced from early-stage nascent soul to perfected nascent soul. Such speed rivaled that of many exceptional spiritual roots. Yet she had surpassed him. Luing raised his hand, producing a small flag, which he hurled toward Yuan Meng. Boom! A violent explosion resounded as Yuan Meng was caught off guard, hurled backward, blood spilling from her mouth. This item had been given to him by an elder of the transformation sect, capable of delivering a strike at the god transformation stage. He had reserved it for emergencies, yet today he had no choice but to use it. Luing sneered, since you've delivered yourself to me, I shall consume you as well. Agreed flickered in his eyes. Two heavenly spiritual roots, coupled with this half-step god transformation Yuan Meng, devouring them all would undoubtedly allow him to break through to god transformation. Crucially, he recalled Yuan Meng's qualification as merely upper-grade spiritual root. Her rapid advancement to half-step god transformation must have stemmed from some fortuitous encounter. If he could seize that opportunity for himself, he would surely ascend even further, perhaps even becoming an inner sect elder. The coldness in Yuan Meng's eyes was unwavering. Rest assured, you shall not have that chance. Rising to her feet, she charged once more toward Luing. Impossible, how are you unscathed? As Yuan Meng's might surged without diminishing, panic flooded Luing's face. While his previous attack had not been lethal, it should have severely wounded her. How could a half-step god transformation cultivator emerge entirely unscathed? Yuan Meng chuckled coldly. Though that attack had injured her, most of its force had been deflected by her protective talisman, leaving her with less than 20% of its impact. Her speed was breathtaking. And in an instant she stood before Luing. He watched in delight, her heart filled with hope. If Luing perished, they would be saved. A sense of survival blossomed within them. Fortune had favored them today, as they encountered someone seeking vengeance against the transformation sect, or else their fate would have been dire. Yet, just as Yuan Meng was about to deliver the final blow to Luing, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Bold, a thunderous reprimand resounded, echoing in everyone's minds. The one most affected was Yuan Meng, who collapsed to the ground, her face contorted in agony. From the main house of the courtyard stepped forth an elderly man in his 60s. His countenance was frigid, appearing somewhat aged, yet his eyes sparkled with a sharp brilliance. Upon seeing this, Luing quickly regained his composure and bowed. I pay my respects to Elder Wang. Elder Wang cast a cold gaze upon him. Luing, is this the excellent place you sought? You didn't even notice someone was following you. If she disrupts the sect leader's plans, you will pay with your life. Fear washed over Luing's face as he heard this. He immediately knelt. Elder Wang, I was careless, please punish me. There was no need for him to quibble. With Yuan Meng now under control, his best course of action was to sincerely admit his faults. Elder Wang's tone was icy. Had this been another elder, your life would have been forfeit today, but I shall let this slide this time. Do not make such a foolish mistake again. Or do not blame me for being merciless. Luing had been nurtured by him, having done many tasks in service, and he had captured numerous women for him throughout the years. Thus, Elder Wang was unlikely to dispose of him so easily. As he sensed the chill in Elder Wang's voice, Luing trembled, realizing that if such an issue arose again, his life could truly be in jeopardy. Thank you, Elder Wang. Elder Wang said no more. Turning his attention to Yuan Meng in the next moment, he suddenly waved his hand, and Yuan Meng seemed to be struck by a heavy blow, crashing directly against the corner of the wall. Her aura becoming exceedingly feeble. A half-step into the transformation of divinity could indeed serve as a delightful treat. I shall claim this individual for myself, while you may take the other two as you wish. Wang Jin's tone brooked no dissent. Although Luing felt somewhat reluctant in his heart, he could only hastily nod in agreement. At least there were still two celestial roots left for himself. In truth, a mere half-step into divine transformation held minimal assistance for someone of Wang Jin's perfected divine transformation stage. His interest in Yuan Meng undoubtedly stemmed from something of great allure she possessed. It was evident that Yuan Meng harbored significant opportunities. How unfortunate, Luin seethed with rage, yet dared not unleash it upon Wang Jin, so he turned his gaze towards Su He and her companion. Little beauty, soon you shall experience the meaning of life and death. A chilling smile crept across his face, rendering Su He and her companion utterly terrified. They had initially thought they might be saved that day, only to find another practitioner of divine transformation had emerged. Su Chanxian, younger than Sui, was already brimming with tears. A sister Sui, what shall we do? At merely 17 years of age, she was still a young girl. Encountering such dire circumstances, how could she not be afraid? Fear and despair enveloped the two of them. Yuan Meng, witnessing this scene, felt as though she were reliving the torment of her relatives from the Yuan family, who had similarly suffered at the hands of the Huajing sect before her eyes. Released them. Yuan Meng's heart blazed with fury, and she could not help but cry out in anger. Though Su He and Su Chanxian were mere acquaintances, she could not bear to see the tragedy that had befallen her family replayed before her. At that moment, a suffocating sense of oppression enveloped her, as Wang Jin's indifferent voice echoed, with your own safety in jeopardy, you still have the inclination to concern yourself with others? Yuan Meng's fury remained unabated, and she swiftly channeled her spiritual energy into the ring on her finger, her tone filled with urgency. Master, have you awakened? In an instant, a resigned sigh resonated. You foolish girl, I have merely slumbered for 3 months, and yet you have conjured up such a predicament. Truly, you give your master no peace of mind. Why must you seek trouble with the Huajing sect when your strength is insufficient? The voice carried a hint of pain and indulgence. Her previous slumber had been a result of Yuan Meng's reckless pursuit of vengeance against the Huajing sect during her nascent soul stage. Encountering a pursuit from the refinement void stage, she had no choice but to intervene. That battle had severely injured her spiritual energy, forcing her into slumber. Now that she had just awakened, she found herself entangled in yet another crisis. This foolish disciple truly seemed unconcerned with her recovery. I, a dignified sage, have awakened for 10 years, yet I find myself even weaker than when I first emerged. Very well, calm your mind, and let me handle the aftermath. However, I cannot guarantee the death of this perfected divine transformation practitioner. At most, I can only escape with you and those 2 young ladies, yet, my spiritual energy has only recently been restored, and I cannot be sure of safeguarding all 3 of you. Should it come to that, I will have to abandon the 2 of them. Just as she was about to seize control of Yuan Meng's body, an unsettling aura permeated the courtyard immediately thereafter. A gentle and magnetic young voice resounded. Do not fear, little sister Sui, your 5th brother has come to rescue you. Chapter 51. Su Chen takes action. Merely the Huajing sect. Upon hearing this statement, Sui was momentarily stunned, only for her expression to swiftly transform into one of excitement and grievance. 5th brother, is that you? She turned to the direction from which the voice had emanated, spotting a gentle-faced young man standing there reminiscent of a caring older brother. Merely gazing at him evoked a sense of warmth akin to a spring breeze. In that instant, Su Chanxian also shouted in excitement, 5th brother. Now everyone from the Su family knew of Su Chen's formidable prowess. With his arrival, the Huajing sect would surely pose no threat. Tears welled up in their eyes, though it was unclear whether they stemmed from fear or overwhelming joy. Facing the sudden appearance of Su Chen, Wang Jin's gaze grew grave. In the next moment, he unleashed his full aura, resembling an enraged lion, charging towards Su Chen with a thunderous roar. Though Su Chen did not exude any aura, Wang Jin still sensed an immense pressure. Faced with such an adversary, his only options were to either expend every ounce of strength to eliminate him or flee. However, outside Lei Qingfeng City, an escape was not an option. He could only risk everything to kill Su Chen. Su Chen met his gaze with calm indifference, and his voice resonated like the decree of heaven, instantly reverberating outwards. Bang! Wang Jin was crushed to the ground. As if an immense mountain had descended upon him, his bones began to grind against one another under the unbearable pressure, emitting a chilling sound that sent shivers down one's spine. You, Wang Jin struggled to lift his head, his eyes filled with terror. Who is this person? The suffocating pressure filled him with despair. Even before the sect master of the Huajing sect, he had never felt such a sensation. In truth, Wang Jin already knew the answer. Sui had previously mentioned they hailed from the Su family, and there was but one possibility for the individual before him, the Su family, Su Chen, a practitioner of the returning Yuan realm. At that moment, he was consumed by fear, desperately wishing to plead for mercy. The intense pressure rendered him incapable of speech. Wang Jin bit down so hard his molars shattered. Wishing he could eliminate Luin instead, witnessing the situation, Luin felt an overwhelming dread. In a desperate moment, he prepared to use the lives of Su He and her companion as leverage. However, just as he reached for them, his body began to twist uncontrollably, an excruciating pain coursing through him, his limbs spinning until they became entwined around his waist, utterly devoid of life. His eyes widened in horror. His face contorted in a grotesque expression of terror, revealing the depth of his suffering. The other two practitioners of the Huajing sect met a similar fate, unable to utter a sound, only able to express their silent cries of anguish. Meanwhile, Wang Jin succumbed to the overpowering pressure, crushed into a pulp. The disparity in strength was far too great. They were not even in the same league. Su Chen did not even expend a fraction of his strength. For him, slaying a perfected divine transformation practitioner was astonishingly simple. All is well. Su Chen turned to Su He and her companion, speaking in a gentle tone. Remember to carry your family token next time. It contains formations that could save your lives in critical moments and also notify others from the Su family. At this moment, Su He and her companion were oblivious to such concerns. They rushed forward, tears streaming down their faces, and embraced Su Chen tightly. Fifth brother. Although they had wanted to cry earlier, they had held back, but upon seeing Su Chen, their emotions could no longer be suppressed. Su Chen reached out to ruffle their hair, speaking softly, "It's all right, with your fifth brother here, no one in this world can harm you." After a brief emotional outburst, the two calmed down. Su Chen inquired after their well-being for a moment before finally shifting his gaze to Yuan Meng. Yuan Meng's heart tightened. She knew the person before her was no ordinary individual, so she hurriedly bowed. "I pay my respects." Esteemed senior. Su Chen glanced at Yuan Meng, then at the ring on her finger, the elderly figure within, yet hers appeared to be not an elderly man, but rather a woman, based on the aura she exuded. There was a faint hint of sanctity, though her energy was weak. Even at her peak, she would likely only be a sage. Su Chen retracted his gaze and said, "Are you willing to serve the Su family?" For the Su family to thrive in the future, powerful subordinates are essential. Both Yuan Meng and the sage within her ring would significantly aid in the Su family's growth. Yuan Meng's expression shifted in shock. The Su family, the individual before her belonged to the Su family. With such formidable power and youth, he could only be the renowned Su Chen of the returning Yuan realm. Yet, a conflicted look soon crossed her face. Joining the Su family would mean living under their roof, and she still had a great vendetta to settle. Would she still have the chance to seek revenge after joining them? Cautiously, Yuan Meng replied, "Esteemed senior, I have yet to avenge my great enmity. I fear." She hesitated to refuse outright, concerned that a direct rejection would displease Su Chen. A great enmity. Do you refer to the Huajing sect? Su Chen asked in a calm tone. That sect will vanish from this world today, so you need not worry about that matter. Naturally, he could not let the Huajing sect off the hook. Once this matter was settled, he would go directly to annihilate them. Yuan Meng was taken aback, joy illuminating her face. "Esteemed senior, is that truly the case?" Immediately, she realized her faux pas. Such a powerful individual had no need to deceive a mere half-step divine transformation ant. Yuan Meng promptly declared, "Esteemed senior, if you are willing to eradicate the Huajing sect, then I shall become a member of the Su family, willing to dedicate my life for them." Su Chen nodded and then turned to Su He and her companion with a smile. "I shall take my leave. Be cautious next time you venture out." The two nodded vigorously. Having experienced this ordeal, they had come to realize that the world was far more perilous than they had imagined. And the next moment, Su Chen vanished from sight, along with Yuan Meng. Due to Su Chen's incredible speed, Yuan Meng's vision blurred, and she could not discern what was happening. It felt as though the world were spinning around her. Moments later, clarity returned, revealing an immense sect before her. At the forefront of the sect, a sign hung adorned with 3 grand characters, Huajing sect, though this sect is indeed a force of the demonic path. It possesses such formidable strength that it has carved out a place for itself within the Jinghong dynasty from the perspective of the imperial family of the Jinghong Empire. Although the Huajing sect belongs to the demonic forces, as long as they do not overstep their bounds, they still fall under the influence of the empire. Thus, the royal family merely suppresses them without truly seeking to eradicate their existence. Upon encountering this sect, Yuan Meng's eyes brimmed with resentment. Huajing sect. Yuan Meng gritted her teeth and uttered, this sect was the very force she yearned to obliterate at every moment, for it was they who had caused the demise of her kin, forcing her into a life of wandering, utterly alone. Had it not been for the Huajing sect, she could have remained in the Yuan family, enjoying the affection bestowed upon her by her parents and sister. But now, all of that was lost. Su Chen lowered his gaze, powerful waves of energy emanating from his being, akin to a primordial beast awakening, instilling a sense of dread in those who beheld it. He raised his hand and pointed below. With that single gesture, the very fabric of the heavens began to rupture, fissures appearing in the void, and the earth trembled as if trembling in fear of this might. Which esteemed elder has descended, came the terrified voice from within the Huajing sect. In the next moment, a figure shot out from the sect, his face etched with an indescribable terror. This individual was none other than the sect leader of the Huajing sect. Before he could react, a tremendous force descended from above, accompanied by a deafening explosion, felt by nearly all who had reached the divine transformation stage and beyond within the entire Dinghong Empire. Countless eyes turned towards the source of the overwhelming aura, their expressions fraught with panic. What a terrifying presence, who is it? In this chapter, titled The Terrifying Su Chen, The Emergence of a Saint Emperor. The sect leader of the Huajing sect found himself as powerless as a mere mortal in the face of a natural disaster, unable to muster any resistance. He was annihilated without even a scream. His soul extinguished. In the place where the Huajing sect once stood, a vast pit several hundred meters deep was left behind, extending for dozens of miles, a sight that was utterly shocking, almost without exception. Every powerful individual within the Huajing sect perished in that single strike. Yuan Meng, witnessing this scene, was left speechless, utterly astounded. Is this the strength of a Guyuan realm cultivator? How could it be so formidable? She had only encountered the most powerful cultivators of the Lian Su stage, but before Su Chen, she felt there was no comparison. It was as if they belonged to entirely different realms. Previously she had thought the Lian Su stage represented true strength, but upon witnessing Su Chen's prowess, her entire understanding was irrevocably transformed. Meanwhile, Su Chen maintained an utterly calm demeanor, as if he had merely accomplished a mundane task. After executing this act, he directly took Yuan Meng to the foot of Huanyun Mountain, entrusted her to Sui, and then departed. A person like Yuan Meng could not be treated merely as an ordinary servant. She was destined to serve the direct lineage. Thus, although Yuan Meng joined the Su family as a servant, her status would not be low. After witnessing Su Chen's strength, Yuan Meng was more than willing to join the Su family. Following her registration by Su He and allocation of quarters, she had officially entered the Su family. In a room halfway up the mountain, Yuan Meng could not help but call out softly, "Master, are you still there?" Since Su Chen had emerged, her master had shown no response. After a long while, a wisp of blue smoke drifted out from Yuan Meng's ring, eventually transforming into a woman. She wore a long blue gown, her beauty akin to that of a celestial being, her figure exquisitely graceful, like a work of art. Qinglian looked at the summit of Huanyun Mountain with a somewhat complex expression. That esteemed individual must be aware of my existence. There is no need to conceal it. Her tone carried a hint of reverence and respect, causing Yuan Meng to exhibit a look of surprise. "Master, that esteemed individual? What do you mean?" She was acutely aware that her master had once been a sage-level powerhouse. So who could evoke such respect from her? Was it possible that the young Master Su was not merely a Guyuan realm cultivator, but something more? And Qinglian fell silent for a moment. Recalling the overwhelming sanctified aura that emanated from Su Chen, taking a deep breath, she said, "It is the young master of the Su family. Su Chen, your joining the Su family poses no issues. With Su Chen safeguarding the Su family, it will undoubtedly become one of the most powerful forces in the entire Xiantian realm." Having only made a brief acquaintance, and Qinglian had already discerned that Su Chen's cultivation was far beyond her peak period, at the very least. He was a Saint Emperor level powerhouse. Such a cultivator was virtually a giant in the entire Xiantian realm, a venerable ancestor safeguarding a sacred land. She could hardly fathom that the Su family harbored such a figure. Yuan Meng could not help but inquire, "Who exactly is he?" And Qinglian shook her head, indicating her ignorance, yet she explained, "I do not know much, but this young Master Su was undoubtedly more powerful than I was at my peak." "What?" Yuan Meng was immediately taken aback, shock evident in her eyes. The Su family harbored a sage-level powerhouse. In the next moment, excitement washed over her. To join a force protected by such a formidable individual was nothing short of a monumental opportunity. A sage, Yuan Meng could not suppress a swallow. The outside world believed Su Chen to be merely a Guyuan realm cultivator, yet who could have guessed he was actually a sage-level powerhouse? And Qinglian's expression grew serious as she said, "Menger, you must not divulge this information without the young Master Su's permission. The consequences could be dire." She understood that those of such caliber had their own reasons for acting. And should Yuan Meng spread this news, it could very well lead to calamity. Yuan Meng's heart tightened. Rest assured, Master, I shall not breathe a word to anyone. As a precaution, she cast a silencing spell upon herself to prevent any inadvertent slips. However, after a brief moment of elation, Yuan Meng gradually regained her composure. She raised her eyes to the distance, for being on the mountainside of Wangyun Mountain afforded an expansive view, feeling the gentle breeze upon her face. She could not help but let out a deep sigh. The Huajing sect had been obliterated, yet she felt no joy. Instead, her heart was heavy. What did the destruction of the Huajing sect matter when her sister and kin could not return? And Qinglian, sensing her sorrow, placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, speaking gently, Child, you are now the last of the Yuan family. For the sake of your family, you must strive to live well, only then will their spirits rest easy. Yuan Meng nodded. Master, I understand. Her heart was not so fragile, she simply felt a wave of melancholy. Soon, she composed herself, her expression resolute as she declared, Since the Su family possesses such strength, then my speed in reconstructing your physical form shall surely accelerate. Moreover, Master, did you not mention there are still many pursuing you? With the protection of young Master Su, those individuals surely will not dare to trouble you any longer, right? And Qinglian nodded with a smile. Indeed. Among those pursuers, none can rival a sane emperor, thus, they would not dare to seek me out. Sane emperor? Yuan Meng was filled with questions, evidently unfamiliar with the term. An Qinglian shook her head. You will understand when you grow stronger. For now, the priority is to awaken your Kongming's sacred body. Yuan Meng immediately agreed. I will listen to Master. Soft discussions continued within the room. Meanwhile, at the site of the Huajing sect, countless powerful individuals cautiously approached to assess the situation. Upon realizing that the Huajing sect had vanished without a trace, leaving only a massive pit, all were left in shock. The Huajing sect had been obliterated. Who could have done this? It was a force of the Hehuan stage. Could it have been the old emperor? Impossible. The old emperor had long since secluded himself to break through to the Guyuan realm. Given the proximity to Wangyun Mountain, it seemed highly probable that it was indeed that individual from the Su family. I suspect it was likely the one from the Su family. The aura we sensed was overwhelmingly powerful, far surpassing that of the old emperor. The Huajing sect had clearly sought death by provoking that esteemed individual. It was evident that they believed Su Chen to be the one responsible for the sect's annihilation. This demonic force was immensely powerful, with its sect leader being a cultivator of the mid-Hehuan stage. Within the entirety of the Jinghong Empire, only the royal family could have extinguished it. Alas, the royal family had never acted, and now, as the Huajing sect fell to the Su family, countless individuals applauded the event. In an instant, the reputation of the Su family soared once more, becoming the most sought-after force within the Jinghong Empire, with numerous prodigies voluntarily seeking to join them. Of course, Su Qingtian selectively retained only a portion of the most promising candidates. Rejecting the vast majority, the Su family sought loyalty and reliability, not mere sycophants. In the subsequent chapter, titled Subduing the Mo Hai Qing Jiao, with an influx of new adherents, the Su family rapidly expanded. Its influence growing ever more formidable. However, Su Chen paid little heed to these matters. He simply reclined in Wangyun courtyard, relishing a life devoid of concerns. He cherished this state of existence, free from worries. And during moments of boredom, he would venture out for a stroll. Indeed, Su Chen had even taken to grilling, occasionally setting up a barbecue in the courtyard, leading a life of utmost comfort. This tranquil and leisurely existence was precisely what he sought. Reporting to the young master, a respectful voice from outside the courtyard broke the serenity. You previously instructed us to search for mounts of the Demon King level, and we have made progress. In the eastern misty sea of Wanhai County, there are rumors of a demon king at the Hehuan stage, its true form being a flood dragon. The voice of the guardian was laced with a hint of excitement and awe. The young master was truly ruthless, intending to capture a combined form demon king as his steed. Wanhai County. Su Chen nodded. I understand. With that, his consciousness expanded, enveloping the entirety of Wanhai County in an instant. Swiftly locating the dragon, however, Su Chen also sensed a weakness in its aura, noticing that its life force was steadily dissipating. Clearly, this dragon was nearing the end of its life. Generally, demon beasts possess lifespans exceeding those of humans. Even a combined form cultivator can live up to 10,000 years, while a creature of such a powerful bloodline as this dragon should typically live at least 20 to 30,000 years. The fact that it was on the brink of death speaks volumes about its AGE.AS for the dragon. It was unfortunate that it was not a true dragon, yet, with a slight refinement of its bloodline. It would suffice as a mount. Su Chen murmured to himself before vanishing from Wanyun Mountain. When he reappeared, he had already arrived at the Misty Sea of Wanhai County. The Misty Sea was vast beyond measure, with treacherous undercurrents and numerous demon beasts, including many sixth-tier beasts of the void refinement stage, making it a forbidden territory for humans, hence the name Misty Sea. Deep within the Misty Sea, an enormous creature coiled, its body nearing 1,000 feet in length, and for 100 miles around not a single demon beast could be found. This colossal being had a pair of claws, a horse's head, and a serpent's tail, covered in dark scales, with horns sprouting from its head, exuding an extraordinary presence. Upon its brow a small horn emerged, radiating a verdant glow. This was the sovereign of the Misty Sea, the Mohai Qingjiao, a descendant of the Azure Dragon, albeit with a somewhat diluted bloodline. Suddenly, the Mohai Qingjiao's eyes snapped open, its massive pupils resembling a galaxy shimmering with a faint green light. Human, the voice of the Mohai Qingjiao resonated, causing the surrounding waters to surge violently, powerful waves crashing upon the surface. Its gaze was filled with gravity. Demon beasts were more perceptive than humans, and the fact that this individual could approach silently indicated an undeniable strength. As a demon king of the combined form, it was certainly not as foolish as lower-tier beasts, hence it refrained from attacking recklessly. Nevertheless, the Mohai Qingjiao remained exceedingly cautious. The friction between humans and demons was incessant, with humans capable of becoming food for demons, and parts of demons being utilized for alchemy and weapon forging. Could this unfamiliar human possibly have come to slay it? Su Chen did not respond but carefully scrutinized the creature before nodding and saying, "Indeed, your appearance is somewhat acceptable." He then lifted his gaze towards the Mohai Qingjiao and calmly declared, "I offer you an opportunity to become my steed." The Mohai Qingjiao's enormous eyes widened, its voice booming like thunder. "Human, do you understand the implications of your words?" A wave of potent murderous intent emanated from its being, causing the entire Misty Sea to become restless, with countless demon beasts hastily retreating to the periphery. The Demon King had awakened. It was time for it to hunt. Some sentient demon beasts gazed in terror towards the source of the overwhelming aura. The Mohai Qingjiao's gaze was filled with malice. How dare one attempt to subjugate it as a mount? Not even the esteemed Ginghong King had such qualifications. Asa Dragon, its combat prowess was inherently formidable, though it was merely a mid-tier 7th-stage beast, comparable to a mid-tier human cultivator. Its actual combat strength was akin to that of a half-step return to Origin Realm. A flicker of apprehension flashed in the Mohai Qingjiao's eyes as it coldly remarked, "Human, I am nearing the end of my lifespan, with no hope of further advancement. In a century at most, I shall perish. Allow me to live out my final days. At that time, what would it matter if I offered my body to you? Otherwise, I shall risk my life to ensure you do not fare well." It was on the verge of death, and in its remaining time, all it desired was to witness the world one last time. Otherwise, it would not hesitate to fight Su Chen, for it would ultimately meet its end regardless. Su Chen remained silent, his palm coalescing a drop of vivid red blood, which seemed to roar with the essence of a true dragon. Emanating an ear-splitting and terrifying resonance, the Mohai Qingjiao trembled violently, its pupils constricting in shock, exclaiming, "What is this?" Su Chen replied nonchalantly, "A drop of true dragon blood. As a descendant of dragons, you should comprehend the magnitude of its benefit to you." The Mohai Qingjiao shuddered, its aura becoming increasingly agitated. In that moment, it was overwhelmed with exhilaration. True dragon blood, if it could absorb this, not only would its bloodline evolve, but its cultivation would also advance further. The Mohai Qingjiao gazed at Su Chen, its expression gravely contemplative. With true dragon blood presented, it seemed that the visitor had no intention of killing it. A steed, the Mohai Qingjiao's eyes were filled with conflict. As a descendant of true dragons, albeit with a diluted bloodline, its pride remained immense. To be reduced to a mere mount for a human was indeed a bitter pill to swallow. Observing its hesitation, Su Chen did not press in his eyes. Coercing the Mohai Qingjiao serves no purpose. If he sought it as a steed, it would be akin to having a companion. If in the end the Mohai Qingjiao still refused, he would not insist. After a lengthy pause, the Mohai Qingjiao raised its head and declared in a resounding voice, "Very well, I accept your offer." After all, it was nearing its demise. This true dragon blood could not only elevate its strength but might also grant it a chance to revert its bloodline. Such an extraordinary opportunity was difficult to resist, particularly since it did not wish to perish. True dragon blood could grant it continued life. Su Chen nodded, raising his hand to inscribe a mark directly upon the Mohai Qingjiao's brow. This is a master-servant contract. How could this be? The Mo Hai Qing Jiao's pupils constricted sharply, a look of sheer terror etched upon its face as it regarded Su Chen. Establishing a master-servant contract with a demon beast necessitated the beast's consent. Otherwise, it was exceedingly difficult to achieve, yet just moments ago, it had been forcibly bound by a master-servant contract without the slightest awareness. This signified that the strength of this human far exceeded its imagination. In that instant, the Mo Hai Qing Jiao's pride was entirely cast aside, leaving only profound respect. The demon race revered strength. As long as one was stronger, they were deemed king, and the power Su Chen had exhibited was terrifyingly formidable. Yielding to such a powerful being was not a disgrace. Moreover, the ability to casually produce true dragon blood, a treasure of such caliber, attested to his extraordinary nature. Su Chen extended the true dragon blood, calmly instructing, "Hurry and refine it." The Mo Hai Qing Jiao's heart raced, promptly responding, "Yes, master." Chapter 54. The prestige soars to new heights. The true dragon blood was swallowed by the Mo Hai Qing Jiao, and immediately, the immense power of its bloodline began to circulate throughout its body, rejuvenating it as if reborn. In an instant, a fierce aura enveloped the entire misty sea. Roar! A resounding dragon's roar erupted. The small horn that had adorned the Mo Hai Qing Jiao's brow now burgeoned into a larger, more prominent pair. Accompanying this dragon's roar, all demon beasts within the misty sea prostrated themselves, trembling in fear. Soon after, the Mo Hai Qing Jiao began to howl in agony. The true dragon blood was overwhelmingly potent, relentlessly transforming the Mo Hai Qing Jiao's physique and bloodline, an excruciating process akin to being reborn. Despite the pain, the Mo Hai Qing Jiao reveled in the experience. It felt the power of its bloodline intensifying, sending waves of exhilaration coursing through its being. Before long, its body began to undergo a transformation. The originally dark scales began to shed violently, leaving behind blood and flesh. However, it wasn't long before vibrant green scales grew back, shimmering with an otherworldly glow, creating a mysterious spectacle against the rolling sea. The Mo Hai Qing Jiao's aura surged continuously, breaking through from the mid-tier demon king to the half-step return to origin realm. In terms of the demon hierarchy, this was equivalent to half-step 8th tier. A half-step demon emperor, the Mo Hai Qing Jiao burst forth from the misty sea, its aura unleashed without restraint as it traversed the heavens and the earth like a soaring dragon. "Ha! I have transformed into a dragon. This is the essence of a true dragon." At this moment, it was overcome with exhilaration. Though it could not compare to those dragons of formidable bloodlines, it had indeed transcended the realm of a mere flood dragon. Becoming a true dragon, its size had nearly tripled. Once measuring 1,000 feet, it now stretched to approximately 3,000 feet, manifesting as a colossal entity that inspired fear merely by its presence. Within the Jinghong Empire, countless individuals sensed the terrifying aura, their expressions shifting to one of shock. That direction was Wanhai County. Such a potent demonic energy. Could it be that the demon king of the Misty Sea had broken through? Wasn't the Mo Hai Qing Jiao supposed to be nearing the end of its life? Could it truly be so fortunate as to break through at this moment? This aura was far too powerful. Vastly different from the Mo Hai Qing Jiao. Could it be that a new demon king had emerged from the Misty Sea? Almost simultaneously, the powerful figures within the Jinghong Empire fixated their solemn gazes towards the Misty Sea. The Mo Hai Qing Jiao was already formidable, and with this latest breakthrough, could it rival the Jinghong Empire? Upon the Misty Sea, after reveling in its triumph, the Mo Hai Qing Jiao returned to Su Chen's side. Lowering its head in silence. As a steed, it required no superfluous words, merely fulfilling its master's commands. Su Chen leaped onto its head, surveying the distance. The view was splendid, and the Mo Hai Qing Jiao, having ascended in bloodline, appeared remarkably impressive. Its prestige had soared to unprecedented heights. "Not bad," Su Chen remarked, thoroughly satisfied with his new steed. "Let us depart." Returned to Wangyun Mountain, accompanied by the resonant roar of a dragon. A colossal creature surged through the sea of clouds, heading towards the distant horizon. As it traversed the territories of various human cultivators, countless practitioners gazed up in awe and terror at the dragon soaring above them. What an overwhelming aura! Which demon clan does this originate from? Is there truly such a formidable demon king within our Jinghong dynasty? Could it be that a demon king from elsewhere has come to attack our Jinghong Empire? This beast seems somewhat peculiar to me. It resembles a dragon. You must be jesting. The eastern region has long been devoid of dragonkin, save for a single flood dragon in the Lost Sea. Whispers of speculation filled the air. Initially, when they first caught sight of the Mo Hai Qing Jiao, they were indeed alarmed, but upon realizing that it bore no intent to kill, they gradually relaxed. As they passed through Qingfeng City, the city lord's expression shifted dramatically. He immediately dashed out from the lord's residence, bowing respectfully as he inquired, "Which esteemed demon clan elder graces us with their presence?" Although there has historically been some discord between humans and demons, they both pursue the path of cultivation and the quest for longevity. Furthermore, upon reaching the status of a demon king, their intellect is indistinguishable from that of humans, making it entirely appropriate to address one as an elder. The Mo Hai Qing Jiao remains silent, coldly observing the diminutive figure before it. The city lord of Qingfeng finally discerned the true nature of the massive being ahead. A true dragon. His eyes shimmered with disbelief, for the demon before him bore an uncanny resemblance to the dragonkin. Its antlers resembled those of a deer, its head that of a camel, its eyes akin to those of a rabbit, its neck reminiscent of a serpent, its belly like that of a shin, its scales similar to fish, its claws like those of an eagle, its paws resembling those of a tiger, and its ears akin to those of an ox. Except for a few minor discrepancies, it was virtually indistinguishable from a dragon. Could it be that a true dragon still exists within the Xiantian realm? Such divine beasts were once present, but following the disappearance of the Xiantian realm's emperor, many divine creatures vanished alongside him, including the true dragon. After so many years of evolution, divine beasts within the Xiantian realm have become exceedingly rare. The crucial point is that the aura emanating from the Mo Hai Qing Jiao is utterly terrifying and entirely distinct from that of ordinary demons imbued with divinity. Is it truly a divine beast? However, he quickly noticed a handsome young man seated atop the dragon's head. A human. The city lord's pupils constricted in shock. Could this dragon be his steed? What level of power must one possess to tame such a formidable dragon? The city lord hastily bowed. "I pay my respects to the elder." He dared not gaze too long at Su Chen, yet he caught a fleeting glimpse and felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered him before. Su Chen replied nonchalantly, "It is Lord Zhou. I trust you are well." The city lord suddenly looked up, and upon fully discerning the figure atop the dragon's head, his heart jolted. Su Chen, the Su family resides on Wangyan Mountain, which lies in close proximity to Qingfeng City. During a visit to the Su family, he had once encountered Su Chen. The memory of a cultivator is remarkably sharp, and he instantly recognized Su Chen. Zhou Yuan was left dumbfounded. Could Su Chen's strength truly be so extraordinary? To have tamed a true dragon, judging by the aura emanating from the Mo Hai Qing Jiao, it was at least at the threshold of the return to origin realm, exerting far greater pressure than the previous king of Dinghong. Zhou Yuan quickly bowed to Su Chen. "I pay my respects." "Young Master Su, this is," Su Chen replied casually, "just a mount. Goodness gracious." Zhou Yuan was filled with astonishment. It truly was his mount. To have such a terrifying demon beast as a steed, what could ever threaten the status of the Su family in the future? Su Chen did not engage in further conversation with him and directly led the Mo Hai Qing Jiao towards Wangyan Mountain. Upon Su Chen's return atop the Mo Hai Qing Jiao, the entire Su family fell into a profound state of shock, especially at the sight of Su Chen seated upon the dragon's head, a display of grandeur beyond compare, inciting envy among the Su clan members. Eventually, the Mo Hai Qing Jiao settled in the high skies above the Zixia mountain range. Having transformed into a dragon, although its bloodline remained somewhat weak, it possessed the innate abilities characteristic of dragon kin, such as controlling wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, as well as traversing the heavens with ease. Su Chen also bestowed upon the Mo Hai Qing Jiao a new name, Qingshi. From Wangyun Mountain, one could gaze towards the Zixia mountain range and behold the colossal figure, faintly visible amidst the clouds. Chapter 55, The Secrets of the Xiantian Realm. Elevating to the sacred body, the tale of Su Chen taming a true dragon swiftly spread throughout the Jinghong Empire, igniting a tumultuous wave of excitement, prompting even the surrounding empires to come and ascertain the truth. A true dragon, how long has it been since the Xiantian realm encountered one, not to mention the dragon kin? Divine beasts of any sort have become virtually non-existent, with only whispers of them lingering in the ancient clans of certain sacred lands. The existence of a living divine beast piqued the curiosity of all. Thus, around the Zixia mountain range, throngs of people arrived daily to witness the enormous creature above. It certainly bore the semblance of a dragon, and its aura was undeniably powerful. I would estimate it to be at least in the late stage of the composite body or even at the threshold of the return to origin realm. Such a fearsome divine beast could truly be tamed by the Su family. However, is this genuinely a divine beast? I strongly suspect there might be some deception involved. I share your doubts. Divine beasts have long since vanished. Let alone the dragon kin. The murmurs of speculation continued, and naturally, Qingshi overheard them. He felt somewhat exasperated. Had it been in his former disposition, he would have obliterated them all, yet now, as Su Chen's mount, he refrained from indiscriminate slaughter without his master's command. Consequently, he summoned clouds and mist, completely shrouding himself from view, causing those who came to the Zixia mountain range to lose sight of him. This resulted in a decline in their fervor, with fewer and fewer visitors each day, yet, due to the lack of a clear sighting, many remained skeptical of the dragon's existence, and gradually, discussions about the matter dwindled. Wang Yun courtyard. Su Chen lay languidly in a chair, gazing at the clouds drifting in the distance. With nothing to occupy his time, he turned his attention to the system backpack to see what new items he had acquired recently. The system automatically marked new items obtained within the past 6 months. After checking, Su Chen realized that his item level had likely reached the 8th tier of the immortal grade, though he was not entirely certain which realm this corresponded to. Su Chen examined the cultivation he had received from signing in. Having previously spent over 2 million in cultivation, he still had over 100 billion years remaining. Let us use a bit. Using 1 million years of cultivation, as Su Chen activated the command, a torrent of power surged into his body. Within moments, he broke through from the ancient sage stage to that of the supreme sage. And the essence of the Tao within him became exceedingly rich, as if his life force were boundless. Surging forth upon reaching the sage stage, his lifespan extended to at least 100,000 years. Should he manage to advance further within the sage realm, he could potentially possess a lifespan of 200 to 300,000 years. Currently, as a supreme sage, he boasted a lifespan exceeding 1 million years. The cultivation obtained from the system was calculated based on standard practice, while his Hongmeng immortal body was inherently formidable, necessitating a vast amount of energy for breakthroughs. Without supplementary resources, his progress through normal cultivation was exceptionally slow. After reaching the Supreme Sage stage, Su Chen's cultivation continued to ascend. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed in his mind, warning, "The host is on the verge of breaking through to the quasi-emperor realm. The essence of this world cannot sustain an emperor-level powerhouse. Should the host proceed with the breakthrough, this world will collapse. Do you wish to halt the breakthrough?" 10, 9, 8. A prompt appeared before Su Chen's eyes. Halt. Su Chen decisively chose to stop. Although his brow furrowed in concern, the halt was successful, and the host was returned 50,000 years of unused cultivation. Su Chen gazed skyward, acutely aware of the Taoist power within the Xiantian realm. The Xiantian realm is weak, so insignificant. With his current strength, a single punch could likely shatter the entirety of the eastern region. This world is indeed feeble. Su Chen narrowed his eyes. The weakening of the Tao must be related to the disappearance of the emperor-level powerhouses tens of thousands of years ago. During his time in Wang Yun courtyard, he often had little to do, thus he would peruse various texts. According to the records, there had been 3 emperor-level powerhouses residing within the Xiantian realm tens of thousands of years ago. Yet for reasons unknown, these 3 disappeared without a trace. Concurrently, the spiritual energy throughout the entire Xiantian realm diminished by nearly 2/3. In the mere span of tens of thousands of years, there should still be surviving sage-level powerhouses from that era. He could inquire about this later. Su Chen did not dwell on these matters further. He preferred not to become entangled in such thoughts, as he would eventually uncover the truth. After some contemplation, he directly sent a message to summon Su Qingtian, Su Hongyuan, and Su Yunxian. Having previously elevated their status to heavenly root, he was now prepared to further enhance them. However, he intended to do so in batches rather than raising everyone's status simultaneously. Before long, the 3 arrived at Wang Yun courtyard. "Chun'er, why have you called us?" Su Hongyuan inquired, a warm smile gracing his face as he regarded Su Chen, who he adored dearly. Su Chen replied with a smile. "To elevate your qualifications." The 3 were momentarily taken aback. "Elevate qualifications?" Su Chen nodded and continued, "Having previously raised you all to heavenly root, it seems you have fully adapted, so I plan to elevate the direct descendants of the Su family to the sacred body level. Additionally, I will elevate some core members of the collateral branches to heavenly root." The 3 individuals immediately felt their pupils constrict, utterly shocked by Su Chen's words. "Elevating to a saint-level physique." Su Yunxian's lips trembled as he stammered. "A saint-level physique, Chun'er, are you certain?" the Heavenly Spirit Root is already considered top-tier talent within the Jinghong Empire, and a spiritual body beyond the Heavenly Spirit Root is exceedingly rare. As for the legendary Saint Body, there was only one known to have appeared 3,000 years ago in the entire Jinghong Empire. This individual ultimately entered a sacred place in the eastern region known as the Xintian Sacred Ground. Su Chen smiled and replied, "How could there be any doubt, Grand Elder? What cultivation method are you practicing? I can match you with a suitable saint body." He had numerous saint bodies signed up, encompassing all types. Su Yunxian swallowed hard. "I practice the sword path sword." Su Chen nodded, then began searching through the system's backpack. The Luoyinyu sword body, the starry sword body, the Yin-Yang sword body. One saint-level physique after another passed before his eyes. Soon, Su Chen selected a fitting saint body, the thunderclap sword body. Su Yunxian's sword was formidable, emphasizing might, and among the saint bodies, the thunderclap sword body was renowned for its explosive power, making it suitable for him. Su Chen cheerfully said, "Grand Elder, please take a seat." Su Yunxian was overwhelmed with excitement, struggling to believe he had the opportunity to become a saint body. If it were anyone else, he would hardly believe such a feat possible. But the astonishment brought by Su Chen was too profound for him to dismiss. He sat on the stool as Su Chen placed his hand upon his head. Moments later, a surge of power brimming with lightning coursed into Su Yunxian's body. In an instant, the ferocious lightning energy erupted from Su Yunxian, as if it could obliterate everything in its path. Su Chen immediately contained this force, blocking it around Su Yunxian. If all that lightning energy were released, the Huangyun Academy would be at risk of annihilation. Soon, anguished screams echoed throughout the Huangyun Academy, chilling the spine and causing hairs to stand on end. Chapter 56. The Four Symbols Sect. The screams persisted for an extended period, nearly 3 times longer than when he had modified the Heavenly Spirit Root. The agony, however, was far beyond mere tripling. Naturally, Su Chen was unaware, as this was merely his conjecture, for Su Yunxian certainly appeared to be in excruciating pain. Lying on the ground, Su Yunxian writhed in agony, his face contorted in torment, yet amidst the cries, his aura grew increasingly powerful. The 2 guards stationed at the entrance of Huangyun Academy exchanged bewildered glances. What on earth was happening inside? The screams continued for quite some time before gradually subsiding. Inside Huangyun Academy, Su Yunxian lay as if utterly depleted, gasping for breath. "I feel as though I'm on the brink of death." Su Qingtian, however, was unconcerned with such matters, hastening forward to inquire, "Second brother, what is your condition?" Taking a deep breath, Su Yunxian sensed the tremendous lightning power within him, his expression transforming into one of sheer exhilaration. This lightning energy was extraordinarily potent, surpassing that of many high-tier earthly cultivation methods, and this was merely the initial stage of his thunderclap sword body. He could hardly fathom how terrifying it would be upon reaching full mastery. The key was that this thunderclap sword body harmonized perfectly with the sword path, allowing the lightning energy to integrate seamlessly into his sword techniques. Elated, Su Yunxian exclaimed, "Elder brother, this truly is a saint body. I feel my physical body has been enhanced at least 4-fold, with my insides brimming with lightning energy." As he spoke, he stood up, a long sword manifesting in his hand. Slash, Su Yunxian bellowed, swinging toward the heavens. In an instant, a fierce beam of sword light surged forth, accompanied by the immense power of lightning, creating a terrifying rift in the very fabric of the sky above Huangyun Mountain. My heavens! Su Qingtian and Su Hongyuan stood dumbfounded, awestruck by such overwhelming power. Su Yunxian laughed heartily. "Is this the power of a saint body? I feel as though the same technique has increased in might by at least 10-fold. No wonder those prodigies can slay foes beyond their realm." Though he was still only at the initial stage of the Void Refinement realm, this strike could already rival that of someone at the late stage of the Void Refinement realm. Should he reach the minor completion of the Thunderclap sword body, he could even contend with those at the half-step fusion realm. Su Qingtian's eyes sparkled with envy as he eagerly urged, "Chener, quickly, grant me one as well." With a smile and a nod, Su Chen obliged. Knowing that Su Qingtian also practiced the sword, however, his approach differed from Su Yunxian's. While Su Yunxian pursued dominance, Su Qingtian's sword was akin to rolling waves, growing stronger with each battle. The indomitable sword body. Although this sword body did not possess the same destructive capacity as the Thunderclap sword body, it significantly enhanced physical strength and was inherently a sword-type physique. Regardless of the cultivation method Su Qingtian pursued in the future, he would swiftly find his footing, and his abilities would be further augmented by the sword intent, resulting in formidable power. Soon, anguished cries erupted once more. After half an hour, Su Chen had elevated all three to the status of saint bodies. Su Hongyuan, having cultivated a physical enhancement method, was directly matched with the primal ancient saint body, a top-tier physique among saint bodies. Renowned for its immense physical strength and the ability to resurrect through blood after reaching full mastery, saint body, from this day forth, we are all saint bodies, excitement radiated from the faces of the three. As previously, when enhancing their heavenly spirit roots, they merely experienced a speedier cultivation pace and slight physical improvement. However, the saint body made them acutely aware of their newfound strength. It felt akin to a child suddenly maturing into an adult. With their overall combat prowess no longer comparable to before, the crucial point was that this was merely their initial fusion with the saint body, having yet to reach minor completion, once they fully adapted to their new physiques. Their combat power would truly be terrifying. Overcoming an entire realm to slay foes would become a basic operation. Of course, this applied only to ordinary cultivators, should their opponents also be prodigies with formidable physiques. The challenge would be considerably greater. In the following period, Su Chen frequently summoned some of the direct descendants to his side, assisting them in attaining the saint body. Within half a month, all of the Su family's direct descendants had been elevated to the saint body level. With the enhancement of their physiques, the consumption of resources became exceedingly vast, especially given the sheer number of saint bodies. Thus, Su Chen directly provided Su Qingtian with nearly 300 billion top-tier spirit stones. Along with an abundance of rare materials, once the affairs of the direct descendants were settled, Su Chen began enhancing the qualifications of the collateral branches, as they too were members of the Su family by blood and could not be neglected. He selected nearly 30 individuals from the collateral branches, elevating them to the heavenly spirit root. With this, the Su family could be regarded as the most formidable force in the eastern region in terms of talent. All direct descendants possessed saint bodies, a feat even the sacred grounds could not achieve. The Su family's strength continued to flourish, and it would not be long before the members of the Su family became renowned powerhouses within the Jinghong Empire. The 5 major cities, upon their departure, Su Chen specifically improved the environment here, enriching the spiritual energy. Although it still lagged significantly behind the Jinghong Empire, it had seen considerable enhancement. The 5 major cities no longer served a substantial purpose for the Su family. Yet they remained, for which force would shun their own territory. Mingyue City, Su family. The Su family here was no longer as bustling as it once was. The comings and goings had significantly dwindled. With only 3 collateral branch stewards and Su Yuanba stationed here, the Su family had grown immensely powerful. Yet if Su Yuanba were not present in Mingyue City, the inhabitants of the 5 major cities would likely become unruly. It was akin to being at work without a supervisor. One would inevitably slack off. Originally, Su Yuanba and Sui took turns overseeing the area, but eventually Su Yuanba opted to remain. Although the spiritual energy in the 5 major cities was indeed far less than that in Wanyun Mountain, Su Yuanba could utilize spirit stones for cultivation, yielding similar results. Suddenly Su Yuanba's eyes shot open, his expression grave. Who goes there? No sooner had he spoken than a formidable aura enveloped Mingyue City, instilling terror in the hearts of countless inhabitants. Moments later, 2 figures appeared before the Su family. The one in front appeared youthful, seemingly in his 20s, accompanied by a middle-aged man behind him. Both exuded immense power, one at the late stage of the void refinement realm and the other at the half-step fusion realm. Su Yuanba sprang to his feet, stepping outside his chamber. Upon seeing the two, his heart raced, and he quickly approached with a smile. "May I inquire what brings you esteemed seniors to this place?" The young man in front spoke with an icy tone, exuding an air that brooked no dissent. "I am Zhang Bu of the Four Symbols sect. From this day forth, the 5 major cities shall be under the jurisdiction of my Four Symbols sect. Do you have any objections?" Chapter 57, The Resolute Su Yuanba. For chapters offered. As Zhang Bu spoke, his aura erupted once more, enveloping Su Yuanba entirely. Given that Su Yuanba was merely at the peak of the divine transformation realm, even with a saint body, he felt immense pressure due to the significant disparity in their realms. It felt as though a colossal mountain bore down upon him, causing his internal energy to grow momentarily stagnant. His demeanor left no room for Su Yuanba to refuse. The Four Symbols sect, situated in the opposite direction of the 5 major cities, was considered a somewhat weaker royal-level force, with only 1 fusion realm cultivator stationed there. Still considerably inferior to forces like the Jinghong Empire. Initially, they had looked down upon the 5 major cities, but upon hearing reports from their disciples about the recent developments in the area, They had taken an interest. A single city may not hold much significance, yet when 5 are combined, they can rival some of the medium-sized cities under the banner of their sect, yielding considerable profits. Upon arriving at Mingyue City, Zhang Bu and his companions felt the density of spiritual energy around them, confirming the intelligence relayed by their disciples. In the eastern domain, virtually every corner is dominated by powerful factions. The Four Symbols sect does not possess a territory as vast as the Jinghong Empire. However, if they could subdue the 5 cities, it would undoubtedly enhance the foundation of the Four Symbols sect. Su Yuanba's expression darkened, and under this pressure, he felt as though he could scarcely breathe. Yet, he gritted his teeth and said, "Senior, the 5 cities are the domain of the Su family. Are you not afraid of offending us?" The Su family is no longer the same as it once was, and he had the confidence to assert this, even in the face of a royal-level power like the Four Symbols sect. Preposterous, Zhang Bu bellowed suddenly, transforming into a mere shadow that vanished from sight. Boom! In an instant, Su Yuanba was propelled backward, countless walls of the courtyard shattered, and he was even flung out of the Su family estate. With a cold gaze, Zhang Bu remarked, "What is there to fear from a mere Su family? The people of small places are foolish. Our Four Symbols sect is a royal-level power. Why should we fear someone in the divine transformation stage?" Prior to their arrival, they had gathered some intelligence, discovering that the strongest among the Su family was only at the transcendent stage. What is there to fear from such a faction? The Four Symbols sect could easily handle them. Su Yuanba crashed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, his enhanced sacred body belonged to the category of physical reinforcement, so he did not suffer severe injuries. However, the tumult within his body made him extremely uncomfortable. His face flushed. The location of the Su family estate was the most bustling street in all of Mingyue City. Upon witnessing the commotion, the onlookers could not help but gasp in astonishment. "That is the 4th elder, Su Yuanba. Is there truly someone brave enough to lay hands on a member of the Su family? Do they not fear death?" "Hush, keep your voice down. Did you not sense those 2 previous auras? So formidable, they must be at the transcendent stage, or perhaps even powerful beings within it. Has the Su family provoked a formidable force? It seems like the Su family has few members left. They might have fled in fear of some great figure. That is highly likely. Otherwise, why would the Su family be so desolate? I have not seen any of the core members of the Su family lately." Although the events surrounding the Jinghong Empire had far-reaching consequences, the 5 cities were relatively remote, and information was limited. It was difficult to connect the colossal entity of the Su family within the Jinghong Empire to the Su family in Mingyue City. Moreover, the Su family had only entered the Jinghong Empire a few years prior, and their reputation was not yet widespread. 4th elder, those remaining in the Su family in Mingyue City quickly sensed the situation. A steward from the collateral line hurriedly produced a communication jade talisman to notify the Su family in Wanyun Mountain. Others rushed to assist Su Yuanba. 4th elder, are you all right? Struggling to rise. Su Yuanba's eyes burned with fury and coldness, yet he understood that he was no match for Zhang Bu, so he could only suppress his rage and state, "Does this mean that you demand my Su family surrender the 5 cities? Zhang Bu replied coldly, "Naturally, not only the 5 cities. Your Su family must also submit to me. Otherwise, there will be no need for the Su family to exist." As he spoke, a murderous intent erupted from his eyes. The 5 cities would require management after they were subdued, and allowing the Su family to continue overseeing such matters would be most suitable. They would merely need to provide annual tributes. A common tactic employed by many powerful factions. Upon hearing this, fury surged across Su Yuanba's face, while other elders might feign compliance until reinforcements from the Su family arrived to deal with the Four Symbols sect. Su Yuanba's fiery temperament could not endure such indignity. "If you wish to consume my Su family, you must consider whether you possess that qualification." As his words fell, Su Yuanba's entire being turned crimson, unleashing a terrifying wave of heat, causing the surrounding temperature to rise sharply. This was his sacred body, the Qiyang sacred body. In the next moment, Su Yuanba charged at Zhang Bu, swinging his fist down with immense force. Seeing Su Yuanba dare to strike first, Zhang Bu's eyes narrowed, and he coldly stated, "You seek death." He raised his fist, unleashing his power to collide with Su Yuanba. The explosive sound erupted, sending Su Yuanba hurtling backward, the residual force shattering nearby houses into ruins. Zhang Bu staggered back a dozen steps, feeling a stinging pain and burning sensation in his hand, his face etched with disbelief. How could this be? Su Yuanba's aura was evidently that of a peak divine transformation stage cultivator, and it was clear he had recently broken through. His realm, still somewhat unstable, Zhangbu had long since surpassed the late transcendent stage. The gap in their strengths was monumental. How could a divine transformation stage cultivator injure him? Though he despised admitting it, Su Yuanba had indeed compromised his physical form. Damn it, Zhangbu's expression darkened. Veins bulging on his forehead, as a sense of humiliation welled up within him. How could he possibly be injured by a mere divine transformation stage cultivator? Zhangbu vanished from sight, and when he reappeared, he was already beside Su Yuanba. Having endured the devastating clash, Su Yuanba had yet to sustain any fatal injuries. His arm felt as though it might snap from the excruciating pain, struggling to rise from the ground. He had scarcely straightened when an overwhelming force slammed into his abdomen. Bang! Su Yuanba was once more sent flying. Zhangbu swiftly pursued, his expression icy as he declared, "Since you wish to court death, then I shall oblige." As Zhangbu continued to pummel Su Yuanba, the disparity in their realms was insurmountable. Even with his sacred body, Su Yuanba could not withstand the onslaught. Soon, he lay bloodied on the ground, his aura growing exceedingly weak. Zhangbu's countenance remained dark as he slowly approached, placing a foot on Su Yuanba's head, coldly stating, "A mere divine transformation stage cultivator dares to defy me, even in such a state." Su Yuanba's inner fury did not wane. He had never endured such humiliation. "That if you wish to kill me, then do so. There is no need for further words. I would rather die standing than live on my knees. In my grandfather's lexicon, the words fear death do not exist. If you kill me, the Four Symbols sect shall undoubtedly face annihilation at the hands of my Su family." Chapter 58. The Su family beyond imagination. Su Yuanba gritted his teeth, his character unwavering. He would rather die standing than live kneeling. For him to submit to the Four Symbols sect was an impossibility, even if it were merely for show. Many in Mingyue City who witnessed Su Yuanba's plight could not help but shake their heads. "It's over. I fear Su Yuanba will perish here today." I observed the jade pendants on those two. They appear to be elder tokens of the Four Symbols sect. How did the Su family provoke a royal level power? Four Symbols sect. No wonder the Su family members fled Mingyue City. They have indeed provoked a royal level force. To incite such a colossal entity, it was wise for the Su family to leave. Strangely, ever since someone suggested that the Su family might be fleeing, everyone accepted it as truth. The Su family's recent behavior had been exceedingly unusual. As a prominent family in Mingyue City with over 1,000 members, they had been eerily quiet lately, with hardly a soul in sight. Coupled with the Four Symbols sect's visit, their suspicions were further validated. Zhangbu's expression was frigid. He truly wished to crush Su Yuanba underfoot. However, observing the derisive expression on his face, he recognized that this individual was not one to cower in fear. With a cold laugh, Zhangbu resolved that killing him outright would hold little significance. He desired to inflict suffering beyond measure. "Since you seek death, I shall deny you that mercy." He produced a talisman, his gaze laced with mockery. This item, known as the Soul Control Talisman, contained a fragment of a canine soul. Affixing it to a person would compel their every action to mimic that of a dog. "I shall make you, a lowly insect, endure the utmost humiliation of this world." Upon hearing this, Su Yuanba roared in fury, "You wretched dog, if you have the courage, kill me." In response to his furious shout, Zhangbu merely chuckled coldly just as he was about to affix the soul control talisman to Su Yuanba. The spiritual energy in Mingyue City suddenly surged. "What is happening?" Zhangbu was taken aback, then turned to gaze at the heavens above Mingyue City. 4 beams of light illuminated the sky, and at the center, waves of spatial disturbance emanated. A teleportation array. Zhangbu's brow furrowed in concern. What could this mean? In the next moment, a massive spatial rift appeared from which two figures emerged. Leading was Su Hongyuan, exuding an aura reminiscent of a primordial beast. Overwhelming in its oppressive force, his eyes glimmered with golden light, and golden patterns shimmered across his body, mysterious and powerful. Following closely behind was Su Qingtian, his entire being radiating sword intent that surged skyward. Resembling a sharp blade capable of severing all, many raised their heads, struck dumb by the piercing sword intent. Those of lower cultivation even felt a stinging sensation, as if pricked by needles, upon seeing Su Yuanba lying on the ground. Su Qingtian's eyes flashed with an icy, murderous intent. He immediately unleashed a sword strike toward Zhangbu, embodying an incomparably formidable power. Sword intent. Zhangbu was suddenly struck with astonishment, although Su Qingtian's aura was merely at the initial stage of the void refinement realm. The distinction between a sword cultivator who possesses sword intent and one who does not is utterly profound. The key point was that the sword intent emanating from Su Ching Tian was exceptionally potent, even making him, at the late stage of the void refinement, feel a sense of threat. However, Zhang Bu's expression soon hardened, seeking death. Despite the strength of the sword intent, the initial stage of void refinement is still the initial stage, and a disparity in realms remains. He unleashed his full momentum and charged towards Su Ching Tian's sword light, yet, in the next moment an unforeseen turn of events occurred. Zhang Bu's hand was abruptly severed, blood gushing from the wound in a gruesome display. What? A middle-aged man who had accompanied Zhang Bu from a distance displayed an expression of disbelief upon witnessing this. How could Su Ching Tian, merely at the initial stage of void refinement, so effortlessly shatter Zhang Bu's attack? Su Ching Tian's gaze was as cold as ice. Dare to harm someone from the Su family, you seek death. He had been elevated to the sacred body initially and, after a period of cultivation, had already reached the minor completion of the sacred body realm, coupled with his own initial stage of void refinement. He faced an ordinary late-stage void refinement cultivator with absolutely no pressure. In fact, he could even seize the opportunity to slay him directly. This is the might of the sacred body. Su Ching Tian's figure vanished in an instant, and his sword descended like a shooting star, cleaving down towards Zhang Bu's head, the terrifying aura sending shivers through all. Before this dreadful sword intent, Zhang Bu felt as if he were confronting some monstrous entity, utterly unable to muster the strength to resist. Or perhaps he simply lacked the courage to do so. Why? He was merely at the initial stage of void refinement. How could he possess such formidable power? Faced with Su Ching Tian's strike, despair and helplessness filled his heart. No wonder the Su family member had warned that killing him would not spare them from repercussions. It turned out they harbored such formidable beings. Regret flooded Zhang Bu's mind. Had he known this, he would have approached matters with more caution, leaving room for retreat. Zhang Bu, the middle-aged man's expression shifted, intent on intervening, but it was already too late. A crisp sound rang out. Under the might of this one sword, Zhang Bu was not cleaved in two as anticipated, but instead, his physical form crumbled under the burden of the sword intent. Reduced to dust, the middle-aged man's pupils constricted sharply. He was at the half-step to the integration stage, undoubtedly far stronger than Zhang Bu, yet even so, he could not fathom how Zhang Bu could be so easily dispatched. What on earth is the Su family? The middle-aged man was filled with regret. Had he known this earlier, he would have conducted a thorough investigation before arriving in Mingyue City. Clearly, the Su family's terror exceeded his imagination. At this moment, whether it was the collateral members of the Su family or the inhabitants of Mingyue City, upon witnessing Su Ching Tian directly slay the late-stage void refinement cultivator with a single sword, their faces were etched with shock and fear. Such formidable strength. This is, Su Ching Tian, the head of the Su family. Has his power grown this formidable? Who claimed that the Su family members were fleeing? A couple of slaps to the face, and it seems the Su family simply deemed Mingyue City beneath their notice, opting for other territories instead. How terrifying! With a single sword, he vanquished a late-stage void refinement expert. If Su Ching Tian possesses such might, how fearsome must Su Hongyuan be? After all, he was the first to break through the void refinement stage within the Su family. How has the Su family's strength risen so rapidly? I recall this only being a few years. Had they changed so drastically? Exclamations of astonishment echoed, as they marveled at Su Ching Tian's prowess. Utterly baffled, too powerful, it surpassed all expectations. Over these past few years, the Su family had remained largely silent, with little news of their exploits emerging from the 5 great cities. Thus, the public's perception of the Su family's strength was still rooted in the past. Yet now, with the display of Su Ching Tian's immense power, they realized the Su family seemed far more formidable than they had ever imagined. Chapter 59. The Yuri Zhao Jian, the middle-aged man who had accompanied Zhang Bu, harbored no thoughts of retaliating. His only desire was to escape. Particularly in light of Su Ching Tian's displayed strength, he felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation. Moreover, he was not the only one who had returned via the teleportation array with Su Ching Tian. Another presence exuded an aura even more terrifying than his own. Even he, at the half-step to the integration stage, felt an intense sense of oppression. In the next moment, the middle-aged man transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. Su Hongyuan's gaze sharpened, and he coldly stated, attempting to flee. He raised his hand, and the void erupted violently, unleashing a torrent of brutal physical power. Su Hongyuan stepped forward, his figure instantly materializing beside the middle-aged man, and he swung his fist down towards the latter's head. This punch seemed to harbor the power to annihilate worlds. The middle-aged man, witnessing Su Hongyuan's sudden appearance, could not help but reveal an expression of horror, especially upon sensing the world-destroying force contained within Su Hongyuan's fist. Fear washed over him. He instinctively knew that if he could not evade this punch, he would surely suffer grievous injuries. Damn it, what is the Su family? A mere initial stage of void refinement can so casually strike down a late-stage void refinement cultivator, and now, a perfected stage of void refinement can toy with him. A half-step to the integration stage, as though their realms were reversed. They had not even exchanged blows, yet he knew he was no match for Su Hongyuan. Boom! Ultimately he failed to dodge Su Hongyuan's fist. The middle-aged man was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing violently to the ground. The violent tremors reverberated throughout Mingyue City, causing many weaker cultivators to wear expressions of terror. What on earth is happening? Despite his body not embedding into the ground, the tremendous force exerted by Su Hongyuan resulted in a crater several dozen meters in diameter, nearly 10 meters deep. Within the depths of this pit, numerous fine cracks began to appear. This scene alone sufficed to illustrate the sheer terror contained within Su Hongyuan's punch. Su Hongyuan's gaze was filled with coldness, golden stripes manifesting upon his surface, rendering him akin to a war god as he charged towards the middle-aged man. Su Yuan Ba had nearly been killed, igniting a fierce anger within him. Those who dared to assault the Su family must pay the price. The middle-aged man could only watch in horror as Su Hongyuan approached, unable to react due to the overwhelming speed. Stop! Suddenly, a thunderous voice rang out, and the distant void erupted violently. Following that, a figure charged towards Su Hongyuan, colliding with him and sending him flying, causing a significant number of buildings to collapse. Su Hongyuan was hurled against the outer wall of Mingyue City by the force of the impact. The newcomer, a towering figure clad in a black robe, bore an exceedingly grim expression. Moreover, his aura was overwhelmingly powerful, far surpassing the bounds of the void refinement stage. The integration stage. Su family's collateral member, Su Lin, helped Su Yuan Ba to his feet and then turned to gaze into the distance. His eyes filled with panic. What a terrifying aura! What kind of powerhouse is this? Su Yuan Ba's expression also grew grave. The integration stage. What? Su Lin's expression darkened. He was unaware that the Su family's direct line had already reached the sacred body stage. Now facing a cultivator at the integration stage, could the family head and the old family head prevail? Perhaps it would be wise to notify the young clan head. Worry painted Su Lin's face. In his estimation, only Su Chen could handle a powerhouse of the integration stage. Su Yuan Ba shook his head. Do not worry, the old man will be fine, though he too felt some concern. He chose to trust Su Hongyuan. An initial stage of integration should be manageable, right? However, to err on the side of caution, Su Yuan Ba added, send another message to the Su family, informing them of the situation here. If necessary, have Xiao Chen come as well. Although he had faith in the old man, he remained apprehensive about potential unforeseen complications. Meanwhile, Zhao Jian, the master of the Four Symbols sect, spoke with a grim countenance. Having harmed my Four Symbols sect's grand elder and slain my sect's fifth elder Zhangbu, if you cannot provide an explanation today, I fear you will not leave here unscathed. The moment Zhangbu encountered trouble, he had made haste towards Mingyue City, knowing that if he delayed even slightly, the grand elder might not survive. In his perception, while Su Hongyuan's aura was somewhat formidable, he was still merely at the void refinement stage. The chasm between the void refinement stage and the integration stage is akin to a bottomless abyss. Even the mightiest void refinement cultivator is no more than an ant before an integration stage expert. Before Zhao Jian's arrival, many in Mingyue City had been spectators. However, upon sensing the terrifying aura radiating from Zhao Jian, many were unable to remain seated and hastily fled the scene. What kind of powerful enemy has the Su family provoked? Judging by that aura, it is surely above the void refinement stage. The Su family is doomed. How did they manage to offend a powerhouse of the integration stage? A royal-level expert attacking the Su family means that Su Hongyuan, merely at the void refinement stage, stands little chance of defending against it. In the battle between the Su family and the Four Symbols sect, not a single person held any hope for the Su family. This was primarily due to the overwhelming strength of the Four Symbols sect, a royal-level force. Meanwhile, while Su Qingtian and Su Hongyuan had previously showcased formidable power, they remained at the void refinement stage. The gap between the integration stage and the void refinement stage is insurmountable. Su Hongyuan rose to his feet, steadying the tumultuous blood coursing through him, and with a cold smirk, he remarked, "I had intended to personally visit the Four Symbols sect. Since you have come knocking, I shall spare myself the trouble." Having uttered his words, his figure instantaneously vanished from sight, darting forth like an arrow released from its bow, directly charging towards Zhao Jian. A jolt coursed through Zhao Jian's heart. His consciousness, sharpened by his cultivation at the integration stage, detected the terrifying power emanating from Su Hongyuan. How audacious for a mere void refinement cultivator to exhibit such arrogance! Though a flicker of caution ignited within Zhao Jian, fear eluded him. After all, he was a cultivator of the integration stage. How could he possibly be intimidated by someone of the void refinement stage? Zhao Jian unleashed his strength, a tremendous pressure enveloping the entirety of Mingyue City. In the next moment, he too surged towards Su Hongyuan. The two clashed in an instant, a maelstrom of violent energy radiating outward from their confrontation, causing buildings and roads to crumble, reducing structures within nearly a mile's radius to ruins. Zhao Jian was sent hurtling backward for over 100 meters before he managed to regain his footing, the excruciating pain radiating from his arm leaving him utterly bewildered. How could this be possible? A void refinement cultivator managed to injure him. When Zhao Jian lifted his gaze towards Su Hongyuan, his pupils constricted in shock, for Su Hongyuan had merely taken a few steps back. How could his physical form be so outmatched? The disparity between the void refinement stage and the integration stage was akin to that between an elementary school student and an adult. For an adult, a single punch might suffice to defeat a child, yet, it was Su Hongyuan who had triumphed over him. Zhao Jian's expression subtly shifted, transitioning from initial fury to a gradual calmness. He fixated intently on Su Hongyuan's holy power. Zhao Jian finally comprehended the source of Su Hongyuan's formidable strength. It stemmed from his holy body physique. This realization ignited a spark of greed within Zhao Jian's eyes. A holy body was undoubtedly a celebrated talent in the Xiantian realm, often backed by fearsome forces. However, the individual before him did not appear to be one of those renowned figures. A sinister smile crept across Zhao Jian's lips, his gaze turning eerie, his irises as dark as ink, an oppressive aura emanating from his form. What of his overwhelming combat prowess? Ultimately, he remained merely a void refinement cultivator. Today, none shall escape your fate. As his voice echoed, the aura surrounding Zhao Jian burgeoned even further. Within mere breaths, he ascended to the origin returning realm, peculiar black patterns appearing on his visage, an evil presence enveloping him, inducing discomfort in those who beheld him. A holy body is indeed sufficient for me to risk exposing my identity. Under different circumstances, I would hesitate to reveal myself, but this is the five great cities, devoid of formidable powers. Alas, all the inhabitants of Mingyue City shall accompany you to your demise. Chapter 60, The Demon Clan. The two realms of Yin and Yang. Sensing the aura emanating from Zhao Jian, Su Hongyuan's pupils abruptly constricted, his expression morphing into one of sheer terror. It was not Zhao Jian's cultivation at the origin returning realm that instilled such fear in him, but rather the malevolent aura that enveloped him. You are a member of the Demon Clan. Su Hongyuan could not suppress a scream, his face growing exceedingly grave. Though both the Demon Clan and demonic cultivators bore the character for demon, they were, in truth, vastly different. The Xiantian realm is divided into two aspects: the Yang side, predominantly led by the human and beast clans, and the Yin side, ruled by the Demon Clan, also referred to as the Demon Realm. Although both sides belong to the same world, they have never coexisted peacefully, each seeking to devour the other, resulting in countless wars that have persisted for ages. The rules of the Demon Realm mirror those of the Beast Clan, centered around a singular king, while the Yang realm is characterized by a complex web of factions led by multiple powerful beings, often resulting in deceit and betrayal. Thus, throughout the lengthy conflict with the Demon Realm, the Yang side faced repeated defeats. Historical accounts suggest that it was only when a great emperor sacrificed himself that the two realms were thoroughly separated, bringing an end to the protracted war. Although the struggle between the Yang and Demon realms concluded, the Demon realm's aspirations to invade the Yang realm have never waned. Over the subsequent years, demons have occasionally crossed through spatial rifts into the Yang realm. Particularly after the disappearance of the emperor of the Yang realm several 100,000 years ago, the seal between the two realms began to weaken, leading to a surge of demons appearing within the Yang realm. Yet Su Hongyuan never anticipated that he would encounter a member of the demon clan in such unfortunate circumstances. At this moment, many within Mingyue City had sensed the ominous presence in the sky, their brows furrowing in unease. A demonic cultivator, no, this is the demon clan. Faces turned pale with horror as the realization struck. We must flee, a demon clan member has appeared in Mingyue City, this aura spells doom. I have heard that wherever the demon clan emerges, a sea of corpses follows. Is Mingyue City destined for destruction? In an instant, chaos erupted throughout Mingyue City. The beings of the two realms could devour one another to enhance their cultivation. But this demon clan member was evidently too powerful. Su Hongyuan bellowed, Qingtian, swiftly lead the Su family to safety, I will hold them off. As he spoke, golden light radiated from him, resembling a golden war god. However, he did not take the initiative to attack. Instead, he remained vigilant, watching Zhao Jian warily. To confront such a formidable foe head-on would be a most unwise decision. Zhao Jian's expression bore a strange quality, a look of rapture crossing his face. At last, I need not wear a mask any longer. As he spoke, he cast his gaze towards Mingyue City, a cold smile gracing his lips. Not a single one shall escape today. Zhao Jian was resolute in preventing news of this incident from leaking, for it posed an existential threat to him. Entering the Yang realm was not particularly difficult, those below the sage level could traverse with a certain price. Yet returning was far more complex, thus, he had no path of retreat. The malevolent aura emanating from Zhao Jian spread outward, enveloping the entirety of Mingyue City in mere moments, isolating it from the outside world. His power was overwhelming. The strongest cultivators within Mingyue City barely reached the spirit transformation stage, utterly incapable of breaking free from the demonic energy. Having completed this, Zhao Jian turned his attention back to Su Hongyuan, excitement dancing in his eyes. A holy body, truly a great boon. With that, he raised his hand and swiftly killed the half-step integration cultivator from the Four Symbols sect, the sect leader. The middle-aged man's face contorted in disbelief as he stared wide-eyed, unwilling to accept his fate. A faint essence drifted from his corpse, swiftly absorbed by Zhao Jian, who then transformed the man into a desiccated husk, a sight that sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. After this, Zhao Jian vanished from sight. Su Hongyuan immediately felt a surge of tension, elevating his state to its peak. A terrifying sense of oppression spreading in all directions. Golden patterns adorned his form. His physical body was remarkably resilient, and he suspected it to be the legendary ancient holy body. If I can absorb such a powerful physique, I might just catch a glimpse of the demon saint realm, ha ha ha. An evil laughter echoed, sending chills down the spines of those who heard it. Suddenly Zhao Jian appeared beside Su Hongyuan, lunging forward with a grasp, causing the surrounding space to collapse, the void swirling violently. Su Hongyuan instinctively threw a punch toward Zhao Jian. Zhao Jian sneered, merely an ant of the void refinement stage. Even with an ancient holy body, you remain but a fledgling seeking to oppose me, how foolish. With a slight exertion of force, Su Hongyuan was slammed into the ground, a mouthful of golden blood spewing forth. This blow inflicted unimaginable damage upon him. He felt as though his entire being was on the verge of tearing apart, his limbs threatening to detach, waves of agony flooding his mind. The ancient holy body could heal his physical form, yet the injuries he sustained were grievous. Even with the optimal healing effects, he found himself immobilized for a time. Su Hongyuan's eyes were wide with terror. Is this the power of the origin returning realm? Since acquiring the holy body, he had felt invincible, yet reality dealt him a harsh blow against an integration stage opponent. He could barely hold his ground, but facing the origin returning realm, he was utterly powerless. Zhao Jian hovered in the air, his expression appearing grotesque, akin to a specter from the depths of the abyss. The ancient holy body is hardly impressive. Zhao Jian scoffed, his face rife with disdain. In the next moment, he materialized beside Su Hongyuan, a sinister aura erupting from him, swiftly enveloping Su Hongyuan entirely. As he prepared to devour a holy body, a grotesque smile spread across his face. Suddenly a sharp sword light shot in from a distance. Bang! Zhao Jian effortlessly caught the sword light with a raised hand, narrowing his eyes at Su Qingtian. His surprise evident. It seems you too possess holy power. Could it be that you are also a holy body? Ha ha ha, I never anticipated my luck would lead me to encounter two holy bodies. Su Hongyuan's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, we must flee now, flee. Zhao Jian retorted with a cold laugh, today neither of you shall escape. With a casual flick of his wrist, a terrifying force struck Su Qingtian. rendering him incapable of further combat, collapsing to the ground, unable to move. After this, Zhao Jian turned his gaze back to Su Hongyuan, licking his lips. It's time for a grand feast. With that, he prepared to consume Su Hongyuan, yet suddenly a chill coursed through Zhao Jian, and he turned, his expression grave as he looked skyward. There, amongst the clouds, loomed a massive entity, coiled ominously. As the mist gradually dissipated, the true form within was revealed, a colossal true dragon. Adorned with 5 claws or green scales and verdant horns, what could this be? Zhao Jian did not possess a particularly strong impression of such a creature, yet instinctively believed that this beast was undoubtedly formidable. Chapter 61, The Essence of the Demon Clan. Breaking through to the Return to Origin realm. He was a being of the demon realm, where no dragon race existed, thus he could not possibly recognize them. Half-step return to Origin realm. Zhao Jian furrowed his brow, his heart racing, feeling as though he were being watched by some terrifying entity, yet the creature before him merely emanated the fluctuations of a half-step return to Origin realm. Why did it instill such dread within him? Almost everyone in Mingyue City witnessed this sudden emergence of an enormous entity. What is happening? What kind of beast is this? Such a terrifying aura. The Demon Clan is a shared enemy of both our human and beast races. Does this mean we have hope? Gasps of astonishment echoed through the AIR. At this moment, Mingyue City was enveloped in Zhao Jian's demonic energy. Rendering their strength utterly ineffective, they could only await their demise in silence. They had nearly succumbed to despair, but now, with the appearance of the green stone, the people of Mingyue City reignited their hopes. Something feels amiss. Look at the appearance of this beast, how strikingly similar it is to the legendary dragon race. It does indeed seem so. Moreover, it appears as though a person is seated atop its head. Could this be the mount of some powerful human warrior? To tame such a terrifying beast, it seems we are all saved today. Within Mingyue City, a woman furrowed her brow in concern. She had married into the Jinghong Empire early on and had returned specifically to visit her parents. Only to unexpectedly encounter such an event, subduing the dragon race. Her father had previously mentioned a Su family in Mingyue City. Could it possibly be the Su family of Wanyan Mountain? Before she could ponder further, a resounding dragon's roar echoed down from the clouds, and the silhouette of the green stone plummeted downward, its massive form spiraling above Mingyue City. The green stone looked down, gazing at Zhao Jian. At the same time, Zhao Jian's pupils constricted violently, and the malevolent energy surrounding him instinctively receded slightly. Of course, this was not due to the green stone, but rather because of the young man above him, whose demeanor was as graceful as jade and whose countenance was strikingly handsome. Su Chen sat there motionless, yet exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. A true powerhouse, a genuine strongman, at the very least. He was at the Return to Origin realm. Zhao Jian's eyes trembled. Such a formidable being was not someone he could contend with. His own strength was merely at the mid-Return to Origin realm, and beings from the Yin and Yang realms were roughly on par. Some prodigies of the Demon Clan could battle at the Return to Origin realm while in the mid-Return to Origin realm. But he could not even entertain such a notion. Zhao Jian's expression darkened considerably. He had studied all the holy sites in the eastern region, and there was no information linking Su Hongyuan to these sites. Indeed, they had no ties to any other major forces beyond the eastern region, nor to the top-tier royal forces within the eastern region, existing purely as free agents, devoid of any powerful background. Now, suddenly, a strong man of the Return to Origin realm had emerged. What on earth was the Su family's origin? Could it be the Su family of the Jinghong Empire? But did they not only have one Return to Origin realm cultivator? At this moment, numerous thoughts swirled in Zhao Jian's mind, yet what he desired most was to escape. The pressure of being scrutinized by the green stone was overwhelming. Just then, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes. His brow furrowed as he regarded Zhao Jian, the Demon Clan. Observing the swirling malevolent energy within Zhao Jian, his eyes narrowed. This was Su Chen's first encounter with the Demon Clan. As a supreme sage, he easily discerned Zhao Jian's essence. Su Chen's expression shifted to one of surprise. The energy emanating from the Demon Clan was indeed wicked, yet its essence was remarkably sweet and palatable, just as recorded. It seemed that the Demon Realm and the Yang Realm could devour one another. Did this not imply that if a cultivator from the Yang Realm consumed him, they could directly seize his essence and break through to the Return to Origin realm? The Demon Realm and the Yang Realm seemingly shared a common origin, yet due to their extreme divergence, mutual absorption could compensate for their respective deficiencies. A glimmer of interest flickered in Su Chen's eyes. The interplay between the demon realm and the Yang realm appeared to be quite fascinating. However, now was not the time to dwell on such matters. He directly reached for Zhao Jian, who immediately attempted to flee but found himself ensnared in midair as if he were a mere chick. As Zhao Jian was immobilized, the demonic energy enveloping Mingyue City began to dissipate rapidly. A fear filled Zhao Jian's gaze. Damn, a sage. The instant Su Chen made his move, Zhao Jian realized that he was no mere return to origin realm cultivator. He was at least a half-step sage-level powerhouse. Beings from the demon realm had a strong sense of awareness regarding those from the Yang realm, or perhaps it was mutual. Individuals from the Yang realm could easily discern them as well. Zhao Jian had clearly sensed the fate aura of sanctity emanating from Su Chen, a clear indication of a sage. Zhao Jian felt paralyzed. He wanted to weep. He had thought he had struck lucky by encountering two sacred bodies, only to discover he had been baited. Regret flooded Zhao Jian's heart. These were two sacred bodies. How could there not be formidable figures backing them? Even if he harbored murderous intent, he should not have been so reckless. He ought to have waited for the right moment to strike, then fled. This was evidently the most prudent course of action. Little Chen. In the distance, Su Yuanba's face was a mix of delight and astonishment. Although the members of the Su family were well aware of Su Chen's strength, witnessing him effortlessly subdue Zhao Jian left them in a w. Su Chen smiled in response. Fourth uncle. The collateral members of the Su family stepped forward in unison. Greetings. Young patriarch. Su Chen nodded at them, then waved his hand at Zhao Jian. Zhao Jian fell instantly, coalescing into a black sphere roughly the size of a basketball. This was the essence of Zhao Jian's being. Directly condensed by Su Chen. After dealing with Zhao Jian, they returned to the Su family residence. The four direct descendants of the Su family gathered in the inner courtyard. Su Hongyuan gazed at his little grandson, unable to suppress his admiration. You lad, your strength is truly remarkable. Su Chen's display of power astonished him. Even Zhao Jian, who was so strong, had been so easily subdued. The members of the Su family began to realize that Su Chen's strength was likely more than just the return to origin realm. However, they shared a tacit understanding not to inquire further. Su Chen had his own secrets, and pressing him for answers would be rather pointless. Su Chen smiled lightly, not dwelling too much on the matter. He extracted Zhao Jian's essence and said, Elder, this is the essence of the demon clan. I trust you are aware that beings from the Yin and Yang realms can devour one another. A demon clan cultivator at the return to origin realm can break through by consuming it, with no adverse effects. I leave this matter to you, Elder, to decide who shall absorb and refine it. Upon hearing this, Su Hongyuan's eyes gleamed with fervor as he gazed at the black sphere in Su Chen's hand. He certainly understood the potential of mutual absorption between the Yin and Yang realms. Should Zhao Jian be consumed, their Su family would possess their own return to origin realm cultivator, potentially elevating them to a royal level force without relying on Su Chen. Chapter 62. How should I address the Taoist? Regarding who should refine the essence of the demon clan, both Su Qingtian and Su Yuanbai unanimously agreed that Su Hongyuan should be the one to absorb it. The elder had contributed significantly to the family. Now that a benefit had arisen, it was only fitting he be the first to enjoy it. Su Hongyuan was not one to dither. He soon took the demon clan essence and entered seclusion within Mingyue City. Su Qingtian returned to Wangyun Mountain, while Su Chen remained in Mingyue City, awaiting the elder's breakthrough. In the vicinity of the Jinghong Empire in the eastern region, there was only Su Chen who rode a dragon. Alongside individuals from the Jinghong Empire in Mingyue City, soon news of the Su family's connection to Wangyun Mountain spread throughout Mingyue City. Wait, what are you all saying about the Su family of Wangyun Mountain? What connection do they have to the Su family of Mingyue City? Recently, the 8th prince ascended to the throne. As you all know, right? The 7th prince's rise was contingent upon a return to origin realm cultivator, who was none other than Su Chen, the young patriarch of the Su family. I am aware of this matter. Subsequently, the royal family arranged for the Su family to have a paradise, which is Wangyun Mountain. Does this imply that the disappearance of so many members of the Su family was not because they were fleeing, but rather because they found a better place and relocated? In Mingyue City, many residents, upon learning of the Su family's deeds, displayed expressions of awe. No one had anticipated the Su family's strength to be so formidable. Half a month passed, and Mingyue City gradually settled into tranquility. For the residents, the emergence of a powerful Su family brought them joy. With such a strong force to protect them, their sense of security had drastically increased. For instance, had the demon clan attacked without the Su family, they likely would have perished. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from within the Su family, spreading outward toward Mingyue City. The terrifying pressure sent the hearts of the citizens into a frenzy, as countless individuals looked up in fear toward the source of the overwhelming force. A reminiscence of half a month ago, the pressure from that day was as terrifying as it was now. This is a strong man of the Return to Origin realm. Soon, the pressure receded, within the Su family's inner courtyard. Su Hongyuan opened his eyes, his face illuminated with uncontainable joy. Is this the Return to Origin realm? At this moment, Su Hongyuan emanated an aura that seemed to be a natural harmony, exuding an ethereal quality that suggested a return to simplicity. The path of cultivation is divided into two distinct directions. One is the enhancement of one's abilities, while the other involves the purification of oneself, a return to one's innate essence. From the moment of birth, a person is beset by countless malevolent influences, steeped in a state of impurity, necessitating rigorous cultivation to attain a state of complete clarity. As one's practice deepens, their essence becomes increasingly transparent, entering the Tao realm and transcending the heavenly stages. A sage must sever the three corpses before achieving true completeness and clarity. However, Su Chen, having directly utilized his cultivation, bypassed these tribulations and broke through without experiencing them. As Su Chen's figure materialized, he smiled and said, "Congratulations, old man, on your breakthrough to the Return to Origin realm." Su Hongyuan nodded in acknowledgement. But soon the expression on his face became more subdued. He focused intently on Su Chen, attempting to see through this young grandson, yet ultimately found it impossible. Su Chen appeared as if shrouded in a veil of mist, no, rather, layers upon layers of mist. Each time he pierced through one layer, another awaited him. Regardless of how many layers he peeled away, there seemed to be no end, resembling an unfathomable abyss, infinite and profound. A grave expression crossed Su Hongyuan's features. He had thought that upon breaking through to the Return to Origin realm, he would at least have a rough understanding of Su Chen's true level. Yet, having reached this realm, he realized that Su Chen was even more formidable than he had imagined. Unable to suppress a wry smile, he acknowledged that Su Chen's strength was beyond his comprehension. There were many uncertainties surrounding Su Chen, particularly regarding the source of his power and the extraordinary treasures he possessed. Previously, Su Chen had mentioned a mysterious master, yet it now seemed that this enigmatic figure was none other than himself. Nonetheless, Su Hongyuan found these mysteries inconsequential. What mattered was that Su Chen wished for the prosperity of the Su family, and that was sufficient. Regardless of the secrets he harbored, he would always remain a part of the Su family. With a smile, Su Hongyuan said, "Chener, I am preparing to return to Wanyun Mountain. Would you like to join me?" Su Chen shook his head. "No, I intend to explore a bit, since entering this world." He had not had the chance to wander freely, not even around Mingyue City. He had grown weary of Wanyun Mountain and decided it was time for a leisurely respite. Su Hongyuan paused. Then a playful smile crept onto his face. "Chener, you are not a child anymore. How about I help you find a suitable match?" Su Chen cleared his throat twice. I'm not considering that for now." Su Hongyuan smiled, no longer pressing the matter, and turned to leave the Su residence. Su Chen also departed, meandering through Mingyue City. After several hours, he exited Mingyue City, heading toward Pingyang City. In his memories, he recalled a childhood companion from when he was around 10 years old. However, she had moved to Pingyang City with her parents, and this time, Su Chen planned to visit her. He remembered that their relationship had been quite amicable, making her one of the few friends from his childhood. Not in a hurry, Su Chen left Mingyue City and leisurely made his way toward Pingyang City, stopping to rest whenever he encountered picturesque scenery. Alone with the mountains and waters, he reveled in the tranquility as the sun set. Su Chen cherished this quiet, comfortable life, quietly observing the sun rise and set, savoring the essence of the world around him. The distance from Mingyue City to Pingyang City was considerable, and without haste. It took him nearly 2 months to cover half the distance. One day, while resting on a rock by a small stream, two figures emerged from the nearby woods. Both were clad in the garb of Taoists. One was an elderly priest in his 60s, whose expression appeared somewhat vacant, with dull wisdom flickering in his eyes. Beside him stood a young Taoist, roughly Su Chen's age. Despite his youth, his face bore a weariness that belied his years. Upon spotting Su Chen, the young Taoist's expression grew serious. In his perception, he had completely failed to detect another presence by the stream. A formidable presence. In an instant, the young Taoist recognized that the individual before him was no ordinary person. In the entire eastern region, those capable of evading his scrutiny were few and far between. Just as he was about to depart, Su Chen sat up and cheerfully inquired, "What is your name?" Taoist. The young Taoist paused, then clasped his hands in greeting. "I am Zi Yang from the Zhoyan Taoist temple, and this is my disciple, a Taoist." Su Chen nodded, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. A Taoist of such stature could only be of a sage level that he hadn't expected to encounter a sage in such a place. Su Chen returned the greeting, "I am Su Chen." Su Chen. Zi Yang's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He hailed from the Jinghong Empire and was intimately familiar with that name. Su Chen was a prominent figure in the Jinghong Empire. Practically a household name, although rumors suggested that he was merely at the return to origin realm, his presence indicated he was far more formidable than that. As a mid-level sage, if he could not fathom Su Chen's true strength, it implied that Su Chen was extraordinarily powerful. With keen interest, Su Chen asked, "What brings you here?" Taoist, Zi Yang, not one to shy away from the truth, glanced at the elderly man beside him and replied helplessly, "My disciple has severed his middle corpse and lost his wits. Wandering in this direction, I have no choice but to accompany him." Middle corpse. Su Chen's gaze narrowed slightly, realizing that this elder was on the verge of becoming a sage himself. The three corpses are categorized into upper, middle, and lower corpses, where the lower corpse represents desire, the middle corpse embodies wisdom, and the upper corpse signifies life and death. To sever the middle corpse indicates that this old Taoist possesses considerable ability. If he can successfully transcend, he would have already achieved a significant portion of the three-corpse severing process. The essence of severing the three corpses lies in relinquishing attachments, a journey akin to dying to be reborn. Akin to a chrysalis transforming into a butterfly. If he has severed his middle corpse, he has lost all wisdom and become foolish. If he cannot attain enlightenment and regain his wisdom, he risks becoming a true simpleton. Each of the three corpses pertains to life and death. The lower and middle corpses do not result in true death, but failure to transcend the upper corpse leads to real demise. Zi Yang glanced at his disciple, observing that he had no intention of continuing onward, so he found a stone to sit on, gazing at the gently flowing stream with a melancholic expression. The way of heaven is ruthless, cultivation is fraught with peril, the path of cultivation is riddled with obstacles. To breakthrough from the return to origin realm to the Tao requires confronting heavenly tribulations. Failing to do so leads only to death. The path from the Tao realm to sagehood, severing the three corpses, is even more terrifying. Having thwarted countless cultivators throughout history, reflecting on his own memories of severing the three corpses, he felt a pang of nostalgia. Su Chen smiled and remarked, "Isn't this also a form of trial? Without enduring hardships, how can one attain formidable cultivation?" Zi Yang paused at this statement, then broke into hearty laughter. "Indeed, it seems I have become somewhat like you." He turned his gaze back to the elder, his expression tranquil. The severing of the three corpses is, after all, a triad of tribulations. He could choose not to undergo these trials. Since he had chosen this path, regardless of the outcome, it was only natural. With that, he no longer dwelled on the matter, trusting that his disciple had prepared for the worst possible outcome of severing the three corpses. Before long, the elder resumed his aimless wandering, stepping into the cold stream without a care. The flicker of wisdom remaining in his eyes guided him onward. Zi Yang rose as well, bowing to Su Chen. "I must take my leave." Su Chen nodded, gesturing for him to proceed. Watching the two depart, he noticed their path mirrored his own, both heading toward Pingyang City, yet Su Chen chose not to accompany them. Each individual has their own journey to undertake. Thus, he continued on his way for another 3 months before finally reaching Pingyang City. Among the 5 major cities, Pingyang City was slightly less grand than Mingyue City. Following his memory, he arrived at the Ning family residence, where his childhood companion was from a collateral branch of the Ning clan. She had lived in Mingyue City, managing affairs there, but had since been summoned back by the Ning family for various reasons. "Esteemed young master, may I ask whom you seek?" A guard at the entrance of the Ning residence, noticing Su Chen's dignified demeanor, politely inquired. Su Chen responded, "Could you please inform Ning Yan that an old acquaintance is here to see her?" Ning Yan. The guard's expressions darkened suddenly, and one of them asked, "What business do you have with Miss Ning Yan?" Although she was from a collateral branch, she held a status within the Ning family, albeit not particularly high. Su Chen replied indifferently, "Just tell her I am from Mingyue City." Mingyue City. The guard's expressions eased slightly, indicating that it likely had no connection to the Su family. "Please wait a moment." One of them turned to leave, and after a considerable time returned. Please follow me. Su Chen followed and soon arrived at the Ning family's reception hall, where a poised young woman sat clad in a blue gown. She exuded a gentle demeanor, her features clean and unblemished, resembling a neighborly sister. Upon seeing Su Chen, Ning Yan's expression turned to one of confusion. His refined aura and strikingly handsome appearance suggested he was someone she had never encountered in Mingyue City. Upon seeing his childhood companion, Su Chen felt a wave of nostalgia. He hadn't anticipated that after so many years, Ning Yan would have changed so dramatically, leaving behind almost no trace of her former self. Had he not recognized her as Ning Yan, he might have doubted whether he had mistaken her identity. How the years transform a woman. Su Chen shook his head and smiled, saying, "What's this? You don't even recognize me." As he spoke, he produced a delicate lilac stone engraved with the character Yan. This was a keepsake they had discovered during their playful days in Mingyue City. They found the stone exquisite, and so they split it in two. One half bore the inscription Chen, while the other showcased Yan. They exchanged these halves, a gesture laden with the sentiment of a promise. Su Chen had come here partly to reconnect with an old friend and partly due to his past affections for Ning Yan. Feelings he had been too naive to express back then. As he matured, and with his family constantly facing threats from rival families in Mingyue City, he had set aside these emotions to focus on strengthening his prowess. Now, having some leisure time, he felt compelled to revisit this chapter of his life, seeking closure for his youthful feelings. Upon seeing the stone in Su Chen's hand, Ning Yan's expression shifted to one of bewilderment, quickly followed by delight. "You are Su Chen," she exclaimed, removing the small purple stone from her waist and placing it on the table. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Ning Yan would still keep the stone, especially after all these years. He nodded with a smile, saying, "It's been such a long time." Gazing at his smile, Ning Yan felt tears welling up in her eyes, especially when she contemplated the fate that awaited her. Nevertheless, she mustered a forced smile and replied, "Su Chen, it's truly wonderful to see you again." Chapter 64. The aggrieved Ning Yan seeing Su Chen again stirred a whirlwind of emotions within Ning Yan. Once a childhood companion, he had now grown into someone seemingly beyond her reach. The Su family dominated the 5 great cities, and news from Mingyue City indicated that Su Chen had become a formidable figure. A powerful cultivator at the returning origin stage. Now, in terms of both strength and status, he was leagues apart from her. Su Chen smiled and inquired, "So, how have you been? I haven't been to Pingyang City." "Why haven't you come to visit me in Mingyue City?" Ning Yan managed a bitter smile, momentarily at a loss for words. After returning to her family, their branch had faced significant oppression and scrutiny. It was the elder of the Ning family who had summoned them back. Ning Yan's father had officially managed the family business in Mingyue City, expanding its scale nearly tenfold. Perhaps it was this success that incited the main family to covet their achievements. Since returning to the Ning family, she had to report her whereabouts even for the simplest outings, leaving her no opportunity to see Su Chen. Noticing her demeanor, Su Chen asked curiously, "What's wrong? Have you been bullied?" At the sound of his words, Ning Yan felt her heart tremble. During their days in Mingyue City, whenever she was scolded by her parents, she would seek solace in Su Chen. Often shedding tears, he would always ask her the same question, "Have you been bullied?" Even now, she could vividly recall Su Chen's expression, a mix of anger and concern. For reasons unknown, she felt warmth spreading through her heart. She shook her head and replied, "It's nothing. Everything is fine." Rising from her seat with a smile, she said, "Wait for me a moment. I'll take you for a tour of Pingyang City. It's been ages since we last met, and I want to treat you to a good meal." Seeing her reluctance to divulge more, Su Chen simply nodded. "All right." Ning Yan left the reception hall but soon returned with a bright smile, saying, "Let us go." Su Chen. As Su Chen stood ready to leave with her, he had anticipated Ning Yan might regard him with awe, fear, or even obsequiousness. However, to his surprise, she displayed none of these emotions, only pure joy. He could distinctly sense her unadulterated happiness. Just as they were about to exit the Ning residence, a chilling voice pierced the air. "Ning Yan, stop right there." Upon hearing this, Ning Yan's expression shifted dramatically. She turned to face the source of the voice and saw a young man with a defiant demeanor, his face frozen in cold disdain. Ning Lin, the son of the elder, had often bullied her under his father's influence. Ning Lin approached slowly, commanding, "Get back inside." "Who allowed you to come out?" Under normal circumstances, Ning Yan might have tolerated such treatment. However, with Su Chen present, she felt a surge of anger, unwilling to let him witness her humiliation. The third elder has permitted me to leave. Who are you to stop me? Ning Lin's eyes narrowed dangerously as he stepped closer, raising his hand to strike her face. Dare to talk back? You're asking for a beating. Yet before he could land the blow, Su Chen intervened, infuriated that someone dared to obstruct him. Ning Lin barked, "Who do you think you are, meddling in Ning family affairs? You're courting death." With that, he unleashed his late-stage foundation establishment power, attempting to wrench free from Su Chen's grasp, only to discover his efforts were futile. Su Chen's grip was as unyielding as iron. Frustrated, Ning Lin spat, "Let go of me, or I swear I'll kill you." With a gentle push, Su Chen sent Ning Lin crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, his aura waning. Scram! Had it not been for Ning Lin being a relative of Ning Yan, Su Chen would have killed him without hesitation. Just then, a powerful aura erupted from within the Ning family estate, and a figure swiftly approached them. It was the elder Ning Wei. Upon seeing him, Ning Lin shouted in excitement, "Father, he hurt me, you must kill him." Ning Wei first glanced at his son, instructing the servants to take him for treatment, before turning his cold gaze upon Su Chen. "You dare injure a member of the Ning family? Your audacity is truly remarkable." He then directed his attention to Ning Yan. "Ning Yan, did you bring him into the Ning family?" Ning Yan's eyes flickered with fear as she stammered, "Elder, this is my friend. He only defended me after Ning Lin attacked me." "Preposterous," Ning Wei bellowed, his anger surging. Seeing his son injured only fueled his fury, if not for the sake of the entire branch family's reputation, he would have slapped Ning Yan into silence. "Ning Lin is of the main family. You, a mere branch member, must heed my words, regardless of the third elder's consent. If Ning Lin forbids you from leaving the Ning family, then you shall not leave. Furthermore, you are to marry into the Su family. You cannot be seen with other men. Do you wish for your mother to share your fate in the dungeon?" Ning Yan's head hung low, her eyes reddening. Ning Feng was her father. 6 months prior, Ning Wei had schemed against him, coercing her into an engagement with the Su family. The Su family, a top power in Pingyang City, had 3 formidable cultivators, and the 4th young master had long held affections for her. Thus, Ning Wei sought to use her to curry favor, and Ning Yan was adamantly opposed to marrying the 4th young master. Yet her parents' pressure left her with no choice but to comply with the elder's wishes. These memories flooded her with a sense of injustice. She had done nothing wrong, nor had her branch. Yet they were relentlessly targeted by the elder. Ning Wei's tone was unwavering, leaving no room for negotiation. His gaze then shifted back to Su Chen, his voice dripping with cold malice. "Now, it's your turn. You've harmed a member of the Ning family. If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation today, you may enter the gates of the Ning family, but you shall never leave." Ning Wei regarded Su Chen with icy disdain. Had it not been for the impressive demeanor he exhibited, suggesting a formidable background, Ning Wei would have already struck him down. Chapter 65. The feelings of yesteryears. Su Chen met Ning Wei's gaze with a sneer. "And what explanation do you seek from me?" As he spoke, he regarded Ning Wei with keen interest, curious as to how the elder would respond next. Ning Wei's eyes darkened, fixated on Su Chen. Over the years, Ning Yan had remained within the confines of the Ning family, seldom venturing out, making it implausible for her to have powerful allies. With this thought, Ning Wei's gaze turned frigid. "You're seeking death." In the next instant, he transformed into a blur, charging at Su Chen with impressive momentum. However, Su Chen's expression remained one of disdain. "Just an insect." As his words fell, a terrifying pressure descended upon Ning Wei, forcing him to kneel on the ground. His face reddened as he struggled, the sound of cracking bones resonating as his knees buckled under the immense weight. How was this possible? In that moment, Ning Wei was engulfed in horror. Just the pressure alone had inflicted such damage. If Su Chen were to strike, he would be obliterated in an instant. Ning Wei was engulfed in a profound sense of trepidation. He could hardly fathom that Ning Yan possessed such a formidable ally. Su Chen slowly approached him, his expression utterly indifferent. "Are you truly worthy of seeking an explanation from me?" As Su Chen advanced towards Ning Wei, the oppressive aura around him intensified, causing Ning Wei to cry out in agony. "My lord, please spare me. I was blinded by momentary folly. I beseech you to forgive my transgressions." Ning Wei shouted, his voice rife with humility and desperation. In the presence of Su Chen, he felt no different from an insignificant insect. With but a mere flick of Su Chen's finger, his life could be extinguished. This overwhelming sense of dread was unparalleled, surpassing even encounters with those at the divine transformation stage in Pingyang City. Could this be a being of power beyond that realm? At this moment, Ning Wei's fear reached its zenith. Just then, A figure appeared nearby, hastening forward to interject. "I implore you, young Master Su, to show mercy." The newcomer was Ning Huayu, the head of the Ning family. Having visited Mingyue City on numerous occasions, he was naturally acquainted with Su Chen. Yet he never imagined that Ning Yan would have ties to him. This was Su Chen, the reputed master of the Guiyuan realm. Ning Huayu could not suppress a bitter smile. Had he foreseen this? He would never have allowed Ning Wei to suppress Ning Yan and her family. If the Ning family could align with the Su family, it would be infinitely more advantageous than associating with the Su family. Su Chen briefly regarded Ning Huayu before diverting his gaze once more. He raised his hand and with a subtle gesture Ning Wei was compelled to spew forth a mouthful of crimson blood. His vitality diminishing alarmingly, as if he were on the brink of death. This strike not only severely injured Ning Wei but also shattered his meridians, effectively crippling his potential for further progress on the path of cultivation. Were it not for Ning Wei's affiliation with the Ning family, Su Chen might have killed him outright. He spared Ning Wei primarily for Ning Yan's sake. After concluding this act, Su Chen turned to Ning Yan with a smile, saying, "Should anyone dare to bully you, feel free to seek me at the Su family." Upon hearing these words, Ning Huayu's expression shifted dramatically. This was unequivocally Su Chen extending protection to Ning Yan. He watched their departing figures and promptly instructed his subordinates to release Ning Feng from the dungeon and treat Ning Yan's mother with kindness. Ning Huayu harbored no animosity towards Ning Yan and her family. Nor had he ever sought to target them, but he had also refrained from offering assistance. He was aware of Ning Wei's actions against Ning Feng but deemed it unwise to jeopardize his relationship with the Grand Elder over the matter, thus allowing the Grand Elder to act unchecked. Yet, circumstances had now changed. The Su family had become a titan among the 5 great cities, a behemoth in the eyes of the Ning family. With Ning Yan's connection to the Su family, it was evident that no one would dare to provoke them again. Ning Wei, despite the excruciating pain coursing through him, struggled to inquire, "Patriarch, who was that man?" Ning Huayu cast a fleeting glance at him and replied, his tone calm yet detached, "The Grand Elder should be aware. He is Su Chen, the young master of the Su family." "What?" Ning Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. Feeling as though the air had been knocked from his lungs, collapsing helplessly to the ground, he could sense the patriarch's indifference, and he envisioned that his standing within the Ning family would undoubtedly suffer a severe blow. Compared to him, Ning Yan clearly held greater value. Her closeness to Su Chen rendered her a far more appealing asset. He could not comprehend why Ning Yan enjoyed such a favorable relationship with Su Chen. Regret consumed him. Had he known this day would come, he would never have acted so foolishly. Had he refrained from targeting Ning Feng and from scheming against him, there might have been room for redemption. Ning Huayu spoke coldly, "Grand Elder, regarding the engagement between Ning Yan and the Su family, since it was initiated by you, it is your responsibility to dissolve it." It was evident that Ning Yan's relationship with Su Chen was far from ordinary. Should Su Chen become aware of this situation, the Grand Elder's life would be at stake. Upon hearing these words, Ning Wei felt a chill run down his spine. In normal circumstances, he would never dare to approach the Su family to annul the engagement. But with Ning Yan now associated with Su Chen, a mere mention of Su Chen would surely compel the Su family to comply. The thought made him bitterly smile. He had sacrificed much for little gain. Had he not oppressed Ning Feng's branch of the family, he might have leveraged his connection with Ning Yan to ascend to the heights of the Su family, outside the Ning residence. Ning Yan wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, her face blossoming into a smile once more. Su Chen, thank you. Su Chen shook his head. It was but a trifling effort. In the ensuing hours, Ning Yan guided Su Chen through the streets of Pingyang City, indulging in food and drink. Originally, Ning Yan intended to cover the expenses, but alas, the Ning family had exploited her to such an extent that she found herself with scant spirit stones. Leading Su Chen to foot the bill instead. However, Su Chen was indifferent to the matter. The two engaged in light-hearted conversation reminiscent of their childhood days, when their companionship was similarly carefree. As Su Chen walked beside Ning Yan, he felt a sense of relaxation and comfort, free from any burdens. Their time together was devoid of awkwardness, even in silence. Simply strolling side by side was profoundly enjoyable. Suddenly, Ning Yan recalled something and could not resist asking, "Su Chen, I remember when we parted in Mingyue City, you mentioned you would say something upon our next meeting. Do you still recall a phrase?" Su Chen pondered. Indeed, there was such a moment, back then. He harbored a fondness for Ning Yan and had intended to profess his feelings and propose to her upon their reunion. Alas, time had transformed everything. Turning his gaze towards Ning Yan, her delicate fair visage illuminated before him, her eyes shimmering with a hint of anticipation. It has been too long. I find myself struggling to remember. Upon hearing Su Chen's response, Ning Yan let out a soft "oh." Lowering her head, disappointment flickering in her eyes, she sighed inwardly, recognizing the vast disparity in their stations. It was clearer now than ever that she was unworthy of Su Chen. As she prepared to speak, their path was suddenly obstructed by several figures. Upon recognizing the individuals ahead, Ning Yan's expression abruptly shifted. Chapter 66. Confronting the engagement. This man is excessively noisy. The newcomers were none other than Su Jingqi, the fourth young master of the Su family. Su Jingqi's expression darkened as he scrutinized Ning Yan before directing his gaze towards Su Chen. After a brief moment, he donned a smile and said, "Yener, might I ask you to introduce this gentleman?" Ning Yan took a deep breath, responding with poise, "This is my friend." Su Jingqi's demeanor turned cold as he regarded Su Chen, his eyes glinting with malice. "Do you not realize that Ning Yan is to be my concubine?" At this declaration, Ning Yan trembled, fury igniting within her. She had never consented to marry Su Jingqi. This arrangement had been forced upon her by her family. Moreover, Su Jingqi was nothing but a debauched scion, wasting his days in revelry, having dallied with countless women. There was no way she would wish to wed him. Su Jingqi, when did I ever agree to marry you? Su Jingqi's gaze burned with desire as he looked at Ning Yan, though he quickly suppressed it. The Su family has already formed an alliance with the Ning family, therefore, you, Ning Yan, are now my concubine. A fact well known throughout Pingyang City. Furthermore, Su Jingqi's expression turned icy. "You shameless woman, we are already betrothed. Why do you consort with another man? Do you possess no sense of shame?" Their public confrontation drew the attention of numerous onlookers. Whispers circulating among the crowd. "Isn't that Su Jingqi, the fourth young master of the Su family? Who are those two with him? I've been watching for a while. The one across from him is Ning Yan from the Ning family, who is supposedly engaged to Su Jingqi. It seems she has been caught with another man. How scandalous! This fellow dares to pursue Su Jingqi's woman. Does he not fear for his life?" While some murmured in disbelief, others disparaged Ning Yan's character, shaking their heads in disdain at Su Chen. Su Jingqi was notorious for his ruthlessness, and anyone who dared to touch his woman could easily anticipate a dire fate. Ning Yan's eyes blazed with indignation. "Su Jingqi, at no point did I declare my intention to marry you. A person like you is not worthy of my hand." Under normal circumstances, Ning Yan would never have dared to speak to Su Jingqi in such a manner. But with Su Chen by her side, she felt an overwhelming sense of security. His presence emboldened her. "You insolent wretch," Su Jingqi seethed, "you take my kindness for weakness. You are merely a collateral branch of the Ning family. If I wished to have you, I could simply seize you without a second thought. Why would I need to marry you as a concubine? Since you refuse to see reason, very well, come seize Ning Yan and take her back to the Su family. Today, I shall teach her what it means to be a woman." As he spoke, a lecherous grin spread across Su Jingqi's face. Ordinarily, he could have simply abducted Ning Yan without consequence, but given his father's recent orders to avoid trouble and his own infatuation with Ning Yan's beauty, he had reluctantly consented to Ning Wei's proposal for her to become a concubine. Otherwise, he would never have allowed her to enter the Su family, considering her status as a lowly collateral branch. Understood. At Su Jingqi's command, several of his lackeys moved to encircle Ning Yan, their faces adorned with malicious grins. The onlookers surrounding the scene could not help but shake their heads in dismay. A perfectly respectable concubine's title was discarded, and yet she chose to remain oblivious to the gravity of her situation. This would surely lead to a lamentable fate. Indeed, what could be done, regardless of her reluctance? The Su family was incredibly powerful. Marrying into them could hardly be a disadvantage. Now, not only would she be barred from entering the Su household, but her reputation would also be tarnished. Losing one's reputation is a trivial matter compared to the methods wielded by Su Jingqi, which were well known to the public. How many women ensnared by him emerged unscathed? I had heard whispers that the fourth young master Su had rather perverse tastes. It was unfortunate. Ning Yan had once been my goddess, and now she was on the verge of being defiled by Su Jingqi. In Pingyang City, Ning Yan was recognized for her beauty, otherwise she would not have caught the eye of the fastidious Su Jingqi. Naturally, she had many admirers, and now, as numerous men witnessed Ning Yan facing impending misfortune, they could not refrain from shaking their heads and sighing. However, none dared to step forward to assist her. The Su family's power was far too formidable. Reigning as the tyrants of Pingyang City, who could possibly dare to provoke them? Su Chen, observing the scene from the sidelines, was left speechless. He merely wished to enjoy a leisurely stroll, yet trouble seemed intent on finding him. With a mere flick of his hand, he unleashed a streak of swordlight, instantly slaying those who approached Ning Yan, blood gushing forth. This sudden turn of events left the onlookers in stunned silence. After a prolonged moment, they finally grasped the situation. Did he truly dare to kill a member of the Su family? Was he not afraid for his life? Good heavens, he was undoubtedly finished. To lay hands on someone from the Su family was an entirely different matter. Amidst the fearful gazes of the crowd, Su Chen turned his attention to Ning Yan, a warm smile gracing his face. Why didn't you mention such matters to me? It's merely the Su family. I could have resolved this for you. Do you remember when we were young, and you would come to me for help with any insurmountable problems? Have we grown so distant now? Looking at Su Chen's expression, Ning Yan, feeling somewhat flustered, found solace in his presence. Her cheeks flushed slightly, unsure of how to respond. Su Chen chuckled softly and then shifted his gaze towards Su Zhengqi. At that moment, Su Zhengqi wore an expression of confusion and dread. Among his subordinates was one at the perfected core formation stage, capable of dispatching him in an instant, at least at the beginning of the nascent soul stage. Su Zhengqi, accustomed to being domineering, glared fiercely as he declared, "You dare to kill my Su family as subordinates? My family will not let you off the hook." Su Chen remained expressionless, not even bothering to move, and Su Zhengqi was sent flying by the force he unleashed. Losing all breath on the spot, this man was too noisy and had disturbed his mood, thus he could not be allowed to linger. Witnessing this scene, the crowd was filled with terror that he dared to kill Su Zhengqi. Did he not realize that he was the fourth young master of the Su family? Many began to discreetly withdraw, fearing they might be implicated by Su Chen's actions, having slain Su Zhengqi. There was no doubt that the Su family would seek vengeance. To them, it seemed that Su Chen had only one path left, death. Su Chen remarked, "Since I find myself with nothing to do, shall I accompany you to the Su family to annul the marriage?" Such audacity! Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated, accompanied by a terrifying pressure from afar. The onlookers who had been watching retreated hastily, their faces etched with fear. Soon, a figure materialized before Su Chen. Tall and imposing, his face was shrouded in shadow, and his heaving chest resembled a volcano on the brink of eruption. The newcomer gazed at Su Chen with an intent to kill. "You have slain a member of the Su family and dare to come to annul the engagement. Your audacity knows no bounds." Chapter 67. Very well, I await you with the Grand Elder of the Su family. Su Hua possessed strength at the late stage of transformation. Ning Yan instinctively felt a pang of anxiety, yet remembering that Su Chen was by her side, she felt a bit reassured, although the Su family was a dominant force in Pingyang City. They paled in comparison to the Su family, not to mention Su Chen himself. Even a single direct elder from the Su family would be beyond the Su family's capability to contend with. It was over. With Su Hua's appearance, that young man was surely doomed. I could hardly fathom his thoughts. He seemed to possess nascent soul-level strength. Why not simply flee? Su Zhengqi likely wouldn't have been able to kill him anyway. Why provoke the Su family? Alas, it seemed he was willing to sacrifice everything for Ning Yan. The saying "beauty brings disaster" held its truth. After all, of the Su family had long accumulated power, and with no formidable opponents in the vicinity. Su Chen appeared rather unfamiliar to the masses, thus scarcely anyone believed he possessed the means to challenge the Su family. At this moment, Su Hua's gaze was filled with murderous intent. Su Chen's act of killing their direct lineage was tantamount to a provocation against the Su family. If he could not be eliminated today, the Su family's prestige would suffer a severe blow. Su Hua coldly declared, "Boy, today I will make you understand the consequences of offending the Su family." As he spoke, he raised his hand and struck at Su Chen with tremendous force. He presented himself as a formidable warrior, his expression radiating disdain and contempt. Su Chen's aura was not particularly strong. Even though he could kill Su Zhengqi and the others, he was likely only at the nascent soul level and could not possibly withstand Su Hua's strike. Su Chen glanced at Su Hua, a hint of impatience flitting across his eyes. If they were determined to seek death, he would gladly oblige. Suddenly, a massive rift tore open in the heavens, swallowing Su Hua whole, accompanied by a scream. Su Hua was obliterated within the void. Only those at the refining void stage could withstand such an environment, and Su Hua, being merely at the transformation stage, had no hope of survival. Su Chen, taking Ning Yan by the hand, tore through the void, arriving above the Su family. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and struck downward, unleashing a powerful aura that reduced the entire Su family estate to rubble. Observing the destruction he wrought, Su Chen's expression was one of indifference. He was aware that many innocent lives would be lost within the Su family, but such considerations mattered little. He understood the principle of eliminating the root of the problem. This would also spare the Su family some trouble. Moreover, was the world not one of the survival of the fittest? The weak were slaughtered by the strong, and there was often no deeper reason behind it. Should Su Chen one day fall to a stronger adversary, it would merely reflect the Su family's inadequacy. Of course, whether anyone had the power to annihilate them was another matter altogether. The thunderous explosion echoed throughout Pingyang City. As countless individuals turned to gaze in the direction of the blast, their eyes wide with terror, what had transpired? Meanwhile, those who had initially stood by, still reeling from the shock of Su Hua's demise, began to regain their senses. He could tear through the void. This was a being of the refining void stage. The Su family was the only one in the 5 great cities to possess such power. Could this young man be one of their own, the Su family? Good heavens, now that you mention it, I do recall that young man looking somewhat familiar. It seems he is Su Chen, the young master of the Su family, whom I happened to see in Mingyue City a few years ago. The moment this revelation was uttered, it sent shockwaves through the crowd, their expressions filled with horror. No one had anticipated that the individual beside Ningyan was none other than Su Chen. As the onlookers recalled Su Jingqi's previous words to Su Chen, they suddenly realized he was essentially courting death. Had Su Jingqi known that the person before him was Su Chen, one could only speculate whether he would have been so bold. In Pingyang City, who did not know that Su Jingqi was a cowardly bully? Several years prior, when a direct descendant of the Su family visited Pingyang City, Su Jingqi had acted like a sycophant. Eager to please, soon news of the Su family's annihilation spread throughout Pingyang City. Those who heard the news were filled with dread. The Su family, they were the rulers of Pingyang City. What sort of person could possess the strength to eradicate them? Other powers at the transformation stage were left trembling in fear upon receiving this news. However, another piece of information soon emerged, stating that the Su family's downfall was due to their provocation of Su Chen. The crowd was left in stunned silence. Was the Su family truly so bold as to provoke the Su family? As Ningwei prepared to head to the Su family to annul the engagement, he was nearly paralyzed with fear upon hearing the news, his scalp prickling with dread. Reflecting on his previous offense towards Su Chen, he suddenly felt deeply uneasy. Had he not been a relative of Ningyan, Su Chen would likely have already killed him. 2 hours later, at Fenghua Shuiyue, a well-known tavern in Pingyang City, Ningyan and Su Chen sat in the private room at the top floor. The table laden with exquisite dishes, their aromas tantalizing and appetizing. Ningyan gazed at the handsome figure before her, her beautiful eyes shimmering with emotion, especially when recalling Su Chen's formidable strength, which left her utterly captivated. Yet, she was not overly concerned with her feelings for Su Chen. She felt content with their current relationship. After all, there were few who could walk so closely alongside Su Chen in this world. All she needed was to maintain her image in Su Chen's heart, and she would be elated if he returned to visit her whenever he found himself with free time. Unbeknownst to her, Ningyan had become a devoted admirer of Su Chen, albeit in a rather blindly devoted manner. In the ensuing period, the two of them explored every corner of Pingyang City and even ventured beyond its borders for a time. This leisurely escapade lasted 3 months. During this time, Su Chen experienced the most relaxed moments since his arrival in this world. Upon their return to Pingyang City, Su Chen provided Ningyan with some resources, assisting her in elevating her spiritual route to the heavenly spirit route. In Su Chen's eyes, Ningyan had become a friend with whom he could share his thoughts, and whatever the future held for them would unfold naturally. Along a small path not far from the Ning family, Ningyan turned her head to look at Su Chen, her eyes glistening with tears. Su Chen, will you still come to find me in the future? Su Chen replied with a smile, I will. Ningyan took a deep breath, inexplicably feeling the urge to cry. Perhaps it was the anxiety that this separation could mean they might never meet again. Alright, I'll wait for you. A radiant smile spread across Ningyan's face. She wished for her final impression to be that of a joyful Ningyan, not one in tears. Little did she realize that her words today would exact a heavy toll in the future. Chapter 68. Meeting is Destiny. I shall grant you a stroke of fortune. Ultimately the two parted ways. That day, the dusk was particularly enchanting, with crimson clouds painting the sky and casting a sanguine hue upon the earth. Su Chen also prepared to leave Pingyang City. For him, its significance had transformed. He would forever remember the city and Ningyan. Though Ningyan's beauty could hardly be deemed world-shattering, she paled in comparison to Lin Yimeng. She was the woman who left the deepest impression on Su Chen. He firmly believed they would meet again. As Su Chen was about to depart from Pingyang City, a sudden, heart-wrenching wail echoed from a distance, drawing a crowd. He turned to see 2 Taoist priests he had encountered earlier. With the one crying being the disciple of Zhang Zhenren, the disciple was sobbing on the ground like a petulant child, while Zhang Zhenren wore a grave expression, sensing the fluctuations of Tao rhythm emanating from his disciple. This indicated that they had reached a critical moment in the process of severing the three corpses. Such emotional turmoil was unfathomable otherwise. Onlookers were taken aback by the sight of the elderly Taoist lamenting. But soon the crowd began to disperse, having found the spectacle novel enough. Su Chen approached slowly, and Zhang Zhenren immediately noticed him, offering a slight bow and greeting. We meet again. Su Chen settled on a step a few meters away. Calmly observing the elder before speaking. To sever the three corpses, one must find the deepest obsession in their heart. Your disciple's pause in Pingyang City suggests that the opportunity lies here. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhenren sighed in resignation, glancing at his disciple with an expression of increasing sorrow. Alas, it is difficult. Before my disciple joined my ranks, he was merely an ordinary person in Pingyang City, yet he once fell in love with a woman. But she belonged to a prestigious family. Though their love was profound, they ultimately could not be together, as she was forced to marry another man by her family. Su Chen furrowed his brow. Curiosity piqued. What happened to that woman? She died. Zhang Zhenren shook his head, exhaling deeply, and neither she nor her family remains. This was a matter from a millennium ago. A millennium? Su Chen's brows knitted tighter. Did this imply that Pingyang City had existed for 1,000 years? Such a long history seemed plausible in this world, where millennia could pass without being particularly remarkable, like the ironclad dynasties that rise and fall. As Zhang Zhenren lamented, to untie a knot, one must find the one who tied it. Without the key, my disciple cannot overcome this barrier. Severing the three corpses is perilous. Su Chen fell into silence, recognizing the challenge ahead. He looked towards the elder. The Tao rhythm surrounding him was now in tumultuous disarray. Clearly, if this continued, failure was inevitable. Zhang Zhenren sat weakly on the ground, having invested immense effort into his disciple, whom he regarded as his only kin. Witnessing the imminent demise of his disciple weighed heavily on his heart. Though failure in severing the three corpses would merely render one's intellect void, the reality was akin to death. It would transform him into a soulless shell. As time ticked away, the elder ceased his weeping. Staring blankly at the ground, his expression one of numbness. If this persisted, success would slip through his fingers. Zhang Zhenren gazed skyward, his eyes clouded with melancholy. After countless years of cultivation, nearly all of his friends and family had perished. This disciple was his last remaining connection, and now he was faced with losing him. A wave of endless sorrow surged within Zhang Zhenren's heart. Though he appeared youthful, in that moment, he resembled a frail, elderly man. With a bitter smile, he questioned the very purpose of his cultivation. What is it all for? Su Chen too fell silent. Cultivation often harbors myriad motivations. Some pursue it purely for the love of practice and the desire for greater power. Yet, many are not so simple. Most cultivate to protect their loved ones or to ensure their happiness and well-being. Both reasons hold merit. However, it is evident that the former group, with their purer intentions, tend to tread further along the path of cultivation. Of course, exceptions exist. At times, the power of love is boundless, capable of unleashing astonishing strength. Thus, Su Chen believed that both motivations were equally valid. The confusion on Zhang Zhenren's face revealed that he was not purely a lover of cultivation. He leaned more towards the latter motivation. A person cultivates for their kin, yet when those kin are on the brink of departure, it is only natural to feel lost. Su Chen slowly rose to his feet and spoke softly. Meeting is destiny. If that is the case, then I shall grant you a stroke of fortune. As the words left his lips, the chaotic Tao rhythm surrounding the elder began to solidify once more, and his aura surged with newfound strength. Gradually, clarity returned to the elder's eyes, dispelling the earlier haze of confusion. He surveyed his surroundings, bewildered. What has happened? Did I successfully sever the three corpses? At that moment Zhang Zhenren came to his senses, abruptly standing with a look of astonishment. How could this be possible? Su Chen was able to forcibly intervene in the severing of the three corpses. It is known that this process adheres to the laws of the heavenly Tao, which no one can contravene, not even a saint. Could it be he has reached that realm beyond the saint, an ancient saint? Only at this level can one interfere with the heavenly Tao, making it feasible to intervene in another's severing of the three corpses. Yet, a cultivator of such caliber should be a renowned figure. Why have I never heard of Su Chen before? Zhang Zhenren turned to look for Su Chen, but the latter had already vanished without a trace. Gone without a shadow, come without a sound. A peerless powerhouse. His expression grew grave. This debt of gratitude must be repaid. Those of the Taoist lineage are particularly mindful of cause and effect. Su Chen had saved his disciple. A favor so profound that even the sacrifice of his life would be insufficient to repay it. Jinghong City, the Su family. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Zhenren resolved that his next destination would be Wangyun Mountain. The Zhouyun Taoist temple was merely a place for him and his disciple. It mattered not where they were. He knew that the Su family's strength was not formidable, lacking even a return to origin realm cultivator. Thus it would be wise to remain at Wangyun Mountain for the time being, as his own cultivation was not lacking. He could provide protection for the Su family while assisting Su Chen in guiding the clan's cultivation, thus fulfilling his debt. Chapter 69, The Terrifying Su Family. Wangyun Cave Heaven. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Su Chen remained at Wangyun Mountain, leading a tranquil and comfortable life. Over these 6 months, the Su family experienced rapid growth. Su Hongyuan had fully acclimated to his return to origin realm strength. Old King Jinghong, after expending great effort, remained in seclusion, striving for a breakthrough. While Su Hongyuan attained his current level with surprising ease. One could only wonder how he would react upon discovering this. With ample resources at their disposal, Su Qingtian also advanced into the integration stage. Now, the overall strength of the Su family surpassed that of the Jinghong Empire. One day, 2 Taoists arrived at Wangyun Mountain. Though Zhang Zhenren appeared unchanged, the elder accompanying him now looked remarkably youthful, resembling someone just over 20. This was not due to a breakthrough, but rather because he was undergoing the process of severing the upper corpse. Su Chen cast a glance at them and instructed, "Go inform the family head that if 2 Taoists arrive shortly, they should be treated with utmost courtesy." Both individuals possessed formidable strength, and he had discerned through the heavenly secrets that they were both wanderers. If they could be welcomed into the Su family, it would be immensely beneficial. Understood. The servant acknowledged and departed. Before long, a quaint Taoist temple appeared at the foot of Wangyun Mountain. Su Qingtian understood the significance of these visitors and treated them as esteemed guests. Although he initially planned to construct a larger temple for them, Zhang Zhenren declined. For someone of his disposition, luxury held no appeal. He preferred the understated serenity of seclusion. After a brief observation, Su Chen turned his focus back to Wangyun Mountain. Sensing that something was amiss, despite the swift progress of the Su family, there lingered a sensation of superficiality in their foundation. After some contemplation, Su Chen arrived at the very center of Wangyun Mountain's summit. He raised his hand and, with a flourish, a colossal rift in the void materialized before him. Gradually this rift stabilized, and the space within began to transform. Su Chen was in the process of creating a paradise in the void. Within the Xintian realm, virtually all major factions possessed such sanctuaries, which was something the Su family lacked. Approximately half an hour later, a void realm was successfully established by Su Chen. Upon entering, he found the atmosphere teeming with spiritual energy, nearly 3 times that of the outside world, this outside world being Wangyun Mountain. However, the space was incredibly limited, spanning only around 100 square meters. It was insufficient. Su Chen's gaze sharpened as he unleashed the power within him, channeling a continuous flow of energy into this newly formed sanctuary. Soon, the void began to expand further, and the spiritual energy grew even denser. After several more hours, Su Chen sensed fatigue creeping in. Having expended a significant portion of his holy power, the void realm underwent a dramatic transformation. Initially a mere 100 square meters, it now expanded to 10,000 square meters, with the density of spiritual energy approximately 15 times that of Wangyun Mountain. Yet challenges remained. Although the spiritual energy within the sanctuary had increased by 15-fold, its generation rate was still only about double that of the outside world. The rules within the void realm were not sufficiently refined. Hence the slow production of spiritual energy was to be expected. Quickly Su Chen devised a solution. He retrieved a 7-colored spirit stone from his system backpack, an item of 3rd rank in the celestial tier. Known as the Daoyuan crystal, this consumable was specifically designed to enhance the rules governing the void realm. As the Daoyuan crystal gradually vanished, the entire space began to tremble, being of celestial grade. This item far surpassed imperial tier artifacts, and its efficacy was unquestionable. Su Chen could distinctly feel the rate of spiritual energy generation within the sanctuary multiplying to at least 30 times that of Wangyun Mountain. It was utterly astonishing. Most crucially, the Daoyuan crystal transformed this void realm into what resembled a miniature world, autonomously generating spiritual power. It is worth noting that other void realms required consumables to produce pure spiritual energy, necessitating the use of additional treasures as energy sources. However, Su Chen's sanctuary faced no such issues, all thanks to the Daoyuan crystal. Glancing at his system backpack, he noted, Daoyuan crystals, 315. With over 300 remaining. It posed no problem. The spiritual energy within the sanctuary was now sufficient for the Su family's use, and further enhancement could be deferred. Subsequently, he decided to have the direct descendants of the Su family relocate to the Su estate. As for the collateral branches, after a moment's thought, he shook his head, leaving such decisions to Su Qingtian. Nevertheless, every void realm requires a name. He decided to call it Wangyun Void Realm. A name was merely a designation. So Su Chen was rather casual about it. With the establishment of the Wangyun Void Realm, it was certain that the Su family's development would accelerate significantly. He suddenly found himself anticipating the day when the Su family would flourish. Akin to playing a simulation game, which was rather intriguing. Before long, Su Qingtian was among the first to enter the Wangyun Void Realm for observation, his mouth agape in astonishment. What an astonishing feat! It was akin to creating a small world. Goodness gracious! Soon, hearing the news, the direct descendants of the Su family hurriedly made their way over, their expressions nearly identical, all etched with shock. They quickly moved into the Wangyun Void Realm, which was arguably the finest sanctuary in the entire Xiantian realm. Even the void realms within the former imperial clans paled in comparison to Wangyun Void Realm. The ensuing years saw tranquility return to the Jinghong Empire, with little upheaval among the major factions. Thus, 3 years passed. On this particular day, the old Jinghong king emerged from seclusion. His formidable aura felt throughout the Jinghong Empire. Many within the empire breathed a sigh of relief. The old Jinghong king was not merely their ruler but also their guardian deity. Without him, neighboring empires would surely invade. Thus, every soul in the Jinghong Empire hoped for the old Jinghong king's success in his breakthrough. Fortunately, everything settled down. The old Jinghong king had successfully ascended. During these 3 years, the Su family experienced the most significant changes. Among the direct descendants, Su Qingtian and several elders, excluding the 5th elder Su Yunpeng, had all reached the integration stage. Among the younger generation, the most formidable, Su Yuze, had even advanced to the late stage of divine transformation. The collateral branches of the Su family also made rapid progress, with numerous stewards breaking through to the void refinement stage. The Su family now stood stronger than ever before. Particularly Ziyang Daoist frequently provided guidance on cultivation, benefiting even Su Hongyuan and Su Qingtian significantly, enhancing their realms and strength considerably. Of course, the most astonishing was Ziyang Daoist himself, who found himself questioning his own perception. Goodness, the Su family is filled with holy bodies. Initially, he had merely sought to repay Su Chen's kindness by offering guidance to the Su family, but he soon realized their rapid cultivation was unusual. At first, he thought little of it, but gradually he became aware that something was amiss. He had encountered at least 20 holy bodies within the Su family. Ziyang Daoist felt an overwhelming sense of gravity. He understood that all of this must be connected to Su Chen. It appeared that this individual was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Chapter 70. Helpless Lin Yiming. Since the establishment of the Wangyun Void Realm, the Su family's strength had surged once more. Within a year, all the elders of the Su family had broken through to the integration stage. The current Su family boasted one returning origin expert in 5 integration stage powerhouses, alongside boundless resources and the advantages of the Wangyun Void Realm, leading to their explosive growth at an astonishing pace. Report to the young clan leader. Princess Lin Yiming has sent another message. Upon hearing this, Su Chen replied directly, bring it in. Although considerable time had elapsed, Lin Yiming persistently sent him messages, sometimes every few days and at other times every 10 to 15 days. Yet, her correspondence had never ceased. However, in the past year, Su Chen had scarcely glanced at the letters she sent, for they all contained similar content, mundane matters of food, drink, and leisure, or her recent musings and observations. Consequently, he had largely ignored her messages, particularly over the past few months, during which he hadn't even opened the envelopes. Reflecting on this, Su Chen waved his hand, retrieving nearly 30 letters from his spatial ring. This girl had truly fallen head over heels. With a resigned sigh, Su Chen opened the newly delivered envelope. Unlike before, this time there was only a single sheet of paper inside. He lowered his gaze, and rows of characters came into view. Su Chen, if you receive this letter, it means I have arrived in the Qianyu Empire. I have so much more to say, but alas, the opportunity eludes me. This time I leave, and I fear I may never return to the Jinghong Empire. Su Chen, have you received my letters? Why do you never reply? I have inquired with the messengers, and they claim to have delivered them personally to the Su family. Yiming is bewildered. did I do something wrong? Do you truly despise me so much that you cannot even send a reply? Suchen, farewell. This letter was unlike the previous ones, which contained joyful and cheerful content. He could feel the sorrow embedded in every word Lin Yiming had penned. Suchen's expression shifted as he hastily picked up previous letters from Lin Yiming. Young Master Su, this morning I learned a new dish. The palace staff call it the 7 Stars Convergence. It tastes divine. Next time you visit Jinghong City, I must prepare it for you. I guarantee it will be delicious. Young Master Su, when will you come to Jinghong City? I am so bored lately. My father insists I practice, and I feel like I'm going to mold away. Suchen opened several more envelopes, finding the content to be largely the same, yet, upon opening another envelope, the tone began to shift. Young Master Su, recently the Qianyu Empire has been pressuring my father incessantly. He is nearly at his wits' end, possibly due to my grandfather's breakthrough to the returning origin stage. The Qianyu Empire seeks to win him over through coercion and threats, and they have been continuously applying pressure on the Jinghong Empire. After discussing with my grandfather, my father has decided to compromise with the Qianyu Empire, offering 3 prefectures to the east of the Jinghong Empire. Today, the Qianyu Empire sent envoys again. They wish to arrange a marriage alliance with our Jinghong Empire, specifically requesting that I marry their eldest prince. What should I do? Suchen, I do not want to marry that prince of the Qianyu Empire. The Qianyu Empire has been pressuring my father, and I was forced to agree to the marriage. In half a month, their wedding procession will arrive to take me away. Suchen, I do not want to go. Suchen continued to peruse the letters until he reached the last one in his hand. His hand trembling slightly, the letter contained only a few words, yet they resonated deeply within him. Suchen, can you take me away? After reading all the letters, Suchen closed his eyes and gently exhaled. From those letters, he could sense Lin Yiming's despair and helplessness. He had heard of the Qianyu Empire, a formidable force within the eastern domain, known for having experts of the path-entering stage guarding it. As Suchen gazed at the table laden with letters, a tumult of emotions surged within him. He had long been aware of Lin Yiming's affection for him, yet he harbored no desire to tarnish the purity of her feelings. While he would not refuse a mere night with Lin Yiming, for to turn down such a beauty would be unmanly, he could not claim to love her in return, should they find themselves together. He suspected his feelings would mirror those he held for Ruoshi. Occasional indulgence when the thought crossed his mind. Fully aware of his own sentiments, Suchen had refrained from responding to her. Wishing not to betray Lin Yiming's heart, however, as he perused the envelopes before him, each word seemed imbued with boundless affection, leaving him in a state of inner conflict. He turned his gaze toward the Qianyu Empire, and in the next moment vanished into the misty peaks of Wangyan Mountain. In the Qianyu Empire, within the grand city of Qitian, the royal capital dwarfed Jinghong City, resembling a realm unto itself. Today, Qitian was adorned in festive splendor, for the crown prince was to wed. Much like the structure of Jinghong Empire, the crown prince was the most formidable among the royal sons of Qianyu. Yet, there was a notable distinction. This crown prince, renowned for his unparalleled prowess, had already been informally designated as the heir apparent. Whispers circulated that he was to marry a mere concubine, a princess from the Jinghong Empire. Did such grandeur truly befit her? What was her significance? Everyone knew the crown prince was keen on maintaining his reputation. It could hardly be attributed to that Lin Yiming. Furthermore, I had heard that the Jinghong Empire had rejected becoming a vassal of the Qianyu Empire. Truly a case of overreaching ambition, especially with a Guyuan realm expert stationed there. The city buzzed with discussions, yet it was evident that few regarded the wedding with any seriousness, though both the Jinghong and Qianyu empires were royal-level forces. The disparity between them was vast. In the eyes of the Qianyu Empire, the Jinghong Empire resembled an insignificant nation. Previously, with no Guyuan realm cultivators, the Jinghong Empire had little reason to command respect. However, with the old Jinghong king breaking through to the Guyuan realm, the Qianyu Empire had taken notice, hoping for their allegiance, only to be met with refusal. The cost had been steep. Not only had they lost 3 prefectures, but Lin Mu had also sacrificed his daughter to preserve the Jinghong Empire. Otherwise, the Qianyu Empire would likely have annihilated them. Such is the law of survival in this world. Even if one is reluctant to become a vassal of the strong, a show of submission is required. Chapter 71, The Qianyu Empire within the Imperial Palace of the Qianyu Empire. Lin Yiming's gaze was heavy with sorrow. The room surrounding her was awash in vibrant red, exuding a festive air, yet her despondent countenance transformed the celebration into a scene of melancholy. Soon, when the hour struck, she would be wed to the crown prince of the Qianyu Empire. The thought filled her with despair and helplessness. She bore no resentment toward her father, for he too was a victim of circumstance. When she departed the Jinghong Empire, it was her father who suffered the greatest heartache, yet there was no alternative. The Jinghong Empire was powerless against the Qianyu Empire, and this was their only recourse. Submitting to the Qianyu Empire would mean the eventual obliteration of the Jinghong Empire's identity, rendering it but a mere appendage of the Qianyu. Hence, Lin Yimeng chose to acquiesce to their demands. The thought of marrying a man she did not love plunged her heart into anguish. She felt as though she could perish, yet such an act would only invite retribution upon the Jinghong Empire. Suddenly, the name of the man who haunted her thoughts surfaced, Su Chen. Since their parting in Jinghong City, she had been utterly captivated by him, yearning for the chance to see him again. But alas, her wishes remained unfulfilled. As her impending marriage to the Qianyu Empire loomed, she had penned letters expressing her desire to meet Su Chen, yet received no response. A wave of sorrow washed over her. Did he truly harbor not a shred of affection for her? Lin Yimeng had long recognized Su Chen's disinterest, yet she could not quell her longing to reach out to him. With a heavy sigh, she resolved to cease her internal struggle. Her feelings had always been one-sided. If Su Chen chose not to reciprocate, it was her own burden to bear. Nevertheless, her emotions surged like a tempest, and tears streamed from the corners of her eyes. Frustration, helplessness, confusion, and pain intertwined within her. After a prolonged silence, a maid entered with a cool demeanor and announced, "Princess, His Highness has summoned you, please follow me." Yet Lin Yimeng remained rooted in place. The maid, noticing her hesitation, furrowed her brow and approached to guide her outside. Though Lin Yimeng was referred to as the princess, in truth, she was merely a token of face for the crown prince's union with the Jinghong Empire. In the eastern domain, a Guyuan realm cultivator was considered a peak powerhouse, and the crown prince was keen to foster relations, unwilling to offend such a figure, hence the pretense of a wedding. Soon, they entered an opulent hall filled with guests, each a powerful figure from the Qianyu Empire, with 4 being Guyuan realm cultivators, gathered to support the crown prince Zhou Mengyang. Within the hall, there were no facilities or rituals for a wedding. Zhou Mengyang, clad in a resplendent red robe, sat at the head, engaging in jovial conversation with others, as if it were a mere social gathering. Rather than a day of matrimony, the Qianyu Empire had existed for a long time, with numerous formidable individuals, and Zhou Mengyang himself was a terrifying force, possessing late-stage Guyuan realm strength. Rumors suggested that the emperor of the Qianyu Empire had even brushed against the holy level of power. However, these remained mere whispers. Today, Zhou Mengyang seized the occasion of his wedding to gather those loyal to him. Fostering connections, Your Highness, the princess has arrived, a servant whispered near Zhou Mengyang. He nodded, his expression indifferent as he replied, "Let her enter." Moments later, Lin Yimeng stepped inside, only to be met with the cold gazes of the powerful attendees, none of whom rose to greet her. The disdain was palpable. Lin Yimeng bit her lip and walked directly to Zhou Mengyang's side, taking a seat in silence. Zhou Mengyang's brow furrowed in irritation as he coldly reprimanded, "Who permitted you to sit? Are you not aware of your own status? How dare you sit beside me? Stand to the side." In his eyes, Lin Yimeng was merely a lowly plaything. He sought to curry favor with the Jinghong king, who seemed quite attached to his daughter, hence the desire to marry her. This was a strategic move to facilitate the eventual annexation of the Jinghong Empire, were it not for the need to employ Lin Yimeng as leverage against the Jinghong king. And to win over that Guyuan realm expert, he would have deemed a wedding unnecessary. Upon hearing Zhou Mengyang's words, Lin Yimeng's eyes dimmed, as she envisioned her bleak future, a fate where she might find herself beneath even the status of a servant. Rising quietly, she moved to stand among the attendants, yet her body trembled slightly, her fists clenched, betraying her inner turmoil. In the Jinghong Empire, she had once been a revered princess, but now she was reduced to a position of servitude. A bitter pill to swallow. Overwhelmed by despair, she found herself unable to confront her fate with composure. She wished for death. Crystal tears traced down her cheeks. "Forgive me, father, your daughter cannot accept such a future." Initially, Lin Yimeng believed she could sacrifice herself for the Jinghong Empire, but upon arriving in the Qianyu Empire, she realized the impossibility of such a notion. This outcome was unacceptable. Even if Zhou Mengyang refrained from humiliating her, thoughts of death had already crossed her mind, though she had suppressed them for fear of retaliation against the Jinghong Empire. However, this situation had ignited those suppressed thoughts. Suddenly Zhou Mengyang turned to see Lin Yimeng softly weeping, and with a dark expression he approached her. Slap! A sharp, resounding sound echoed as Lin Yimeng was struck to the ground, a crimson mark blooming on her delicate visage. Zhou Mengyang coldly declared, "On this joyous occasion, why do you weep? I am the future heir of the Qianyu Empire. Marrying me is your greatest fortune, and yet you feel wronged." His dissatisfaction with Lin Yimeng was evident. Had she been an ordinary woman, Zhou Mengyang might have cared little, but her stunning beauty was rare even among the Qianyu Empire's elite. Her tearful demeanor suggested reluctance to wed him. A slight against his pride. With so many witnesses present, Zhou Mengyang, who valued his reputation, felt his dignity had been affronted. In truth, had Lin Yimeng willingly lowered herself to serve him, Zhou Mengyang might have considered granting her some semblance of status. However, at that moment, he had no intention of doing so. She was merely an ungrateful plaything. The other powerful figures in the hall regarded Lin Yimeng with scorn. In their eyes, Zhou Mengyang's esteemed position made marrying him an enviable stroke of luck. The outcome still feigned grievance, which was indeed somewhat despicable. Lin Yimeng lay on the ground, feeling as though the world was spinning around her, accompanied by a splitting headache. Zhou Mengyang's slap was no trivial matter. Had it been an ordinary person, their head would have likely burst open. Lin Yimeng, unaware of where her courage sprang from, gradually regained her composure and coldly declared, "Grievance, I do not feel wronged. I merely believe that you are vastly inferior compared to the ideal man in my heart. And you are utterly unworthy of being my partner." Her words were piercingly sharp, causing many within the grand hall to change color in response. To dare speak thus to the crown prince was tantamount to courting death. Lin Yimeng had already contemplated dying, and if Zhou Mengyang were to kill her, it would fulfill her wish perfectly. Upon hearing her words, Zhou Mengyang's expression darkened to the utmost, shrouded in an ominous cloud. His eyes erupting with a chilling murderous intent. Chapter 72. Lin Yimeng, filled with determination. Zhou Mengyang observed her suicidal gaze and let out a cold laugh. "You wish to die?" With that, he raised his hand and cast a restriction upon Lin Yimeng, rendering her incapable of taking her own life. "Having come to my Qianyu Empire, do you think you can leave here? You wretched girl, dare to insult me? I shall make you wish for life but find none? And wish for death yet be unable to attain it." Zhou Mengyang's tone was frigid, his anger stoked by her disdainful words. Naturally, he could not simply kill Lin Yimeng. "You do not wish to marry me, do you? Then I shall humiliate you, making you truly understand what despair feels like." He shot her a cold glance, sneering before turning his attention elsewhere. At that moment, a presence began to ripple through the air in the grand hall, and a figure slowly emerged from within. An aura of terror instantly permeated the surroundings, causing nearly all of Qitian City to sense it, as countless individuals looked up in horror. What a formidable powerhouse! Zhou Mengyang suddenly sprang to his feet, his eyes filled with dread. What an overwhelming presence! This aura far surpassed that of his father. This was a being who had transcended the Dao realm. In an instant, Zhou Mengyang felt his heart tremble. A sage-level powerhouse. It was known that his father was a late-stage Taoist cultivator. If someone possessed strength surpassing him, they must be a sage. Crucially, Su Chen seemed to have a specific purpose in coming here. As his gaze had been fixed upon Zhou Mengyang since entering the grand hall. "Greetings, senior," an aged voice rang out, as the figure of King Qianyu appeared, looking somewhat apprehensive as he regarded Su Chen. Adopting an extremely humble demeanor. No one could fathom that the mightiest individual of the Qianyu Empire, a late-stage Taoist cultivator, could exhibit such humility. This time, Su Chen did not hold back. He unleashed his sage-like aura. Witnessing King Qianyu's subservience, the others in the grand hall dared not remain seated and promptly rose to pay respects to Su Chen, including Zhou Mengyang simultaneously. Upon seeing Su Chen, Lin Yimeng displayed an expression of disbelief. "Su Chen," she murmured softly, her eyes filled with skepticism. Was she imagining things? She doubted whether the slap she had just received had left her seeing stars. At that moment, Su Chen spoke slowly. "Why are you in a daze?" "I am here to take you home." His calm voice resonated throughout the grand hall, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Upon hearing that familiar yet strange voice, Lin Yimeng froze, and soon her face was awash with tears. "Su Chen, is it really you?" Su Chen did not respond. He simply raised his hand and struck down Zhou Mengyang. The onlookers' pupils dilated in shock, yet they dared not react, lowering their heads to display their submission. This was a sage, Su Chen. Was this the name of that sage? Many wore expressions of fear, well aware of Lin Yimeng's identity as the princess of the Jinghong Empire, yet none knew that she had ties to a sage. Zhou Mengyang had audaciously targeted a woman associated with a sage. The formidable individuals within the Grand Hall had followed Zhou Mengyang, but none would sacrifice themselves for him. Subsequently, the figures of Su Chen and Lin Yiming vanished from the scene. Throughout the ordeal, Su Chen had not once cast his gaze upon anyone else. Within the palace, King Qianyu appeared somewhat uneasy, and once Su Chen departed, his emotions stabilized slightly. It seemed this individual was not here to annihilate the Qianyu Empire. Though he had long resided in the Deep Palace, he was aware of nearly all external affairs and understood the recent actions of Zhou Mengyang. That woman must be Lin Yiming of the Jinghong Empire. Right, this fool dared to vie with a sage for a woman. He glanced at Zhou Mengyang's lifeless body, harboring no thoughts of vengeance. At this point, King Qianyu felt a wave of annoyance. Addressing Zhou Mengyang's corpse, a fool, you nearly brought catastrophic ruin upon the Qianyu Empire. Truly, you are not worth mourning. With that, he surveyed the other individuals in the Grand Hall, snorted coldly, and turned to leave. Had Zhou Mengyang heard King Qianyu's words, he would have undoubtedly felt a profound grievance. Who would have imagined that a mere royal-level force from the Jinghong Empire could entangle itself with a sage? Compelling the sage to act personally, sensing King Qianyu's icy gaze, the others in the Grand Hall felt a chill run down their spines. Wangyun Mountain. Su Chen and Lin Yiming slowly emerged from the void. Currently only Su Chen's Wangyun courtyard remained at the summit of Wangyun Mountain. Everyone else had relocated to Wangyun Cave, rendering the place rather tranquil, with weeds beginning to grow rampant at the peak. Walking along a narrow path, Su Chen and Lin Yiming felt the gentle breeze blowing from the horizon. Neither spoke a word. Lin Yiming wanted to initiate conversation but was at a loss for words. After a considerable time, Su Chen handed her a jade pendant, speaking gently, "This item contains a trace of my essence. Thus, I will know if anything happens to you in the future." Lin Yiming nodded slightly. Murmuring in agreement, she lifted her gaze to Su Chen's profile, her thoughts drifting to the letter she had penned to him some time ago, her cheeks flushing with warmth. He must have seen it. Right, or perhaps he hadn't. For some reason Lin Yiming now hoped he hadn't seen it. It felt far too embarrassing. It was akin to a confession. Su Chen did not elaborate further, after a few casual exchanges. They parted ways again, with Lin Yiming being arranged to stay in a guest room at the Su residence. However, she did not linger long. After 2 days at the Su residence, she prepared to depart. Yet as she stood at the foot of Wangyun Mountain, she turned to gaze at the peak, her eyes filled with unwavering determination. Su Chen, one day, I shall catch up to your pace, Lin Yiming silently resolved within herself. She indeed felt unworthy of Su Chen at present, so she would diligently cultivate and wait until the day she could stand beside him as an equal before boldly expressing her affections. At this moment, she felt a twinge of insecurity. But can I truly catch up? Lin Yiming posed this soul-searching question to herself from the moment Su Chen had rescued her from the Qianyu Empire. It was evident that his strength was extraordinarily formidable, that he was likely at the legendary sage level, yet she was merely in the late stage of the transformation god realm. No, Lin Yiming, you must not despair. Dreams must always exist. What if one day they come to fruition? Lin Yiming regained her confidence and set off towards Jinghong City. Su Chen sat at the edge of a cliff atop Wangyun Mountain. Gazing at the breathtaking scenery below, where the blazing sun hung high, casting a sense of beauty over the world. Cultivators are unafraid of the cold. Naturally, the scorching sun posed no threat to Su Chen. Beside him was a table laid with a mat, where Rushi knelt, continuously pouring wine for Su Chen. The wine of this world, to be frank, had strayed far from the conventional definition of wine. It bore no resemblance to the taste of alcohol. It was rich and fragrant, akin to celestial nectar, captivating even Su Chen, who had never been fond of drinking. Su Chen watched Lin Yiming's retreating figure. Chuckling softly and shaking his head, this girl. Soon he redirected his gaze, closing his eyes and revealing a serene expression, sitting atop the mountain, feeling the breeze caress his face. All of this was so delightful. For someone like Su Chen, who cherished tranquility, it was akin to a paradise on earth. Chapter 73. I most enjoy destroying talents like you.